Suchio never anticipated that despite his diligent labor to support his family, his unfaithful wife, Lu Ruyan, who had not only shirked work but also became pregnant, would be awarded the MVP. Fortunately, he awakened a paternity verification system that not only authenticates genuine antiques, but can also transform similar counterfeit items into authentic ones. He initiated the process by filing for divorce, scavenging for treasures in the antique street. Counterfeit item: a snuff bottle, which, after authentication, was miraculously transformed into a genuine cloisonné landscape snuff bottle and sold for $3,200,000. Counterfeit item: an ordinary fortune cat, which, upon verification, was converted into a genuine mutton fat jade piece, fetching $7,200,000. Counterfeit item: a common fruit plate, which, after the verification process, became a genuine blue and white floral pattern large plate, selling for $23 million. Verification transformed a Xuanqi pendant into a piece worth $80 million. Verification rendered a genuine work by Tang Bohu, valued at $130 million. All antique experts were left bewildered. They had clearly regarded these as counterfeits. How is it that everything turns authentic in his hands? After Suchio ascended to wealth through his remarkable finds, his ex-wife Lu Ruyan knelt and pleaded for reconciliation. Suchio smiled. "You chose infidelity and divorce. Now that I have become wealthy, you weep for forgiveness?" Crawl. Chapter 1. The beginning of divorce and discovering a snuff bottle. So what if I was unfaithful? Yes, this child in my womb is not yours. What I desire is not wealth, but companionship. My disdain for money does not conflict with the fact that the father of my child is a wealthy second generation. I can leave with nothing. After all, I have no interest in your trifling possessions. In the divorce hall of the Ming Political Bureau, Suchio sat on a cold bench, expressionless, reflecting on the moment he discovered his wife's infidelity. Throughout their years of marriage, he toiled daily, earning money to support their household. Yet, he never imagined that in the end, he would surrender his salary only to become a passive beneficiary while his fitness-loving wife became the MVP, even bearing another man's child. Suchio's expression turned icy, and he clenched his fists. Number 33, Suchio, Lu Ruyan. As the voice of the staff echoed through the hall, Suchio rose. Not far away, Lu Ruyan approached. She was on the phone, chatting jovially with her lover. "I am currently processing the divorce. It's merely a matter of stamping a document. Once I am divorced, I will start a new life with you. What shall we name our child? I will certainly defer to your wishes." "Great, come pick me up in the latest BMW." Lu Ruyan leisurely followed Suchio, emphasizing the word BMW as she spoke. Suchio silently listened, his expression as cold as he stepped into the divorce office. The staff member responsible for affixing the seal, as per usual, offered a few words of discouragement. Lu Ruyan, with an irritable tone, retorted, "My son's father is waiting for me outside. Hurry up." The staff member furrowed his brow, glanced at the impassive Suchio, and, with a sigh, stamped the document. After obtaining the divorce certificate, Lu Ruyan cast a triumphant glance at Suchio and remarked, "You pathetic miser, destined to remain a failure for life, while I shall stride towards a brighter future." With that, she sashayed away from the office, her spirits high. Suchio's expression remained as frigid as ever. Observing his demeanor, the staff member felt compelled to offer some well-meaning advice. "Ha ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha." Before the staff member could utter a word, Suchio, who had maintained a stoic facade, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Awakening the system and now divorced, it was indeed a double celebration. Indeed, just days prior, Suchio had awakened a paternity test system. A paternity test? Surely, hospitals can handle such matters. However, upon further investigation, Suchio became exhilarated. For this system was not designed to ascertain human parentage, but rather to authenticate items. In simple terms, it involved comparing an old yet valueless object for verification. As long as the item shared a lineage with an antique or valuable object, and the similarity exceeded 60%, he could forcibly authenticate the otherwise worthless item as genuine, transforming it into an antique. Following the awakening of the system, he unexpectedly stumbled upon Lu Ruyan's chat records, which revealed her infidelity. Of course, as a time traveler who was not the main character, he couldn't be bothered with such a green hat. Nevertheless, in order to rid himself of the burden that was Lu Ruyan, Suqiu intentionally threw a tantrum and wore a grim expression for 3 days. Now, gazing at the divorce certificate in his hand, he could no longer suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. The staff member, taken aback by Suqiu's sudden laughter, exclaimed, "What on earth? It's just a divorce. Has he gone mad? Such a pity." A young and handsome lad, reduced to poverty. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Suqiu bolted out of the government office. Lu Ruyan, lost in dreams of a wealthy lady's life, turned to see Suqiu bursting forth, her expression shifting dramatically. "Let me tell you, you pitiful wretch, don't cling to me any longer," Lu Ruyan warned, but before she could finish, Suqiu dashed past her, not forgetting to raise his middle finger. Lu Ruyan, incensed, took a deep breath. "Do not stoop to the level of such a person. I'm a wealthy lady now. I have entered high society. I must maintain my composure and the dignity befitting a lady of fortune." Meanwhile, Suqiu rode his electric scooter swiftly to the nearby antique market. Though referred to as an antique market, this street was also known as Counterfeit Alley. The name was well-deserved, as once one entered this market, no one emerged smiling. Yet precisely what Suqiu sought were the fakes. Numerous stalls lined both sides of the street, and upon seeing Suqiu's unfamiliar face, the stall owners excitedly began to call out. Suqiu paid them no mind, internally muttering, "System, activate." The moment the system activated, Suqiu's gaze swept across the antique items of the stalls, each displaying a data point. Similarity, 10 similarity, 35 similarity, 20 similarity, 32. The system automatically compared these items, which bore the label of antiques, with genuine articles. However, after a quick scan, Suqiu felt somewhat speechless. No wonder it was dubbed Counterfeit Alley. There wasn't a single authentic item here. All were likely shoddy goods. Similarities in the range of 10 to 20% were mostly superficial. To achieve a similarity exceeding 60% required time, sedimentation, and more. Yet, the items in this antique market. Take, for instance, that bull from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Was it truly from the Shang and Zhou? With a meager 5% similarity, it must have been from last week. However, before long, Suqiu's attention was drawn to something, prompting him to hastily approach a stall and crouch down. He noticed a snuff bottle at the stall marked with similarity 60, and a glimmer of joy crossed his face. "Boss, how much for this item?" Suqiu inquired directly. The stall owner, somewhat taken aback, realized it was his first time encountering someone who came merely to inquire about prices without examining the items first. Was he not going to haggle? 500,000. The stall owner replied decisively, holding up 5 fingers. Suqiu chuckled upon hearing the price. "For this? 500, take it or leave it. If not, I'll be on my way." "Young man, do you think this is a vegetable market?" The stall owner laughed. "This snuff bottle is no ordinary item. If it were to go to auction, it would fetch much more than 500,000. "Oh, then you should keep it." Suqiu stood up, preparing to leave. Seeing this, the stall owner became anxious. It was rare to have someone inquire about his goods, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "Young man, your bargaining is a bit excessive, isn't it?" The stall owner quickly interjected. "How about this? Given our fateful encounter, if you're truly interested, just add a little more and name your price, and we can close the deal." A slight smirk curved Suqiu's lips as he anticipated the owner's response. This owner had a collection of items that boasted similarities of less than 5%, which were more counterfeit than the fakes. Someone was keen on purchasing his fakes, so how could he possibly turn this down? Thus, he replied, "Then add another 100, 150 total." "Deal." The moment Suqiu finished speaking, the stall owner excitedly packed the snuff bottle into a bag. It was worth noting that these items were all cheap finds he had collected from the recycling station, priced at 3 yuan per pound. The stall owner chuckled heartily as he accepted the genuine currency. Suqiu, upon receiving the counterfeit snuff bottle, also broke into laughter. Chapter 2 Purchased for a mere 150, sold for 3,200,000. Young man, behold the treasures that adorn my stall. Fear not. I shall not ask for much. Select a few more items, and I shall grant you a discount. Each piece for just 120. The stall owner pocketed the cash, chuckling heartily as he began to entice Suqiu. Suqiu chuckled lightly. A discount? 120? He wouldn't even accept these trinkets if they were given to him. Keep them for yourself, he retorted casually. striding directly toward the treasure pavilion opposite the stall owner. This antique market, aside from the various stalls, also housed genuine antique shops. However, due to their exorbitant prices, most patrons opted to forego them. Upon witnessing Suchio, clutching a worthless snuff bottle, make his way toward the treasure pavilion, the stall owner burst into laughter. This marked the third such instance this month. These newcomers all fancied themselves treasure hunters, huh? The stall owner began to jest with the neighboring vendor. In other stalls, there might have been a slim chance of unearthing a hidden gem. Yet, here, every item was salvaged from the refuse. How could one hope to find anything of value? All were mere fakes. No genuine item could possibly be found among such rubbish. At that moment, Suchio had already entered the treasure pavilion. Its decor was remarkably simple, yet the hall was filled with an array of antiques. Although Suchio was no expert, a glance from his system confirmed that the items within the pavilion were all authentic, each possessing a 100% similarity rating, sufficient to ascertain their considerable worth. Upon seeing the prices indicated by the system, Suchio couldn't help but draw a deep breath. The items displayed in the hall alone must be worth over 100 million. Despite the pavilion's unremarkable appearance, its true value was anything but ordinary. Are you the owner here? Suchio inquired as he approached the two individuals leisurely sipping tea at a sandalwood table. The middle-aged man, addressed by Suchio, smiled and gestured to the nearby young lad. This young master is the proprietor of the treasure pavilion. What can I do for you? The young man replied nonchalantly. Lifting his gaze, Suchio was somewhat taken aback. The youth appeared to be of a similar age to himself. Surely, he wasn't merely another rich heir? Suchio dismissed the thought, focusing solely on his intent to profit. I possess a valuable item. I wonder if you would consider purchasing it. As soon as Suchio uttered these words, several patrons browsing the pavilion turned their attention toward him. Haha, I knew it. This individual would undoubtedly bring something to sell. My intuition was correct. Is there any need for speculation? Anyone who finds a treasure always brings it to the treasure pavilion. True enough. But to buy trash from the rubbish king and then attempt to resell it here? This lad is the first I've seen to do so. Don't these novices ever inquire before making a purchase? The rubbish king is a well-connected dealer. His stall is free of charge. Hence all his wares are merely junk collected from the refuse. Has a true greenhorn really come to buy from him? It's one thing to buy, but to think one could find a treasure? Today's youth truly lacks awareness of their own naivety. The surrounding patrons exchanged whispers and chuckles. The young master of the treasure pavilion, of course, overheard the conversations around him. We certainly accept treasures, but they must first be appraised, he stated. Not directly dismissing Suchio, but rather hinting at the inevitable. If it proves genuine, there will be no charge. However, should it be deemed a counterfeit, a fee of 5,000 will apply. Having witnessed Suchio's earlier purchase from the neighboring stall, the young master felt confident that the item in Suchio's possession was undoubtedly a fake. He was still kind-hearted enough to subtly dissuade him. I fear this individual may not heed your warning. He might end up losing both his treasure and the 5,000 fee, remarked one patron. The patrons, accustomed to such scenes, continued their banter. Suchio paid them no mind, nodding in agreement. Very well, he replied, as he exhaled onto the snuff bottle. He wrapped it in several tissues for cleaning. Simultaneously, he silently activated his system. Seeing Suchio's obstinacy, the young master shook his head and said, "Place the item on the table, let me examine it." Although he was aware it was likely a counterfeit, the young man's demeanor remained serious. Suchio complied and set the polished snuff bottle upon the table. As the young master reached out to touch it, the words fake nearly escaped his lips but were caught in his throat. Wait a moment, the texture feels unusual? The young man's brow furrowed, and his expression grew grave. He lifted the snuff bottle, scrutinizing it intently. What is happening? Why does it seem the young master's demeanor has shifted? The young master rarely displayed such seriousness. Could the snuff bottle be genuine? Surely not. How could there be anything of value at the rubbish king's stall? Meanwhile, the onlookers were equally astonished by the young master's expression. Everyone knew that the rubbish king's items were salvaged from the scrap heap. How could there be anything authentic? Yet, at that moment, the young master had already retrieved a magnifying glass to examine the snuff bottle closely. The middle-aged man, sipping tea alongside the young master, looked on in surprise. Yinxian, what is amiss? Uncle, I'm not well versed in Qing dynasty artifacts. Could you take a look? The young man's face was serious as he placed the snuff bottle on the table before the middle-aged man. Upon hearing the term Qing dynasty, the middle-aged man's expression changed instantly. He picked up the snuff bottle for a thorough examination, his pupils narrowing. This is an imperial court special supply. An enamel landscape pattern snuff bottle. The middle-aged man's face was one of disbelief. It is indeed genuine. By the heavens, truly authentic? This cannot be. How could the rubbish king's stall possess a genuine item? The term special supply suggested that this snuff bottle could be valued at over 1 million. The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Will you purchase it? Su Qiu inquired with a slight smile. The middle-aged man exchanged glances with the young master. Yun Xian, I am quite fond of this piece. What do you propose? Agreed, the young master nodded. The middle-aged man turned to Su Qiu and asked, Young brother, do you truly wish to part with this snuff bottle? Indeed, I do, Su Qiu affirmed. The middle-aged man continued, typically, a Qing dynasty enamel landscape pattern snuff bottle would fetch around several 100,000. However, yours is distinct. The minute where along the bottom edge indicates a special technique used for imperial supply, potentially increasing its value 4 to 5-fold. Thus, based on the previous auction estimates, how does 320,000 sound? The middle-aged man was straightforward in his offer. Su Qiu glanced at the market price indicated by the system, 332,000. The prices were closely aligned, making it reasonable to seek a profit. I require cash. Preferably immediate transfer, Su Qiu stated. Not a problem. I will transfer the funds to you right away. The middle-aged man wasted no time and directly requested Su Qiu's bank account details. Goodness, this snuff bottle is indeed authentic? Su Qiu thought to himself. 320,000, a sum I could only hope to earn in 10 years. How extraordinary. He truly found treasure amidst the refuse. I just saw him pay 150 for that snuff bottle. 150 for a profit of 320,000. Incredible. Chapter 3 The Wealth Cat. Those engaged in the antique trade generally possess their own networks. The transactions were all made through the company account, and the funds were transferred with remarkable swiftness. In less than 10 minutes, Su Qiu's phone chimed, revealing a notification from the bank that a staggering sum of 3,200,000 had been deposited. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Su Qiu counted once more, excitement coursing through him to the point where he felt he might leap from his seat. How many individuals in their lifetime could boast of directly accruing several million? However, he quickly tempered his exuberance. He understood that this 3 million was merely a starting point. He aspired to become a man who would earn billions, hundreds of billions. My young friend, may our collaboration be fruitful, the middle-aged man said, his spirits lifted after the exchange of money and goods. He shook Su Qiu's hand and handed him a business card. You have an eye for quality. My name is Li Jinjia. Should you come across more exceptional items in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. My name is Li Yunxian, the young man, who also presented a business card, added. Su Qiu casually accepted it, not paying much heed, and exchanged a few polite words before turning to leave. As Su Qiu departed, the surrounding guests immediately converged around them. Masterly, is this snuff bottle genuine? Even if it's a palace special, it cannot be worth this much, one guest inquired directly. Li Jinjia chuckled. Ah, you see, you do not comprehend. A snuff bottle is not akin to mere porcelain vases. During the Qing dynasty, such a bottle could only be used by a select few within the palace. Can you guess who that might be? Certainly, it must have been the emperor and the princess. A guest exclaimed, suddenly realizing the implications. A palace special, combined with royal provenance. This must be worth not just 3 million, but even 5 million would be a modest sum. Haha, have you come to your senses? Li Jinjia laughed. Moreover, this item is priceless in the market. Tell me, is 3 million excessive? Not at all. If those wealthy gentlemen from the capital set their eyes on it, 5 million would be a mere trifle. Another guest responded in astonishment, their disbelief fading. The guests were utterly amazed, discussing amongst themselves. Just moments ago, they had mocked Su Qiu for his presumptuousness, yet now it was clear that they were the foolish ones. What is all this commotion about? At that moment, the vendor, known as the King of Junk, squeezed his way into the gathering. Having seen Su Qiu exit the treasure pavilion with a smile, he approached with curiosity. Upon learning that the snuff bottle he had sold for 150 was resold for over 300,000, the vendor was left dumbfounded. What the hell? He paid me just 150, and he turned around to make over 300,000. The vendor was in a frenzy, jumping up and down. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Su Qiu as a naive youth, only to now witness over 300,000 slip through his fingers. Soon, he recalled something and hurriedly brought all his items from his stall into the treasure pavilion for appraisal. The result? All were fakes, costing him a further 50,000 in appraisal fees. Tears streamed down his face in despair. Meanwhile, Su Chun had already exited the antique street. This street was rightly dubbed Fake Goods Street, as every stall was filled with counterfeit items, leaving no chance of finding a genuine treasure. There seemed to be a few more antique markets in the city worth exploring, Su Qiu pondered thoughtfully, as he contemplated whether to browse these other markets. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hello, is this Su Qiu? You haven't paid rent for your apartment in months. Are you going to settle it or not? If you don't, I may have to involve the police. The caller was the landlord. Su Qiu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was well known that the original occupant had always handed over their salary, with rent being paid by Lu Rian. Yet now, months had passed without payment. It seemed Lu Ruyan had taken the money for her own pursuits. He silently mocked the unfortunate fate of the previous occupant. I'm on my way back now, he replied. In a rush, he rode his electric scooter back to the apartment complex. The stout landlady stood with her hands on her hips, her face scrunched in displeasure. Upon seeing Su Qiu, she immediately voiced her irritation. I say, you young man, you, before she could finish. Su Qiu pulled out the cash he had just withdrawn from the bank. How much is the rent again? No need to count, he said, generously stuffing several thousand into the landlady's arms. Seeing the substantial amount of money, the landlady's furious expression transformed instantaneously. Haha, Xiaosu. I told them you were the most promising tenant in this building. Xiaosu, I made some soup at home. I saved a bowl for you. So don't forget to come by for a drink. Observing Su Qiu's bag of cash, the landlady's demeanor shifted to one of flattery. Oh, no need for formalities. Just call me Andy. We have such a good relationship now. There's no need to be so distant. After establishing this camaraderie, the landlady knocked on the door of the neighboring apartment. The door swung open to reveal a stunning woman clad in office attire, exuding a captivating charm. Her name was Chai Tiantian. Despite her alluring presence, she was merely a recent university graduate, a couple of years younger than Su Qiu. I'm so sorry, landlord. Something came up at home, and I had to send my salary back. Would it be possible to delay this month's rent? Chai Tiantian said apologetically. Upon hearing this, the landlady's expression morphed once more. You young people, I know you all too well. You're all living paycheck to paycheck, and when the money runs out, you come up with excuses. Are you planning to delay your rent for a few months and then disappear? I've seen plenty of your type. The landlady's words poured out like a rapid-fire machine gun, and Su Qiu could no longer tolerate it. He pulled out 5,000 and handed it to her. It's just a month's rent. Is all this necessary? Su Qiu was not being miserly. He simply found Chai Tiantian appealing. Coughing lightly, he reminded himself that he was a gentleman. The reason for his generosity stemmed from the fact that the previous occupant had given all their money to Lu Ruyan, who seemed to spend her days at the gym rather than cooking. Su Qiu found himself with no savings and was starving. Fortunately, Chai Tiantian's assistance was timely. Otherwise, he might have become the most unfortunate transmigrator to perish within just 2 days. Thank you, Brother Qiu. I promise I'll repay you as soon as my salary comes in next month, Chai Tiantian said gratefully, before adding, by the way, Brother Qiu, I just finished cooking. Would you like to come in for a meal? Feeling too lazy to cook for himself, Su Qiu accepted the invitation without hesitation and followed Chai Tiantian into the apartment. Wow, it's truly a case of beauty being in stark contrast to beauty. Compared to Lu Ruyan, Chai Tiantian is on an entirely different level. Su Qiu marveled as he took in her alluring figure, though he had no impure thoughts, merely appreciating her beauty. Please, make yourself comfortable. I'll go bring out the food, Chai Tiantian said, as she headed to the kitchen. Shibata Tian turned around, ready to invite Su Qiu to take a seat. However, at that moment, she noticed Su Qiu was staring intently at her. This made Shibata Tian feel somewhat embarrassed, and she stammered, Qiu Gu, you. Su Qiu interrupted, could you move your head a bit? Without sparing a glance at Shibata Tian, Su Qin's gaze was fixated on a beckoning cat figurine beside the television stand. Chapter 4. What price could a beckoning cat fetch? It must be a counterfeit. Huh. Shibata Tian was momentarily taken aback. She initially thought Su Qiu was gazing at her. To her surprise, Su Qiu's focus was actually on the beckoning cat behind her. Qiu Gu, is something the matter? Shibata Tian, now curious, glanced at the beckoning cat. She had impulsively purchased it from a second-hand market. This thing is quite nice. Su Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he saw that the identification similarity of this beckoning cat was an astonishing 63%. The higher the similarity, the more valuable the item. This beckoning cat truly had the potential to attract wealth. If you like it, consider it a gift, Shibata Tian said politely, offering a smile. Su Qiu's eyes lit up, and he unabashedly replied, then I shall accept it. A fool does not seize an opportunity. Shibata Tian was momentarily speechless. Without hesitation, Su Qiu walked over and picked up the beckoning cat. You continue your meal. I have something to attend to. With the beckoning cat in his arms, Su Qiu swiftly exited. Once outside, Su Qiu hurriedly made his way towards the counterfeit goods street with the beckoning cat in tow. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Su Qin's mind sparked, system activation. In the next moment, he distinctly felt the beckoning cat in his hands weigh several dozen pounds. Goodness, this is quite heavy. Su Qiu gingerly carried the beckoning cat into the treasure pavilion. At that moment, a number of customers were present inside. The surrounding patrons recognized Su Qiu and gathered to take a look. Could this young man have stumbled upon a hidden treasure? One murmured, wow, this thing is so large. Could it be a Buddha statue? If it were an ancient statue, it could be worth quite a fortune. This young man must have extraordinary luck. The customers buzzed with speculation, but soon someone moved to the front for a closer look. Haha, what Buddha statue? That's just a beckoning cat. A beckoning cat? The instant those 3 words were uttered, the previously murmuring customers struggled to contain their laughter. After all, the beckoning cat was a relatively recent invention, utterly devoid of any connection to antiquities. Haha, the only thing remarkable about this beckoning cat is its size. Does this young man really think it's anything of value? Indeed. I reckon his luck is merely a stroke of fortune, with skills that are rather mediocre. The customers who had been surprised moments ago began to chuckle softly. At that moment, the stall owner from across the street squeezed his way in. Initially, he thought Suchio might have found something substantial and wanted to intercept him to reclaim his losses. However, upon hearing it was merely a beckoning cat, his spirits lifted. I told you he was just lucky. What a stroke of bad luck for him to pick something up from my stall. A fleeting moment of luck doesn't make one exceptional. Mark my words, that 300,000 will vanish soon enough. The stall owner, feeling disgruntled, incessantly disparaged Suchio. Suchio listened to these remarks and cheerfully turned around to smile. Who knows? This beckoning cat might indeed be worth something? Ha ha. You really believe that this beckoning cat could fetch a high price? The stall owner burst into laughter. Can it? Are you willing to wager on it? Suchio placed the beckoning cat on the ground. If it's valuable, you give me 100,000. If it's not, I'll give you 100,000. What do you say? Wait a moment. What do you mean by valuable? If you're talking about a couple of $100, then that's indeed worth it. A curious customer chimed in. Over $1 million, Suchio declared. Ha ha ha. The moment the figure of $1 million was mentioned, the stall owner erupted in laughter. A beckoning cat worth $1 million? I would never believe that. Let us raise the stakes to 200,000. The stall owner insisted. He wanted to reclaim not only his lost appraisal fee, but also his pride, aiming to embarrass this arrogant newcomer. All right, Suchio agreed without hesitation. All present here shall serve as witnesses. Anyone who fails to honor the bet will be deemed a coward. What is happening? What is happening? Just then, Li Yunxian, alerted by the staff in the back, rushed out. He initially thought Suchio had brought in something valuable. However, upon seeing the beckoning cat up close, Li Yunxian's expression froze. Brother, you can't be telling me this is yours? Li Yunxian tried to maintain his composure, forcing a smile. Suchio nodded yes. Do you accept it? Li Yunxian was at a loss for words. Brother, isn't a beckoning cat something you can find anywhere? Why would we need to accept it? He laughed. What a ridiculous situation. Even the young master is left speechless. The onlookers found it amusing. Ignoring the laughter, Suchio continued. Why not take a closer look? Suchio was curious about the young master's expertise. Hearing this, Li Yunxian composed himself and began scrutinizing the beckoning cat. Compared to typical ones, this beckoning cat appeared significantly larger. However, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Li Yunxian reached out to pick up the beckoning cat for a closer examination. Upon lifting it, he immediately sensed something was off. Wait, why is this so heavy? Li Yunxian furrowed his brow and promptly asked a staff member to bring him a magnifying glass for a detailed inspection. The layer of gold plating was indeed applied, and beneath it was plastic material, but plastic couldn't possibly weigh this much. Li Yunxian murmured to himself, suddenly struck by an idea. Quick, bring me a hammer and chisel. What are you doing with a hammer, young master? Are you planning to break it open? Surely, there can't be anything hidden inside that beckoning cat. The surrounding customers, witnessing Li Yunxian's seriousness, changed their tone. Suchio quietly observed Li Yunxian's performance. Soon, Li Yunxian received the hammer and chisel from the staff and began to tap cautiously. As he struck, the outer layer of gold-plated plastic cracked open. Li Yunxian carefully peeled it back, revealing yet another beckoning cat inside. However, the color of this beckoning cat had transformed. Holy moly, it's made of mutton fat jade. Even Li Yunxian, accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but exclaim. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary beckoning cat was, in fact, carved from precious mutton fat jade. Wait, mutton fat jade? Goodness, the young master isn't joking, right? Mutton fat jade can fetch several thousand per gram. Considering the size of this beckoning cat, it must be worth over $1 million. Who in their right mind would carve a beckoning cat out of such a large piece of mutton fat jade? Wait, does that mean this young man has struck gold again? The surrounding guests drew in a sharp breath. Chapter 5. A complete carving of mutton fat jade. Worth $7,200,000. The patrons who frequented this treasure pavilion were predominantly connoisseurs of antiques, well aware of the immense value of mutton fat jade. Yet, no one could fathom which deity had the audacity to carve such exquisite jade into a fortune cat. It was truly a case of underestimating the worth of mutton fat jade. Li Yunxian, equipped with a magnifying glass and lamp, meticulously examined the piece once more. He confirmed that the fortune cat was indeed sculpted from a single block of mutton fat jade, without a trace of seams. However, one couldn't help but ponder why such a substantial piece of jade would be carved into a fortune cat instead of something more prestigious. Mutton fat jade is not only valuable, but also possesses a significant carving value. Had this been a statue of a Buddha or Guanyin, the worth would have easily increased by at least 10%. With a complex expression, Li Yunxian raised his head, half amused and half bewildered, and inquired, "Brother, I hope you won't mind my curiosity, but where did you acquire this? I genuinely wish to know the reason behind this choice of carving." Although the antique world typically refrains from inquiring about provenance, Li Yunxian found himself genuinely intrigued. Su Qiu chuckled, "It has been passed down through my family. Just give me a fair offer." Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian recognized that Su Qiu was not inclined to divulge further details, and he acknowledged his own impertinence. He continued, "I am quite familiar with the price of mutton fat jade. I can appraise this piece at approximately 7 million. Fearing Su Qiu might deem the offer inadequate, he hastily added, "Brother, this price is quite reasonable. If it were a statue of a Buddha or Guanyin, the value would undoubtedly be higher, but as it stands, it is merely the intrinsic worth of the piece. Should it be recarved, I would also require compensation for labor." He was genuinely enamored with the mutton fat jade. After all, such a large and intact piece was indeed a rarity. Although it resembled a fortune cat, it would serve as a splendid collectible. Deal. Su Qiu did not engage in further discussion, as the system had already indicated the price, which was consistent with market standards. The potential for resale would depend on Li Yunxuan's expertise. "Brother, your transparency is refreshing. It is a pleasure to conduct business with you." Li Yunxian felt elated, eagerly accepting Su Qiu's bank account details to initiate the transfer. He then remarked, "In the future, should you come across any fine goods, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I assure you a fair price. If you require assistance in Binhai City, just mention my name." As it turned out, Su Qiu indeed had a matter at hand. Seeing Li Yunxuan's boldness, he did not hold back. "Brother, feel free to speak up." Li Yunxian, in a jovial mood, patted his chest and declared, "Whether it be murder or arson, it is but a word from me." Su Qiu interjected, "Is it really that wild? You can say such things?" He continued, "There is no need for such intensity. Just before you arrived, I made a wager with the previous stall owner. He claimed that if my fortune cat sold for a certain price, he would owe me 200,000, but I suspect he may try to back out." Su Qiu smiled slightly and glanced at the stall owner, who was attempting to slip away. This money was essentially a gift from the stall owner, not something he had intentionally sought. "Oh, garbage Wong, is what my brother said true?" Li Yunxian cast a sharp glance at the stall owner, who had initially intended to flee but was now paralyzed with fear upon hearing Li Yunxuan's words, collapsing to his knees. "Young Master Li, I. The stall owner stammered. "One must honor a bet. Otherwise, one must stand tall to face the consequences." Li Yunxian's tone turned icy. The stall owner, nearly trembling in his pants at Li Yunxuan's expression, dared not utter another word. "I shall pay you," the stall owner thought to himself. "Brother, transferring 200,000 will take some time." Li Yunxian nodded in satisfaction and turned to Su Qiu, saying, "How about this? I will directly transfer 7,200,000 to you, saving you the hassle." "All right," Su Qiu agreed. Li Yunxuan's willingness to cover the amount would indeed save considerable time. Otherwise, allowing the stall owner to process the transfer would involve layers of bank scrutiny, potentially taking half an hour. Naturally, Su Qiu was not concerned about the stall owner attempting to default on the payment to Li Yunxian, as the stall owner was nearly paralyzed with fear. Before long, a notification confirmed the transfer of 7,200,000. With a cool 10 million resting in his bank account, Su Qiu felt immensely pleased. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with Li Yunxian, he took his leave. Once outside the treasure pavilion, Su Qiu could not help but chuckle. Having assisted Chaitian Tian with some rent, he had made over 7 million. Where could one find such a lucrative deal? Hungry, he decided to treat himself to a fine meal. Su Qiu patted his stomach, recalling that Chaitian Tian was likely finishing her meal, so he would simply seek out a 5-star restaurant, ordering some expensive yet unsatisfying dishes just to appease his appetite. Shortly after Su Qiu's departure, a stunning woman wearing sunglasses and striding confidently entered the treasure pavilion. She made her way directly to the reception room. "Yunxian, where have you been?" "Sister, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Li Yunxian asked, surprised. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to visit without a reason?" Li Shiyao retorted. "Not at all. You can come whenever you please." Li Yunxian waved his hand sheepishly. "When I entered, I overheard some people mentioning that someone had taken away 10 million from the treasure pavilion. What does that mean?" Li Shiyao, no longer teasing her brother, turned curious. "A brother found a hidden gem, and my second uncle and I acquired it," Li Yunxian replied candidly. Li Shiyao raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Found a hidden gem? A 10 million hidden gem?" Being from the same family, Li Shiyao understood how absurd this situation was. However, it was not entirely impossible, so after her initial surprise, she did not dwell on it further. On a serious note, Grandpa's birthday is coming up. What do you plan to gift him? Given Grandpa's discerning taste, It is incredibly challenging. It has been 2 months, and I still haven't found a satisfactory gift, Li Shiyao sighed, arms crossed. Li Yunxian chuckled. Hee, it's a secret. Seeing her brother's demeanor, Li Shiyao raised an eyebrow. She stood up and pinched Li Yunxuan's ear. Are you trying to play riddles with me? Don't, sister. Can't I just tell you? Li Yunxian, stripped of his earlier bravado, felt quite meek. He quickly led Li Shiyao to the fortune cat he had just acquired. This is mutton fat jade. Li Shiyao's eyes widened slightly. Such a large piece, all from a single block. How rare. But why carve it into a fortune cat? Wouldn't its value be diminished by a few percentages? Ah, but it is precisely this fortune cat that makes it special, Li Yunxian chuckled. Sister, think about it. Grandpa has seen countless Buddha statues and Guanyin figures, but when I present this fortune cat to him, it will surely catch his eye. Li Shiyao pondered. You make a valid point. Given Grandpa's discerning eye, something eye-catching is indeed necessary. This gift you have chosen is quite commendable. Li Yunxian felt a surge of elation at her praise. However, in the next moment, it felt as though she had fallen from the clouds. Very well. This item is now mine, Li Shiyao declared. Li Yunxian. Chapter 6. A man earning less than 100,000 a month is deemed worthless. Suqiu opted for the most highly rated 5-star restaurant nearby. After parking his electric scooter, he walked directly inside. As soon as he entered, a smiling waiter approached him. Welcome, sir. How many guests tonight? Suqiu replied without hesitation. Please prepare a private room for me. The waiter did not dismiss Suqiu despite having seen him arrive on an electric scooter. Perhaps he simply enjoyed riding one. This way, please, the waiter said. His demeanor exceedingly respectful. Suqiu nodded slightly and briskly followed the direction indicated by the waiter. However, just a few steps in, a somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. It's my turn to take photos. He saw a heavily made-up woman. Her face as white as if coated with a layer of plaster, pulling out her phone. She leaned in closely, snapping pictures of the beautifully arranged dishes before her. The other 4 women at her table also brandished their phones, eagerly capturing images of the culinary delights. With 3 dishes before them, no one had touched their chopsticks. The only sounds were the incessant clicks of cameras. One woman even brought a dish close to her and posed for a selfie with it. Suqiu had witnessed such ostentatious displays of wealth among socialites before, so he found nothing extraordinary about it. His attention was drawn to the heavily made-up woman because she was Lu Yao, one of Lu Ruoyan's close friends. Lu Yao often played the role of a scheming advisor to Lu Ruoyan. What a bother, Suqiu thought to himself, turning his gaze away. However, at that moment, Lu Yao, while searching for the perfect angle, inadvertently glanced over and immediately recognized Suqiu. Suqiu? A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she waved her hand in his direction. Suqiu furrowed his brow slightly, unwilling to engage with her, and continued walking without looking back. Unexpectedly, Lu Yao dashed over, wrapping her arms around his, and speaking in a tone that was almost flirtatious. Suqiu. I forgot to bring money. Could you lend me some? Suqiu thought. What the hell? This woman is truly a green tea BTCH. Behind his back. She must have spoken ill of him countless times, yet now she could feign sweetness for the sake of money. Moreover, how dare she show up at a socialite gathering without any funds? Was she merely waiting to finish taking photos and then have someone else pay for her? Who is she? I don't know her. What if she grabs my hand? Not bothering to respond to Lu Yao, Suqiu turned his attention to the waiter. The waiter, regaining her composure, addressed Lu Yao. Miss, this is a public space. Please release the gentleman's arm. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's expression soured. Suqiu, what do you mean by that? Suqiu turned to look at Lu Yao. It means I want you to leave. After uttering these words, he shrugged off her grip and walked away. On the spot, Lu Yao clenched her fists, seething with anger. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could devour Suqiu whole. You broke and pitiful creature, why don't you borrow money from me? And telling me to leave? You have no class at all. No wonder Ruoyan has always looked down on you. Lu Yao cursed under her breath as she returned to her seat. The other women at the table, noticing her distress, asked, who was that man just now? He wasn't bad-looking. Not bad-looking. Lu Yao snapped. Aside from his decent appearance, he is nothing but a broke loser. Earning less than 10,000 a month. That's not even enough for me to buy a handbag. He's utterly impoverished. Is that true? Are there still men making less than 10,000 a month? Another woman chimed in. Indeed, these days, if a man doesn't earn at least 100,000 a month and have millions in savings, he is considered worthless. Another woman proclaimed indignantly after snapping more photos of the food. Exactly, he is merely a bottom feeder in society. Lu Yao nodded emphatically. If it weren't for my friend being so blind, she would never have been deceived by this broke loser. However, I've heard they are on the verge of divorce. My friend's new boyfriend is quite wealthy, a second-generation rich kid driving the latest BMW. As she spoke of Lu Ruoyan's new boyfriend, pride swelled on Lu Yao's face. As if the wealthy young man were her own partner. Is that for real? A second-generation rich kid? The other women's eyes glimmered with envy. At that moment, one of them suggested, Lu Yao, why not have your friend bring her boyfriend here? Just say we'd like to treat him to a meal. Look, we haven't even touched these 3 dishes. Yes, let him come. I've heard that rich kids tend to be quite gentlemanly. Surely he will pick up the tab for us. Another chimed in. Should we order a couple more dishes? 3 dishes aren't enough for photos. The women exchanged excited chatter before summoning the waiter. Upon hearing they wanted to order more, a slight awkwardness crossed the waiter's face. Ladies, perhaps it would be best if you settled the bill for these dishes first. The waiter paused for a moment, forcing a smile. These 5 had been there for over an hour, snapping photos of the food. After half an hour of shooting, they had spent another 30 minutes editing. The waiter was genuinely concerned they might leave without paying. What do you mean? We haven't even finished eating yet. And you're asking us to pay? Lu Yao's face darkened, and she exclaimed, how can this establishment even claim to be a 5-star restaurant with such service? What kind of attitude is this? Exactly. We haven't eaten yet. What do you mean we should pay? Do you think we can't afford it? The women pressed the waiter, their voices rising. The waiter, taken aback by their demands, was left speechless. Moments ago, she had heard them disparage men earning less than 10,000 a month and insist that men must have millions in savings. It was clear they were now attempting to bully her. Suddenly, the waiter's expression hardened. Ladies, if you wish to act inappropriately, please choose another establishment. This is the Li family's restaurant. Upon hearing the name Li family, Lu Yao and her friend's expressions froze. We're not being unreasonable. It's clearly your poor service. Lu Yao's bravado faltered, and she attempted to reason with the waiter. However, the waiter remained unfazed, her demeanor cold. Please settle the bill first, thank you. Fine. Let us settle it. It's just 3 dishes, Lu Yao said, her irritation palpable. How much is it? 2,832, the waiter replied. What? The voices of Lu Yao and her companions rose in unison. For just 3 dishes, you're robbing us. They exclaimed, panic evident in their voices. Yet, confronted with the waiter's indifferent gaze, they quickly fell silent. Well, I have 300, one woman offered hesitantly. I only have 220, another chimed in. I have 500 in my WeChat, but that's my food budget for the next 2 weeks. A third woman lamented. The fourth woman looked at Lu Yao. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I only have 300 left. Lu Yao, how much do you have? I find myself in a predicament, as I appear to have only 120 remaining. She glanced at her WeChat and exclaimed, goodness, my video membership has automatically renewed. I currently possess a mere 72 yuan. The server's expression turned icy. Is a man who earns less than 100,000 a month a failure? And yet, the 5 of you cannot even gather 2,000? Chapter 7. Having just placed our order, you should settle our bill. The server's countenance was so frigid it seemed it might condense into droplets. Observing this, Lu Yao felt a pang of anxiety. We haven't even eaten yet. Is it possible to return the dishes? Lu Yao timidly inquired. Upon hearing this, the server's expression darkened. Are you intending to dine and dash? Lu Yao was taken aback. Even if they possessed extraordinary audacity, they would never dare to partake in the Li family's dine and dash. No. We will gather more funds, Lu Yao quickly reassured, casting furtive glances at the other women. Subsequently, they each retrieved their phones and dialed WeChat. Hello, Shaoli, didn't you say you liked me? After some contemplation, I've decided we could be together, but first, I need to gauge your sincerity. Lu Yao was calling one of her backup suitors. Yet, scarcely had she finished speaking when silence enveloped the line. The call had been terminated. Lu Yao fumed. You impoverished wretch. You profess your affection, yet offer me no financial support. After venting her frustration, she turned to her companions, only to find their expressions mirrored her own despair. At that moment, the bespectacled woman seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Lu Yao. Wasn't that man who just entered your best friend's husband? He appears to be in a private room. If he can afford a private room, surely he could assist us financially? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's eyes brightened, and she stood up, addressing the server. Wait for us. We shall return shortly. Lu Yao led the group towards the private room area, and although it was mealtime, only a select few could afford to reserve a private room in this 5-star restaurant. Scanning her surroundings, Lu Yao quickly approached the only closed door. As she swung it open, the opulent interior took her breath away, illuminating the faces of her companions with awe. The disparity between the lavish private room and the bustling dining hall was striking. Lu Yao was momentarily dazzled, but soon regained her composure. Her gaze honing in on Su Qiu. Su Qiu. Lu Yao strode towards her with her companions in tow. Su Qiu frowned. What is wrong with this woman? Did I not instruct her to leave? Well, Su Qiu, I never imagined you to be of such character. You were compelled to surrender your salary to Ru Yan. Yet you clandestinely stashed away private funds to book such an extravagant room. Do you even possess a conscience? Lu Yao glared at Su Qiu, her eyes brimming with resentment. Su Qiu furrowed her brow. My money is mine to spend as I please. It is none of your concern. What did you say? Lu Yao clenched her fists, her anger palpable. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Indeed, how can you address a woman in such a way? Several women chimed in, condemning Su Qiu. Empowered by the support of her companions, Lu Yao grew bolder. Hands on her hips, she commanded Su Qiu, listen well, Su Qiu. You may set aside your outbursts for now. You have concealed a considerable amount of private funds, have you not? We have just ordered, so you shall settle our bill. Precisely. Not everyone has the privilege of treating us. Consider it an honor. You ought to perform well. The women behind Lu Yao looked down their noses at Su Qiu, as if bestowing upon her an immense favor. Upon hearing their collective voices, Su Qiu could hardly contain her laughter. Do these women truly believe they have elevated themselves to my level? At that moment, the server wheeled in a cart laden with wine. Su Qiu, uninterested in further banter, turned to the server. What sort of establishment allows unauthorized individuals to intrude upon private rooms? The server promptly addressed Lu Yao and her companions. Miss, this is a private room. Entry is prohibited without permission. He then attempted to usher them out. However, Lu Yao stood her ground. I assure you, if you dare to touch me, I shall accuse you of harassment. Indeed, test us if you dare. The women behind her advanced, forcing the server to retreat. Lu Yao glared at Su Qiu once more. Su Qiu, do not overstep your bounds. Su Qiu leaned back in her chair. And who are you to dictate terms to me? Lu Yao was incensed. She had previously seen Su Qiu as a meek figure, always acquiescing to their demands. When had she become so defiant? Fueled by her frustration, yet unable to counter verbally, Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the wine cart. Though unfamiliar with such expensive wine, she had seen it featured on Douyin. This wine was exorbitantly priced, a bottle costing upwards of 100,000 yuan, a sum ordinary families could scarcely afford. A devious thought crossed Lu Yao's mind. Ah, Su Qiu, how disgusting of you to attempt to dine and dash. She directed her ire at the server. Are you blind? Just look at him. Can he afford such wine, or book a private room? Let me warn you. He is merely a penniless fool earning around 10,000 yuan a month. Clearly, he has come here to dine and dash. Lu Yao's assertive demeanor was overwhelming. The server, taken aback, hesitated, for the wine was indeed costly, and while no one dared to dine and dash in their establishment, the possibility lingered in the air. Realizing the potential repercussions, the server quickly pressed his pager. Manager, we have a situation in room 3. Understood, I will attend to it immediately, came the response. Lu Yao chuckled. Su Qiu, you possess remarkable audacity to attempt to dine and dash at the Li family's restaurant. Your fate is sealed. Yet, at that moment, Su Qiu's emotions had settled. After all, the food had been ordered, and it was likely already being prepared. Watching the unfolding drama seemed harmless enough. Is this man truly broke? One of the women inquired. He is merely a worthless individual earning less than 10,000 a month. A man who cannot even earn such a modest salary. What talents could he possibly possess? Do you genuinely believe he can afford wine worth tens of thousands? Lu Yao laughed, hands on her hips, ready to enjoy the spectacle of Su Qiu's misfortune. Chapter 8. An extravagant bill of 220,000 yuan for a mere flower pot. Soon, the restaurant manager, having received the news, entered the private dining room. With a serious expression, he approached the waiter and inquired softly. The waiter recounted the situation briefly, mentioning the fact that Su Qiu rode an electric scooter. Look at him. He can't even afford a decent vehicle and resorts to riding a shabby second-hand scooter. This man, from the lower rungs of society, probably can't even pay for the private room. Lu Yao, overhearing the waiter's hushed report, interjected. A few women behind her chimed in as well. It's utterly disgusting. Being poor is one thing, but to think of dining and dashing. These pathetic, impoverished men truly have no shame. Thankfully, we're here. Otherwise, if the wine were opened, the restaurant would suffer greatly. The manager's expression shifted as he listened to the women's remarks. Having served as the manager for so long, it was the first time he had heard of someone daring enough to attempt to dine and dash at their establishment. With this thought, the manager's face darkened as he approached Su Qiu. I apologize, dear guest, but may I kindly ask you to settle your bill first? The dishes you ordered are already being prepared in the kitchen. If it turns out you are indeed trying to eat without paying, that would be quite a predicament. Su Qiu casually placed his phone on the table and nonchalantly produced his card. Charge it. Lu Yao laughed out loud. Huh, still pretending. Can you even afford it? Charging it, what a show-off. Lu Yao scoffed, and it's just a credit card. How hilarious. If that card can actually process a transaction, I'll believe you. You pathetic wretch, are you sure you didn't pull out the wrong card? Isn't there a limit of 10,000 on debit cards? You probably can't even cover half the cost of that bottle of wine. The women accompanying Lu Yao burst into laughter. The manager's expression turned increasingly grim as he overheard their taunts. After bringing over the POS machine, he swiped Su Qiu's card. Excuse me, could I have your PIN, please? Su Qiu raised his hand, and entered the code. Lu Yao's mocking words hung in the air. Just wait until the balance is insufficient. But before she could finish, the POS emitted a confirmation beep. 223,702, payment successful. The laughter that had just filled the room came to an abrupt halt, leaving Lu Yao and her companions frozen in disbelief. Even the manager, who had suspected Su Qiu of attempting to dine and dash, suddenly wore a look of shock. The payment had indeed gone through, and he caught a glimpse of the consumption alert on Su Qiu's phone, revealing the balance. 1 million. The manager was drenched in cold sweat. I apologize, dear guest, for the disturbance. He wiped the sweat from his brow. It's important to note that clients with balances exceeding 1 million are not the type one can afford to offend. Who were these women, and who allowed them in? The manager hastily approached the waiter, reprimanding him angrily. The waiter, now sweating profusely, stammered. Why yes, they barged in. Just then, amidst the commotion, the waiter who had initially asked Lu Yao and her friends to pay first entered. Apologies, manager, they have no money to settle the bill. I thought they were acquainted with this guest, so. What? The manager's eyes widened in shock. So this esteemed guest is the one supposedly dining and dashing? It turns out you lot are the ones trying to dine and dash. He shouted, what are you waiting for? Get them out of here. The manager was nearly beside himself with rage. Don't touch me. I'll report you for harassment. Lu Yao attempted to resist, but the two waiters, sensing the urgency, forcibly dragged her and her companions out. The manager, wiping the sweat from his forehead, turned to Su Qiu, his expression filled with contrition. I sincerely apologize, dear guest. This was my mistake. How about this? I will cover your meal. Please, do not hold it against me. Su Qiu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. The manager had not committed a grave error, and his attitude was genuinely sincere. Su Qiu was not one to be as petty as Lu Yao and her group, so he had no desire to pursue the matter further. Let's enjoy the wine. Su Qiu glanced at the bottle of red wine. Yes, of course, the manager replied, bowing respectfully as he prepared to serve Su Qiu personally. Su Qiu swirled the wine in his glass and took a sip of the well-aerated vintage. Ah, indeed. Expensive items are distinct in flavor. A bottle worth 100,000 was certainly exquisite. Quite good. Perhaps I shall try $1 million wine next time to see how it compares. As Su Qiu savored the wine, the dishes began to arrive at the table. The manager, eager not to neglect Su Qiu, provided attentive service, almost to the point of feeding him directly. Exquisite delicacies, a feast fit for a national banquet. Su Qiu lightly shook his head and looked at the manager. Is there really a difference between consuming these dishes and eating plain buns? They both merely serve to satisfy hunger. The manager's mouth twitched. Well, that's not quite the same. It was evident that the mindset of the wealthy diverged significantly from that of ordinary folk. Of course, Su Qiu was merely jesting. After experiencing a brief moment of ostentation befitting the wealthy, Su Qiu resumed his enjoyment of the wine. At the same time, he began to scrutinize the decor of the private room. The style bore an ancient charm, seemingly merging elements reminiscent of a royal palace from bygone eras. Sitting at the head of the table, one could almost feel like an emperor. Yet, he wondered if these items were genuine. Curiously, Su Qiu glanced at the vases arranged on the side tea table. With a thought, he activated his system and began to scan them. However, it was no surprise that items found in a private room could not be genuine treasures. The similarities with authentic antiques were merely around 20 to 30%. It was clear that these vases were merely replicas procured wholesale. This realization was unsurprising to Su Qiu, as encountering antiques with over 60% similarity is no simple feat. However, just as Su Qiu was about to withdraw his gaze, a casual glance revealed a money tree nestled in the corner. Of course, the tree itself was not of significant importance. What caught his eye was the pot it was planted in. To his astonishment, the pot exhibited a remarkable 71% similarity. The higher the similarity, the more valuable the antique. Su Qiu's eyes brightened, and he pointed towards the money tree. That pot is quite appealing. How much is it? I'd like to purchase it. The manager was taken aback, having been in this position for so long. It was his first time encountering a diner wanting to buy a flower pot during a meal. The tastes of the wealthy were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 9. Lu Ruyan, do you know who my man is? The manager, momentarily stunned by Su Qiu's request to buy the flower pot, wondered why such an unremarkable item had caught his discerning eye. However, the manager was merely momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining composure. The potted plants, such as the money trees in the restaurant, were all uniformly ordered by their establishment and were not particularly valuable. If you fancy this flower pot, feel free to take it, the manager said, promptly summoning 2 waitstaff to clear it away. Ah, truly a testament to the efficiency of a 5-star restaurant manager, Su Qiu mused quietly to himself. With the flower pot now cleared, Su Qiu lost his appetite for further dining. He accepted the flower pot and requested the manager to wrap it in a piece of black cloth before he departed the restaurant. As Suchio rode off on his electric scooter towards the treasure pavilion, not long after his departure, a brand new BMW pulled up in the parking space outside the restaurant. Dressed flamboyantly with bleached hair, Fan Chong stepped out of the driver's seat. Accompanying him was Lu Ruyan. "This must be the place," Lu Ruyan remarked, glancing at the location sent to her phone before dialing a WeChat call. Soon, a trembling voice on the other end responded, "Ruyan, Ruyan, help me." Hearing the distress call sent Lu Ruyan into a frenzy, and she hastily urged Fan Chong, "Hurry, we must rescue my best friend. Don't worry, I'm familiar with this restaurant. Nothing major will happen. With your husband here, everything will be fine," Fan Chong reassured, confidently striding into the restaurant. Lu Ruyan seized a waiter to inquire about the situation, and they were quickly led to the kitchen area. There, Lu Yao and others stood trembling in a corner, clearly frightened. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Ruyan's anger flared. What kind of rubbish restaurant is this? Is it necessary to treat them this way just because they forgot their money? Who is the manager here? Who is the owner? Lu Ruyan began to berate them furiously. At that moment, the cold-faced restaurant manager approached. "I am the manager," he stated curtly. "You are the manager?" Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. "They merely forgot their money. How much is it? I will pay you right now, immediately, and you must apologize to them." Observing Lu Ruyan's aggressive demeanor, the manager's expression darkened instantly. Sensing the tension, Fan Chong hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Lu Ruyan. "Li Gu, do you remember me? My father is Fan Yun Tao." He leveraged his connections. He believed the manager would recognize him, having dined here with his father on numerous occasions. However, after a dismissive glance at Fan Chong, the manager replied coldly, "Who are you? How dare you speak to my man like that? Do you even know who he is?" Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her fury igniting further. The manager chuckled mockingly. "Come here to stir up trouble, are we? Let me tell you, just because I'm in a suit doesn't mean I'm easy to deal with. If I took off my suit, I could just as easily act like a thug." The manager snorted, his imposing aura causing Lu Ruyan to retreat in fear. Fan Chong, noticing the escalating situation, commanded, "Shut your mouth." He was acutely aware of the restaurant's background. Offending them could lead to serious trouble. "You're shouting at me," Lu Ruyan protested. On the verge of tears, Fan Chong, feeling pained, turned to the manager. "I apologize. We will pay whatever is owed." 223,720. The manager stated nonchalantly. "Oh, and for what they consumed, an additional 2,832. Let us round it to 250,000. What?" Fan Chong's eyes widened in shock. What on earth did they eat to rack up 25 million? To be fair, the most expensive meal he had ever had was only around 50,000. "What? You want to pay?" The manager glared down at Fan Chong, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He regretted accompanying Lu Ruyan. He had never spent such an extravagant amount on a meal. Yet, aware of the manager's connections, he swallowed hard and pulled out his bank card. The manager snatched the card, processed the payment, and coldly dismissed them. "Get lost. Leave now." Fan Chong quickly dragged Lu Ruyan out of the restaurant, and the others hurriedly followed, heads down. Once outside, Lu Ruyan abruptly shook off Fan Chong's hand. "Fan Chong, how dare you shout at me?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. "Do you know I carry the bloodline of the Fan family in me?" Mentioning the child instantly put Fan Chong on the defensive. He quickly explained, "Ruyan, that person was truly fierce. I'm telling you, he is killed before you know." "What?" Lu Ruyan gasped, suddenly cautious and no longer willing to act defiantly. After calming her down, Fan Chong turned his attention to Lu Yao and the others. "What on earth did you eat to incur such a bill?" The thought of losing money from his card was painful for Fan Chong. "No, that is not it. We only ate a little over 2,000. The women insisted, shaking their heads vigorously. At that moment, Lu Yao seemed to recall something and said, "It was Suchio. That scoundrel set us up. He tricked us." "What? Suchio?" Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. How could a pauper like him possibly show up in this five-star restaurant? Lu Yao, seeing her disbelief, hurriedly recounted her encounter with Suchio, embellishing the details. "Impossible. Suchio is just a penniless wretch, a lowly person. He earns his salary under my thumb, barely affording his meals. How could he possibly manage 25 million? Lu Ruyan scoffed, shaking her head. "Could he have taken out a loan?" one woman suggested. "Exactly. That rascal Suchio must have taken out a loan and colluded with the manager. That 25 million was deliberately set up to trap us," Lu Yao declared. Upon hearing this, Fan Chong's anger flared. "That useless Suchio dares to swindle me out of hundreds of thousands. I'll contact the HR manager and have him fired. Yes, fire him and make him pay." Lu Yao and the others echoed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, on Suchio's end, upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, he received a bank notification. Upon opening it, he discovered a refund of 223,720. Wasn't this the amount he spent at the five-star restaurant? The manager genuinely treated him. What a stroke of luck. Suchio glanced at the refund, and then at the flower pot secured on his electric scooter. Hey, I spent no money at all. Enjoyed a fine meal, and even made a considerable profit. Chapter 10. The Free Flower Pot, a windfall of 15 million. Elated, Suchio entered the treasure pavilion, clutching the securely wrapped flower pot. Just as he stepped inside, he encountered a dejected Li Yunxian preparing to leave. Li Yunxian looked up, saw Suchio, and was momentarily taken aback, glancing between Suchio and the item he held. Brother, you're not going to tell me you struck gold again, are you? Li Yunxuan's gaze was a mixture of bewilderment and excitement. His treasured fortune cat had just been taken by his own sister, and now Suchio was delivering goods right to his doorstep, which was enough to ruffle his feathers. Come in quickly, brother. Let me see what gem you've stumbled upon this time. Li Yunxian eagerly ushered Suchio into the reception room. Without further ado, Suchio placed the flower pot on the table. After invoking the system within his mind, Suchio slowly unveiled the black cloth that shrouded the pot. Li Yunxian promptly retrieved his set of inspection tools and scrutinized the flower pot meticulously. The craftsmanship, the intricate patterns, his astonishment grew with each passing moment. Brother, what you've discovered this time is a true treasure, he exclaimed, taking a deep breath and looking up at Suchio. This level of quality is a bit overwhelming for me. Wait a moment, I need to call for assistance. Suchio silently nodded, while Li Yunxian moved aside to fetch his phone and dial a number. Soon, a gentleman in his 60s hurried into the reception room. Yunxian, why did you call me in such a rush? Did you misjudge something again? I've always told you to be meticulous, yet you still don't heed my advice. The elder began to ramble as soon as he entered. Second uncle, do I look like someone who makes mistakes? Li Yunxian replied, guiding the elder over. I've encountered something substantial. What substantial thing could have evaded your keen eye? The elder, intrigued, took out his reading glasses. Upon putting them on, he was immediately captivated by the flower pot before him. Goodness, what a fine piece. The elder's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to examine the pot with a magnifying glass. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The elder's voice became increasingly animated as he repeated the word thrice. Don't just say excellent, second uncle. I can see that as well. But what is its origin? Do enlighten me, Li Yunxian inquired with an air of learning. The elder adjusted his glasses and explained, the clay is as delicate as fat, the glaze shines like jade, blending underglazed blue and overglazed colors. The 6 characters at the bottom indicate it was made during the Changhua period of the Ming dynasty, personally inscribed by the supervisor of the imperial kiln. This is undoubtedly a Dotsi porcelain from the Changhua era. Observe the exterior of the pot adorned with the lotus pattern drawn with cobalt blue, filled with colors such as vermilion, egg yolk yellow, and peacock blue, all accented with gold powder, shimmering under the light. The shape resembles a Han Dynasty bronze Basan furnace. All this makes me recall that after the beloved concubine of Emperor Changhua passed away, 18 pots were specially commissioned to accompany her favorite Wei Zi peonies to the grave. After being transplanted, these pots were interred alongside the peonies in the tomb. During the tumultuous late Ming period, these 18 pots were pillaged by rebel forces, with 7 or 8 destroyed. Over the years, only 2 of the 18 pots have surfaced, and to think we see the third one here today. The elder's voice grew even more fervent, his hands trembling slightly. Suchio raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Goodness, such a profound history attached to this piece. It must be the system at work. Remarkable. Second uncle, how much would it cost to acquire this? Li Yunxian asked. The elder pondered. In the past, 2 pots were sold, one fetching 17 million at an auction, while the other was purchased by a private buyer overseas for around 18 million. However, rarity dictates value, with 2 already gone. This third pot might be priced slightly lower, around 15 million. After a moment, the elder scratched his head. Wait a minute. You already bought this, didn't you? Why are you asking about the price? Li Yunxian shook his head, pointing at Suchio. It hasn't been purchased yet, second uncle. This piece belongs to my brother here. Suchio smiled gently and nodded. The elder, having been engrossed in the flower pot, just then noticed Suchio. Young man, I'll take it for 1,550,000. Li Yunxian was taken aback. Wait, second uncle, I called you to evaluate a treasure. And now you're trying to snatch it away from me. Your grandfather's birthday is coming up, and that old man loves these kinds of things. I'm buying it for him, the elder insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Li Yunxian, flustered, protested. No, I also want to buy it for my grandfather. Are you really going to compete with your second uncle? The elder pinched Li Yunxian's ear playfully. Respect your elders. This treasure is going home with me today. Do you dare to defy me? You don't even care about me as the younger one. Li Yunxian retreated a step, feeling intimidated. I don't care, the elder said, turning to Suchio. Young man, don't mind him. He can't possibly afford this. Just sell it to me, and I'll transfer the money right now. What do you say? Su Qiu glanced at Li Yunxian, understanding the principle of first come, first served, even if he wasn't too well versed in antiques. Wait. The elder turned back to glare at Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian could only helplessly nod at Su Qiu. What can I do? In front of my second uncle. I'm just a grandson. Pleasure doing business. Su Qiu extended his hand. Ah, this young fellow is straightforward. The elder shook hands with Su Qiu and wasted no time. Making a phone call. Within 10 minutes, 16 million was transferred to Su Qiu's account. Truly, second uncle was generous, even adding an extra 50,000. As Su Qiu stared at the 2,600,000 resting quietly in his bank account, he gasped in disbelief. He suddenly realized he might not be so enamored with money after all, preferring the stability of a few thousand in monthly salary. I admire you, old man. The elder laughed heartily before turning to Li Yunxian. Aren't you going to have someone deliver this to my home? As the dutiful grandson, Li Yunxian could only compliantly call for assistance. After sending the elder away, he felt on the verge of tears. His prized white jade had been snatched by his sister. And now this flower pot had been claimed by his second uncle. What a day this had been. Li Yunxian sighed deeply before turning back to Su Qiu. Brother, you're incredible. In less than a day, you've uncovered 3 items, walking away with over 20 million from my Li family. He couldn't help but marvel. Genius. You are a genius. But I must admit, I'm quite curious. Let me in on a secret. Where did you find this flower pot? I genuinely need something like this. Seeing Li Yunxian's humble demeanor, Su Qiu casually replied, I happened upon it while dining at a restaurant. What restaurant? It must be impressive. Li Yunxian asked eagerly. Su Qiu reflected for a moment. I think it was called Su Yuxian? Li Yunxuan's eyes widened in shock. What? That is my family's restaurant. Chapter 11. Call me immediately, or I will make your life unbearable. Li Yunxian was left dumbfounded. He had just been pondering which restaurant could be so extravagant as to use a flower pot worth over 1 million as a mere decoration. Yet, the name Su Yuxian fell from Su Qiu's lips like a bombshell, detonating in his mind. This was indeed his family's restaurant. Even the character Xian was named after him, Li Yunxian. After searching for treasures for so long, who would have thought that there was a gem right in his own restaurant? Tears were on the verge of spilling from Li Yunxuan's eyes. He had unwittingly missed out on more than 10 million. Although this amount was not substantial for his family, the fact that it was right before his eyes, yet eluded him, was a crushing blow. With this thought, Li Yunxian turned his gaze back to Su Qiu. He gave Su Qiu a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother, your eye for treasures is truly remarkable. No need for more words. From now on, we are like sworn brothers. Before Su Qiu could react, Li Yunxian pulled him in for an embrace. Su Qiu was taken aback. He never anticipated that Shi Yuexuan belonged to Li Yunxuan's family. Initially, he had thought that Li Yunxian might take the money back, but to his surprise, this fellow directly embraced him and spoke of brotherhood. This startled Su Qiu immensely. What if this rich second generation had some peculiar desires and was lusting after him? Su Qiu exchanged a few casual pleasantries and promptly made his escape. Brother, don't forget about your little brother when you come across good stuff. As Su Qiu fled, Li Yunxian chased after him, leaving the patrons in the treasure hall dumbfounded. Did Li Yunxian even have a brother? They watched as Su Qiu sped away on his electric scooter. Clenching his fists, Li Yunxian clearly felt a sense of indignation. No way, he had to visit Shi Yuexuan. He immediately summoned someone to rush to Shi Yuexuan. Since Su Qiu could find treasures there, perhaps he too could unearth a 4th pot. Young master, what brings you here? Upon seeing Li Yunxian, the restaurant manager hurried over with a smile. Manager Li, was there a young man who took a flower pot from our restaurant? Li Yunxian asked directly. Hearing this, the manager's heart sank. Oh no. What if that guest complained to the young master? There was such an incident. He began to explain, but Li Yunxian interrupted. Where did he take the pot from? Take me there. The manager dared not speak further and led Li Yunxian to the private room where Su Qiu had just been. Upon arrival, Li Yunxian took out a magnifying glass and began inspecting the flower pots within the room. They were all fakes, he muttered, before dashing off to check other rooms. After a flurry of activity, even inspecting the flower pots in the restroom, he found them all to be counterfeit. Why, young master, what are you looking for? Perhaps I can assist, the manager asked, bewildered. Today, both the young guest and the young master seemed to have developed an interest in flower pots. Tell me, how did that young man notice the flower pot? Li Yunxian pressed. The manager replied honestly. He was drinking, and with just a glance. He mentioned wanting to buy a flower pot. I let him take it. Just a glance? Li Yunxian was incredulous. Had he been here before? No. It was his first visit, the manager affirmed, as he knew the patrons who entered the private rooms. Wow. Li Yunxian gasped in surprise. With merely a glance, he had found the only genuine item. His discerning eye surpassed even that of his grandfather's. This brother, he had recognized correctly. This gentleman is my brother. If he comes back, ensure he receives the utmost hospitality, understood? Li Yinxian instructed. The restaurant manager felt a jolt of realization and began to feel relieved. He never expected that the young man who visited today was actually the young master's friend. Thankfully, he had refunded the money. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated. In this business world, one must indeed rely on wit. The manager patted his chest, thinking that refunding the money was the wisest decision he had made in his life. After leaving the treasure hall, Su Qiu chose to engage in a good deed, directly aiding number 88. With a gambling-addicted father, an ill mother, a school-going younger brother, and her own shattered life, who else could help her if not him? Feeling quite satisfied after extending his assistance, Su Qiu couldn't help but reflect. Why not enjoy the wealth himself instead of handing over his salary? Purely expensive, he exclaimed. Looking up at number 88, he said, "Little sister, no need for formality. Just attack my kidney points vigorously." After completing his good deed, it was already evening when he stepped outside. Yawning, he prepared to return home for a shower and a good night's sleep. For the past few days, he had been careful not to reveal any flaws to Lu Rian, fearing he might laugh in his sleep. Arriving at the apartment building on his electric scooter, Su Qiu contemplated whether to buy a new house. It didn't need to be large, around 500 to 600 square feet would suffice. Although it was a bit small, it would provide a sense of security. As he ascended the stairs lost in thought, he unexpectedly encountered Chaitian Tian, who was slowly walking down with a sigh. Why the sigh? Su Qiu inquired. Chaitian Tian jumped in surprise, finally coming to her senses. "Oh, it's you, Qiugu." She sighed again, not holding back. "It's nothing. Just that my performance hasn't met the standard. I'm a bit short." Chaitian Tian had recently graduated and, unable to find a decent job, had taken up car sales. However, as a newcomer, her early performance was not ideal, leading her to feel despondent. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Car sales were great. He was actually looking to buy a car. After all, having earned 7 million from Chaitian Tian, boosting her performance wouldn't be a problem at all. "All right. Tomorrow I'll visit your dealership to buy a car and help you with your numbers." Su Qiu smiled. Chaitian Tian was taken aback. "Huh, Qiugu, you're buying a car?" She remembered that Su Qiu had given all his salary to Lu Rian just a few days ago. He had no food to eat and had to rely on her for support. Although he had received his rent back today, it was likely just his salary, and he shouldn't have much left after paying the rent. "What? Do I look like someone who can't afford a car?" Su Qiu replied. Chaitian Tian realized her tone had been abrupt and quickly waved her hands. No. Nowadays, it's very easy to buy a car with zero down payment. Don't worry. Qiugu, if you really want one, I can help you figure it out. Then I'll depend on you. As they conversed, they had arrived at their respective doors. Su Qiu concluded the conversation and took out his keys to unlock the door. However, a piece of paper stuck on the door made him furrow his brow. It read, "Su Qiu, how dare you block my number? I swear, call me immediately, or I will make your life miserable." Chapter 12. I will make him unable to carry on, and he will obediently return to his countryside. Su Qiu instantly recognized the handwriting. It was unmistakably Lu Rian's. Even after their divorce, she still lingered around, didn't she? He ripped the paper off the door. As for blocking her, please, he had even canceled his phone number. There was no need to block it. What a fool. He tossed the paper aside and then unlocked the door. After enjoying a comfortable shower, Su Qiu finally lay down on his bed. That clingy Lu Rian, even after the divorce, couldn't let go. He muttered to himself, "I can't stay here anymore. Tomorrow, I must buy a new house." Ding dong, dong dong dong. As deep in contemplation as she was, Su Qiu's WeChat suddenly erupted with frantic notifications. Picking up her phone, she discovered a message from a senior colleague at the company. "Oh my, Su Qiu, have you managed to offend that mad dog Du Hui? He has created a group chat for us, declaring that anyone who interacts with you can forget about having a good time. This lunatic even threatened to have you dismissed. What on earth? Has he forgotten his medication again?" Upon reading these messages, Su Qiu fell into a pensive silence. Du Hui, the product manager at their firm, often behaved like a rabid dog, perpetually seeking trouble. Su Qiu couldn't recall when she had crossed him, but she was too disinterested to delve into the reasons. After all, hadn't she been submissive before amassing several million? With such wealth, would she still cower? That would make her fortune utterly meaningless. It was a trivial issue. She would confront him tomorrow. After replying to the message, Su Qiu switched off her phone and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Fan Chong, cradling Lu Rian, chuckled at the messages on his phone. "Rian, I've already arranged everything. As long as Su Qiu shows up for work tomorrow, she'll be dismissed." Fan Chong wore a smug expression, adding, "Not only will I ensure her termination, but I shall also make certain she can't survive in this city." Upon hearing this, Lu Rian smiled slightly, saying, "She deserves it. I've already given her a chance to call me. Had she reached out to apologize and return the money, bowing a few times, we might have spared her. But now," Lu Rian's expression suddenly turned icy, "I intend to make it impossible for her to get by. She should obediently return to her countryside." Country folk belong in the fields. Fan Chong chuckled, tightening his embrace around Lu Ruyan and planting a kiss on her cheek. Then lewdly remarked, hee hee, we. The next morning, Su Qiu awoke naturally. It wasn't until 10 o'clock, when her bladder demanded attention, that she finally rose from her bed. After relieving herself, Su Qiu glanced at her phone and realized she had received a plethora of messages. Upon opening them, she found a barrage from Du Hui in the group chat, along with private messages directed at her. Su Qiu, it's already 8 o'clock. And you're still not at work. Su Qiu, it's 9 o'clock now, and you're still absent. Everyone has seen this. Oh, so you're ignoring my messages? You'd better prepare to resign at the HR department. You worthless fool, get to my office right this instant. Du Hui had sent Su Qiu dozens of messages. Initially dripping with sarcasm, his tone shifted to outright vitriol when he saw she was unresponsive. Su Qiu chuckled softly, taking screenshots of the exchanges. After securing her phone, she brushed her teeth and washed her face before heading out the door. Su Qiu had initially intended to seek out Chai Tiantian directly, but then remembered it was already past 10 o'clock, a time when she should be at work. Fortunately, during a previous meal, she had discussed her workplace with Chai Tiantian. Hopping on her electric scooter, Su Qiu quickly arrived at the 5S car dealership where Chai Tiantian worked. At this hour, the store was not particularly busy, and the sales staff huddled together, engaging in quiet conversation. They noticed Su Qiu, who parked her electric scooter at the entrance. However, their interest was minimal. A slightly plump woman waved at Chai Tiantian in the corner. Chai Tiantian, go attend to the customer. The other salespeople showed no reaction. After all, having worked at 5S for a considerable time, they had developed a keen sense of judgment. If an elderly gentleman arrived on an electric scooter, they might suspect he was a hidden big client. But Su Qiu was far too young. Her appearance suggested she had only recently entered society, and the second-hand electric scooter she rode was a clear indication of her modest financial status. She was undoubtedly a penniless individual. They presumed that after inquiring about the price, she would likely back down, rendering her reception unnecessary. Oh, realizing she had been called, Chai Tiantian quickly lifted her head. Upon seeing Su Qiu walk in, she was somewhat incredulous. Brother Qiu, you actually came. Chai Tiantian stepped forward, her disbelief evident. Su Qiu smiled warmly. Would I ever deceive you? Of course not. Why would Brother Qiu have any reason to trick me? Chai Tiantian nodded, feeling a flicker of happiness. After all, she had meticulously prepared a strategy for Su Qiu, and if she could finalize this sale, it would greatly benefit her performance. Brother Qiu, this way. Following her prearranged plan, Chai Tiantian led Su Qiu to a car. This Nissan, although last year's model, offers performance and value that perfectly suit your current needs. Moreover, since we're about to discontinue this model, I can arrange for you to take the car with zero down payment. If you repay within 2 years, you'd only need to pay around 10,000 more in interest. Chai Tiantian enthusiastically introduced the Nissan to Su Qiu. Logically, last year's model should have been long removed from their inventory, but this particular car had been reserved by a previous customer who later returned it, leaving it available for Su Qiu. However, upon hearing Chai Tiantian's pitch, Su Qiu frowned. Noticing her reaction, Chai Tiantian quickly sensed she had misspoken. Brother Qiu, I realized 10,000 might be a bit much, but this deal is currently the most advantageous. The car's total cost is 1.15 million. And if paid off in 2 years, it would amount to 1.25 million. I can even throw in some cleaning and fuel packages, so it's still reasonable. Chai Tiantian hastily clarified. Su Qiu, however, raised her hand to signal her to stop, then pointed to a nearby Land Rover Range Rover. How much for that one? Chai Tiantian. Oh, Brother Qiu, that's our new display vehicle. It's not for sale. Furthermore, that Range Rover is fully equipped, priced at over 200. Before she could finish, Su Qiu interrupted. I'll take that one. Let us charge it. Su Qiu promptly produced her bank card. Chai Tiantian. Brother Qiu, are you joking with me? Chai Tiantian's lips twitched. Just a few days prior, Su Qiu had nearly gone hungry, dining at her home. Yet now, he was poised to purchase a Range Rover worth millions. Was this a prank? Chapter 13. If you believe this, you might lose everything without earning a commission. Chai Tiantian gazed at Su Qiu, bemused. She had heard from the older women downstairs about Su Qiu's situation, submitting his paycheck each month and barely having any money left. Coupled with his recent habit of mooching meals off her, Chai Tiantian thought it remarkable that Su Qiu could afford the Nissan. She even worried that he might struggle with the car loan, so she had specifically extended the repayment period to 2 years. Brother Qiu, I understand you want to help me with my performance, but this won't work. Chai Tiantian explained helplessly. Our performance metrics are based on the number of successful transactions, not on how many clients we entertain. She recognized Su Qiu's good intentions, but his kindness was misdirected. Su Qiu regarded the earnest Chai Tiantian, realizing she had misunderstood him. I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now, I shall no longer pretend. I reveal my true identity. I am a wealthy heir, and today, I am set on purchasing that Range Rover. Let us proceed with the payment. Suchio tossed his hair back, speaking earnestly. Chai Tian Tian. Chai Tian let out a sigh, pondering the absurdity of a wealthy second-generation individual unable to procure a meal. Yet, observing Suchio's earnest demeanor, she felt compelled to oblige, accepting Suchio's bank card. After all, it was merely a matter of swiping a card. If funds were lacking, so be it. Card in hand, Chai Tian approached the slightly plump woman. Sisterly, may I borrow the POS machine? The woman, referred to as Sisterly, was Chai Tian's superior. She cast a disdainful glance at Chai Tian, clearly harboring a dislike for her. Do you even need the POS machine? What car are you buying? Sisterly remarked sharply. As a newcomer to the workforce, Chai Tian felt somewhat timid. After a moment's hesitation, she pointed to the Range Rover and said, that one. The Range Rover? Sister Lee and the other salespeople were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. Do you know how much that costs? Sister Lee chuckled, looking at Chai Tian. That car starts at several million. No need to mention the full payment. Even the down payment exceeds $1 million. Can your client afford that? One salesperson chimed in. Tian, you're still new to our field. The most crucial skill is discernment. You can't take everything a client says at face value. Don't let yourself be deceived. Another added, exactly, it's just a scam. People like that are drawn to your looks, hoping to exploit the allure of luxury cars to deceive you. Before you know it, they'll be asking you to take them for a test drive. And then they'll claim they need special services to buy a luxury car. If you fall for it, you'll end up with nothing but a lost commission. Huh. No wonder they say college students are naive. Sisterly sneered, they believe everything. The other salespeople fell silent, having recognized the tension between Sister Lee and Chai Tian since her first day. After all, Chai Tian's beauty and polished appearance had overshadowed Sister Lee. In the workplace, sometimes being attractive is a sin. Chai Tian was not oblivious. She had picked up on Sister Lee's mockery. However, she had no choice but to endure it. Forcing a smile. Sister Lee, this client hasn't mentioned wanting to test drive. He just asked me to swipe the card. It won't take much effort. Just a quick swipe, right? Huh. What do you mean it won't take effort? Is our time not valuable? Sister Lee scoffed. Soon everyone will be swiping empty bank cards. And what if the POS machine breaks? Before she could finish, Suchio approached. Rather than worry about the POS machine, perhaps you should concern yourself with the chair you're sitting in. What if this hefty frame of yours breaks it? Suchio stepped forward, unwilling to tolerate such workplace bullying any longer. More importantly, Sister Lee monopolizing the POS machine clearly wasted his time. What did you say? Sister Lee exploded, rising to her feet. However, her height barely exceeded 5 feet, and now that Suchio saw her standing, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wait, are you that short? Your height might nearly rival your weight, turning you into a perfect cube. How dare you? Sister Lee fumed. The other salespeople, including Chai Tian, were momentarily stunned. No one expected this customer to be so audacious. Get out. Sister Lee seethed, ready to confront Suchio physically. Suchio chuckled. What's the matter? If I don't leave, are you planning to jump up and hit my knees? Get lost. Sister Lee erupted, her face contorting in rage. You dare to say that again? Her voice boomed, attracting the sales manager's attention. What is going on here? What is all this ruckus? The sales manager inquired. Stepping out briskly, Sister Lee, undeterred, immediately launched into her complaint. Manager, this person is here to cause trouble. What do you mean? The sales manager asked. He rode in on a shabby electric bike and claims he wants to buy a Range Rover. Sister Lee pointed at Suchio and the bike outside. I told Tian this person is a fraud, and next thing I know, he is hurling insults at me. How outrageous. The sales manager frowned, glancing at Suchio's appearance and the electric bike, gaining some insight. Sir, please apologize to our sales staff and leave. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to call the police. Chai Tian was becoming anxious. She never imagined buying a car would lead to such chaos. Apologize to her? Who does she think she is? Suchio scoffed. And you? What are you? With money to back him, Suchio refused to be intimidated, confronting them head-on. The sales manager's expression darkened. Sir, if you're truly seeking trouble, you've come to the wrong place. Please leave, or I will call the police. Suchio laughed. I came to purchase something. Is that wrong? Go ahead. Call the police. I have all the time in the world to discuss this. Wait. The sales manager pulled out his phone. However, before he could dial, his expression shifted as he noticed a car approaching. Glancing at the license plate, he turned to Sister Lee. Call security to remove him. We mustn't let the general manager see this. Then, the sales manager hurried towards the entrance. Chapter 14, Auction Invitation. Good day, General Manager. The sales manager greeted as he jogged to the door. Just then, the car stopped, and the driver opened the rear door. Li Xinjia adjusted his suit and stepped out of the car. Who are you? he asked. The sales manager bowed slightly, hastily introducing himself, General Manager. I am the sales manager, Zheng Su. Li Jinjia's expression remained unchanged. He was not particularly interested in who this person was. After all, he was there for an impromptu inspection. How are sales this month? He inquired as he walked into the lobby. Before he could finish, a raucous noise caught his attention. What is going on? Li Jinjia glanced toward the commotion. What are the security guards doing? Reporting to the general manager, we have a troublemaker. We're in the process of asking him to leave, the sales manager explained. Li Jinjia narrowed his eyes. Who dares to cause trouble for the Li family? I want to see who has the audacity. Perhaps it was someone sent by the Lu group. As he focused on the scene, Li Jinjia immediately recognized a familiar face. Isn't that Brother Su? He quickly approached Su Qiu. Su Qiu was in the midst of arguing with the security guards when she heard Li Jinjia's voice and turned to look. The face was familiar. It seemed to be the person who had purchased the snuff bottle yesterday. What do you intend to do with Brother Su? Li Jinjia barked an order, causing the security guards to exchange glances with one another. The sales manager trailed behind him, drenched in sweat. The utterance of Brother Su by Li Jinjia had nearly sent him into a stupor. General Manager, it must be a misunderstanding, surely. The sales manager hastily interjected. Su Qiu cast a glance at Li Jinjia and then at the sales manager. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? I came to purchase a vehicle, and if they refuse to sell, that is their prerogative. However, attempting to have me assaulted, is this the manner in which your dealership treats its customers? Su Qiu remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Jinjia's expression darkened significantly. Is this true? He shot a cold glare at the sales manager. The sales manager, flustered, quickly attempted to explain. He has no money. He claims he wants to buy a Range Rover. At this moment, Li Jia interjected, General Manager, this person is merely looking for trouble. He rode in on an electric bike and boasts about wanting to purchase a Range Rover. He looks utterly destitute. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp slap echoed through the air as Li Jinjia decisively struck Li Jia. You are fired, he declared. Li Jia gasped. Wah, General Manager. He is the one causing trouble. Panic set in as she turned to the sales manager. Darling, say something. The sales manager, taken aback, muttered, for heaven's sake. We are at work. Su Qiu silently acknowledged the revelation. They were indeed a couple, which explained the sales manager's compliance with her commands. You are her husband? Li Jinjia furrowed his brows. You two are dismissed. Remove them from the premises. The security guards promptly seized Li Jia and the sales manager, escorting them out. My apologies. Brother Su, it is my failure to supervise my subordinates appropriately, Li Jinjia said graciously to Su Qiu. Su Qiu was taken aback by Li Jinjia's unexpectedly cordial demeanor and replied, I merely wish to purchase a car. I am not here to cause trouble. I am financially capable. Li Jinjia chuckled. I am aware, Yinshin informed me. My second uncle is still grinning from ear to ear. With that, Li Jinjia turned to the sales staff. What are you all dawdling for? Which car does Brother Su wish to purchase? Transfer the ownership directly to him. The bill can be charged to me. The employees stood in stunned silence, except for Chaitian Tian, who swiftly reacted, returning the card to Su Qiu and proceeding to handle the paperwork. This is quite embarrassing, Su Qiu thought. He was not one to take advantage of others. What is there to be embarrassed about? However, since you are Brother Yunchuan's friend, it feels inappropriate for me to call you brother. Li Jinjia, in a show of courtesy, suggested, how about I call you Little Su, and you can refer to me as Uncle Li? Since learning that Su Qiu had made a remarkable acquisition of 3 significant items yesterday, Li Jinjia had developed a desire to cultivate a friendship with him. Su Qiu, despite his youth, possessed an extraordinary eye for opportunity. Either he was an exceptionally rare genius or had an influential figure backing him, here to gain experience. Such individuals were undoubtedly worth befriending. Su Qiu, not oblivious to the underlying motives behind Li Jinjia's politeness, surmised, Uncle Li. You wouldn't happen to require my assistance with something, would you? Li Jinjia laughed heartily. Ah, you are quite perceptive. He continued, there is a private auction this evening, and I intend to invite you to see if there are any valuable items. I initially planned to call you, but your number was unreachable, and I even sent someone to find you. Luckily, I encountered you here. Su Qiu scratched his head, recalling, I changed my SIM card yesterday and nearly forgot. No problem. This merely proves we are fated to meet. Li Jinjia chuckled, giving Su Qiu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Su Qiu couldn't help but be amused. Who would have thought this 5S dealership was also part of the Li family? Fate. More like the allure of wealth, he mused. So, Little Su, are you free to join me at the auction tonight? Li Jinjia inquired. Su Qiu nodded. What time? Li Jinjia provided the address and time, which Su Qiu noted. Just then, Chaitian Tian returned with the identification card. Brother Qiu, the vehicle has been transferred to your name, and a temporary license plate has been issued. It's parked outside and ready for use. She returned the ID to Su Qiu. Su Qiu placed the ID away, complimenting. Your speed is impressive. Uncle Li, I'll take the car for a test drive, and we'll come to find you later, he said courteously. Li Xinjia nodded slightly. All right, you go ahead. See you tonight. As Su Qiu departed the 5S dealership, driving off in the Range Rover, Li Xinjia reflected thoughtfully. He then turned his attention to Chai Tian. What is your name? Chai Tian was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the general manager's inquiry, and quickly replied, I am Chai Tian. Li Xinjia assessed her, judging by Su Qiu's earlier tone. It was evident they knew each other. From now on, you shall be the sales manager, he stated. Chai Tian was stunned, feeling as if a bomb had exploded in her mind. She pointed to herself, eyes wide with disbelief. Me? A sales manager? Li Xinjia replied nonchalantly, yes. And the commission for the Range Rover you just sold will be 10% for you. Chai Tian gasped, realizing that commissions for sales typically capped at 2%. Yet now, the general manager had granted her a raise to 10%. The Range Rover, priced at $276 million, meant her commission was nearly $280,000. This sudden stroke of fortune nearly rendered her faint with excitement. Chapter 15. Well done, full of spirit, no points lost. Su Qiu couldn't help but marvel at the merits of luxury. The performance of the Range Rover was indeed unparalleled. Were it not for the city limits, he would have relished testing the vehicle's speed capabilities. Young master, your dog is calling, a voice chimed in. Just then, as Su Qiu awaited a red light, his WeChat notification chimed. This was a special ringtone he had set for product manager Du Hui. Recognizing the call, Su Qiu promptly hung up and glanced at the barrage of messages from Du Hui. As he suspected, the messages were rife with threats and insults. This old dog. What malice he harbors, Su Qiu muttered, swiftly turning the car around and heading toward a law firm. How dare he ignore my calls? In the company office, Du Hui seethed with rage as he stared at the dozen missed calls. A mere programmer, Su Qiu had the audacity to hang up on him and ignore his messages. What an insolent brat. I had thought you might kneel and apologize. Perhaps I could talk to young Master Fan on your behalf. You squandered such opportunities. Du Hui gritted his teeth, feeling his authority had been challenged. If Su Qiu dares to show his face today, anyone who speaks to him will be dismissed. Du Hui bellowed at the office staff. Upon hearing this, the employees exchanged glances, shaking their heads. While they held Su Qiu in high regard, they were also wary of Du Hui's vindictive nature. After all, crossing him would lead to unpleasant repercussions. They wondered what had transpired with Su Qiu, who had taken a day off and dared to ignore Du Hui's messages. Indeed, with Du Hui's vengeful demeanor, it seems that Su Qiu is on the brink of dismissal. Du Hui embodies the essence of a local tyrant. By ignoring him, Su Qiu is merely courting trouble. A few close colleagues whispered among themselves, yet none dared to continue. For the specter of a sycophant reporting them loomed large. Nevertheless, the likelihood of Su Qiu's termination appears to be a foregone conclusion. It is rumored that Su Qiu took leave yesterday to finalize his divorce. Losing both a marriage and a job is truly a dismal fate. The other office staff exchanged hushed remarks. Before long, Su Qiu's figure emerged in the workspace. Upon sighting him, everyone hastily lowered their heads, wary of being associated with him. The senior colleague who had previously messaged Su Qiu quickly sent another note. Su Qiu, Du Hui is quite irate. You should enter and apologize with sincerity, or you could genuinely face dismissal. Su Qiu glanced at the message, casting a reassuring look towards his senior. Subsequently, he approached his workstation. He slouched into his chair, propping his feet upon the desk, exuding an air of nonchalance. The colleague who had messaged Su Qiu was taken aback. The rest of the office. Goodness, has Su Qiu lost his mind? He hasn't rushed to apologize to Du Hui, and he is behaving so arrogantly. With his feet perched on the desk. Su Qiu, what are you doing? Hurry and apologize to the manager. The colleague closest to him urged in a hushed tone. Su Qiu merely nodded, inhaled deeply, and bellowed, Du Hui, you scoundrel, come out here. The entire office gasped in shock. What the heck? Could it be that Su Qiu has truly lost his mind following the divorce? It seems he has indeed gone mad. The colleague who had just advised Su Qiu performed what could only be described as a miraculous teleportation, distancing himself by 10 meters. Others in the office hastily averted their gazes, panic-stricken. With a resounding crash, the office door was yanked open. Du Hui stormed out, brimming with fury. He had been anticipating Su Qiu's apology and pleas for mercy, but what he received instead was a barrage of insults. Su Qiu, get in here. Du Hui thundered. Su Qiu turned, casually cleaning his ears, and retorted, you scoundrel, you should be the one coming over here. Du Hui was livid. He could hardly believe that the typically meek Su Qiu would dare to insult him so brazenly today. It was utterly audacious. Say that again if you have the guts. Du Hui clenched his fists. Su Qiu chuckled derisively. What is it to you? You're nothing but a bootlicker, flaunting your influence here. Do you think you're something special? You're merely a barking dog guarding the door. Su Qiu unleashed his words without restraint. A collective shiver coursed through the colleagues, who silently commended Su Qiu for his spirited defiance. Du Hui was taken aback that Su Qiu had the audacity to speak up, thoroughly humiliating him in the process. Damn it! Enraged, Du Hui considered attacking Su Qiu, but he only had the bravado of a wolf in sheep's clothing. He lacked the actual capability to strike. You're fired. Du Hui seethed through gritted teeth. Fire me. Su Qiu shot back. Say that again. Du Hui growled. Fire me. Su Qiu repeated defiantly. Say it again. Fire me. Fire me. Do you hear that? Fire me. Su Qiu relentlessly taunted, nearly provoking a cardiac incident in Du Hui. You Du Hui trembled with rage. Pointing at Su Qiu, you can't even speak properly. If you dare, say fire me again. I will say it. Su Qiu laughed heartily. What's wrong? You don't have the authority to fire me, do you? So, I'll say it again. Fire me. I'll kill you. Du Hui shouted as he lunged towards Su Qiu. Assault! Assault! Su Qiu yelled while dodging, causing a commotion that attracted attention from other departments. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Du Hui fumed, unable to retaliate against Su Qiu. Quick, call security to throw him out of the company. Realizing the presence of security, Du Hui hastily barked orders. Apologies, sir, but until your company has followed the proper procedures for my client's termination, your security has no right to remove my client. At that moment, a group of over a dozen individuals in professional attire emerged from the crowd, their expressions stern as they gazed at Du Hui. Du Hui was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? We are from Huihua Law Firm. We are attorneys. And our client has entrusted us with all legal matters pertaining to them, the lead lawyer stated. Du Hui stood frozen. Lawyers? He exclaimed in disbelief. He never imagined that Su Qiu had actually hired lawyers, and so many at that. Indeed, you are Mr. Du Hui, are you not? This is a letter of attorney from my client for you to acknowledge. The lawyer representative produced a document. Chapter 16, Go talk to my legal team. A letter of attorney? Du Hui stuttered, turning to Su Qiu. What do you mean? What do I mean? I'm suing you. Su Qiu replied with a subtle smile. Rest assured, while others may send letters as mere bluster, I genuinely intend to take you to court. Upon hearing this, Du Hui burst into laughter. Sue me? On what grounds? For your insults, threats, and workplace bullying against my client, which have caused them significant emotional distress, the lawyer representative elaborated, producing several photographs, evidence of Du Hui's furious and abusive messages sent to Su Qiu. Additionally, we have documented your recent attempt to physically assault my client. I will be filing charges against you for intimidation through violence, another lawyer interjected. Mr. Du, based on my client's report, you have abused your power by demanding they complete tasks for your other companies. We will be pursuing legal action against you, a third lawyer added. Du Hui, now panicking, retorted, you're not even part of the company. What does my taking private jobs have to do with you? But you haven't paid taxes. A fourth lawyer interjected. I will be responsible for delivering a letter regarding your tax evasion. Mr. Du, 3 days ago, you were caught driving with an obscured license plate and were penalized 9 points, combined with the 3 points deducted for running a red light. Your license should have been revoked. However, our investigations reveal that you drove to work this morning. Either you purchased points or you are engaging in the illegal act of driving without a license, a matter we have reported to the police, a fifth lawyer declared. Stepping closer to Du Hui with a congenial smile. I will handle this matter entirely. Rest assured, I can guarantee you will spend at least 3 days in custody. The 6th, 7th, and 8th lawyers chimed in, piling legal troubles upon Du Hui. In truth, these are merely trifles, and if one were to disregard the minutiae, they hardly constitute significant issues. Yet, it is precisely lawyers who are the most meticulous about such details. Furthermore, Su Qiu has engaged the finest law firm, renowned for its unparalleled expertise. A thorough investigation into Du Hui's various circumstances could easily lead to him being implicated. It would pose no challenge to have him incarcerated for a few months. Why you are slandering me? Du Hui exclaimed, gazing at the stack of legal letters thrust before him, his anxiety causing him to toss them to the ground. Having never encountered such a situation, he found himself momentarily flustered. After all, with a dozen lawyers each contributing their arguments, who could withstand such pressure? What are you doing? At that moment, the summoned vice president approached. Observing the scene, he furrowed his brow. Where did all these lawyers come from? General manager, Su Qiu is framing me. He's framing me. Du Hui rushed to the vice president, as if he had found a savior. However, before he could voice his grievances, a lawyer stepped forward. Good day. Following our investigation of the involved party, it appears there are some discrepancies between his monthly salary and your company's tax declarations. Of course, we have no authority over your company's affairs, but our client has the right to request an inquiry from the tax bureau. The lawyer maintained a courteous demeanor, yet his gaze left the vice president feeling uneasy. It is known that no company is entirely clean in matters of taxation. If an investigation were to commence, their company would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Moreover, should internal personnel report any irregularities, coupled with the lawyer's involvement, their company would certainly be scrutinized thoroughly. Ahem. The vice president cleared his throat. Upon my arrival, I overheard. Du Hui, you have been accepting private contracts and compelling your subordinates to fulfill them. Is that correct? I absolutely cannot tolerate actions that harm the company's interests. You are hereby dismissed. After speaking, the vice president turned to the lawyers. This matter has no connection to our company. Upon hearing this, Du Hui was instantly alarmed. As he watched the vice president leave without a backward glance, he turned to Su Qiu. Su Qiu, you must be joking, right? You are jesting with me, aren't you? Su Qiu shrugged. If you have something to say, take it to court with my lawyer. It has nothing to do with me. Realizing Su Qiu was serious, Du Hui's fear began to surface. It was Master Fan who ordered me to terminate you. It has nothing to do with me. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow. Not surprised in the least. He had already deduced this earlier in the day, understanding that Du Hui could not possibly target him without reason. Reflecting on Du Hui's connections, it seemed his backing was none other than Fan Chong's father. With this realization, everything became clear. Du Hui's sudden animosity towards him was undoubtedly instigated by Fan Chong and Lu Ruyan. This also clarified Su Qiu's decision to consult a law firm. Since Lu Ruyan and her associates wished to play games, Su Qiu was more than willing to engage them. He would rent a place near the courthouse in advance. After leaving a remark, Su Qiu proceeded to the finance office. He had no intention of lingering in this dismal company and planned to resign immediately. Is this truly Su Qiu? Incredible. Su Qiu had always submitted his salary monthly, and having recently divorced, could he really afford so many lawyers? How terrifying. 13 lawyers. What an expense. Du Hui had intended to exploit Su Qiu as a soft target, only to find Su Qiu had exploded into action. The scene left all colleagues in the office utterly astonished. It was well known that Su Qiu had previously been regarded as the department's pushover, easily manipulated. Du Hui's audacity in confronting Su Qiu stemmed from his belief that Su Qiu would not retaliate. Yet now, Su Qiu's counterattack was astonishingly fierce. Was this the power of divorce? With lawyers present, the finance department dared not make things difficult for Su Qiu. After a quick phone call to the higher-ups, they promptly processed his resignation, settled his wages, and issued him an N1 form. Indeed, the power of the law is formidable. Su Qiu could not help but reflect on this. Sometimes, causing a ruckus pales in comparison to the persuasive power of a lawyer. This money serves as an additional bonus for you. For the next week, feel free to visit Du Hui's residence and any locations where he may appear. Whenever you spot him, deliver a legal notice and serve him with a few court summonses. Su Qiu promptly handed over his wages and the N1 to the lawyers. This sum was trivial to him. If he did not teach Du Hui a lesson, then he would have squandered his wealth. Rest assured, we are well versed in this matter. The dozen lawyers nodded in unison. Satisfied, Su Qiu exited the company, driving his Range Rover towards the counterfeit goods street. Within the counterfeit goods street, aside from the previously established stall run by the unscrupulous Wang, the remaining stalls were not stable. They were primarily rented on a day-to-day basis. After all, selling counterfeit goods does not yield sufficient profit to secure a permanent stall. However, this was good news for Su Qiu. Today, he intended to explore new stalls and see if he could uncover some treasures. Upon parking his car, Su Qiu ventured into the counterfeit goods street. He had barely taken a few steps when a commotion caught his attention. Chapter 17. Genuine Ming Dynasty Blue and White Plate, Authentic or Fake. This item is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations, originating from the Ming Dynasty. You purchased it for 500,000. How could I possibly suffer such a loss? A seemingly elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, clutched a porcelain plate, his face flushed with anger. Before him stood a burly man, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, his demeanor menacing. The stout man scowled and spoke harshly to the old man, old geezer, in the antiquities trade. The principle is simple. Payment is made upon delivery. The deal was struck. Now that you've received a phone call, you cannot simply take the item back. As he spoke, the burly man raised his voice, addressing the gathered crowd. Brothers, what do you think? Is this fair? How can one take back an item after a deal has been made? Hearing this, the old man grew agitated. Nonsense. The deal was made, but payment has not yet been exchanged. As long as payment is pending, this item remains mine. I refuse to sell. The stout man's expression darkened. Today, you will sell it, whether you like it or not. Are you attempting to force a sale? Do you think I want to call the police? The old man retorted, becoming increasingly agitated. Fine, call the police. The stout man replied coldly. Let us go to the police station and argue it out. When you're detained for causing a disturbance for a few days, let us see how your elderly partner in the hospital manages without money for medical expenses. At these words, the old man was nearly brought to tears. Heaven is blind. Why must it be so difficult for us poor folks? My partner was hit by a car, and the driver fled. She is currently in the ICU, and the doctor has urged me to gather funds quickly. I thought to sell this ancestral treasure to cover her medical bills, yet here I am, confronted with extortion. The old man lamented to the onlookers, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing this scene, the crowd began to express sympathy. This is indeed life-saving money. How can it be extorted? Exactly. Anything from the Ming dynasty must be worth at least $1 million. Voices arose from the throng. At that moment, one of the bespectacled men stepped forward. Silence, please. Let me take a look, he said as he approached the elderly gentleman. Sir, may I examine that plate of yours? I won't take it. Just hold it steady for me to inspect. The elderly man nodded and carefully revealed the cherished plate he had been holding. The man adjusted his glasses and produced a magnifying glass from his pocket, scrutinizing the object meticulously. Su Qiu, standing amidst the crowd, also focused her gaze on the plate, ready to assess its authenticity. Goodness! Su Qiu exclaimed. 93% similarity. I've never seen such a high degree of resemblance before. The greater the similarity, the higher the potential value of the antique once authenticated. A similarity rate of 93% could easily be worth hundreds of millions. However, Su Qiu soon sensed something amiss. Following the appraisal, the displayed price read 83,503. Only 83,000? That seems implausible. Yet, Su Qiu quickly realized the truth. With such a high similarity, the price of the genuine article, once authenticated, should undoubtedly be substantial. Clearly, the plate's high similarity did not fall within the realm of transformation from fake to genuine. The inability to transform, coupled with a marked price, could only lead to one conclusion. This plate was a counterfeit crafted from a damaged genuine piece. Moreover, if it were a handcrafted replica from a century ago, it could potentially transform into a genuine article, given the passage of time. Yet, this handmade imitation lacked such an allowance, indicating it was produced relatively recently. Those capable of executing such a ruse were far from ordinary. This elderly man is quite astute, Su Qiu murmured to herself. Just then, after some time of observation, the bespectacled man spoke up. Indeed, it is authentic. He raised his voice to ensure all bystanders could hear, continuing, this is a Ming Dynasty Yongle period blue and white floral plate, from the official kiln. What blue and white plate? A burly man interjected impatiently. That belongs to me. I'll take it for 500,000. The bespectacled man retorted, this piece is worth at least 2 million. And that's the base price. You think you can acquire it for 500,000? You must be dreaming. What are you saying? The burly man scoffed. It's 500,000, and I will buy it. Let's see who dares to contend with me. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man, feeling challenged, declared, well, if I really wanted to buy it, what of it? The burly man mocked. You? How much? 2 million? Do you even have that kind of money? That's laughable. The bespectacled man wore an awkward expression. At that moment, the elderly man seemed to recognize the bespectacled man's discomfort and quickly interjected, young man, I only need 800,000. I require 800,000 to help my old partner. If you give me 800,000, the plate is yours. The bespectacled man hesitated. Sir, although I desire it greatly, I simply cannot produce 800,000 at this moment. Ha! The burly man laughed derisively. See, he doesn't have 800,000. How about this? I'll offer you an extra 10,000, 60,000 for the plate. With the burly man's jeering subsiding, a chorus of voices arose from the crowd. You're offering 60,000 for something worth 2 million? You must be joking. Indeed, that is someone's lifeline. I can't bear to watch this. I'll offer 80,000, sir. Sell it to me, and I'll turn around and sell it for 2 million. What a profit. You wish. I'll bid 100,000. With a baseline of 2 million, when it goes to auction, it could fetch 3 million. As the bidding frenzy escalated, onlookers began to show their eagerness. After all, a Ming Dynasty blue and white plate with a starting price of 2 million could yield a swift return on investment. Elder, I bid 150,000, 155,000, 156,000. I must have it. The crowd clamored with offers. Su Qiu, observing the scene, finally comprehended that this was evidently a scheme. The elderly gentleman, the burly man, the bespectacled man, and several others inciting the crowd were undoubtedly part of the same team. Wow, they've already reached 180,000. It must be said that there are quite a few individuals here hoping to score a deal. And some truly believe it's authentic. Brother, don't buy, this is a scam. Just then, a hand rested on Su Qiu's shoulder, speaking softly. Turning to see, she discovered it was Li Yunxian. Pulling Su Qiu away from the throng, Li Yunxian remarked, Phew, I'm glad I came to take a look. Brother, this is a textbook setup. That old man is playing the pity card, holding onto a counterfeit to extract goodwill money. Li Yunxian elucidated the scam. Su Qiu replied nonchalantly, well, it's not entirely a counterfeit. Hearing this, Li Yunxian quickly countered, It must be a counterfeit. Individuals like that do not part with genuine items. It's not too bad. Su Qiu stated. The piece is a genuine article that has been counterfeited. Its integrity is still quite high. If it were a private collection, a few blemishes wouldn't be a significant issue, provided the acquisition price doesn't exceed 80,000. Genuine article counterfeited? What do you mean? At that moment, a voice resonated. Chapter 18. Vice President of the Antique Association, Xiang Feiping. Genuine article counterfeited? What do you mean? The voice echoed again. And Su Qiu noticed a middle-aged man in his 50s standing beside Li Yunxian. The man possessed a profound gaze, as if he could see through everything. His penetrating look settled on Su Qiu, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Li Yunxian, quick to react, introduced, Brother, this is the Vice President of our Binhai City Antique Association. Xiang Feiping. President Xiang, this is my brother, Su Qiu. Oh, brother? Xiang Feiping expressed mild surprise. To be on brotherly terms with Li Yunxian suggested this young man's background was not trivial. Hello, President Xiang, Su Qiu greeted politely. Xiang Feiping nodded and then inquired. Young Su, did you just mention genuine article counterfeited? Are you implying it refers to the concept of restoring an item to its original state? Li Yunxian explained. Restoring an item to its original state is jargon in the antique field, meaning to retain as much historical information as possible from damaged antiques. Using traditional techniques and materials to make the restored parts nearly indistinguishable from the original. Simply put, it's about mending broken antiques. After Li Yunxuan's explanation, Su Qiu nodded slightly. I see. Xiang Feiping, however, appeared somewhat incredulous. You could discern that from such a distance? Logically, only someone with exceptional skills could achieve such restoration. How could it possibly be recognized from afar? If it were truly discernible, that technique would hardly differ from amateurish work. Amateurish work refers to the lowest tier of restoration techniques, on par with that of a novice. I'm just good at spotting details, Su Qiu casually dismissed. Xiang Feiping narrowed his eyes. Skepticism evident. Having navigated the antique world for many years, his discerning eye was among the best. If he couldn't detect any clues from such a distance, how could this young person possibly do so? In that case, I truly wish to witness this for myself. Xiang Feiping's interest piqued, and he pushed into the crowd. Li Yunxian followed silently, equally curious about the veracity of Su Qiu's claims. After all, with such a considerable distance separating them, Su Qiu could ascertain at a mere glance that the plate was indeed a case of restoration done to perfection. It was undeniably somewhat ludicrous. Unless the repairs were exceedingly clumsy, he could detect no discernible flaws upon closer inspection. Good sir, might I have the privilege of examining this item? Xiang Feiping inquired as he approached the elderly gentleman. Who are you? The old man's expression bore a hint of wariness. Xiang Feiping introduced himself without hesitation. Vice President of the Antique Association in Binhai City, Xiang Feiping. Upon hearing the association's name, a flicker of anxiety flashed in the old man's eyes. The imposing figure that had intended to intimidate the elderly gentleman also changed countenance. He contemplated intervening, but was deterred by the weight of the Antique Association's reputation. The old man, feeling quite flustered, realized that anyone affiliated with the association was no ordinary person, and he dared not refuse. Therefore, he reluctantly handed the large plate over to Xiang Feiping. Xiang Feiping, decisive as ever, accepted it and began to scrutinize it from various angles. It was a Ming Dynasty blue and white plate adorned with entwined branches. With just a few glances, he discerned its origin. It was indeed genuine. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man who had just appraised the item for the old gentleman beamed with delight. See, I told you it was a blue and white plate. The price of 2 million is indisputable. This proclamation sent ripples of excitement through the onlookers, who began clamoring to place bids. President Xiang, is it truly authentic? Li Yunxian inquired tentatively. Although he had some faith in Su Qiu's judgment, he still regarded Xiang Feiping as the more authoritative voice. It cannot be more genuine. There are indeed no signs of forgery, Xiang Feiping replied with a smile. It appears that you, my brother, have developed the habit of misjudgment. Indeed, to discern subtle details from such a distance was hardly a skill worthy of reverence. Xiang Feiping suspected that Su Qiu had merely been boasting to capture Li Yunxuan's attention. Young Master Li, it would be prudent to exercise caution in the future. There are many charlatans in this world adept at deceitful rhetoric, able to ensnare you with mere words. Had I not been present today, you might have fallen victim. Xiang Feiping remarked with a chuckle. A flicker of conflict crossed Li Yunxuan's face. Just then, Su Qiu approached, having overheard Xiang Feiping's comments. He leaned in closely, his gaze sweeping over the plate before he pointed at a specific area on the underside. You ought to examine this more closely. Xiang Feiping narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this charlatan unwilling to concede? Examine closely? I have scrutinized antiques far more than you have. How could there possibly be an issue with the ruse exposed? The young man should have departed immediately, lest he suffer humiliation and find it difficult to navigate the social landscape of Binhai City thereafter. Xiang Feiping had encountered many swindlers like Su Qiu before, yet he had never encountered one so young. Thinking to afford the youth an opportunity, he refrained from being overly forceful. Little did he realize that the young man was becoming increasingly bold, flaunting his unwarranted confidence in front of him. As both parties stood their ground, Li Yunxian, caught in the middle, sought to mediate the burgeoning tension. At that moment, Xiang Feiping scoffed coldly. Very well. Do not blame me for lacking mercy. He seized the magnifying glass from the bespectacled man and prepared to scrutinize the plate once more, determined to expose the young man's audacity. However, unbeknownst to Xiang Feiping, the expressions of the elderly gentleman and the bespectacled man had shifted after Su Qiu's indication. Confidently, Xiang Feiping resumed his examination with the magnifying glass. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something amiss. There were indeed signs of prior restoration. Executed with great skill, Xiang Feiping inhaled sharply, his pupils dilating slightly. He could scarcely believe that he had misjudged the situation. The blue and white plate did indeed exhibit traces of repair, and the craftsmanship was so refined that an untrained eye would likely overlook it. Even he had nearly been deceived. Heart racing, Xiang Feiping incredulously glanced at Su Qiu. How did you detect these traces? Li Yunxian gasped in astonishment. It has truly been restored. Goodness! Even President Xiang was almost deceived. The realization dawned upon him that his brother had discerned the flaw at a mere glance. How foolish he had been to doubt him. I told you, my vision is exceptional. Su Qiu shrugged nonchalantly. Do not inquire further. It is merely a matter of keen sight. Chapter 19. A sincere offer, 5,000. Yuan bao, inkstone, and copper coins. Xiang Feiping's eyes brimmed with disbelief. His own discerning eye was reputedly sharp, yet due to his arrogance, he had nearly overlooked the truth. In contrast, Su Qiu had detected the issue from a considerable distance. This was no ordinary vision. It was akin to having the eyes of a hawk. President Xiang, do you wish to acquire this item? If not, may I have it back? The elderly gentleman, realizing his ruse had been unveiled, spoke somewhat timidly. Xiang Feiping, upon seeing this, chose not to press the matter further and returned the item. After all, the antique trade had its own unwritten rules. Unlike typical schemes of deceit, antiques thrived on mutual consent, leaving each party with their dignity intact. However, after this incident, the old man and his companions understood that their deception had been laid bare and hastily made their exit. With the instigators gone, the surrounding crowd quickly dispersed. It was only then that Xiang Feiping respectfully addressed Su Qiu. Young brother, I must admit my earlier misjudgment. I failed to recognize your expertise. Initially, he had underestimated Su Qiu due to his youth, presuming him to be merely a charlatan. Yet, following this encounter, he felt the sting of embarrassment. Li Yunxian saw an opportunity to commend Su Qiu. President Xiang, my brother is quite exceptional. You have no idea. Just yesterday, he uncovered 3 valuable antiques, netting nearly 30 million from my family's collection. He embellished the tales of the snuff bottle and the white jade, leaving Xiang Feiping utterly astounded. The notion of finding 3 million in a single day was beyond his wildest imagination. Heroes emerge from youth. Heroes emerge from youth. Xiang Feiping exclaimed, excitedly producing his business card. Young brother Su, I run an auction house. It seems we may have the opportunity to collaborate. Li Yunxian eagerly gestured to Su Qiu, having embellished Su Qiu's accomplishments to foster a connection between him and Xiang Feiping. After all, the influence of Xiang Feiping was only slightly less than that of the Li family. Su Qiu, unpretentious, accepted Xiang Feiping's business card and courteously replied, I look forward to your guidance in the future, President Xiang. At that moment, Li Yunxian interjected, speaking of which, President Xiang, you just confirmed that the item is indeed a Ming Dynasty blue and white plate, correct? The craftsmanship of the repairs is commendable. Why not consider adding it to your collection? Xiang Feiping chuckled heartily. Young Master Li, did not Brother Su just mention that the item is valued at 70 to 80,000? What do you suggest? Li Yunxian expressed curiosity, but items from the Ming Dynasty typically fetch millions. Even if restored to their original condition, if the craftsmanship is exceptional, they still hold considerable collectible value, do they not? The exquisite blue and white floral patterned plate is indeed remarkable. However, it did not originate from an imperial kiln, but rather from a number of folk kilns of that era. Its intrinsic value is approximately 100,000. And following the recent restoration, its price fluctuates between 70 to 80,000. To be candid, had it truly been from an imperial kiln, these individuals would never have been able to repair it so skillfully that I nearly overlooked its authenticity. The materials and craftsmanship of folk kilns differ significantly from those of official kilns. The reason Xiang Feiping failed to discern the discrepancy immediately is that the craftsmanship of folk kilns is inherently coarse, making it difficult to detect any flaws post-restoration. Wow! Li Yunxian exclaimed, gazing at Su Qiu with astonishment. Brother Qiu, you truly are impressive. Not only did you spot the repairs at a glance, but you also assessed its value. No wonder during the bargaining yesterday, every cut was right at my limit. Li Yunxian gained a newfound appreciation for Su Qiu's prowess. His keen insight not only allowed him to discern the authenticity of antiques, but also indicated a substantial reservoir of knowledge. This brother of mine is genuinely remarkable. No, why call him brother? He should be addressed as elder brother. Su Qiu smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have only a rudimentary understanding, a mere smattering. Rudimentary? This is nothing short of genius, Xiang Feiping silently praised, eager to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Qiu. However, he soon received a phone call and, after answering, expressed some regret. Young Master Li, Brother Su, there is a matter at the association that I must attend to. Next time, the treat is on me. There's no need for concern, President Xiang. If you have matters to attend to, please do so, Li Yunxian replied. Xiang Feiping nodded, Young Master Li. Regarding your request for antique sourcing, I will expedite the search. However, finding something that the old gentleman will find satisfactory may pose a challenge. But I shall do my utmost. Li Yunxian sought out Xiang Feiping specifically for a gift for his grandfather's upcoming celebration. No worries, just do your best, he said courteously as he watched Xiang Feiping depart. Immediately afterward, Li Yunxian turned his gaze back to Su Qiu. Brother Qiu, are you planning to hunt for treasures again today? Li Yunxian saw hope in Su Qiu. The informal address made Su Qiu feel somewhat awkward. Just call me Su Qiu. Brother Qiu sounds strange. That won't do. You are my brother, my real brother. Li Yunxian grinned shamelessly. Su Qiu found himself at a loss for words. This young Master Li Yunxian seemed a bit too cheeky. I am merely here to have a look, he replied, deciding not to dwell on the matter. Today, I want to see what good items there are at the new stalls. I'll accompany you. Li Yunxian eagerly grabbed Su Qiu's arm, and they began to stroll through the street lined with antique stalls. The vendors changed frequently, with a new batch of wares appearing each day. Su Qiu's eyes scanned the various stalls, searching for any hidden gems. Goodness, this street of fakes is impressively consistent, he mused. Even with a complete turnover of vendors, everything remained counterfeit. As he approached the end of the street, Su Qiu realized he would likely leave empty-handed. However, the second-to-last stall caught his attention. What's up, Brother Qiu? Did you find something good? Li Yunxian whispered, sensing the shift in Su Qiu's demeanor. Su Qiu regarded the 3 items displayed at the stall, nodding in affirmation. Well, is it possible that true goods have emerged from this street of fakes? And 3 at that. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the stall. Hey there, brothers. Is there something that catches your eye? Everything here is a treasure. You won't regret buying. The stall owner, with a somewhat non-standard Mandarin accent and a northern dialect, clearly was not a local of Binhai City. Just browsing, Su Qiu replied nonchalantly, feigning interest while examining the items. He pointed to an inkstone at the stall and inquired. How much for this? 8,000, the vendor gestured. Are you kidding me? 8,000 for a counterfeit? Su Qiu replied incredulously, then pointed to a nearby ingot. And this one? 1,002, the vendor stated outright. Does this even justify that price? You're just throwing out numbers, Su Qiu scoffed. The vendor chuckled. Well, then feel free to negotiate. After a moment of silence, Su Qiu boldly countered, 800. That is too low, at least 8,000. The vendor insisted. 2,000 is my final offer, Su Qiu asserted. 6,000, and I'll throw in the inkstone, the vendor countered. Su Qiu pondered. 5,000 for the ingot, inkstone, and these copper coins. I could use them for decoration. Upon hearing this, the vendor scratched his head. All right, sincere price, 5,005. And you can have the ingot, inkstone, and all these copper coins. Without further ado, Su Qiu accepted the deal for 5,005. The vendor, upon receiving the payment, was elated, thinking, my fellow countrymen weren't wrong. Money in this city is easy to earn. He had flipped items worth mere tens into over 5,000. As Su Qiu and Li Yunxian walked a distance away, Li Yunxian finally asked, Brother Qiu, did you find something good? Not bad, Su Qiu replied, opening the bag and rummaging for a moment before extracting 3 copper coins. What is this? Li Yunxian inquired, puzzled. He had assumed Su Qiu had found either the inkstone or the ingot, not 3 of the numerous similar copper coins. Brother Qiu, what is the story behind these? Li Yunxian asked curiously, as he lacked knowledge in numismatics. Just as Su Qiu was about to explain, a bespectacled, slightly overweight man hurried past, dragging a middle-aged woman along. They scanned the stalls without regard for their path, nearly knocking Su Qiu over. How dare you bump into my brother? Li Yunxian exclaimed, furious at the sight of Su Qiu nearly falling. Hey, aren't you going to apologize? Li Yunxian shouted at them. The middle-aged woman turned her head, irritated. What are you shouting about? The overweight man, without looking back, retorted, "Watch where you're going." He then scolded the woman, "You spendthrift, what did you sell my things for?" The woman glared at Li Yunxian before turning back to the man. "Why are you in such a rush?" Her gaze shifted toward the last few stalls. "It's him. He asked the one who took my things." She pointed accusingly at the vendor who had sold to Suchio. The two immediately rushed towards the vendor. Goodness, what kind of people are these? Li Yunxian was nearly in stitches from anger. It was his first encounter with such unpleasantness. Suchio observed their behavior with keen interest and smiled faintly at Li Yunxian, saying, "Don't worry, they'll be apologizing shortly." Li Yunxian was momentarily taken aback. "What? That's impossible, right? Just watch," he said. Suchio raised her chin, gazing at the slightly plump man and the middle-aged woman. Li Yunxian, equally perplexed, turned his attention towards the duo. At the stall, the proprietor was gleefully observing the influx of 5,000, excitedly transferring the money to his bank card. However, in the blink of an eye, the two individuals dashed towards his stall, rummaging through the items. "Hey, what are you doing?" The stall owner snapped, putting away his phone with irritation. "Where are the items? They're missing." The plump man frantically searched without raising his head. The middle-aged woman, on the other hand, seized the stall owner by the collar, exclaiming, "Didn't I sell you some coins this morning? Where are those coins? Give them back to me. Are you out of your mind?" The stall owner retorted, shoving the woman's hand away. "You sold me the items. Why should I return them? You only gave me $30. I'll return your money if you return the items." The middle-aged woman began to shout in agitation, "No, there's nothing left at this stall. The coins have vanished." The plump man then raised his head, anxiously inquiring, "Where are the items? Did you sell them?" "You two are insane," the stall owner exclaimed. "It's perfectly normal for me to sell the items I have on display. Who did you sell them to?" The middle-aged woman screeched. "I sold them to us, so what?" Li Yunxian interjected, crossing his arms with a bemused smirk. Upon hearing this, the plump man and the middle-aged woman turned their gazes toward the bag in Suchio's hands. Without hesitation, the plump man charged towards Suchio, intent on snatching it away. "How audacious!" In broad daylight, Li Yunxian exclaimed as he delivered a swift kick, sending the plump man staggering backward. Despite his youth, Li Yunxian's stance betrayed his martial prowess. The middle-aged woman, witnessing this, lunged towards Li Yunxian in a fit of rage. "To hell with it. I won't show any chivalry. I'll hit a woman too," Li Yunxian shouted, his boldness momentarily stunning the middle-aged woman into silence. Realizing her tactics were failing, the middle-aged woman quickly shifted her approach, threatening, "Those items are ours. Return them to us, or we'll report you to the authorities." Li Yunxian chuckled. "We have proof of payment. We purchased them through a legitimate channel. Good luck explaining that to the authorities." He couldn't abide such rude individuals, especially after they had carelessly bumped into Suchio without an apology. "Exactly. I also adhere to the principle of fair trade," the stall owner chimed in. "You've disrupted my stall. You must compensate me, or I'll call the authorities." "What is going on here? Are you causing a ruckus?" The security personnel from the antique street rushed over at the sound of commotion, as 7 or 8 security guards appeared. The previously arrogant plump man and middle-aged woman instantly lost their bravado. This belongs to us. Give it back," the middle-aged woman shamelessly insisted. "The coins were mine. She sold them without my consent, so the transaction doesn't count," the plump man blurted, his face flushed. "Then take it up with her," Li Yunxian chuckled. "What do you want with us?" Suchio added with a smirk. "I suggest you accuse her of theft and have her locked up first. But you must be husband and wife, right? There's no such thing as theft between spouses. You two," the middle-aged woman's face turned crimson with frustration. "Return the items to us," she wailed, collapsing onto the ground, crying and shouting. The plump man wiped the sweat from his brow, exasperated. "Stop crying, you spendthrift woman." His demeanor shifted entirely. Gone was the earlier arrogance, replaced by a servile attitude as he pleaded with Suchio and Li Yunxian, "Brothers, those coins were left to me by my deceased father. They hold immense sentimental value. I can't sleep at night without them by my side. I'll make it worth your while. Whatever you paid for them, I'll give you double, no triple. Son, have you found the items?" At that moment, an elderly man pushed through the crowd and approached the plump man. "Speak up. Have you found them?" The atmosphere became tense. The onlookers nearly burst into laughter at this scene. Li Yunxian couldn't contain himself, laughing heartily. "Ha! Didn't you say those items belonged to your deceased father? How come there's another father now? Ha ha ha! You!" The plump man's face turned beet red as he shot a glare at the old man. "What are you doing here? Mind your own business." The old man shrank back, intimidated. "I'll give you 100,000. Just give me back the items," the plump man declared. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian glanced at Suchio. Suchio smiled. 100,000. Not for sale. All right, fine. Consider me unlucky. How about 200,000? The plump man gritted his teeth. Suchio raised an eyebrow. You just bumped into me without any apology? What is that about? Sorry. Sorry, is that good enough? The plump man replied curtly. That's quite a lackluster apology, Li Yunxian scoffed. Su Qiu smiled. All right, I accept your apology. Yunxian, let us go? She began to turn away. Wait, don't go. The plump man panicked. How much do you want? Just name your price. Su Qiu halted and declared. 150,000 each. What a joke. The middle-aged woman leaped up in alarm. Su Qiu replied calmly. The Northern Song Dynasty's Chongning Tongbao, worth 10 coins, was uniquely inscribed by Emperor Huizong in the slender gold script. It's extremely rare and in exquisite condition. Selling it would easily fetch around 2 million each. I'm offering it to you for 150,000 each, which is already quite generous. Upon hearing Su Qiu's detailed exposition, the plump man's expression changed dramatically. The middle-aged woman looked utterly astonished, seemingly unaware of the true value of the coin she had sold. After all, those trinkets had merely sat in her home without any particular significance, or else she wouldn't have sold them. Bro, this is exaggerated, isn't it? The plump man forced a smile, his lips twitching. Think it over. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll raise the price, Su Qiu coldly warned. You, the plump man stammered. The middle-aged woman, now desperate, shouted, those items are ours. Give them back to us. She lunged forward to snatch them. But Li Yunxian kicked her away. This is a fair trade. We bought them, so they belong to us. If you act up again, I'll have you thrown out. Li Yunxian declared, his tone firm. The surrounding security guards surged forward, their demeanor imposing. Wait. The plump man gritted his teeth. Fine, 150,000 each. I'll buy them. You spendthrift woman. The plump man glared at the middle-aged woman with disdain. Ultimately, he had no choice but to comply, handing over the money to purchase the 3 coins from Su Qiu. Goodness, buying for 5,000 and flipping it for over 400,000. The vendor's eyes nearly fell to the ground upon witnessing the scene. How could he have missed such a fortuitous opportunity? Money exchanged hands. And with Li Yunxuan's adept negotiation skills, the chubby man's funds swiftly found their way into Su Qiu's account. Only then did Su Qiu relinquish the 3 coins to the rotund gentleman. The man, visibly distressed, kicked the middle-aged woman in frustration before hastily fleeing. By his demeanor, it was apparent that he had secured some deal and was on his way to fulfill it. The middle-aged woman, gritting her teeth in anger, attempted to hurl insults. But upon meeting Li Yunxuan's gaze, she was so intimidated that she fled in disarray. Ugh, how revolting, Li Yunxian spat, before turning to Su Qiu with a smile. Brother Qiu, you are remarkable. You flipped it for a profit of over 4 million. However, selling it to such a shameless individual leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Su Qiu chuckled. The market price hovers around 90 to 100,000, and I sold it for 150,000, netting an additional 150,000. Do you think I should feel remorse? That chubby man was likely overestimating the coin's worth. The system had already assessed their value, even if he had found a buyer. The highest possible transaction would have been 110,000. All in all, I've made a considerable profit. Wow, Li Yunxian exclaimed, Brother Qiu, you are astute. A true businessman. Such is the nature of commerce. One party is willing to trade, and the other is willing to accept. Su Qiu shrugged. Mistakes come with a cost. The chubby man willingly bought it. He has no one to blame but himself. Having exhausted the stalls, it seemed there were no further opportunities for bargains. Suddenly, Li Yunxian grinned. Brother Qiu, I hear there's a new foot massage parlor that recently opened nearby. Meanwhile, at a private hospital, outside the corridor, the blonde-haired Fan Chong answered a ringing phone. Hello, young Master Fan. I followed your instructions to dismiss Su Qiu, but this guy has hired so many lawyers against me. Now I've been fired from the company. What should I do, young Master Fan? I can't lose this job. On the other end was a frantic Du Hui. He had initially thought of Su Qiu as an easy target, someone he could easily manipulate. However, he never anticipated that Su Qiu would retaliate fiercely, causing him to not only lose his job, but also face legal troubles. Hired numerous lawyers? Fan Chong frowned, seemingly incredulous. How is that possible? Su Qiu is a waste, barely making ends meet. Where would he find the money to hire lawyers? I don't know, young Master Fan. But now that I've lost my job, you need to think of a way to arrange another position for me. Otherwise, I won't even be able to pay the fines. Upon hearing the request for a job, Fan Chong fell silent for a moment. I will make arrangements, he said before abruptly hanging up and blocking Du Hui's number. After stuffing his phone back into his pocket, he then gazed at the freshly printed report in his hands. Ha ha ha, it's a boy. My inheritance is within reach. Fan Chong's face lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. As an illegitimate child, despite having some money, it was merely enough to get by. He had little say with his father and no means to achieve great wealth. However, that was no longer the case. As long as he had a son, he could attain riches through his offspring. At that moment, Lu Rian approached. So, how did the report turn out? It's a boy. It's a boy, Fan Chong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing that it was a boy, Lu Ruyan nearly jumped for joy. She understood the significance of a boy in the Fan family. It meant that from this day forward, she would be the mistress of the Fan household, stepping into the life of luxury and affluence. Indeed, now that she was free from the burden of Su Qiu, she could truly pursue a better life. Chapter 22, A Foot Soak. Securing the blue and white flower-patterned plate at the Shueihua Leisure Club's Imperial Suite, Su Qiu and Li Yunxian reclined in lounge chairs, soaking their feet while enjoying massages. Oh, this is bliss, Su Qiu exhaled contentedly. Indeed, one should never neglect oneself. Li Yunxian, half-lidded in pleasure, engaged in casual conversation with Su Qiu. My uncle is taking you to a private auction tonight, right? He probably hopes to find something that suits my grandfather's taste. Flipping over, Li Yunxian continued. However, private collections can be quite inconsistent. I fear my uncle may return empty-handed. Su Qiu replied nonchalantly. Good things aren't easily found. We shall see. True, Li Yunxian nodded. There's a formal auction in 2 days. Should we go and take a look? Su Qiu hummed in agreement. A formal auction? I ought to broaden my horizons. At that moment, a server wheeled in a food cart. After presenting a fresh fruit platter, the server personally fed Su Qiu. The service in the Imperial Suite was indeed unparalleled. Su Qiu reclined, hardly lifting a finger, enjoying the full service. These platters are rather exquisite. Perhaps I should acquire some for my restaurant, Li Yunxian remarked, glancing at the fruit platter's design. Su Qiu, intrigued, also took a look. The decor in the Imperial Suite adopted an imperial theme, and even the platters were finely crafted, imitating ancient royal court dining ware. Su Qiu's interest peaked as his gaze roamed. Similarity, 16. Similarity, 17. Similarity, 30. Similarity, 9. Similarity, 68. What had initially been a casual glance suddenly froze Su Qiu's attention. What? A similarity of 68%? His eyes locked onto a specific plate. However, instead of speaking immediately, he closed his eyes, patiently waiting. Soon enough, the fruit platter was nearly finished, and the server rolled the cart out of the door. Seeing this, Su Qiu followed. Brother Qiu, where are you going? Li Yunxian lifted his eyelids. Just using the restroom, Su Qiu casually replied. But there's a restroom in the suite? Li Yunxian questioned, puzzled, but said no more. Exiting the suite, Su Qiu followed the server straight to the kitchen. Excuse me, sir, what can I help you with? The server asked, bewildered. Su Qiu pointed to a plate. I have taken a liking to that plate. I want it. The server's expression was one of confusion. What is going on? This guest came out just for a plate? If you like it, you may take it, sir, the server said respectfully. After all, guests in the Imperial Suite were not ordinary people. Not one to be modest, Su Qiu took the plate and wrapped it in a napkin. Upon returning to the suite, a slight smile crept across his lips. Not spending a dime and acquiring an antique. How could I not be amused? Upon seeing Su Qiu return, Li Yunxian looked up, immediately captivated by Su Qiu's smile and the item cradled in his arms. What the hell? Everyone get out. Li Yunxian suddenly realized something and promptly ushered the technician out. After closing the private room door, he eagerly approached Su Qiu, exclaiming, Brother Qiu, please tell me you've stumbled upon another hidden treasure. Su Qiu nodded, murmuring a phrase to activate the system, before lifting the tablecloth to reveal a plate ensconced within. Li Yunxian cast an excited glance in its direction. Although he could not immediately discern the plate's origin, his keen eye quickly recognized the exquisite craftsmanship and markings, affirming its remarkable nature. Wow, Brother Qiu, you are truly impressive. How do you manage to uncover such treasures while merely washing feet? Li Yunxuan's heart raced, and his excitement became increasingly palpable. He mused about how he had previously been oblivious to the ease of discovering such gems. Is there really so much to observe? Su Qiu chuckled dismissively. However, Li Yunxian remained focused on the plate. Brother Qiu, what is the provenance of this plate? It seems somewhat familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. In the realm of antiques, experience and accumulated knowledge are paramount. Though Li Yunxian could sense the plate's uniqueness, his inexperience hindered him from identifying its origins. Su Qiu glanced at the system information and remarked, remember the old man selling antiques on the street today? He claimed he needed to sell items to treat his ailing wife. Li Yunxian recalled, the antique restoration skills were quite decent. But what does that have to do with this? Suddenly, it dawned on him. He remembered the repaired plate the old man had shown him. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one before Su Qiu. Is this the exquisite blue and white floral plate? Li Yunxuan's eyes widened in realization. Su Qiu nodded, flipping the plate to reveal the inscription made during the Yongzheng reign. The previously repaired plate was from the Ming dynasty's folk kiln, while this one was from the Qing dynasty's imperial kiln, and the craftsmanship differed slightly, which explained why Li Yunxian had not recognized it immediately. Su Qiu elucidated. Li Yunxian inhaled deeply, The repaired one was from the Ming dynasty, but this Qing dynasty piece is from the imperial kiln. The value must be vastly different. He gazed at Su Qiu with eager anticipation for the price. Su Qiu replied, approximately 8 million to 30 million, though the price may fluctuate significantly. Wow. Li Yunxian's eyes widened. I washed my feet and stumbled upon a fortune. He was even more exhilarated than Su Qiu, exclaiming, Brother Qiu, let us head back to the treasure pavilion. I'll rally people to appraise and price it for you. I shall ensure you receive the highest offer. Seeing Li Yunxuan's uncontainable eagerness, Su Qiu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why are you even more excited than I am? Li Yunxian retorted. This is hundreds of millions. How can one not be excited? He was genuinely thrilled for Su Qiu, and furthermore, this situation would also benefit him. After all, he had numerous clients interested in Qing dynasty imperial goods. By introducing business to Su Qiu, he could maintain valuable relationships, truly a win-win. Eventually, Su Qiu yielded to Li Yunxuan's relentless enthusiasm and they returned to the treasure pavilion. It was impressive how adept Li Yunxian was. Within an hour, he had summoned 3 individuals. The 3 men, appearing serious, began examining the blue and white floral plate with various techniques. Its condition and craftsmanship were exceptional, preserved remarkably well, though it bore slight imperfections. But what's this water stain? Has it been washed? The trio observed, exchanging opinions. Li Yunxian chimed in, a small water stain is normal. It was previously used as a fruit plate. What? They exclaimed in unison. Using such a treasure as a fruit plate was indeed extravagantly wasteful. One man adjusted his glasses, indignant. This piece deserves proper collection. I'll offer 12 million. Another interjected, I bid 13 million. I have significant use for this blue and white floral plate, so please do not compete with me. The third man declared, I offer 15 million. The 3 engaged in spirited bidding, each unwilling to concede. Su Qiu remained silent, merely observing the scene with a bemused expression. The sums being tossed around were in the millions. Yet it felt akin to a raucous market. Mr. Li, Mr. Chun, this piece is crucial for my needs. Please do not compete with me for it. The third man implored, revealing a hint of desperation. Those capable of offering tens of millions were no strangers to each other. The land in Southwest was directly overseen by the provincial authorities. How could he possibly secure it? The men referred to as Mr. Li and Mr. Chun exchanged astonished glances. After a brief silence, they conceded, fine, it's yours. The third man beamed, rest assured, I can't consume such a large project alone. We will have opportunities for collaboration in the future. He then turned to Li Yunxian, Mr. Li. So, at my final bid of 23 million, what do you say? Li Yunxian pondered momentarily, his gaze shifting to Su Qiu. It's acceptable, Su Qiu affirmed. The price for the Qing dynasty blue and white floral plate was inherently variable, and securing over 20 million was already commendable. And this gentleman is? Seeing Li Yunxian awaiting Su Qiu's approval, the 3 men inquired eagerly. He is my brother, Li Yunxian replied with a smile. Please proceed with the payment for my brother. The man promptly provided Su Qiu's account details for the finance department to transfer the funds. After securing the blue and white floral plate, he excitedly departed. But not before slipping Su Qiu a business card. The other 2 followed suit, offering their cards before taking their leave. As Su Qiu examined the 3 cards, he couldn't help but think, they are all executives. These 3 men were prominent chairpersons of well-known companies in Binhai City. Li Yunxian could summon 3 such executives with a mere phone call. It seemed Li Yunxuan's family was remarkably influential. However, Su Qiu chose not to dwell on it too much and instead felt elated as he saw the 23 million credited to his account. In less than 2 days, his bank balance had swelled by 50 million. Previously, such wealth had been beyond his wildest dreams, yet now, with just a couple of days' efforts, he had amassed 50 million, leaving him feeling somewhat euphoric. However, he quickly tempered his excitement. This was merely a starting point, after all. It was just money. He claimed he wasn't particularly fond of wealth. Reflecting on this, Su Qiu summoned a sense of calm, reminding himself of a famous saying. Taking a few deep breaths to soothe his restless spirit, he finally stood up. Brother Qiu, I feel that if you keep finding treasures like this, you'll become a billionaire. Li Yunxian jested with a smile. Su Qiu replied, what good fortune could there possibly be? Not necessarily, Li Yunxian countered, just look at you. Even while eating or soaking your feet, you manage to strike it lucky. Fortune seems to be shining upon you. I have a feeling that at tonight's private auction, you might just acquire something splendid. Li Yunxian grew increasingly animated, declaring, I cannot miss out on this. I must accompany you tonight, lest my uncle snatches up the good items. Su Qiu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation upon hearing this. The items at this private auction were likely all genuine, making it quite challenging for any fakes to emerge. Moreover, the mere fact that this auction had come to fruition suggested that there might not be anything of great value on offer. Su Qiu merely wished to broaden her horizons. harboring little hope for significant discoveries. In contrast, Li Yunxian was bursting with enthusiasm, akin to a victorious rooster. As the clock struck 8, Li Yunxian swiftly ushered Su Qiu into his Ferrari, speeding towards the venue of the private auction. This particular auction was held within a villa community. After lowering the car window to freshen up, Li Yunxian pressed the accelerator and drove directly into the villa's backyard. Once he parked haphazardly, he and Su Qiu exited the vehicle. Su Qiu's gaze swept around, noticing an abundance of luxury cars in the vicinity. There are quite a number of attendees at this auction, she remarked in surprise. Li Yunxian nodded. Those who can host private auctions are certainly not of ordinary status. Many people will attend. However, I'm curious whether the host of this auction will present anything worthwhile. Generally, wealthy individuals, like those CEOs we encountered earlier, possess private collections. But the quality of items within those collections can be quite variable. Xiao Xian, Xiao Su, you've arrived. At that moment, Li Yunxuan's second uncle, Li Jinjia, approached them. You, lad, weren't you the one who looked down upon these private auctions? What brings you here? Uncle, your words are misplaced. While I may not enjoy attending, my brother Qiu does, so naturally, I must accompany him, Li Yunxian replied, scratching his nose. Li Jinjia raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback that yesterday they were equals. Yet today Li Yunxian referred to him as brother. Although the terms brother and bro may seem similar, the latter indicates a closer relationship. After all, brother denotes equality, while bro suggests a lowering of status. Uncle Li. Su Qiu greeted politely. Li Jinjia smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before saying, since you're here, let us head inside together. It will be a good opportunity for you to learn from your brother Qiu. Indeed, I've even prepared to take notes. Li Yunxian responded enthusiastically. The trio made their way into the villa. Unlike other guests, the status of Li Yunxian and Li Jinjia was evidently higher, and they were escorted by a dedicated butler. Soon, they arrived at the auction hall, where they were seated in the most prominent positions. Isn't that a member of the Li family? Oh no, if they are here, we stand no chance at all, someone whispered. The Li family has discerning tastes. They wouldn't even glance at anything mediocre. If only we could forge a connection with them. By the way, who is that person beside young Master Li? Is he also from the Li family? They seem to have a close relationship, even with their arms around each other. His identity must be extraordinary. As the Li family members entered, they immediately drew a multitude of glances, prompting hushed discussions among the attendees. In the third-to-last row, Fan Yuntao hastily ended a call with his son, Fan Chong. His gaze fixated intently on Li Yunxian. Mr. Fan, congratulations. A woman, resembling a secretary, offered her congratulations to Fan Yuntao. Fan Yuntao nodded slightly. His expression clearly pleased. After waiting so long, I finally have a grandson. Although he had several granddaughters, he had yet to meet a grandson. The news that Fan Chong had brought one back thrilled him immensely. Chuckling softly, Fan Yuntao lowered his voice and pointed towards Li Yunxian. That must be the young master of the Li family. The secretary confirmed. Indeed, he is the young master of the Li family. Fan Yuntao's eyes narrowed slightly. Members of the Li family were not easily encountered. He hadn't expected to come here with a gamble in mind and actually find himself in such company. He needed to devise a way to establish a connection with this young master. As long as he could align himself with the Li family, advancing his own achievements would be a mere formality. He rubbed his chin, contemplating, but found himself at a loss for ideas. After all, this was the young master of the Li family. Any careless approach could leave a negative impression. Who is that young man beside the young master? I haven't seen him before, Fan Yuntao inquired. The secretary shook her head. I'm not sure. It seems he hasn't been seen in Binhai City. Fan Yuntao pondered. We need to find out his identity. Perhaps we can leverage this connection. Though unaware of the young man's background, being close to the young master suggested he was no ordinary individual. The young master was proud and aloof, making him difficult to approach. However, this young man could serve as a potential breakthrough. Understood. The secretary nodded, discreetly snapping a photo of Su Qiu before turning to investigate further. Unbeknownst to Su Qiu, she had caught Fan Yuntao's attention. Meanwhile, she was engaged in casual conversation with Li Yunxian, occasionally glancing at the display stage, curious about when the auction would commence. Before long, a well-dressed, dapper young man stepped forward, the auctioneer hired by the villa owner, who would oversee the proceedings. After briefly introducing himself, the auctioneer wasted no time and promptly presented the first item for bidding. A glamorous bunny girl glided in, holding a tray adorned with items. While no one noticed her graceful movements, all eyes were drawn to the contents of the tray. The first auction item was a jade pendant from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. The auctioneer opened the bidding, detailing the pendant's provenance, and announced, the starting bid is 5 million. Each subsequent bid must exceed 200,000. As his words echoed in the room, a moment of silence ensued before the crowd began to call out bids. Li Yunxian, and Li Jinjia turned their attention to Su Qiu. "Brother Qiu, what do you think of this item?" Li Yunxian asked. Su Qiu glanced at the system's description. It was genuine, though the starting price seemed a tad high. The market value of the pendant fluctuated between 3 to 4 million. The starting bid exceeded the market price by over 100,000, yet bids continued to pour in. It's no wonder auctions are such lucrative business. Li Jinjia's eyes narrowed slightly. "Xiao Su, you have sharp insight and keen discernment." As Li Yunxuan's second uncle, he possessed a wealth of experience and a deeper understanding of market values. However, he was taken aback that Su Qiu discerned the pendant's price at a mere glance. Such perceptiveness and knowledge were not commonplace. In comparison to his nephew, Su Qiu's prowess was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. "Uncle, please refrain from looking at me like that. I cannot compare to him," Li Yunxian said, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, Su Qiu had unearthed 6 antiques worth over 50 million in just 2 days. With such prowess, how could he possibly compete? Li Jinjia chuckled and shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Su Qiu. "Little Su, in the realm of antiques, there exists a phenomenon where items of value face scarcity. Sometimes, their price may exceed their intrinsic worth." Su Qiu naturally grasped this principle and smiled slightly, responding, "That is indeed the case, but there must be a ceiling. If it surpasses 6 million, then it loses its value. If an item's price exceeds 50% of its worth, anyone would contemplate the purchase, unless, of course, one genuinely appreciates it and intends to utilize it. However, antiques are not necessities, but commodities. Those who buy antiques must also estimate their resale value. While it may be labeled as a collection, when the time comes, they will need to sell, thus ensuring that the price does not incur a loss. Those who can afford to spend hundreds of millions are astute individuals." Li Jinjia nodded. "The final price should be around 5 million. As Li Jinjia's voice faded, the bidding for the first item came to a halt. 5,500,000. "Brother Qiu, uncle, your estimations are remarkably accurate," exclaimed Li Yunxian, astonished. He had witnessed much, yet remained somewhat inexperienced in the realm of pricing, only capable of relying on others for appraisal. Li Jinjia chuckled lightly. "You ought to learn more from your brother Qiu." Su Qiu waved his hand gently. "I possess a modest understanding." At this moment, the second item was showcased, a flower pot from the Ming dynasty. However, due to its status as a civilian kiln piece, the starting bid was set at 4 million, ultimately concluding at 5 million. Compared to the first item, this price seemed rather unremarkable. Observing this, Li Jinjia took the opportunity to explain to Li Yunxian, "Do you see? The demand for civilian kills and imperial kills differs. Even if the craftsmanship of civilian kills from other dynasties rivals that of imperial kills, what people truly value is the imperial seal. With a single stamp, its worth skyrockets to millions." Li Yunxian nodded earnestly, appearing eager to learn. Su Qiu remained silent, quietly taking notes. He absorbed the information. Su Qiu shifted his focus to the third item. However, the subsequent items were somewhat lackluster. In terms of rarity, they even paled in comparison to the first item's Qing Dynasty Jade Pendant. The number of bidders was scant, with several items selling at their starting prices. It seemed as though there was nothing particularly eye-catching. "It appears there is nothing of interest," Li Yunxian remarked, somewhat disheartened. Li Jinjia smiled. "Private auctions are often like this. They merely auction off personal collections. However, there may be something worthwhile today. What is it?" Just as Li Yunxuan's question lingered in the air, the auctioneer's voice resonated. "Next, we present our 8th item, a Qianlong period imperial enamel western lady with infant olive vase." Upon hearing this, the previously quiet hall erupted with a low buzz of excitement. Clearly, the guest had come specifically for this olive vase. Li Yunxuan's gaze fixated on the approximately 19-centimeter tall vase. This was a piece of enameled porcelain, crafted with foreign colors, and its value was undoubtedly substantial. The auctioneer continued. "Starting bid, 13 million. This piece seems promising. Uncle, did you come for this?" Li Yunxian inquired of Li Jinjia. Li Jinjia did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards Su Qiu. "Little Su, is there something amiss with this item?" Li Jinjia asked, observing Su Qiu's somewhat complex expression. Su Qiu glanced at the olive vase, then turned back to Li Jinjia, speaking softly. "Uncle Li, what if there are counterfeit items at this auction?" Chapter 25. I trust my brother Qiu over my father. As Su Qiu's words fell, both Li Yunxian and Li Jinjia, the uncle and nephew, were taken aback. Goodness, this was a priceless antique, and he suggested it might be fake? If it were on the antique street, and one ended up with a counterfeit, that would be one thing, an agreement between buyer and seller. But this was different. Although it was a private auction, it held legal weight akin to that of a regular auction. Moreover, the antiques presented here were touted as genuine. If it were indeed a counterfeit, it would be a grave accusation, with severe consequences. "Little Su, you cannot speak so recklessly," Li Jinjia quickly admonished Su Qiu. It was important to be cautious. As many attendees were present, it would not do to let such words spread, for it was no trivial matter. If the organizers of this auction heard, they would certainly send a lawyer's letter to Su Qiu. Brother Qiu, are you certain? Li Yunxian, regaining his composure, asked Su Qiu. Su Qiu nodded. No joke. The system's appraisal cannot be wrong. This item is merely 50% similar. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Upon hearing Su Qiu's response, Li Yunxian looked at Li Jinjiao with unwavering conviction. Uncle, this is definitely a fake. I trust Brother Qiu's judgment. This. Li Jinjiao glanced at the steadfast Li Yunxian, then at Su Qiu. He fell silent, raising his eyes to observe the ever-increasing auction price. As the bidding for the olive vase climbed to 25 million, seemingly resolute, Li Jinjiao exhaled and said, "Follow me." The three exited the hall. Making their way toward the staircase, the butler, who had initially greeted them, hurried to meet Li Jinjiao. "I need to see Lu Bo," Li Jinjiao stated. The butler was taken aback but did not dare to delay, promptly seeking permission. Once confirmed, the butler returned and led Li Jinjiao and the others to the second floor. On the spacious second floor, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s and somewhat portly, sat there. His expression was gentle, his eyes slightly squinted. And though the corners of his mouth did not curl up, he seemed to wear a smile as he beckoned Li Jinjiao and Li Yunxian over. "Lu Bo." Li Jinjiao greeted courteously. Li Yunxian exchanged a glance with Su Qiu, then added, "Grandpa Lu." "Grandpa Lu," Su Qiu echoed, understanding Li Yunxuan's intent. Lu Wei, referred to as Lu Bo, nodded and smiled. "Jinjiao, what brings you here? Are the auction items not to your liking today?" Li Jinjiao did not reply, but instead glanced at the auction monitoring screen not far away. After a moment of silence, having organized his thoughts, Li Jinjiao spoke. "Lu Bo, this auction may need to be temporarily halted. This olive vase might be counterfeit." Lu Wei was taken aback. He could not have anticipated that Li Jinjiao would visit to declare his item as fake. In the antique world, this was a significant accusation. Moreover, he was currently hosting a private auction. If he were selling counterfeit goods, it would pose a considerable problem for him. "Jinjiao, what do you mean by that?" Lu Wei paused before speaking. Though his expression remained unchanged, his tone clearly displeased. Li Jinjiao replied, "I mean to say, let us pause the auction for a moment so I can authenticate this olive vase." Lu Wei, being of the same generation as Li Jinjiao's father, prompted Li Jinjiao to speak with a degree of politeness. However, this courtesy seemed to ignite Lu Wei's ire. "This olive vase was authenticated by your elder brother. Are you saying it's counterfeit now? What? Are the Li family attempting to play tricks on me?" Lu Wei's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone had clearly soured. After all, this olive vase had been deemed genuine by the eldest of the Li family, and now the second was claiming it to be false. "Isn't this just a jest at his expense? Although he may be somewhat aged, he still possesses a temper," Lu Bo remarked. "I don't mean it that way, Uncle Lu." Li Jinjiao sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. After all, it was Su Qiu who had made the assertion, and he himself harbored uncertainties. At that moment, however, Li Yunxian interjected, "Is it true what my father said about this olive vase? Yet, my brother Qiu insists it is a forgery, and I find myself inclined to trust him more." Su Qiu's recent maneuvers had indeed reshaped Li Yunxuan's worldview. In his eyes, Su Qiu's expertise in antiques outweighed that of his own father. Lu Wei cast a glance at Li Yunxian, the narrow slits of his eyes brimming with confusion. "Brother Qiu? Who is this Brother Qiu? Does anyone in the Li family bear the surname Su?" "Grandfather Lu, if this item is indeed authentic, I'll purchase it for 60 million. How about that?" Seeing Lu Wei still hesitating, Li Yunxian added, "I'll even apologize to you. How does that sound?" Faced with Li Yunxuan's unwavering determination, Lu Wei fell silent. After all, the Li family's standing was indisputable, and Li Yunxian was but a young master. If they failed to authenticate the item today, it could lead to complications in their relationship. Since the Li family adamantly claimed it was a counterfeit, perhaps it was time for them to face some challenges. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wei commanded the butler, "Halt the auction and have the olive vase brought to me." "Yes, sir." The butler nodded and promptly retrieved his phone. In the hall below, just as the auctioneer was about to hammer down the gavel, he received a call and quickly halted the proceedings. "Brother Qiu, are you certain it's a forgery?" Li Yunxian seized the opportunity to inquire again. Though he leaned towards trusting Su Qiu, he, too, felt uncertain. 60 million was beyond his means, and he would have to seek his father's assistance, which would inevitably result in some punishment. Su Qiu nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed a counterfeit. If it were real, I would gladly compensate you my 50 million from my bank account." Li Jinjiao remained silent beside them, his eyes darting back and forth, lost in thought about Su Qiu. Soon, the olive vase was delivered. Lu Wei had even thoughtfully provided a foldable, gem, magnifying glass. He grumbled, "Let us authenticate it. I truly wish to see whether this olive vase is genuine or not." Li Jinjia took the magnifying glass, his expression complex as he leaned in to examine it. Initially uncertain, his demeanor shifted dramatically once he scrutinized the vase through the lens. This is a forgery, he declared outright, as the vase's inferior craftsmanship was immediately apparent to him. What? Lu Wei rose in indignation. With newfound confidence, Li Jinjia continued, Uncle Lu, I know my brother's character well. Such poorly crafted items would never pass his discerning gaze. It is undoubtedly a forgery. If you doubt it, feel free to examine it yourself. Lu Wei's previously unyielding expression morphed into one of fury. All right, if you insist it's a forgery, then it's a forgery? Is the Li family toying with me? He produced a pair of reading glasses from his pocket, exclaiming, I have scrutinized this vase for over a decade. How could I not discern its authenticity? He angrily approached, snatching the magnifying glass from Li Jinjia's hands. Can you even comprehend the quality? Look at the oil painting on this porcelain. It is exquisitely detailed, undeniably authentic. Wait, that's not my olive vase, Lu Wei muttered, initially guiding and berating, but upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. Lu Wei, having amassed a collection of such items, clearly possessed a level of expertise. After years of experience, he was nearly as proficient as a seasoned expert. Furthermore, having examined this olive vase countless times, it took him mere seconds to ascertain its falsehood. Impossible, this cannot be. Lu Wei gasped, collapsing onto the sofa in disbelief. This item has always resided in my collection room, which only I possess the key to. I have observed it for over a decade. I saw it just the other day. How could it possibly be a forgery? Stunned, Lu Wei began to mumble to himself. Li Jinjia and Li Yunxian exchanged glances, both now certain of the olive vase's predicament. Clearly, the authentic item had been swapped. As for the identity of the swindler, suspicion inevitably fell upon Lu Wei himself. Yet, upon further reflection, Li Jinjia considered it might not add up. If a swap had indeed occurred, one would presume a more meticulously crafted counterfeit would be employed. However, this olive vase, when examined closely with a magnifying glass, revealed obvious flaws. The skill involved was far from sophisticated. Lu Wei, even if he intended to swap, would not tarnish his own reputation with such a shoddy imitation. Uncle Lu, if you truly inspected it the day before yesterday, it indicates that the item was replaced within the last 2 days. Has anyone had access during that time? Li Jinjia inquired. Lu Wei shook his head. Impossible. My collection room has been locked with 8 locks for the last 2 days. No one has had access. Could it have been the auction team? Li Jinjia tentatively suggested. Not possible. There are cameras monitoring the entire process, and my butler has been vigilant. They would have had no opportunity to switch it, Lu Wei asserted emphatically. Yet before he could finish, the butler hesitantly interrupted. Sir, during the inventory check that day, the young master, he came by. The butler lowered his gaze, his expression complex. He might have been here for a few minutes. My attention was focused on the auction team. And when I returned to my senses, the young master was gone. At these words, Lu Wei nearly suffered a heart attack, taking frantic, deep breaths. Sir. The butler quickly offered him medication. After taking the medicine, Lu Wei regained some composure. Get me the surveillance footage. The footage was promptly retrieved. Yet during the time the young master appeared, the cameras had coincidentally been shut off. It was clear that the perpetrator had emerged from the shadows. Lu Wei was seething with rage, pulling out his phone to make a call, but he had yet to connect. Had he not taken the medication, he might have been driven to the brink of a stroke. Scoundrel, scoundrel. Even your own father you would betray. Lu Wei's demeanor had entirely unraveled, unleashing a torrent of curses. Wow, impressive, Li Yunxian whispered to Su Qiu. If this olive vase sells, his father will surely end up in jail. Truly a case of filial piety gone awry. Su Qiu found the unfolding drama both amusing and perplexing. Initially, he had thought Lu Wei was at fault, only to discover that the real culprit was his own son. Truly, blood ties can be remarkably loyal. Uncle Lu, do not let your anger consume you. The situation has yet to reach an irreparable state, Li Jinjia urged, genuinely concerned that Lu Wei might succumb to his rage. Though Lu Wei felt as if he might vomit blood, he ultimately swallowed his frustration. After all, having survived the cutthroat world of business, he still possessed a degree of resilience. Catching his breath, he shook his head and lamented, such misfortune within the family. Today has turned into a farce for you all. Realizing this, he suddenly added, by the way, Jinjia, I owe you my gratitude. If you hadn't discovered this, had that olive vase sold, I would have faced a lifetime behind bars. Li Jinjia waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Lu, it is not my merit. He gestured towards Su Qiu. It was young Su's keen eye that saved the day. Indeed, Brother Qiu spotted the issue immediately, Li Yunxian exclaimed with excitement. Lu Wei stared at Su Qiu in astonishment. Before Lu Wei could utter a word, Su Qiu interjected, Grandpa Lu, let's set aside the matter of the olive vase for now. We must focus on the auction. Su Qiu's gaze fell upon the surveillance footage displayed on the screen. It was only then that Lu Wei realized there were still numerous attendees in the auction hall below. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly, Lu Wei stated, and with the assistance of the steward, he made his way downstairs. Given the scandal involving counterfeit items, Lu Wei felt compelled to halt the auction proceedings, offering an apology and hastily concluding the event. My old face has been thoroughly disgraced. He lamented upon returning to the second floor, appearing aged beyond his years, sighing deeply. After all, he had not anticipated being outsmarted by his own son. After a few moments of contemplation, Lu Wei turned to Su Qiu and expressed, "Little Su, I truly owe you my gratitude. If that olive vase had been sold at its tens of millions price tag, the repercussions would have been dire. After all, those who can spend such sums are not to be trifled with. They value their reputation, and should they discover they were deceived, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Such a scenario would condemn me to a life behind bars." Su Qiu waved her hand dismissively. "It was merely a trivial effort. You need not be so formal." "Grandpa Lu." Formality hardly suffices," Lu Wei replied, a straightforward man at heart. "Expressing thanks feels rather superficial. Since the auction is concluded, I invite you to select 3 of my collectibles. Please, take whatever you desire." "Thank you, Grandpa Lu," Li Yunxian exclaimed, rising without hesitation and pulling Su Qiu to her feet. "Are we really taking them?" Su Qiu inquired. "Of course," Li Yunxian assured her. "He just had his suspicions about you, so some compensation is only fair." Upon reflection, Su Qiu realized that if it were offered for free, it would be foolish not to accept. "Let us take them," she decided, and the pair proceeded towards the area where the collectibles were displayed. Lu Wei then turned to Li Jinjia and remarked, "Jinjia, please take another look at my items. I fear that wretched son of mine may have swapped more than one, including those that were just sold." "The items that were sold are fine," Li Jinjia confirmed. "Little Su has examined them and verified their authenticity." "Little Su?" Lu Wei inquired, intrigued. "Which establishment does she represent?" Li Jinjia smiled subtly without disclosing an answer and suggested, "Uncle Lu, let us inspect the items." Realizing further inquiry would yield no results, Lu Wei followed suit, and they soon arrived at the display of collectibles. Li Yunxian surveyed the antiques with keen interest. "Brother Qiu, which one is the most valuable? Let us select the priciest," he proposed. Su Qiu swiftly scanned the items, stating, "All of these are indeed genuine, but they do not compare to those outside. They are valued at merely a few million." As they walked, disappointment seeped in. It appeared the most valuable piece was the imperial enamel olive vase depicting Western ladies nurturing infants. Suddenly, Su Qiu's attention was drawn to a decorative painting hanging on the wall. "This is remarkable," she thought, noting the resemblance indicated by the similarity percentages displayed. "This painting is far from ordinary. What's wrong?" Li Yunxian asked, noticing Su Qiu's abrupt halt. After a moment of silence, Su Qiu pointed to a small double-handled jar, explaining, "This piece, from the Yongjing era, is a top-tier official kiln imitation of the Yongxian style, with a market value of around 7 to 8 million. It is the most expensive item here." Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian wasted no time and promptly retrieved the small double-handled jar. As Lu Wei and Li Jinjia approached, Lu Wei gazed at the jar in Li Yunshuan's grasp with a pained expression. "You lad truly have an eye for quality. Indeed, my brother Qiu's discerning gaze surely selected the best." Li Yunxian beamed as he returned to Su Qiu's side. "Brother Qiu, what will you choose?" Su Qiu glanced at the painting on the wall and declared, "I want this one." Lu Wei, taken aback, responded, "The paintings on this wall are all imitations by Qing dynasty artists. Although they are somewhat aged, they are only worth a few 100,000. Are you certain you want this?" Su Qiu nodded firmly. Despite his confusion, Lu Wei acquiesced and promptly instructed the steward to roll up the painting and present it to Su Qiu. "Jinjia, will you not select anything for yourself?" Lu Wei inquired. Li Jinjia chuckled, "I shall forego it. It suffices that these 2 youngsters are pleased." After a few exchanged pleasantries, Li Jinjia tactfully accompanied Su Qiu and Li Yunxian out. For the olive vase affair was far from resolved. The next step would involve a confrontation between father and son. As expected, once the 3 departed, Lu Wei's expression darkened. "Bring that wretched son back to me. I must retrieve the olive vase," he commanded urgently. Once outside the villa, Su Qiu, brimming with anticipation, stated, "We need to hurry." Li Yunxian looked at her in bewilderment. "Brother Qiu, what is the rush?" "It's a valuable item," Su Qiu responded, patting the painting in her hands. Realization dawned on Li Yunxian. "Let us go to the treasure vault." He called back to his uncle. "Second uncle, we're heading to the vault to await you." With that, Li Yunxian hurriedly entered the vehicle, driving Su Qiu towards the treasure vault. What on earth is happening? Li Jinjiao wondered, perplexed, yet he hastened to follow suit. Returning to the vault, after securing the door, Li Yunxian inquired, "Brother Qiu, what is the plan?" Su Qiu instructed Li Yunxian to prepare a table, and once the system was activated, She unfurled the painting before them. Have you noticed that this painting is unlike ordinary ones? Suqiu prompted, casting a meaningful glance at her companions. She had begun to piece together the mystery. However, Li Yunxian remained utterly bewildered. Even the well-versed Li Jinjia scratched his head in confusion. What is different about it? He pondered. After observing for a moment, Li Jinjia asked curiously, Isn't it just a copy? It's somewhat aged, but it holds little value. Suqiu smiled knowingly. One must look beyond the surface. Did you not notice that the thickness of this painting seems somewhat peculiar? Both Li Yunxian and Li Jinjia were momentarily taken aback. Thickness? What do you mean? As they remained in a fog of confusion, Suqiu retrieved a small knife and knelt down to gently score the bottom of the painting. After making a cut, she carefully pried it apart. To the astonishment of her two companions, she revealed a hidden layer beneath the initial facade. Having seen the painting within a painting trick on television before, Suqiu quickly grasped the situation. Incredible! A painting within a painting. Li Jinjia finally grasped the revelation. Could it be that another artwork is concealed within? Let me handle it, he quickly offered, as his dexterity surpassed Suqiu's. Soon, he adeptly peeled away another layer. The third layer revealed a sheet of white paper, which, upon being removed, unveiled a stunning ink flower and 3 pure ones painting. Wow! Li Jinjia could not help but exclaim. Quick, bring me a magnifying glass. He procured a professional magnifier and began examining the piece with great scrutiny. Good heavens! This is astonishing, he exclaimed repeatedly. Li Jinjia examined the artwork while speaking. Suqiu, how can one both appraise and insult at the same time? Goodness! This is the first time my second uncle has been so earnest. Brother Qiu, this painting is no ordinary piece. Li Yunxuan's gaze shifted to one of seriousness. At that moment, Li Jinjia concluded his evaluation. It was an authentic work by Tang Bohu, titled Ink Flowers and 3 Purities. Once treasured by Qianlong as part of the imperial collection, the painting bore the seals of Qianlong's treasure, Sanqi Hall's fine appraisal seal, and for the benefit of descendants. Among the full set of Qianlong's collection seals. Upon reaching this point, Li Jinjia inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable. This artwork is worth at least 120 million. What? Li Yunxian was evidently taken aback. Suqiu, with a casual gesture, had stumbled upon a treasure worth 120 million. Moreover, he had obtained it for free. This was utterly astonishing. Wow, Brother Qiu, your eyes are truly exceptional, possessing the legendary fire eye. I still can't discern what makes that painting special. Yet you immediately recognized its true worth. I am genuinely impressed. Li Yunxian exclaimed with fervor. Li Jinjia, suppressing his excitement, reflected, to be honest, it's rare for an ordinary person to conceive of such a method, hiding a true painting within a counterfeit. This is no easy feat. Even the slightest error could damage the genuine artwork. Such a measure would only be taken in dire circumstances. It's likely that during the wars, court painters devised this risky method to preserve the piece. However, the craftsmanship is indeed commendable. It has been remarkably well preserved. This approach is quite ingenious, a masterstroke of deception. Something no one would suspect. Suqiu listened to Li Jinjia's analysis, secretly chuckling to himself. Well preserved? Not necessarily. This was entirely the system's doing. Brother Qiu, you've struck it rich. A painting preserved in such excellent condition could fetch at least 15 million at an auction. Li Yunxian was even more thrilled, excitedly patting Suqiu's shoulder. Suqiu smiled faintly. Do you like it? What if I give it to you? Li Yunxian laughed heartily. I do like it, but I can't afford such a hefty price. I meant as a gift to you. Suqiu replied with a grin. Didn't you mention you were lacking a birthday present? How about this ink flowers and 3 purities? Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian, who had just been brimming with excitement, suddenly froze, dumbfounded. He stammered, Brother Qiu, you're not joking, are you? Giving it to me? For free? Indeed, for free, Suqiu confirmed. As these words left his mouth, both Li Yunxian and Li Jinjia stood in stunned silence. Chapter 28. If Brother Qiu becomes my brother-in-law, wouldn't that mean he is truly my brother? For the Li family, 100 million is not considered a significant sum. However, for Li Yunxian, this amount was astronomical. Having ventured into entrepreneurship for so long, he had never accumulated such wealth. Brother Qiu, you can't be serious. This is over 100 million. Even the smallest fraction amounts to millions. Li Yunxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're giving this to me for free? Are you joking? After all, he had only known Suqiu for less than 3 days. How could he possibly believe that someone would gift him an ancient painting worth over 100 million in such a short time? Li Jinjia also regarded Suqiu with incredulity. To give away a painting valued at over 100 million so casually? Surely, this was outrageous. Suqiu had his reasons for making such a statement. For him, money was not an issue at all. If he desired, the system could quickly elevate him to a billionaire or even a multi-billionaire. Yet, The more pressing concern was whether he could safeguard such wealth. The greater the fortune, the more individuals would covet it. Su Qiu had no confidence in his ability to protect this money. After all, history was replete with cautionary tales. Take Xin Wansan, for instance, considered the wealthiest man during the Ming dynasty. Yet, what became of him in the end? He fell victim to the machinations of power. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, it merely becomes a number. Power, however, remains paramount. Su Qiu was no fool. He had to plan for the future. Presently, he had a promising path ahead, collaborating with the Li family to leverage their influence and gradually fortify his own position. This partnership could be established using the ink flowers and 3 purities as a stepping stone. Once this piece reached the hands of the Li family patriarch, it would undoubtedly yield unforeseen benefits. Furthermore, the Li family's standing in the antiques market was formidable, which would greatly assist in future endeavors. It was a win-win situation, and only a fool would pass it up. Do I seem to be jesting? Su Qiu asked earnestly. Li Yinxian and Li Jinjiao both paused momentarily. What a clever tactic. What an open-hearted spirit. What impressive resolve. Li Jinjiao silently praised Su Qiu. To so effortlessly offer something valued at over 100 million without a flicker of hesitation was remarkable. This young man appeared to be even more formidable than he had imagined. Li Yunxuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Brother Qiu, since you've said so, I shall graciously accept. In the future, I'll follow you through thick and thin. However, before he could elaborate further, he instinctively covered his rear. But that's a no-go. I'm not into men. Su Qiu, forget you. Su Qiu took a step back. You better handle that painting with care. Be serious about it, or you might damage it. Come now, Li Yinxian laughed. Such a valuable piece. Even if I were to mishandle it, I wouldn't let it be ruined. As Li Yinxian and Li Jinjiao began to cautiously handle the ink flowers and 3 purities, Su Qiu spoke up. Uncle Li, I'll take my leave now. I'm heading back to rest. Brother Qiu, you can sleep here. Li Yinxian looked up. Su Qiu, no thanks, I'll just sleep at home. Without looking back, Su Qiu departed. After he left the treasure hall, Li Jinjiao remarked, this young man, he is quite extraordinary. My brother Qiu, how could he be anything less? Li Yinxian responded. Enough of that. Li Jinjiao shook his head. I feel you're not worthy of him. What are you talking about, second uncle? I really don't like men. But my sister does, heh. If brother Qiu becomes my brother-in-law, wouldn't that mean he is truly my brother? If your sister hears you say that, you'll be in for it, Li Jinjiao retorted. Li Yinxian shuddered. Cough. I'm not worried. Brother Qiu has my back. Su Qiu drove his Range Rover towards his residence. He planned to stay one more night before buying a villa or a spacious apartment. After parking nearby, he dashed up the stairs. However, upon reaching his door, he spotted a figure squatting there, prompting him to frown. It was Lu Ruiyan's sister, Lu Ruxue. What a troublesome presence. Just then, Lu Ruxue noticed Su Qiu and approached directly. Hey, Su, where's the drone you promised me? Hand it over. Lu Ruxue was quite direct, walking up to him and extending her hand. Su Qiu, you fool. How dare you insult me? Lu Ruxue's eyes widened. And what of it? Su Qiu chuckled. Your sister divorced me. Why would I buy a drone for you? Because you promised me. Lu Ruxue shot back defiantly. Su Qiu found it amusing. The family of Lu Ruxue and Lu Ruiyan are all vampires. Having already drained quite a bit of blood, do they still intend to feast post-divorce? Can Su Qiu tolerate this? Get lost. Go find your new brother-in-law. Su Qiu declared with a frigid expression. Lu Ruxue, incensed, resorted to childish antics. She plopped herself down at Su Qiu's doorstep, throwing a tantrum. If you don't buy it for me today, you can forget about stepping inside. However, in the next instant, the door next door swung open with a sharp click. Chai Tian peeked her head out and waved at Su Qiu. Upon seeing this, Su Qiu dashed into Chai Tian's abode in a heartbeat. Lu Ruxue, was that a woman who just opened the door? Well, you Su, how dare you engage in an affair behind my sister's back? If you have the courage to cheat, then have the courage to open the door. Lu Ruxue pounded on the door furiously. Inside, Chai Tian and Su Qiu covered their ears, bemused. Brother Qiu, who is this person? Chai Tian inquired tentatively. Su Qiu settled into a chair. Just an annoying pest. If you hadn't opened the door, I would have truly been entangled by her. She wouldn't camp out at the door all night, would she? Chai Tian remarked. If she were to linger at the door all night, would Su Qiu really need to stay over? Oh no, she had just now repaid Su Qiu's favor and opened the door without much thought. But it was already 10 at night, and with just a man and a woman alone. Was it truly going to come to that? As Chai Tian contemplated, her face suddenly flushed crimson. Su Qiu, oblivious to Chai Tian's complexion, casually remarked, I've messaged the landlady. She'll be here shortly. The landlady's prowess is not something Lu Ruxue can compare to. Oh. A tinge of disappointment flickered across Chai Tian's face. Why is your face so red? Su Qiu glanced up and, upon a closer look, realized that Chai Tian was dressed in a loose shirt and shorts, the youthful vibrance of a university student. Her fair skin was accentuated perfectly. Even Su Qiu couldn't help but silently admire the scene. After being scrutinized by Su Qiu, Chai Tian's cheeks flushed even deeper, as though resembling a ripe peach. "Brother Qiu, why are you looking at me like that?" Chai Tian stammered, feeling bashful. Su Qiu cleared his throat. As a seasoned individual, he was still able to withstand the test. "I just recalled that a few days ago, you mentioned a classmate who was selling houses?" Su Qiu inquired. Chapter 29. That useless Su Qiu. How could he possibly compare to your brother-in-law Fan Chong? The current employment landscape for university students is indeed quite bleak. Chai Tian attends a decent school, so her classmates must also be commendable. Yet the outcome? One sells cars, another sells houses. Just when she wanted to buy a house, it seemed she would be contributing to the achievements of university students. Chai Tian snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, she works at a real estate company. All right, have her prepare a spacious flat for me. I'll go take a look tomorrow. With that, Su Qiu rose to his feet. Having heard the landlady's voice outside, Lu Rushue's attempts to throw a fit before the landlady were laughable. Within 2 minutes, she had been chased away by the landlady. Once the commotion outside subsided, Su Qiu opened the door to Chai Tian's residence and headed back to his own place. With a swift motion, he retrieved his keys, unlocked the door, and closed it seamlessly. Chai Tian watched him shut the door, momentarily lost in thought, feeling a touch of disappointment. After all, in many respects, Su Qiu was handsome and affluent, embodying the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of many women. No, what am I thinking? Chai Tian blushed and shook her head, hastily closing the door to contact her friends. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Yuntao was seated on the sofa, his gaze scanning the documents in his hands. Wait, this person is called Su Qiu? Yet his background seems utterly unremarkable. He hardly appears to be a significant figure. The documents Fan Yuntao held contained Su Qiu's information, yet it painted him as an ordinary citizen devoid of any notable background. This left Fan Yuntao bewildered, struggling to comprehend how such a person could be connected to the Li family. President Fan, the secretary whispered, should we dispatch someone to personally investigate all of his matters based on this information? After a brief moment of contemplation, Fan Yuntao interjected, absolutely not. I suspect this information has been deliberately fabricated. In Fan Yuntao's view, anyone who had ties with the Li family could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The likelihood of this information being a ruse was high. Under such circumstances, it was imperative not to conduct an unauthorized investigation. After all, if the other party was capable of fabricating documents, they likely possessed other formidable means. If he were to investigate and the other party discovered it, they would undoubtedly retaliate. The strength behind Su Qiu was certainly not inferior to that of the Li family. He could not recklessly probe into the veracity of his fabricated background. Do not let today's events leak out, understood? Fan Yuntao instructed. The secretary nodded and added, by the way, President Fan, young Master Fan Chong is outside and wishes to see you. Let him in, Fan Yuntao replied, closing the documents. The secretary nodded and exited. Soon after, a beaming Fan Chong entered. Dad, he exclaimed. Fan Yuntao glanced at his son, who sported bleached hair, and retorted, you're about to become a father. Yet you still maintain this ridiculous hairstyle. Dad, don't worry, I'll dye it back tomorrow. Fan Chong grinned sheepishly before getting to the point. Dad, look. The grandson you've been eagerly anticipating has finally arrived. Shouldn't we give him a proper name? I'm married now. The legitimacy of my son must be secured. Upon hearing this, Fan Yuntao frowned, still somewhat displeased. You're still considering marriage? That woman is a divorcee. Are you truly interested in her? Dad, don't say that. Rian was merely momentarily deceived. She is already divorced. Moreover, she and her ex-husband had no real marital bond. Rest assured, Dad, this child is undoubtedly a member of the Fan family. Fan Chong assured confidently. Fan Yuntao sighed in exasperation. Yet, thinking of the grandson he had longed for, he eventually nodded. Fine, as long as you're happy. The most important thing is that my grandson arrives safely, understood? Understood, Fan Chong replied with a smile. Once he was married and had a son, he would surely claim a hefty portion of the family fortune. A prosperous future was on the horizon. At that moment, Fan Yuntao added, is there no issue with the ex-husband? Ensure everything is resolved. We cannot allow any negative repercussions to reach the Li family. Don't worry, Dad. Rian's ex-husband is a complete failure, a lowly pauper. He poses no threat, Fan Chong asserted with confidence. Fan Yuntao sighed. All right. Although he was reluctant to accept Lu Rian as a second wife, he believed that the daughter-in-law's significance paled in comparison to that of the grandson. After all, none of his other sons had married women other than first wives, yet all their children were daughters. What use was that? Dad, you see, The expenses for your grandson are quite substantial. My finances are a bit tight. Fan Chong began to rub his hands, revealing his true intentions. Fan Yuntao glanced at Fan Chong with a hint of exasperation before retrieving a supplementary card from the cabinet. This is my supplementary card, 2 million a month. Spend it wisely. Don't worry, Dad, I'm quite frugal, Fan Chong replied, taking the bank card and exiting with enthusiasm. Outside, in the BMW. Lu Ruoyan looked at Fan Chong as he got into the car and inquired, Darling, how did it go? With a smile, Fan Chong brandished the supplementary card and proclaimed, 2 million a month. Our prosperous days are just around the corner. 2 million a month? That useless Su Chiu could never earn such a sum in his lifetime. Lu Ruoyan silently cursed, then excitedly exclaimed, 2 million. Honey, could you transfer 1 million to me? Fan Chong, puzzled, asked, What do you need so much money for? To buy a house for my brother, Lu Ruoyan explained. Look, darling, my brother is getting married, and the bride's family requires a marital home. He can't afford to marry without a house, and as his brother-in-law, shouldn't you lend him a helping hand? Fan Chong fell silent for a moment, as he had intended to use the money to buy a better car first. Honey, Lu Ruoyan playfully chided, nudging him affectionately. Unable to resist, Fan Chong relented. It's just 1 million, right? Give me your account, and I'll transfer it right away. You are the best. Much better than that useless Su Chiu, Lu Ruoyan rejoiced, providing her account details. Of course, don't compare me to that pauper, Fan Chong remarked while executing the transfer. This 2 million a month is merely the beginning. Once our son is born, millions will be a piece of cake. Rest assured, darling, our son will never let you down. Lu Ruoyan beamed as she watched Fan Chong complete the transaction. She then pulled out her phone to call her brother. Hello, Riao. Your brother-in-law just transferred 1 million to you. Did you receive it? Received it. That was quick. He replied. Yes, you mentioned wanting to buy a marital home, right? Go buy one tomorrow. The sooner you marry, the happier mom and dad will be. Don't even mention that useless Su Chiu. How could he possibly come up with that much money? Clearly, you're the most impressive brother-in-law, Fan Chong. Chapter 30, 40 million, secured directly. The next morning, Su Chiu rubbed his eyes and yawned. Picking up his incessantly ringing phone, he discovered it was a message from product manager Du Hui. Upon opening it, he noted that Du Hui's previous arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a series of messages pleading for mercy, filled with laments about familial obligations and the necessity of earning a living. Take your matters up with my lawyer, Su Chiu replied curtly before blocking him. How amusing. When he targeted me, did he ever consider his own need to eat? If it weren't for the system, I would have been fired by him and left to starve. Su Chiu was no saint. He wouldn't mind if such a person faced dire straits. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Su Chiu glanced at the location message sent by Chai Tiantian. Contrary to what he believed, she did not work at a sales office, but rather for a real estate company. Unlike a sales office, a real estate company had access to all properties developed under its name, allowing for better selection. Boss, 2 meat buns, 1 vegetable bun, and a cup of soy milk. Su Chiu ordered at the breakfast shop near his community. Look, isn't that a Range Rover? The shop owner remarked as he saw Su Chiu get into the vehicle. Being a regular at the bun shop, the owner recognized Su Chiu, recalling that he used to ride an old electric bike to work. How did he end up with a Range Rover today? A Range Rover? That must cost hundreds of thousands, the owner's wife noted. An observant customer commented. Not just that, that's the latest high-end model, likely around 2 million. Wow. Both the owner and his wife were left speechless. They had just heard some gossip from the landlord of the community about Su Chiu's divorce yesterday. How could he possibly be driving a Range Rover today? Had he soared high post-divorce? Outside Tinghui Real Estate Company, the security guard immediately sprang into action upon seeing the Range Rover, eager to find a parking spot for Su Chiu. After parking, Su Chiu couldn't help but reflect on how true the saying was. You need not speak. The Range Rover will do the talking. Had he arrived on his old electric bike, he likely would have been chased away by the guard. Where's the property office? Su Chiu inquired. The guard enthusiastically led him to the property office, which bore little difference from a regular sales office, albeit with a greater number of listings. Upon entering, Su Chiu dialed Chai Tiantian's classmate's number. Song Hui, I heard from Tiantian that you're looking to buy a large flat, right? Song Hui approached briskly and politely. Su Chiu nodded. Song Hui had prepared various layouts in advance and immediately led Su Chiu to a specific property. This community is near the subway. Warm in winter and cool in summer, with an elementary school nearby and a hospital within 20 kilometers. Everything is well equipped, priced at 31,000 per square meter, with a down payment of just 120,000. Su Chiu glanced at the community Song Hui pointed to, frowning. 31,000. That's too expensive. Song Hui's heart sank. However, large flats were inherently pricey. There were hardly any under 30,000. But considering this client was introduced by Chai Tiantian, Song Hui nodded. Though a bit steep, The down payment can be negotiated to about 1 million. Su Qiu shook his head. That's still too far out. I want a community in the city center. Huh. Song Hui was taken aback. But city center properties are very expensive. Money is no object, Su Qiu responded. Song Hui was taken aback by his assertiveness. City center properties typically started at 70 to 80,000 per square meter, with large flats even reaching a minimum of 100,000. Well then, take a look over here, Song Hui pondered, leading Su Qiu to another property. This community had recently been completed and was located in the city center, with schools, hospitals, and shopping centers within 5 kilometers. However, the price was 11,000 per square meter, and the large flats required a minimum of 300 square meters. 11,000 per square meter? 300 square meters would cost over 30 million. Such a terrifying price would be unmanageable for many company executives. Song Hui had little hope for Su Qiu, merely wishing for him to realize the difficulty of his expectations. After all, he was referred by Chai Tian, and she didn't want to sever ties. Is the 13th floor sold? Su Qiu pointed to a unit. Really? Are you serious? Song Hui stammered. It hasn't been sold yet, but the 13th floor, at 350 square meters, would cost around 40 million, and the down payment would be. Before she could finish, Su Qiu interrupted, full payment. He pulled out his bank card. Song Hui was momentarily stunned. Wait, really buying it? Please hold on, she said, hurrying to the office. This transaction involved tens of millions and was beyond her capacity to handle. Soon, she returned with her supervisor. Upon hearing that Su Qiu intended to purchase the 40 million large flat, the supervisor did not display any condescension. She took the bank card, instructed Song Hui to provide excellent service to Su Qiu, and said, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Song Hui escorted Su Qiu to the reception room, and soon after, the manager returned with a gentleman in tow. Judging by his attire, it was evident that he hailed from a banking institution. As anticipated, the man promptly produced a sophisticated machine. Unlike the Li family, who could easily navigate the company accounts, Su Qiu found himself entangled in the complexities of personal finances, necessitating the assistance of the bank's machinery. With deft movements, the gentleman executed a series of operations, and after Su Qiu entered his password, a staggering sum of 39,200,000 was swiftly transferred, an amount nearing 40 million, indeed a full payment. Song Hui inhaled sharply, momentarily taken aback by the enormity of the transaction. Goodness, where did Chai Tian encounter such a formidable figure? Take me to see the property, Su Qiu declared, tucking away his bank card. Certainly, esteemed guest. The manager donned a smile and led Su Qiu out of the lounge. Just as they were about to exit, Su Qiu heard a familiar voice. Brother, this property is exorbitantly priced. Wasn't there supposed to be a discount? My sister only gave me 1 million. And combined with my parents' savings, I've only managed 110,000. The down payment is 120,000. How am I supposed to make up the 10,000 difference? I genuinely adore this place. Su Qiu furrowed his brow upon recognizing the voice. Turning around, he indeed spotted Lu Ruyao standing before a development, closely trailing a man whom she referred to as brother. Yet this brother remained expressionless, stating, you're short 10,000. See if you can scrape together a bit more. 110,000 is truly the minimum down payment. Miss it, and it's gone. Where on earth can I find that? My brother-in-law isn't giving me any more money, Lu Ruyao exclaimed, anxiously ruffling her hair. The next moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of Su Qiu. Wait, brother, I'll be right there, she called out, hastening toward him. Su Qiu had initially found the encounter vexing and had turned his gaze away, but to his surprise, Lu Ruyao blocked his path. Su, lend me 10,000, she demanded, standing before him with an air of entitlement. Observing Lu Ruyao's audacity, Su Qiu could only laugh in disbelief. The Lu family certainly possessed an astonishing level of shamelessness. What gives you the right to demand money from me? He retorted with a sardonic smile. Lu Ruyao's expression shifted suddenly. Su, being asked for money is a privilege. Don't be ungrateful, she shot back, as if bestowing a grand favor upon him. Su Qiu found her words ludicrous. Privilege? Pray tell. Who do you think you are to speak of privilege? He turned to Song Hui and the manager. The manager, realizing the situation, promptly interjected. Please refrain from disturbing our guest. Guest? Lu Ruyao frowned, incredulous. That impoverished wretch can barely scrape together 10,000, and he's your guest? Have you lost your vision? The manager, unfazed, called out, Security, please come here. She had no intention of engaging in petty squabbles with Lu Ruyao, especially considering that Su Qiu was a high-value client who had just spent 40 million. Such a significant client undoubtedly commanded respect, and offending him was out of the question. What are you doing? I'm a customer. Customers are kings. Lu Ruyao shouted at the approaching security personnel. The manager could hardly suppress a laugh at her absurdity. Unable to produce a down payment exceeding 100,000, did she truly believe herself a king? Remove him, She instructed the security guards. Brother, I'm here to purchase a property. How can your security treat me this way? Lu Ruyao pleaded, appealing to her so-called brother. However, this brother was merely a salesperson and had no authority to intervene. As the manager's gaze fell upon him, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. I don't know this person. He's just causing trouble. Please escort him out. The security guards wasted no time, seizing Lu Ruyao and dragging her toward the exit. Please. This way, they urged. As Lu Ruyao was ejected from the premises, the manager turned back to Su Qiu with a warm smile. Su Qiu nodded appreciatively. Oh, the advantages of wealth. One could indeed rely on others to handle such nuisances. Outside, Lu Ruyao glared at the tall security guards, her anger subdued by fear, and retreated to a corner. Dialing a number, she exclaimed, Hello, brother, why aren't you helping me? I'm a customer. I'm here to buy a house. I'm a king. Shut up, that's my boss you're talking about. Don't jeopardize my job. Came the scolding voice from the other end before the line went dead. Lu Ruyao attempted to call back, only to discover her number had been blocked. In an instant, fury coursed through her veins. Just yesterday, she had been elated after receiving $1 million. She had scoured her connections, eventually finding this so-called brother, hoping to negotiate a reduced down payment on a decent property. Yet, now, with only 10,000 short, she found herself unceremoniously expelled. The more she pondered, the angrier she grew, clenching her fists. That's Su Qiu, refusing to lend me 10,000 and getting me thrown out. What a scoundrel. She fumed, unable to contain her frustration any longer. Without hesitation, she called Lu Ruyao. What? Su Qiu had you thrown out? Impossible. How could that impoverished fool possess such power? Lu Ruyao's incredulity was palpable. How could her brother be ousted by someone so seemingly incapable? Yet, recalling Lu Ruyao's mention of needing 10,000, a realization dawned upon her. You're short on funds. Looking for an excuse to ask me for money, aren't you? Lu Ruyao surmised. Lu Ruyao, desperate, replied, No, sister, it's truly Su Qiu who enough. Don't mention that waste of space again, Lu Ruyao interrupted. Using him as an excuse is futile. He is a nobody who couldn't even muster a few thousand. He can't even enter the property sales office. As for the 10,000, I can't help you for now. Your brother-in-law is displeased with too many expenses. How about this? Buy a modest apartment for now as a wedding residence, and once I've fully embraced the life of a wealthy woman, I'll acquire you a better one. Does that work? Lu Ruyao, initially fuming, couldn't help but smile at the prospect of a new home. Thank you, sister. Thank you, she exclaimed. Once the call ended, Lu Ruyao scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. This boy, even when concocting lies, couldn't find a more convincing reason. That Su Qiu, a lowly individual, would never own a home. Unlike her, who would soon reside in a luxurious penthouse, living the life of a wealthy lady. At Tonghui Huaiyue, Su Qiu stood in the open-air garden of his penthouse, relishing the gentle breeze. Expensive properties indeed held their value. Su Qiu couldn't help but reflect on the experience. It felt as though the air here was significantly more refreshing, albeit merely an illusion. Standing in this splendid penthouse, his spirits soared. In high spirits, Su Qiu began to survey his new abode. The penthouse was exquisitely furnished, with every piece of furniture in place, ready for immediate occupancy. Mr. Su, if you find any aspect of the decor unsatisfactory, we can redo it for you at no additional cost, the manager chimed in cheerfully, trailing behind him. Su Qiu waved his hand dismissively. No need, it's quite lovely as is. Very well, Mr. Su, the manager replied. The supervisor continued, Mr. Su, there's one last matter regarding the handover procedures. Should we handle it here? Or, let's return and take care of it, Su Qiu replied. And please have someone clean the house. Understood. The three of them made their way back to the property office to finalize the remaining formalities. As Su Qiu departed, the supervisor turned to Song Hui. Impressive, Song Hui. This deal was closed remarkably swiftly. Where did you find such a significant client? Song Hui fell silent. A classmate introduced him? The notion seemed somewhat incredulous, considering that Chai Tian was merely a recent graduate. Never mind, it was no matter to discuss further. Noticing Song Hui's reticence, the supervisor refrained from pressing on. The commission for this deal is 3%, totaling 1,190,000, which will be included in next month's salary. 1,190,000. Upon hearing this, Song Hui felt lightheaded with excitement. Unbeknownst to Su Qiu, the events that followed were unfolding. After completing the paperwork, he drove off in his Range Rover. Having spent nearly 40 million on the property, he found his bank account dwindling to about 10 million. This amount left him feeling rather insecure. He needed to acquire more funds swiftly. However, this time, Su Qiu's focus was not on the antique street, but rather on the largest second-hand market in Binhai City. Chapter 32, The Antique Incense Burner. Don't tell me you found another bargain. Liuhe Market, as the largest second-hand market in Binhai City, boasted an expansive area and a diverse array of secondhand goods. From used beds and old appliances to kitchenware, wooden furniture, and various antiquities such as dustpans, diesel lamps, and ceramics, the market had it all. After parking his car, Suchio ventured into the market, which was divided into numerous small shops, each filled with an assortment of items. He slowed his pace, allowing his gaze to wander through the various stores. Indeed, these were secondhand goods, yet not one held any substantial value. A particular cabinet caught Suchio's attention. Aside from the painting he had seen yesterday, this was the second time he encountered an item with an abundance of descriptors, 4, to be precise. What treasures lay concealed within this cabinet? Realizing this, Suchio approached the vendor selling the cabinet. Although the price of 800,000 was not exorbitant, he felt compelled not to let it slip away. How much for this cabinet? Suchio inquired, tapping the piece he admired. The shopkeeper promptly responded, 320. Are you joking? That's exorbitant, Suchio retorted, incredulous. 300 for a second-hand cabinet? Do you take me for a fool? My dear customer, this cabinet is crafted from sandalwood, bearing the marks of time. The shopkeeper began to elaborate, but Suchio interrupted. Just call it old. Spare me the flowery language. It's clear that those who trade in second-hand goods are not simple folk. Your sales pitch could charm the dead. 320 is reasonable, but I cannot take the cabinet with me. Please deliver it to my residential complex. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment. For an additional 30. I can arrange a special delivery. Fine, Suchio replied, unwilling to haggle further. After settling the payment, he provided the address of Tenghue Huaihua. Good heavens! The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the address. Tenghue Huaihua was the finest residential complex in the city. Wait, does someone of that caliber really buy second-hand goods? My good sir, I have other valuable items. Would you care to see them? It would be more economical to send them all together, the shopkeeper pressed eagerly. Suchio shook his head. No, just this one. Very well. The shopkeeper ceased his attempts and called out, Dad, we have a delivery. Not far off. An elderly gentleman rode up on an electric tricycle. What a splendid delivery vehicle. Suchio glanced at the tricycle and then at the elderly man. Just deliver it to the entrance of the complex and hand it to the security guard, stating it's for the resident of Unit 0213. With that directive, Suchio continued to explore. However, there was little of interest in the second-hand furniture section. The cabinet was a rare exception. Consequently, he quickened his pace toward the area dealing in antique objects. His eyes soon fell upon an antique incense burner. How much for this incense burner? Suchio inquired as he stepped into the store. The shopkeeper, a septuagenarian gentleman, was leisurely seated in a rocking chair. Upon noticing a customer inquiring about the incense burner, the old man opened his eyes and glanced at the item. That one is 80. All right, I'll take it, Suchio replied decisively. The old man rose, retrieved a black bag, and carefully packaged the incense burner before handing it to Suchio. After completing the transaction, Suchio held the incense burner, feeling quite pleased. With a similarity rating of 69%, it was likely to exceed $1 million in value. Determined to see if he could unearth any more treasures, Suchio resumed his exploration. However, antique items were inherently scarce. Even those boasting a similarity rating above 60 were exceedingly rare. His initial stroke of luck led him to 2 promising finds, but subsequent searches yielded nothing. After wandering for 2 hours without acquiring another item, the best he discovered was a vase with a similarity rating of 53, far from the coveted 60. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Suchio decided to exit the second-hand market. Oh, it seems that finding a bargain in this market is rather unrealistic, he mused, shaking his head. The place was simply too vast, and the quality of items was more inconsistent than the antique street. Nevertheless, his outing was not entirely fruitless. After placing the incense burner securely, he pressed the accelerator, heading toward the treasure pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, Suchio mentally activated the system and strode confidently inside. Young master. A consultant at the treasure pavilion spotted Suchio and immediately approached him. Your brother is in the lounge. Suchio nodded. I need to speak with him. This way. Please. The consultant promptly led Suchio toward the lounge. As they reached the door, Suchio overheard an enthusiastic voice. Marvelous, splendid, splendid. This ink flower 3 pure beings painting is simply exquisite. The vice president of the Antique Association, Xiang Feiping, was circling around the ink flower painting, continuously exclaiming his admiration. Li Yunxian stood nearby, grinning proudly. Young master, Brother Chiu has arrived, the consultant announced with a knock on the door. Upon hearing Suchio's arrival, Li Yunxian instantly brightened, rushing to open the door. Hee hee, Brother Chiu, you're here. Li Yunxian excitedly welcomed Suchio through the door. President Xiang, can you guess how I came by this exquisite ink flower painting? 3 pure ones? Li Yunxian pulled Suchio over to the table, a smile gracing his face. Xiang Feiping looked at the exuberant Li Yunxian in astonishment, then glanced at Suchio, whom he was dragging along. Could it be that little Su? Xiang Feiping ventured cautiously. Li Yunxian nodded fervently. Exactly. It's my brother Qiu who scored this gem. Xiang Feiping's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew well that this was the 3 pure ones by Tang Bohu, valued at over 100 million. How could such a treasure be unearthed so casually? It was simply astonishing. In his excitement, Xiang Feiping grasped Su Qiu's hand tightly. Su Qiu, feeling overwhelmed by the enthusiasm, politely extricated himself from Xiang Feiping's grip and turned to Li Yunxian. Let us get down to business. What's up, brother Qiu? Li Yunxian inquired, eyeing the black plastic bag that Su Qiu had brought. Did you buy some fruit? Without further ado, Su Qiu placed the bag on the table, opened it, and revealed an exquisite incense burner. Wow! Li Yunxian exclaimed. Brother Qiu, don't tell me you found another treasure. Xiang Feiping's pupils dilated at the sight of the incense burner, his hands trembling slightly. Little Su, may I take a look at this? He asked eagerly. Su Qiu nodded. Go ahead. Without hesitation, Xiang Feiping picked up the incense burner, inspecting it with meticulous care. The top-quality kiln, the exquisite glaze, and the characters Fenghua caught his discerning eye. As the vice president of the Antique Association, Xiang Feiping possessed considerable knowledge. After a few glances, he immediately recognized the origin of the incense burner. Crafted from superior clay, its texture was delicate yet sturdy, as thin as a cicada's wings, and slightly translucent when held up to the light. The color of the incense ash was classic, and the characters Fenghua referred to the residents of Lu, the favored concubine of Emperor Gaozong of the Song dynasty. There was no doubt that this piece originated from the southern Song court, with a collector's inscription by Qianlong. Xiang Feiping grew increasingly animated. Absolutely, this is a northern Song official kiln sky blue glazed incense burner. Li Yunxian, taken aback, exclaimed, from the northern Song? That must be worth a fortune. Xiang Feiping nodded vigorously. Its market value is around 15 million. But it is priceless in the eyes of many antique enthusiasts who are eyeing northern Song official kills. At this point, Xiang Feiping turned to Su Qiu. Little Su, you should entrust this to me. I can put it up for auction, and it will surely fetch a considerable price. An auction? Placing the item at an auction would indeed elevate its value significantly. Su Qiu, without hesitation, agreed. All right. Xiang Feiping, brimming with excitement, declared, I'll take this. And young Master Li can vouch for me. If anything goes awry, I promise to compensate you at the very least 15 million. You can rest assured. With that, Xiang Feiping eagerly cradled the sky blue glazed incense burner, placed it in a gift box, and hurriedly exited. Once Xiang Feiping departed, Li Yunxian turned to Su Qiu. He gazed at the black plastic bag in Su Qiu's hand and remarked, Wow, brother Qiu, you're quite audacious. You're keeping a multi-million treasure in such a flimsy bag? Aren't you worried about it getting damaged? Su Qiu chuckled lightly. I'm careful enough. Still, no matter how careful you are, a plastic bag is insufficient. Li Yunxian insisted. Promise me, from now on, when you find such treasures, you must use a proper box to protect them. All right, Su Qiu replied nonchalantly. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Brother Qiu, are you going treasure hunting again? Take me with you, Li Yunxian urged. Su Qiu shook his head. I'm heading home. After a long day at the second-hand market, he was exhausted and ready to rest. Fine, Li Yunxian conceded reluctantly. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, brother Qiu, tomorrow's auction starts at 8 in the evening. You'll be free, right? Yes, I'll call you in advance tomorrow, Su Qiu replied before turning to leave. Li Yunxian looked at the black plastic bag on the table, his expression a mix of admiration and disbelief. I can't believe you keep a multi-million incense burner in a bag that costs mere cents. Brother Qiu, you are truly incredible. Returning to the entrance of his apartment complex, Su Qiu lowered the car window and greeted the security guard. The guard, with a remarkable memory, immediately recognized Su Qiu and opened the gate. Welcome home, esteemed resident. Several security guards saluted in unison. One guard approached and said, Hello, resident of 0213. Someone just delivered a cabinet for you. That's mine, Su Qiu confirmed, handing the guard a pack of Chinese cigarettes. Could you please help me carry the cabinet to my apartment? Task guaranteed to be completed. The guard replied enthusiastically. As Su Qiu ascended the stairs, he encountered a young woman dressed in housekeeping attire standing at his door. Upon seeing Su Qiu, she promptly approached him. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Su Shan, the concierge of this building. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to use this pager to reach me. Here are the keys to your apartment, which has already been cleaned. Additionally, the door lock is equipped with a fingerprint unlock feature. Under Su Shan's guidance, Su Qiu quickly registered his fingerprint. At that moment, the security guards delivered the cabinet. All right, you may leave now, Su Qiu nodded at them. As Su Shan led the guards away, one of them remarked, Wow, she seems so young, not even 30. Is he some kind of young master? Su Shan replied sternly, Do not pry into the privacy of residents. Yes, The guard nodded, refraining from further questions. Once inside his apartment, Su Qiu closed the door and began examining the cabinet. He opened the compartments several times, confirming they were all empty. If anything were stored inside, it would have been taken long ago. After muttering to himself, Su Qiu glanced at the cabinet's screws. He retrieved a Phillips screwdriver and a hammer, beginning to disassemble the cabinet. Before long, he had completely dismantled it, revealing a gleaming object hidden at the very bottom. Goodness! 3 large gold ingots. In the context of the Republic of China, large gold ingots referred to a specific type of gold bar weighing over 10 taels. Calculating the current market value, they amounted to approximately 260,000. Together, they were worth around 800,000, aligning closely with the system's valuation. However, these gold ingots differed from regular gold due to the craftsmanship from the Republic era, bearing the marks of skill and time. Selling each of the 3 ingots for 30 or 40,000 was certainly feasible. As Su Qiu surveyed the 3 large gold ingots, he pondered. He wondered if Li Yunxian would be interested in them. Yet, considering their approximate worth of 1 million, he felt little inclination to present them. Collecting was not something Su Qiu was particularly passionate about. Forget it. I'll take a break first, he decided. Rubbing his sore thighs, he lay down on the bed. Right, I could hire someone for a massage. Su Qiu glanced at the pager that the housekeeper, Su San, had handed to him. Although it was referred to as a pager, it resembled more of an automobile key. Upon pressing a button, the device illuminated. Within moments, the landline in the bedroom rang. Hello, Mr. Su. How may I assist you? Su San's voice echoed through. Please arrange for a few individuals to provide me with massages, and have someone dispose of the cabinet in the living room. Certainly, Mr. Su, Su San replied promptly. Soon enough, several tall young women arrived, carrying massage kits. Su Qiu reclined on the bed, utterly relaxed, merely savoring the massage. The life of the affluent is indeed delightful, he mused. The disparity between wealth and poverty is staggering. More precisely, it is the difference between spending money on others versus oneself that is profound. When spent on others, they become the MVPs, but when spent on oneself, the pleasure is unparalleled. Chapter 34. National Treasures Returning Home, Flower, Bird, and Fish Market. After a satisfying massage, Su Qiu slept soundly until 8 in the evening. Rising from his slumber, he noticed his stomach grumbling. Time for some nourishment. He borrowed an electric scooter from the security guard. The nearby snack street was not far. Driving would be too cumbersome. The electric scooter was much more convenient. Su Qiu contemplated that he should purchase one for himself soon. Arriving at a barbecue stall on the snack street, he ordered some skewers and a bottle of cola, which he gulped down eagerly. Oh, I still can't get used to alcohol. Cola is far more delightful. While sipping his drink, Su Qiu opened WeChat to check for messages. Just as he did, a friend request popped up. He tapped to view it. Useless. What house can't money buy? I bought one for 1 million. Can you afford that? As your brother-in-law, I received 1 million directly. Unlike you, you impoverished wretch. I just acquired a new home and will be getting married soon. I'm sure you envy me. Upon reading the messages accompanying the friend request, Su Qiu felt a wave of exasperation. This request had come from Lu Ruyao's younger brother. How brazenly thick-skinned this family was. Lu Ruyao, in his 20s, had no money of his own and relied entirely on others to purchase a house. Incredible. And yet he had the audacity to brag. One downside of WeChat is that friend requests can accompany multiple messages. After a brief moment of sarcasm, Su Qiu promptly blocked Lu Ruyao. He then opened the chat interface, finding no new messages awaiting him. Closing WeChat, he opened Douyin, hoping to browse some attractive videos. To his surprise, the first thing that appeared was a news headline. Recently, a batch of national treasures that had been lost abroad is set to be escorted back home, returning to their motherland. The news was straightforward, announcing the impending return of these national treasures. There were numerous comments, and out of curiosity, Su Qiu opened them. To his astonishment, he encountered several rumors. I heard that many of these national treasures are fake. Someone has been deceived. Is that true? Are you an insider? If not, how would you know that many of these treasures are counterfeit? You've got to be kidding. Experts have authenticated them. How could they possibly be fake? Definitely fake. I can prove it, as I am that box. I can also prove it. I am the plane that brought these treasures back. I'm not joking. These items have been tampered with, making it difficult for experts to identify the fakes. Su Qiu glanced at the rumors in the comments section, evidently skeptical. After all, these were national treasures, purchased with state funds from abroad. How could they be counterfeit? Yet, the certainty in their claims was disconcerting. If only the system could authenticate through the screen, he thought regretfully. Otherwise, he would certainly wish to verify the authenticity of this batch of treasures. However, this was merely a minor distraction. He paid it little mind and resumed browsing videos. It seemed that the return of the national treasures had garnered significant attention, as he encountered several marketing accounts discussing the matter. Damn this big data, Su Qiu grumbled. Sir, Your barbecue is ready, the stall owner announced, bringing forth his order. Suchio promptly turned off his phone, relishing the delightful combination of barbecue and cola. After satisfying his hunger, he headed to a computer market to assemble a gaming computer, spending the night immersed in gaming. The following day, he awoke at 2 in the afternoon. Checking his phone, he noticed numerous missed WeChat calls from Li Yunxian. But he had activated sleep mode, and thus NT heard them. "What's up? I pulled an all-nighter and just woke up," Suchio messaged back. Within seconds, Li Yunxian responded, "Brother Chio, when are we going to scout for treasures today? I want to broaden my horizons." Suchio could feel Li Yunxuan's excitement even through the screen. "Finding treasures isn't that simple," he replied. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to explore. "We could check out the second-hand market or the flower, bird, and fish market. Perhaps we might stumble upon some good finds," Li Yunxian suggested. Upon seeing the mention of the second-hand market, Suchio recalled the fatigue in his legs from the previous day's endeavors. He was certainly not inclined to visit it anytime soon. However, the flower, bird, and fish market? Now that sounded promising. "I'll freshen up. Meet me at the entrance of Tenghui, Huaihua Community." "On my way," Li Yunxian responded with remarkable alacrity. Less than half an hour later, he appeared at Suchio's community entrance. Observing Li Yunxuan's eager demeanor, Suchio couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you supposed to keep an eye on your treasure trove?" Li Yunxian waved dismissively. "No worries. The consultants and masters are watching over things. I usually just hang around playing on my phone. I'd rather join you, Brother Chio, to broaden my horizons." Suchio chuckled softly. "Just don't get your hopes too high. Treasure hunting isn't that easy. Even if we don't find anything, it will just be like a stroll," Li Yunxian replied, adopting a laid-back attitude. "By the way, Brother Chio, have you heard the news about the national treasures returning home? I overheard my dad's phone call last night. It seems there might be some issues with those items." Li Yunxian rambled on, like a chatterbox. "Are there problems with the national treasures?" Suchio looked at Li Yunxian with a hint of confusion. He only came across those rumors on Douyin yesterday. "And today Li Yunxian mentioned them? How did your father find out about it?" Suchio inquired curiously. Li Yunxian replied proudly, "My father is an expert appraiser, certified in all. As for how he learned of it, it turns out the museum director responsible for receiving that batch of national treasures is acquainted with my father. He called him late last night, and upon hearing the news, my father frowned. I could tell immediately from his expression that something was amiss." "You read his expression? So you didn't hear the conversation?" Suchio remarked. "What you just said, you didn't just guess it after watching Douyin, did you? You've been watching too many conspiracy theories. I'm quite accurate in my guesses. Those national treasures are definitely problematic, though I did glance at the comments section on Douyin." Li Yunxian attempted to retort, albeit lacking confidence. Suchio laughed in response. "You believe the comments section? By that logic, I could say all readers are exceptionally handsome." Just as Suchio was about to continue, her gaze suddenly sharpened. Chapter 35, Fish Tank, Inkstone. Suchio's attention fell upon a shop that sold fish and turtles. Upon seeing the glass fish tanks displayed, her pupils involuntarily widened. Goodness, it was her first time witnessing so many items with a similarity index of 40 to 50%. It wasn't the tanks themselves, but rather the decorative objects within them. Suchio's gaze narrowed, and she promptly approached the shop. Li Yunxian followed closely behind, watching as Suchio stood before a collection of fish tanks, tentatively asking, "Chio-gu, these tanks can't possibly contain valuable items, can they?" Suchio nodded slightly, her eyes settling on a square crystal tank meant for turtle rearing. 1/3 of the tank had been arranged as a water pool, while the remaining 2/3 were dry, decorated into a paradise for the turtles to roam. Suchio's attention was fixated on a piece of inkstone and a jade pendant serving as ornamental elements within it. Similarity index, 100. Market price, 14,000,000. Goodness, this inkstone is genuine. The similarity index of that jade pendant also reached 75%. Once the authenticity was verified, the price could potentially soar beyond 20 million. Astonishingly, within a mere crystal tank, lay treasures worth 30 to 40 million. "Boss, how much for this fish tank?" Suchio suppressed her excitement and called out. A woman who appeared to be in her 40s approached. "Buy a turtle, get the fish tank for 160. "That's quite pricey," Suchio remarked after a quick scan. "These are all Brazilian turtles. They aren't worth much." "Then how about 150 for the fish tank with the turtle?" The female shop owner scrutinized Suchio before beginning her negotiation. "Look at how beautifully decorated this tank is. When you buy turtles later, you can just place them inside. And they'll surely have a splendid time." Suchio couldn't help but chuckle. What does a turtle know about having fun? "However, I do like the decoration. 150 it is, but I want to take the turtle. I'll buy my own. But is it possible to throw in some turtle feed?" "That's definitely fine." The shop owner smiled, sealing the deal. Suchio lifted the crystal tank, then feigned casualness as she inquired, "By the way, boss, What inspired you to use these items for the tank decoration? She pointed to the ornaments at the bottom of the tank. Not only were the decorative items within this tank noteworthy, but even those in the other tanks had similarity indices hovering around 40 to 50%. The origins of these items were intriguing. Upon hearing this, the shop owner's face momentarily displayed a hint of disdain. Don't even mention it. It was my husband who got into the antique game, going out to the countryside to collect treasures. He brought back these useless items, which are of no use at all, so I thought I might as well repurpose them. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow. Collecting treasures from the countryside? That's quite a clever strategy. Which village did you acquire these items from? Su Qiu asked. The shop owner, puzzled, replied, what is wrong with these items? Nothing. Su Qiu shook her head, opting not to pursue the matter further as she turned to leave with the fish tank in her arms. After walking a considerable distance, Li Yunxian, who had been silent beside her, finally spoke up. Qiu Gu, what is the origin of this fish tank? Is it made of valuable crystal or something? No. It's just an ordinary crystal tank, Su Qiu responded. Li Yunxian looked perplexed. Then is it the breed of the turtle that is valuable? Su Qiu shot him a glance. I was just inquiring about those decorative items. What do you think? Realization dawned on Li Yunxian as he glanced at the ornaments at the bottom of the crystal tank, his face a mask of disbelief. To be honest, he immediately grasped the situation. After all, the last time someone stumbled upon a valuable fish tank, his focus had been solely on the tank itself. Those appeared to be an inkstone, a jade pendant, stones, and small Buddha statues. Could these items be antiques? Li Yunxian curiously turned to Su Qiu for clarification. Su Qiu didn't respond immediately. Instead, she sought out a public restroom. Approaching the sink, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the jade pendant. Oh, it's covered in turtle droppings. Quite dirty, she remarked. Li Yunxian, being from a wealthy background, momentarily recoiled in shock, stepping back. Su Qiu, however, was unfazed. She rinsed the jade pendant under the faucet, cleaning it thoroughly before putting it back in her pocket. Just as Li Yunxian was about to ask something, he saw Su Qiu reach for the inkstone. Subsequently, Su Qiu removed her outer coat, carefully wrapping the inkstone within it. Let us go, she declared, finding a trash can to dispose of the crystal tank. Once in the car, Li Yunxian eagerly pressed her for information. Qiu Gu, what is the origin of this inkstone? Su Qiu glanced at the inkstone wrapped in her coat and replied, it's just a guess for now. Nothing is confirmed yet. We'll need to wait until the inkstone is clean to know for sure, but cleaning this item requires skill. It must be handled by a professional. That is simple. We can ask President Xiang. He is quite adept at this, Li Yunxian suggested. With that, he turned the steering wheel toward the Antiques Association. The Antiques Association boasted its own office floor in Binhai City. After all, those who engage in antiquities are typically affluent, and an entire floor is not a significant issue. They entered the elevator and ascended to the 7th floor. Xiang Feiping, who had already received word of their arrival, was waiting at the elevator entrance. Li Xiaosu, you're here. Xiang Feiping greeted warmly, guiding Su Qiu and Li Yunxian into the Antiques Association. In the reception room, Xiang Feiping had tea served before smiling and saying, Xiaosu, I heard from Li Xiao that you've uncovered something valuable again. Su Qiu nodded with a smile. It's an inkstone, but it's a bit dirty. She handed over the inkstone wrapped in her coat. As Xiang Feiping unveiled the cloth, a foul odor wafted through the air. What is that smell? He waved his hand in front of his nose, attempting to disperse the stench. This inkstone was previously kept in a turtle tank, so it's covered in quite a bit of excrement, Su Qiu explained. Xiang Feiping frowned. Goodness, who on earth decided to put an inkstone in a turtle tank? What a genius. Li Yunxian spoke. Chairman Xiang, we have come to request your assistance in cleaning this inkstone. The filth adhered to it has been there for an unknown duration. Any misstep could ruin this exquisite piece. It is prudent to entrust such specialized tasks to professionals. Xiang Feiping's craftsmanship is commendable and can at least guarantee the integrity of the inkstone. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Feiping nodded. After all, this inkstone was salvaged by Su Qiu and should possess considerable value. It must be worth at least several 100,000. Just a moment, Xiang Feiping said as he picked up the inkstone and made his way towards the door. Su Qiu and Li Yunxian waited in silence, during which Li Yunxian initiated a conversation. By the way, Brother Qiu, my grandfather's birthday is coming up. Would you join us for the festivities? Chapter 36. The Western Han Dynasty's Silk and Wool Carvings and the 8 Knife Techniques. A unique masterpiece. Li Yunxian intended to seize this opportunity to introduce Su Qiu to his grandfather. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow. Is it appropriate for me to attend your family's birthday banquet? To this, Li Yunxian replied earnestly. You are like a brother to me, so what difference does it make between our families? We'll go together. And if anyone dares to object, I shall silence them. Observing Li Yunxuan's demeanor, Su Qiu chuckled. In that case, I shall not hold back. However, I cannot arrive empty-handed. What does your grandfather enjoy? I shall see if I can bring something. Li Yunxian exclaimed. What do you mean your grandfather? He is our grandfather. After pondering what his grandfather might like, Li Yunxian mused. Given his discerning taste, he has likely seen it all, and I can't say he has any particular favorites. Oh, he does like gold bars. Gold bars. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Qiu's eyes. With the Li family's stature, it would be no surprise if they could afford not just gold bars, but entire mountains of gold. He fancies gold bars. I find that hard to believe. Noticing Su Qiu's expression, Li Yunxian hurried to clarify. Of course, they are not just any gold bars, but those from the Republic of China. Known as big yellow fish. You must be aware of them, Brother Qiu. Su Qiu responded, Indeed. Not only do I know of them, but I happen to possess 3. My grandfather has a penchant for collecting items from the Republic of China. However, most of the original big yellow fish have been melted down, and the ones remaining are merely recreations. If we could find an original with its authentic craftsmanship and purity, I believe my grandfather would be quite pleased. After saying this, Li Yunxian sighed. The original big yellow fish were prohibited from being bought and sold back then, circulating only internally. However, due to later conflicts, many of these pieces became available. Unfortunately, most were melted down into different forms. Li Yunxian had previously contemplated finding a big yellow fish as a birthday gift for his grandfather, but all he found were replicas. What if I told you I happen to have some? Su Qiu interjected. What? Li Yunxian exclaimed, eyes wide, looking at Su Qiu. Brother Qiu, you cannot be joking. Original big yellow fish from the Republic of China? Su Qiu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 3 pieces. Goodness. Li Yunxian was taken aback, just as he brought it up. Brother Qiu happened to have 3? Could it be that these were part of Brother Qiu's collection? It was unlikely that they would just appear out of nowhere. The possession of such artifacts indicated that Brother Qiu was no ordinary person. Brother Qiu, let us gift one of these, but no need to offer all 3. Just one will suffice to tease my grandfather's interest. Li Yunxian suddenly chuckled. Su Qiu, hearing this, found it amusing. You are quite the filial grandson. As they continued their conversation, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Just as Li Yunxian rose to check on Xiang Feiping's progress, the door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang, and an exhilarated Xiang Feiping burst in. Incredible! 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 He was devoid of any semblance of the vice-chairman's composure, his excitement palpable. He hurried to stand before Su Qiu and Li Yunxian, exclaiming, an imperial treasure. Inscribed by Emperor Yongzheng himself. Golden sound, jade virtue. The 8-character calligraphy is executed with strict formality, exuding an imperial grandeur that seems to capture the essence of a sovereign. It is confirmed that this is indeed an item either personally used by Yongzheng or graciously bestowed upon a loyal minister. The imperial inscribed Qingni Kuelong pattern inkstone. Xiang Feiping was practically beside himself with joy. While cleaning the inkstone, he had initially felt some disdain for the turtle droppings. After all, given his esteemed position, it was his first experience with such a task. Yet, the more he cleaned, the more he sensed something extraordinary. After completing the meticulous cleaning, he eagerly researched the piece. Finally, he came across a similar inkstone at an auction, also originating from the Yongzheng period, categorized as an imperial treasure. There was no doubt it was genuine. Chairman Xiang, how much do you believe it is worth? Li Yunxian, with limited experience in antiques, inquired eagerly. 3 years ago, at an overseas auction, a similar imperial treasure appeared, starting at 18 million, and ultimately sold for 20 million. This imperial inscribed Qingni Kuelong pattern inkstone is slightly inferior in quality, but I estimate it could start around 15 million. At this point, Xiang Feiping suddenly became agitated, stomping his foot in frustration. Which fool placed such a valuable item in a turtle tank? If it had not been in there, its condition would have been far better, easily fetching an additional 1 or 2 million. What a tragedy! The sight of the inkstone's diminished quality caused Xiang Feiping's heart to ache. What kind of blind fool would use such a fine object as mere decoration in a turtle tank? Su Qiu remarked half-jokingly, had it not been in the tank, I wouldn't have had the chance to discover it, would I? Xiang Feiping took a deep breath, calming himself. Fortunately, it wasn't left in there for too long, otherwise, it would have truly been destroyed. Xiao Su, leave this inkstone to me. I will include the imperial inscribed Qingni Kuelong pattern inkstone and the Tianqing glazed swan ni incense burner at tonight's auction. I assure you, it will fetch an impressive price. With Su Qiu's imperial inscribed Qingni Kuelong pattern inkstone and Tianqing glazed swan ni incense burner as heavyweight items, Xiang Feiping was confident that tonight's auction would be a resounding success. Goodness, each of these could be worth tens of millions. Li Yunxian gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had felt some disdain when he saw Su Qiu reach for the item, but now, with pieces valued in the tens of millions, how could he afford to be choosy? If given another chance, he would not hesitate to grab it. Brother Qiu, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. rivaling that of the great sage equal to heaven. By the way, Brother Chiao, did you not also retrieve a jade pendant earlier? Perhaps it would be wise to show it to Chairman Xiang as well. Li Yunxian grew increasingly impatient. He remembered that besides the inkstone, there was indeed a jade pendant taken from the tank. A jade pendant? Xiang Feiping looked at Su Qiu in astonishment. Could it be that you stumbled upon yet another treasure? Is it that easy to find antiques? To uncover two at once is simply unheard of. Xiao Su, may I see the jade pendant? Xiang Feiping asked, his hands trembling with excitement. Upon activating his system, Su Qiu nodded and began to rummage through his pocket. Soon, the jade pendant, which had been authenticated, was handed to Xiang Feiping. He dared not be negligent and, with utmost care, retrieved an entire set of appraisal tools to examine it meticulously. It was an exquisite piece crafted from the finest Hetian mutton fat, white jade. The intricate filigree carving from the Western Han era, coupled with the renowned Han 8 knife technique. In perfect condition and a rare singular item, could this jade pendant be? Xiang Feiping suddenly leaped up, overwhelmed with excitement. Like a madman, he dashed towards a nearby bookshelf. Chapter 37, The Xianqi Pendant, Auction Task. He quickly retrieved a book from the shelf. Flipping through its pages with great haste, he muttered to himself, "Where have I seen this before? Where is it? Found it!" Xiang Feiping exclaimed with fervor as he opened a page. Su Qiu and Li Yunxian leaned in for a closer look. Xiang Feiping eagerly pointed at the book's content. "Look at this! The high relief of the entwined Qi dragon, its form vigorous and animated, the scales and armor distinctly layered, the lines fluid and powerful, the filigree carving, and the clouds outlined with extremely fine lines, gracefully shifting. This piece dates back to the reign of Liu Ao, the grandson of Emperor Xian of the Western Han dynasty. At that time, Liu Ao had 3 sons, all of whom died young. Therefore, upon the birth of his 4th son, he commissioned a Xianqi pendant to seek peace and safety. However, in later years, Liu Ao became tyrannical, even persecuting this 4th son, leading to his exile and eventual death on the road. After enduring various upheavals, the Xianqi pendant eventually came into the possession of a renowned collector of gold and stones during the late Qing dynasty, only to vanish amidst the chaos of war. As Xiang Feiping recounted this, he began to pant heavily. Rumors had circulated that the Xianqi pendant had fallen overseas. Yet who would have thought it lay before me now? His eyes burned with intensity as he gazed upon the pendant. Li Yunxian, somewhat perplexed, could ascertain one thing for certain. This jade pendant was immensely valuable. "President Xiang, could you provide an approximate price?" Li Yunxian inquired. Xiang Feiping patted his chest, striving to compose himself. 30 to 40 million. While the price may not seem exorbitant, the sentimental value is unparalleled. It serves as a testament to the downfall of the Western Han dynasty. If it falls into the hands of an enthusiast, 50 million might not be out of the question. He turned his excited gaze towards Su Qiu. "Little Su, let me handle this Xianqi pendant. With it as our centerpiece, our auction in Binhai City is destined to be a resounding success." Su Qiu, remarkably composed, nodded in agreement. "That is fine. After all, I have no particular interest in collecting. If it can be auctioned, let us proceed." Meanwhile, Li Yunxian stood beside them, utterly astounded. "My goodness, nearly 60 million from a single fish tank. This is utterly terrifying." Li Yunxian felt as though his worldview was collapsing. Xiang Feiping, incredulous, asked what? The Xianqi pendant and the Imperial Ming Qingni Kuei dragon-patterned inkstone were in the same tank. Indeed, Li Yunxian affirmed with a nod. "Holy cow, Brother Qiu. Your eye for treasures is terrifying. It's no wonder you've struck gold." Su Qiu chuckled, humbly replying, "I merely recognized the Ming Qingni inkstone to a degree. But I wasn't entirely certain about the Xianqi pendant. I approached it with a trial-and-error mindset." "Wow, Brother Qiu, you're too modest. If I possessed such talent, my nose would be in the air." Li Yunxian expressed with unrestrained envy. Xiang Feiping then inquired, "Where did you acquire this fish tank? It's improbable for 2 such valuable items to surface simultaneously." Li Yunxian replied, "I bought it at the flower and bird market. These items were collected from rural areas." "Rural areas?" Xiang Feiping pondered for a moment. If they were sourced from rural collections, that is indeed plausible. Many of these artifacts circulated among farmers during the upheaval of peasant revolts, often going unrecognized by later generations. However, the odds of these 2 items appearing in the same tank are slimmer than finding a needle in a haystack, unless they came from a region rich in treasures. The more treasures there are, the greater the likelihood. Xiang Feiping mused, "Where's this place? I must investigate. I am certain there are significant treasures there. Possibly even a tomb." Li Yunxian shrugged. "Brother Qiu already inquired, and they were collected from various places a long time ago. Even the owner has forgotten where." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiping sighed in disappointment. What a pity. Those of us in this profession not only pursue passion, but also relish the thrill of uncovering hidden gems. If I could find this rural sourcing location, I would surely gather a team to scour for treasures. With only a few hours remaining before the evening auction, he insisted. I must hasten to deliver the Xianqi pendant and the Imperial Mingqingyi Kuei dragon-patterned inkstone to the auction house for appraisal. Little Su, young Master Li, you both must attend tonight. Absolutely. We also want to see if we can discover any hidden treasures at the auction, Li Yunxian chuckled. Su Qiu nodded, watching as Xiang Feiping departed. Once he was gone, Su Qiu and Li Yunxian lost interest in lingering. Brother Qiu, there are still a few hours until the auction. How about we get a foot massage? Li Yunxian suggested with a grin. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow. How can you test an old hand like me like this? Let us go. Brother Qiu, too timid to even send a friend request. How hilarious. Lu Ruyao said, glancing at her phone, bemused by the lack of replies from her friend. Beside her, Lu Ruyan frowned. Why bring up that useless person? I bought a house, of course. I must let him know, Lu Ruyao replied with a smug smile. He is a worthless individual who can't afford a house that I easily purchased. It must be infuriating for him. Lu Ruyao exclaimed. Lu Ruyan scoffed. Just don't provoke him to the point of death. Let him die, after all. That useless person has dragged you down for so long, Lu Ruyao bitterly retorted. The poor wretch can't even scrape together a few million. How can he think of marriage? All right, let us not discuss that unfortunate topic anymore, Lu Ruyan said, changing the subject. Tonight, we have a mission. Do you remember what your brother-in-law instructed? Of course, sister. We must secure that blue and white bowl tonight, Lu Ruyao affirmed with a determined nod, then quietly inquired. But, sister, do these items really fetch millions of dollars? What is the use of spending so much on antiques? What do you know? Lu Ruyan scolded. This bowl is intended as a gift from my father-in-law. It will help foster relationships, understand? That's called social connections. I've worked tirelessly to secure this task from your brother-in-law. You must perform well and secure the blue and white bowl. Once you do, I'll speak to him about arranging a job for you. A few thousand a month for easy work. How wonderful. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lu Ruyao couldn't help but feel exhilarated. A few thousand a month for easy work. Brother-in-law is incredible. Lu Ruyao gushed. Indeed, people can outshine others. Su Qiu. That waste can't even manage a few thousand a month. What a poor fool. Let us not dwell on that unfortunate topic. Come on. Sister will drive you to the auction in her BMW. Lu Ruyan said, brimming with pride as she climbed into her luxurious BMW and sped towards the auction venue. Chapter 38. You ought to consider your own status before thinking of remarrying my sister. The Tianjin auction house, being the largest in Binhai City, consistently attracted considerable foot traffic. Particularly today, with rumors of significant treasures circulating, it drew even more visitors. Sister, look at all these luxury cars. Porsches, Ferraris, Lamborghinis. My goodness, how can these people be so wealthy? In the parking lot of the auction house, Lu Ruyao gazed enviously at the surrounding sports cars. Lu Ruyan replied dismissively, can you not aspire for something greater? What do these cars even signify? Once you marry into the Fan family, you won't have to worry about not having a nice car to drive. Hearing this, Lu Ruyao became excited. Sister, I want to drive a Lamborghini. You must perform well at this auction. Do not let anyone intimidate you. As long as we secure that blue and white porcelain bowl, a life of luxury awaits you. Lu Ruyan said. Lu Ruyao, intrigued, asked sister. Isn't at the highest bidder who wins at an auction? How exactly should I perform well? Lu Ruyan explained. Those participating in the auction are not fools. Everything has its price. Once we reach that limit, others will undoubtedly cease to bid. Therefore, we must hold our ground and not be intimidated. Sister, Lu Ruyao ventured cautiously. How much will brother-in-law give us? What if it's not enough to bid? Lu Ruyan chuckled softly. For million. Do you think that is sufficient? Wow. That is a considerable sum. It should be more than enough. Lu Ruyao exclaimed. With that much money, securing a blue and white bowl will be a piece of cake. Right? Of course, I wouldn't hand you something difficult to obtain. It's surely an easy task, which is why I entrusted it to you, she reassured him. Rest assured, sister, with this 4 million, that blue and white bowl will be ours. As the siblings conversed, they made their way to the elevator in the parking lot. After pressing the button, the elevator ascended from the lower level. With a soft click, the door slid open. However, upon seeing the situation inside the elevator, both Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyao's expressions suddenly changed. Inside the elevator, Su Qiu frowned as she spotted the two siblings. What are you doing here, Lu Ruyan? Su Qiu snapped, her face filled with displeasure. You Su, are you following us? Lu Ruyao retorted coldly. Crazy. Su Qiu laughed mockingly. Do you think you're worth following? What are you to me? You. Lu Ruyao's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Qiu. But Lu Ruyan stopped him, whispering, don't act out. There are cameras in this stairwell. If we fight, We won't be able to enter the auction house, and that would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyao seemed to grasp the situation. Ah, so that's your wicked intention, Su. Trying to provoke me into action? How cunning. Thankfully, my sister is smart enough to see through your ploy. Lu Ruyan added, Su Qiu, even if you wish to win me back, you need not resort to such disgusting tactics. Even if you disrupt this auction, I will still marry into the Fan family. I will never remarry someone of your lowly status. Indeed, Lu Ruyao nodded emphatically, you ought to reflect on your own standing before thinking about remarrying my sister. You are nothing, not even worthy of consideration. Su Qiu, you are truly repugnant. Lu Ruyan declared. Su Qiu sneered, how ridiculous. What nonsense are these two spouting? Pressing the elevator close button, she thought, how dare he insult me? Lu Ruyao's temper flared again. Do not fall into his trap, Lu Ruyan cautioned. To hell with him. Lu Ruyao cursed. I never expected this Su to be so malicious, trying to provoke me to act out and prevent me from entering the auction. I didn't foresee this either. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Poverty is not frightening. It's the malicious intent that is. However, his methods are too crude. As long as we don't take the bait, we'll be fine. Sister, what if he blocks us at the entrance of the auction hall? Lu Ruyao asked. I felt like punching him when I saw him. Do not worry, there will be security at the entrance. That lowly person would not dare act up there. If he dares to show his face, we'll have security escort him out. Ah, Lu Ruyao wondered. Should we wait for the elevator? What if Su occupies it? Lu Ruyan contemplated for a moment, then said, let us take the stairs. To avoid the unpleasantness of Su Qiu, the siblings ascended the stairs from the first basement level all the way to the 4th floor, where the auction hall was located. Lu Ruyao gasped for breath. I'm exhausted, but when I glance at the ticket verification area at the floor entrance, I can finally breathe easy. Haha, sister, that Su didn't dare show up. Of course not. Lu Ruyan inhaled deeply. He is a lowly person, a destitute fool. He has no right to be here. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan led Lu Ruyao to the ticket verification area. To enter the auction venue, one must first pay a deposit online to obtain a ticket. Without a ticket, entry is impossible. The deposit for this ticket amounts to 20,000. Lu Ruyan felt a sense of pride. As Lu Ruyao passed through the gate, he laughed. That's Su. The pauper. Couldn't he possibly scrape together that much money in a few months? The siblings chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the auction hall. Meanwhile, Su Qiu, having already passed through the ticket verification, was led into a room by a staff member. This was Su Qiu's first time attending an auction, and upon seeing the room filled with various mascot headpieces, she felt a moment of confusion. What are these for? Su Qiu inquired. The staff member replied, Dear guest, this is a confidentiality measure for our auction house. Guests of your status can choose to wear a headpiece to ensure your identity remains undisclosed, while also allowing you to view the items up close. Of course, wearing one is optional. After pondering for a moment, Su Qiu decided to wear a panda headpiece. The material was surprisingly lightweight. After donning the headpiece, she curiously examined it. Just then, a phone call came in. It was Li Yunxian. Originally, Su Qiu and Li Yunxian had planned to attend together. However, unexpectedly, during his massage, Li Yunxuan's father had called with an urgent matter that required him to leave. Qiu, I'm still tied up here. Please enter the venue first. I'll come find you once I'm done. Li Yunxuan's slightly apologetic voice came through the phone. That's all right. You take care of your business first, Su Qiu replied before hanging up. Led by the staff, she headed toward the auction hall. Upon entering, Su Qiu immediately spotted Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyao standing to the side, holding number 252. These two unfortunate souls are also attending the auction? Su Qiu glanced at the siblings and quickly averted her gaze in disdain. Yet, that brief glance did not escape Lu Ruyan's notice. As Su Qiu entered wearing the panda headpiece, Lu Ruyan initially failed to recognize her, but quickly identified the number plate in her hand. Number 3. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Although this was her first auction, she had done her research. The smaller the number, the higher the status. And those with such numbers often occupied the best seats. Lu Ruyan's gaze was fixated on Su Qiu's back, her heart fluttering. That must be the company president. At the very least among the top 10 attendees. Lu Ruyan pondered quietly, suddenly feeling that the figure before her seemed somewhat familiar. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Lu Ruyao, standing beside her, exclaimed, Sister, why don't we have seats? Are we supposed to just stand here? Lu Ruyan glanced at her number plate, and then surveyed the seats ahead. Those seats were occupied by individuals of considerable status. She had yet to marry into the Fan family, and had not yet reached that echelon. Will standing for a while kill us? Remember our purpose for being here. Lu Ruyan replied. Lu Ruyao nodded, then inquired, Sister, why was that person just now wearing a panda headpiece? Were they trying to conceal their identity? Should we don one too? After all, they are handling millions. No need for that. We have wealth, so why should we fear the gaze of others? Lu Ruyan crossed her arms, exuding an air of confidence. Wealth, especially in the realm of millions, is something to be proudly displayed. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. At this moment, the auction hall was filled to capacity, and behind the seats stood many others, some there merely for the spectacle, while others were streamers aiming to broadcast the auction items. Suddenly, the bright white lights of the venue dimmed, replaced by a softer yellow glow. The spotlight illuminated the auction stage as the auctioneer, Xiang Fei Peng, made his entrance. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. It turned out that Xiang Fei Peng was not only the vice president of the Antique Association, but also an auctioneer for Tianyinguan. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies. Xiang Fei Peng began with a standard yet straightforward introduction, briefly outlining the details of the auction before diving straight into the first item. The initial lot was a calligraphy piece written by a prominent figure from the Qing dynasty. As the calligraphy was displayed, the large screen behind it showcased pertinent information about the item. The starting bid was set at 600,000, with increments no less than 30,000. No sooner had Xiang Fei Peng finished speaking than numerous paddles were raised in response. Guest number 62 bids 650,000, 700,000, 750,000, 800,000. Within a minute, the price of the calligraphy surged from 600,000 to 1,200,000. Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruyao, standing at the back, were left agape at the spectacle. Sister, how can these people be so wealthy? An item worth 600,000 has now escalated to over 1 million. Lu Ruyao, having never witnessed such a scene, was astonished, his mouth agape. To him, 60,000 was already an astronomical figure, and now it had soared beyond 1 million. Was this calligraphy truly worth such a fortune? Close your mouth, Lu Ruyin admonished. Although she too was taken aback, she regained her composure, recalling her status and confidently declared, "It's merely 1 million, a trivial matter. Don't forget, you are now the little brother-in-law of the Fan family. This amount is insignificant." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyao recalled his status and puffed out his chest. "Right. This amount is nothing. I am the little brother-in-law of the Fan family." As the siblings conversed, Xiang Fei Peng had already brought down the gavel, and the calligraphy piece was sold for 1,350,000. Su Qiu, observing the final price, couldn't he help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, the auction house was remarkable. He had just scanned the item with the system, and its price was only around 650,000. Yet, after the auction, it had increased by more than half. He couldn't help but wonder how much his 3 antiques, the Celadon incense burner, the Xianqi pendant, and the Imperial Ming Dynasty inkstone, would fetch in the end. The second item also commenced auctioning, starting at 600,000. However, the final price for this item was less impressive, concluding at 950,000. After all, the value of antiques is not solely determined by their intrinsic worth. It also hinges on the preferences of the audience. If a larger crowd is enamored by an item, its price will undoubtedly rise. Soon, the third, fourth, and 10th items were auctioned off, with starting bids escalating from 600,000 to 1,600,000. The 11th item, a Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl, commenced bidding at 1,600,000. When Xiang Fei Peng's voice fell, Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruyao's eyes widened in disbelief. The siblings had not anticipated that the blue and white bowl they sought would start at such a high price. Although the Fan family had prepared for 1 million, they were unsure if that amount would suffice in a bidding war. "Sister, what do you think? Shall we bid?" Lu Ruyao asked. "Yes, let us bid. There aren't many bidders. We should be able to secure it," Lu Ruyin replied, and Lu Ruyao promptly raised his paddle. Guest number 252 bids 1,650,000. Xiang Fei Peng brought down the gavel. At that moment, aside from Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruyao, others also began to call out bids, albeit not very fervently. Meanwhile, noticing guest number 252, Su Qiu turned to view Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruyao. Indeed, it was them. Su Qiu contemplated for a moment and suddenly recalled their earlier encounter at the elevator, where Lu Ruyin mentioned something about disturbing the auction and marrying into the Fan family. She couldn't possibly be referring to this blue and white bowl, could she? With that thought, a smirk crept upon Su Qiu's lips as he raised his bidding paddle. 2 million, he declared boldly. Disturb? Allow me to show you what true disturbance looks like. Guest number 3 bids 2 million. Xiang Fei Peng's voice rose slightly. Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruyao were left in a state of shock. They had initially thought that there would be little competition and that they could easily secure the blue and white bowl. But now, guest number 3 had suddenly offered 2 million. Lu Ruyao, infuriated, shouted, 2,010,000. 3 million. Su Qiu replied in a calm demeanor, 3 million. Lu Ruyao reacted with disbelief, 3,010,000. His temper flared as he engaged in the bidding war. For million. Su Qiu countered. For 1,010,000. Lu Ruyao persisted stubbornly. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyin grew anxious. Wait, we only have 4 million. How can you bid 4,010,000? You can cover the remaining 10,000, right? Chapter 40, an item worth over 1 million. And your brother is calling for 9 million. Lu Ruyin exclaimed in frustration. Not to mention 10,000. He can't even spare 2,000. After all, Lu Ruyao, being a street kid without a job, had no money to spare. Lu Yao, stop. Lu Ruyin urgently interrupted. If they continued bidding, they would suffer a tremendous loss. However, Lu Ruyao was already incensed, and with such an opportunity to wield such substantial funds, he was not about to let it slip away easily. Sister, that person is provoking me, raising the bid so much as if he looks down on me. Lu Ruyao clenched his fists, his face displaying defiance. Lu Ruyin said urgently, but we don't have enough money. Sister, you are the mistress of the Fan family. Lu Ruyao retorted. A few tens of thousands, or even millions, does that matter to the Fan family? Moreover, my brother-in-law has already declared that we must secure this blue and white porcelain bowl. We are merely one step away. How can we simply concede? Upon hearing Lu Ruyao's words, Lu Ruyin fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. They had come specifically for the blue and white bowl and could not afford to let it slip through their fingers. Besides, as a lady of the Fan family, what is a mere sum of money to her? It is merely a trifle. You continue to bid. I will inform your brother-in-law. Lu Ruyin retrieved her phone and dialed. At that moment, Xiang Feiping had already struck the gavel. Bid number 3 has offered 4,500,000. Does bidder number 252 wish to raise their bid? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyao's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph. It was known that the third bidder had previously raised the stakes by millions. Yet now they had only increased their bid by 40,000. This must surely be their limit. With that thought, Lu Ruyao boldly proclaimed 5 million. Although this exceeded expectations by 1 million, securing the blue and white bowl was a commendable achievement. Meanwhile, Su Qiu glanced back at Lu Ruyao. 5 million. How could he possibly produce such a substantial sum? It seems my suspicions were correct. These siblings are indeed here to procure items for the Fan family. A slight smile crept across Su Qiu's face. In that case, let the games begin. After all, several million is not a significant amount for him at this juncture. Moreover, considering Lu Ruyao's fiery temperament, he would undoubtedly cling to the bid until the bitter end. In the end, who would be footing the bill remained uncertain. 6 million. Su Qiu raised his hand. Lu Ruyao's pupils contracted in shock. What the hell? How is it that this person has increased the bid by another million? This is clearly an attempt to intimidate me. Lu Ruyao thought to himself, stealing his resolve as he shouted, 7 million. Let us see who intimidates whom. 8 million. Su Qiu interjected. At that moment, all eyes in the auction hall turned towards them. A blue and white bowl valued at just over 100,000 had surged to 8 million. This was indeed quite absurd. After all, this bowl was hardly a rare artifact and was not worth such a price. 9 million. Lu Ruyao declared with authority. Instantly, all attention shifted to him. And in that moment, feeling the weight of their gazes, Lu Ruyao was enveloped in pride. Many also turned their eyes to Su Qiu, pondering whether he would continue to bid. However, Su Qiu lowered his bidding paddle and softly declared, I concede. Beneath his panda mask, Su Qiu, having successfully provoked a reaction, was nearly beaming with delight. Lu Ruyao truly had the audacity to bid 9 million. It was remarkable. One must remember that the blue and white bowl was only worth around 150,000. To escalate the price to 9 million was 4 to 5 times its worth. With such a sum, one could procure far superior items. It was difficult to imagine the expression on the Fan family's faces upon discovering that Lu Ruyao had acquired this remarkable piece for them. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyao remained blissfully ignorant of the situation, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction as he observed the gavel poised to finalize the bid, basking in the attention of the crowd. Was it successfully auctioned? At that moment, Lu Ruyin returned after concluding her phone call. She had just negotiated with Fan Chong, securing an additional million. If the total for the blue and white bowl exceeded 5 million, they would forfeit. Easily secured, Lu Ruyao grinned. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin's face lit up with joy. How much was it? Rest assured, your brother-in-law covered everything. How could it possibly be just over 4 million? Lu Ruyao, with a hint of pride, responded, 9 million, a crushing victory. What? Lu Ruyin's voice broke as she reacted in disbelief. Madam, please lower your volume. Do not disturb the other guests. A security guard approached, speaking sternly. Lu Ruyin retorted, I am the one spending money here. Why should you concern yourself? However, noticing the guard's intimidating demeanor, she quickly pulled Lu Ruyao aside. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much that is? 9 million. It's 9 million. Lu Ruyin's face flushed with urgency. Lu Ruyao, however, remained unfazed. Sister, this amount is hardly a trivial matter for the Fan family. What the hell? Lu Ruyin exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Your brother-in-law said the maximum was 5 million. If it reached that amount, we were to let it go. And now you've bid 9 million, effectively doubling the budget. What? Upon hearing that 5 million was indeed the limit, Lu Ruyao's composure faltered. He was not foolish and understood the gravity of the situation. His brother-in-law had clearly stated that 5 million was the utmost limit. Yet he had now bid for a million more. Sister, does that mean I will have to cover the remaining 4 million myself? I don't have that kind of money. Lu Ruyao pleaded, gripping Lu Ruyan's hand in desperation. But you told me to bid freely, and I have secured it. I am your only brother. You must help me. Lu Ruyao's panic escalated as he implored her for assistance. Lu Ruyan wanted to chastise him, but seeing his distressed expression softened her heart. Wait, let me call your brother-in-law. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment before stepping aside to dial Fan Chong. Darling, she began coyly. On the other end, Fan Chong frowned, sensing something was amiss. Why was Lu Ruyan suddenly adopting such a tone, and what did it have to do with him? He felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan's next words nearly sent him into a frenzy. What? A bowl worth over 100,000 has been bid up to 9 million by your brother. In that moment, Fan Chong felt as though the sky was about to collapse. This blue and white bowl had been a task assigned to him by his father. He had initially thought it would be a simple undertaking and had succumbed to Lu Ruyan's request to delegate the task to her and her brother. Yet, he had never anticipated this. 9 million. This was an absolute catastrophe. Isn't 9 million just a small sum for the Fan family? Lu Ruyan began to leverage their unborn child as a bargaining chip. Fan Chong became agitated. After all, he was merely an illegitimate child with little standing in the Fan family. Now, he had inadvertently committed to an additional 4 million, which felt like an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, recalling the child Lu Ruyan was carrying, he gritted his teeth. I'll discuss it with my father. Chapter 41. The Xianxi Pendant. 83,500,000. Dad. Ruyan means well. She knows you intend to purchase this blue and white bowl. Dad. Fan Chong made the call, bracing himself for a verbal onslaught. After all, 5 million was already a considerable sum. Many people toil for over a decade or two without amassing 5 million. Yet now, within the span of a few minutes, he was being asked to fork out an additional 4 million. Clearly, he was treating money as though it were inconsequential. That 4 million will be deducted from the card I provided you. Also, the monthly allowance must be reduced from 200,000 to 50,000. We can discuss the rest after the child is born. Fan Yuntao's voice was icy, sending shivers down Fan Chong's spine. It was evident that his father was deeply disappointed with his performance this time. Damn it. You're more of a liability than an asset. After ending the call, Fan Chong couldn't help but curse Lu Ruyao under his breath before sending a message from his phone. Meanwhile, at the auction venue, Lu Ruyan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Fan Chong's message. However, her relief quickly turned to frustration upon noticing the deducted amount from her bank card. This loss is something your sister and brother-in-law have to bear, she fumed, glaring at Lu Ruyao. Are you satisfied now? Lu Ruyao looked aggrieved, exclaiming, Sister, this isn't my fault. It's him. He's the one who caused this mess. He pointed frantically at Su Qiu's location, nearly hopping in his agitation. He dares to swindle me. He must pay for this. With his sleeves rolled up, he prepared to confront Su Qiu. However, the security guards, having noticed Lu Ruyao's volatile temper, quickly intervened. The moment they stood in his path, the once furious Lu Ruyao transformed into a docile kitten. Seated at a distance, Su Qiu occasionally glanced towards the duo. Though separated by some distance, he could discern their expressions and gestures, realizing they were bullies who shied away from authority. The sight amused him, prompting a light-hearted chuckle. At that moment, Li Yunxian, donned in a bear mask, hurriedly took a seat beside Su Qiu. Sorry, Qiu Gu, I'm late, he said apologetically. Su Qiu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, the items up for auction haven't been particularly impressive. Just then, the auctioneer, Xiang Feiping, announced. Next up is a stunning incense burner made of sky blue glaze, consigned by a mysterious seller. Information about the incense burner appeared on the large screen. With a starting bid of 16 million. As Xiang Feiping's voice faded, the auction hall erupted with excitement. Almost immediately, bids began to fly. 16,300,000 from bidder number 7. 16,500,000 from bidder number 10. 13. It was evident that many attendees had come specifically for the sky blue glaze incense burner. The price skyrocketed from 16 million to 23 million in no time, leaving Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyao utterly stunned. 22 million, 23 million. Lu Ruyao felt as though his worldview had been shattered. An incense burner selling for over 20 million? That's 2 to 3 times more than the 9 million I just proposed. Lu Ruyan swallowed hard, realizing that if she knew the identity of the mysterious seller, she wouldn't be so upset over a few 100,000. The price for the sky blue glaze incense burner continued to ascend, ultimately settling at 24 million. My goodness, what a staggering price. Li Yunxian gasped. The incense burner, originally valued at 16 million, had fetched this astronomical amount, demonstrating not only the auction house's influence, but also the intrinsic value of the piece itself. Li Yunxian felt an itch of desire. Qiu Gu, you're going to make a fortune this time, he whispered excitedly to Su Qiu. Su Qiu remained composed. Money is merely a number, yet achieving such a figure is undeniably thrilling. Now, let us see how the prices fare for the Xianxi pendant and the Imperial Ming Qingni Kuei Dragon Inkstone. He spoke calmly as the next item. The Imperial Ming Qingni Kuei Dragon Inkstone was introduced, also starting at 16 million. The price surged rapidly. However, due to its slightly diminished condition from being stored improperly, it ultimately capped at 24 million. Now, the highlight of the auction was being presented, the Xianxi pendant, which recorded the decline of the Western Han Dynasty. Starting bid, 35 million. With a hammer strike, Xiang Feiping's announcement felt like a bombshell to Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruyao. 35 million. Lu Ruyao's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Lu Ruyan's mind was in turmoil. Sister, there's no way anyone would bid at this price. It's outrageous. Before he could finish, numerous paddles shot up in the air. The auction, once seemingly insignificant, was now packed with eager participants, many of whom had come specifically for the Xianxi pendant. The sounds of ringing phones filled the air as bidders reported prices and raised their bids. Several masked individuals also appeared intent on acquiring the pendant. 55 million. 57 million. 60 million. The hammer came down harder each time, and Xiang Feiping's voice grew more animated. In his long career as an auctioneer, he had never encountered such a remarkable antique. The value of the Xianxi pendant continued to soar. 60 million. 70 million. 75 million. By the end, the price was locked in at 83 million and 50,000. The final hammer struck, and Li Yunxian was more exhilarated than Su Qiu, nearly jumping out of his seat. Su Qiu took a few deep breaths, striving to maintain his composure. The price had far exceeded his expectations. The system's valuation had merely been 32 million. It was clear that the Xianxi pendant held profound significance for some bidders. Qiu Gu, let us head to the back to collect our earnings, Li Yunxian exclaimed, practically dragging Su Qiu toward the auction house's backstage. With the work badge provided by Xiang Feiping, they easily made their way to the rest area. As the final hammer fell on the Xianxi pendant, the auction was officially concluded. Xiang Feiping rushed to the lounge, and upon seeing Su Qiu, he excitedly shook his hand. Little Su. No, I should be calling you Qiuga now. Chapter 42. A Fortune Over a Billion. Xiang Feiping's enthusiastic address left Su Qiu feeling somewhat sheepish. After all, he was only in his 20s, while Xiang Feiping appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. President Xiang, please, calling me that makes me feel uncomfortable, Su Qiu joked lightly. But Xiang Feiping replied earnestly, forget about the formalities. You don't understand how thrilled I am now. Do you know how long it's been since our auction house saw a piece sell for over 60 million? The value of items auctioned reflects the strength of the auction house. A formidable reputation attracts more sellers to collaborate. Yet, despite being hailed as the best in Binhai City, Tianjin auction house's reputation was somewhat inflated. They rarely auctioned items worth even 10 million, maybe 2 or 3 times a year at best. However, the 3 artifacts in Su Qiu's possession have shattered the historical record of Tianjin Crown Auction House, establishing an unprecedented milestone. With such a remarkable achievement, the reputation of Tianjin Crown Auction House is destined to soar, undoubtedly attracting a plethora of private sellers to their doors. This is indeed a monumental boon for them. After all, the commission alone promises substantial profits. At that moment, the door to the lounge swung open, and a man resembling Xiang Feiping entered. Brother, Xiang Feiping called out to him. Xiang Feiyu approached briskly, his gaze locking onto Su Qiu. You must be the young Su, greetings. I am Feiping's elder brother and the chairman of Tianjin Crown Auction House, Xiang Feiyu. Su Qiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a connection behind Xiang Feiping. The establishment of such a significant auction house hinted at formidable prowess. It was no wonder Li Yunxian had remarked that Xiang Feiping's background was only slightly less formidable than his own. Hello, Chairman Xiang, my name is Su Qiu. He responded formally, extending his hand. Too polite. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. From now on, I shall call you Little Su. And you may call me Uncle Yu. Brother? I just called him Brother Qiu. Doesn't this confuse our hierarchy? Xiang Feiping interjected. Xiang Feiyu chuckled in exasperation. Don't mind my younger brother. Despite being in his 40s, he remains quite unfocused. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu pivoted the conversation. Little Su, I've heard from Feiping that these 3 artifacts were serendipitously acquired by you. It's hard to fathom. The last time I encountered someone with such acumen was decades ago with Yunchuan's grandfather. Your discerning eye is certainly on par with his. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu cast a slightly surprised glance at Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian, proud of the mention of his grandfather, replied, "Haha, my grandfather also started by seizing opportunities. His eye for detail was indeed impressive, but I believe Brother Chiu surpasses him. While my grandfather had his moments, he could not consistently uncover artifacts worth millions within just a few days like Brother Chiu does." Su Qiu inwardly chuckled, pondering whether Li Yunxuan's grandfather might have possessed a system of his own. Yet, achieving such a position through serendipitous finds speaks volumes of Li Yunxuan's grandfather's expertise. Xiang Feiyu smiled. All remarkable in their own right. Great talents emerge from youth. Li Yunxian chimed in. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiang Feiyu transitioned to the main topic. Little Su, the total auction price for your 3 artifacts amounts to 132 million. However, this constitutes unexpected income, thus a 20% tax must be paid, totaling 15,600,000. Given that the auction house operates within legal parameters, this 20% tax must be settled. Additionally, the auction house will retain a 10% commission, approximately 10 million. Yet, Xiang Feiyu generously added, Little Su, your assistance to our auction house has been invaluable. We shall waive this commission. Then I must express my gratitude to Uncle Yu. Su Qiu smiled. Simultaneously, Su Qiu began to contemplate. While the auction house was indeed appealing, the inevitable 10% commission and 20% tax on auction prices posed a dilemma. However, selling to a private buyer like Li Yunxian would allow for transactions under his company's name, utilizing personal accounts for payments, thus avoiding taxation. Of course, prices in private transactions would naturally be lower than those at the auction house. Each avenue presents its own merits and demerits. Nevertheless, Su Qiu felt satisfied with the substantial amount of over 100 million. I am now a person of wealth exceeding 100 million, he mused, glancing at the recent deposit of 156 million. Little Su, the funds have been transferred by the finance department. You should have received them. Xiang Feiyu remarked as he approached. Su Qiu nodded. I have received them. Xiang Feiyu continued. However, transferring funds to your personal account can be a bit cumbersome. It's fortunate we have connections at the bank. Otherwise, it might take several days. At this juncture, Xiang Feiyu subtly suggested, Little Su, have you ever considered establishing a company? Once your company pays several million in taxes, the distinction between personal and corporate taxation becomes significant. After all, a company is stable and once he disappear, while an individual's tax contributions can be fleeting and lack value. Paying substantial taxes as a company positions you as a key taxpayer in Binhai City, potentially qualifying you for certain tax incentives. Su Qiu indeed found merit in Xiang Feiyu's words. He could not rely solely on his personal account indefinitely, while minor transactions would suffice. Dealings involving tens of millions or more would certainly complicate matters. Furthermore, founding a company would afford him the opportunity to expand his influence. Although he had temporarily allied with the Li family, he had no intention of perpetually depending on them. To achieve lasting success, he needed to cultivate his own strength. Establishing a company would enable him to broaden his impact and venture into various industries, gradually fortifying his position both in China and globally. This, he decided, was his ambition. Who doesn't harbor dreams of global domination? Thank you, Uncle Xiang, for the reminder, Su Qiu replied courteously, bowing slightly. Xiang Feiyu was quite pleased with Su Qiu's demeanor, appreciating his humility despite his formidable capabilities. Such young individuals are a rarity in today's world. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I have my own connections, Xiang Feiyu hinted. Little Su, we shall not trouble you further. We must attend to other matters, Xiang Feiping interjected. And the brothers took their leave. Brother Qiu, if you plan to establish a company, do you have any ideas in mind? If not, you could consider opening an antique shop like I did, Li Yunxian suggested. A company specializing in the trade of antiques would indeed align well with their expertise. Su Qiu had various concepts swirling in his mind. Antiques, jewelry, real estate, construction, electronics, and industry. He did not wish to overlook any sector. I aim to ascend to the pinnacle, to become the greatest in the world. A classic phrase suddenly resonated in his mind. Chapter 43. Su Qiu. We are no longer of the same class. I'll think about it, Su Qiu replied, shifting the topic. Noticing this, Li Yunxian refrained from pressing further and instead changed the subject with a chuckle. Brother Qiu, how about we indulge in some nightlife? With over 1 billion earned, tonight's expenses are on you. Su Qiu offered a sheepish smile. All right, you choose the location and I shall cover the bill. Great, let us head out. Li Yunxian had a destination in mind. However, before he could finish, his phone rang. Upon recognizing the ringtone, Li Yunxian frowned slightly and sighed. Hello, Uncle Tu. Yes, all right. After hanging up, he looked resigned. Brother Qiu, it appears we'll have to postpone our outing. What is the matter? Su Qiu inquired, curious about the issue that could elicit such a reaction from Li Yunxian. Enough said, Li Yunxian scratched his head. It's about that troublesome matter with Grandpa Lu from the private auction. Su Qiu, has Tang Boha's painting been discovered? No, it's about that olive vase. Li Yunxian explained. Didn't his son take it to sell? Goodness, Grandpa Lu caught his son and gave him a beating, ultimately revealing its origins. Brother Qiu, do you know how much that olive vase sold for? 2 million, which almost gave Grandpa Lu a heart attack. In the end, he had no choice but to inquire about the buyer, wanting to spend 2 million to buy back the olive vase. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu realized something. The buyer won't sell? Anyone capable of purchasing the olive vase for 2 million must possess discerning taste. How could they possibly sell it back for the same amount? Certainly, they wouldn't be foolish. Having stumbled upon such a great find, they wouldn't let it go easily. Moreover, the antique trade thrives on mutual consent, so it's no wonder others are left out. With no other options, Grandpa Lu sent my uncle as an intermediary. My uncle is kind-hearted and thought he could help, but in doing so, he dragged me along. I couldn't refuse. Li Yunxian lamented. The weight of family ties is suffocating. After hearing the story, Su Qiu was both amused and exasperated. This son of the Lu family, a perfectly good rich heir, chose to steal and sell the olive vase worth tens of millions for a mere 2 million. What a prodigal. So, is there still more to discuss? Su Qiu inquired. Li Yunxian shrugged. Just a mess. He blinked and looked at Su Qiu with a grin. Brother Qiu, how are your negotiation skills? Heh, want to learn a thing or two? No, I'm too soft-hearted. I might end up siding with the other party. Su Qiu waved his hand, uninterested in such nonsense. A mess indeed. Li Yunxian sighed. Brother Qiu, I'll go see how to resolve this mess. I'll be off. Go ahead, if you sort it out. I'll treat you next time, Su Qiu replied. After Li Yunxian nodded and left, Su Qiu took out his phone to check his balance. Seeing over 110 million lying in his bank account, he couldn't help but hum happily as he walked toward the elevator. However, whether it was misfortune or mere coincidence, at the elevator entrance, Su Qiu encountered the two bothersome figures, Lu Ruyin and Lu Ruyao. The two were standing there, scanning the area as if searching for someone. In the next moment, Lu Ruyao's gaze landed on Su Qiu. Sister, it's that Su guy, he stated. Lu Ruyin turned her eyes upon hearing this, her brow furrowing. Su Qiu, why are you still here? The auction has ended. It's pointless to block us now. Su Qiu scoffed. Block you? Do you really think so highly of yourselves? Lu Ruyao, unable to contain his temper, rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Su Qiu a lesson. You dare speak to my sister like that, Su guy? You're asking for a beating. Su Qiu chuckled. Hit me? Do you think the security here is just for show? Lu Ruyao was just a bully, and Su Qiu wasn't afraid of him. Sure enough, once the security appeared in the corridor, Lu Ruyao immediately shrank back. Lu Ruyin's face darkened as she coldly stated, Su Qiu, we're already divorced. No matter how much you cling to me, I will not remarry you. Just give up on that notion. Exactly. You're a lowly, broke loser. How do you think you're worthy of my sister? Lu Ruyao chimed in. Hearing this, Su Qiu laughed out loud, calling him a broke loser. One might think he was wealthy. Lu Ruyao had dropped out of middle school, didn't he work, and stayed at home living off his family, with not a penny to his name. How could he have the audacity to call someone else a poor loser? I'm the brother-in-law of the Fan family. At the mention of the Fan family, Lu Ruyao's chest puffed up with pride. Indeed, Su Qiu, we are no longer of the same class. Don't fantasize about remarrying my sister. Lu Ruyin held her head high, as if she were indeed of a superior class. Indeed, they were no longer of the same class. Su Qiu chuckled as he pressed the elevator button. I currently have over 100 million in my bank account. You too, who scream and shout over 900,000 from the Fan family, are nothing. The elevator arrived, and Su Qiu stepped inside, heading down to the basement level. Disgusting. Trying to act profound, bah? Lu Ruyao spat. Lu Ruyin remarked. There's no point in arguing with a broke loser like him. With that, the siblings' gazes returned to the entrance of the auction hall. Sister, why hasn't that person in the panda hat come out yet? They dared to raise the bid against us. I must see who they are. Let us wait a bit longer. They can't stay in the hall forever. We must confront them. Oh, speaking of which, sister, I just realized that the Su guy was wearing the same outfit as the one in the panda hat. Lu Ruyao suddenly stopped, realizing. Lu Ruyin looked astonished. That's right, sister. That person didn't bid until we did. It must be this Su guy targeting us on purpose. Lu Ruyao clenched his fists in anger. I want to beat him to a pulp. However, after pondering for a moment, Lu Ruyin shook her head. Impossible. Someone who can secure the third spot cannot be an ordinary person. Su Qiu does not deserve that. And besides, that person in the panda hat left with someone else, while Su Qiu came out alone. It can't be him. This is merely a coincidence. After hearing Lu Ruyin's analysis, Lu Ruyao paused. True, the Su guy is just a lowly person. How could he afford to bid millions? Just a useless poor loser. Moreover, his clothes are all cheap knockoffs, likely bought just for show, and coincidentally matched with someone else's genuine outfit. Such a vain person. Truly disgusting. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement. The siblings' gazes resumed scanning for anyone exiting. However, the very person who had raised the bid, Su Qiu, had already sped away from the auction house. Chapter 44, The Lucky Finder. After leaving the auction house, Su Qiu did not immediately return to his residence. Instead, he turned his car around and headed toward the place where he had previously rented. Soon, he arrived at Chai Tian Tian's doorstep and knocked on the door. With a click, Chai Tian Tian opened the door, clearly taken aback upon seeing Su Qiu. "Brother Qiu," Chai Tian Tian exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Qiu, coming to see me this late, is there something? Do you have a moment?" Su Qiu inquired. "I do," Chai Tian Tian nodded. Without further ado, Su Qiu stepped into her room. Once in the living room, Su Qiu spoke directly. "You mentioned that you studied finance in college, right?" Chai Tian Tian appeared taken aback by Su Qiu's question, nodding in affirmation. After receiving confirmation, Su Qiu smiled. "I'm looking to start a company and need some financial expertise. Would you be interested?" Of course, Su Qiu did not mean a financial manager. After all, Chai Tian Tian was merely a recent graduate and had little experience in finance, rendering her unsuitable for that role. However, Chai Tian Tian had senior sisters. She had attended a reputable university, and those seniors likely had work experience. If he could recruit them, it would undoubtedly be a wise choice. At least they are better than some unknown individuals I recruited online. Chai Tian was momentarily taken aback, clearly still processing the information. However, after listening to Su Qiu's words, she soon replied, "I do know quite a few senior classmates, but if we're looking to recruit, I will need to ask around." "No problem. I'll await your response," Su Qiu said as she rose to leave. Before departing, she added, "If you're interested, you are more than welcome here. The remuneration is excellent, including 5 insurances and 2 funds." After addressing matters with Chai Tian, Su Qiu returned home to rest. However, to her surprise, early the next morning, her phone rang with a call from Chai Tian. "Qiu Gu, I spoke with several senior classmates yesterday, and 2 expressed their willingness to join. But their monthly salary demands are 20,000, with a 9-to-5 schedule, weekends off, and 5 insurances and 1 fund. Are they reliable?" "Rest assured, Qiu Gu. The seniors I consulted are seasoned professionals. They are undoubtedly dependable. As long as they are reliable, the remuneration is not an issue. The primary concern is their capabilities." Chai Tian confidently asserted that they should be competent. "By the way, Qiu Gu, there is one more." She suddenly paused and added, "I have a senior whose skills are exceptional. She has obtained both the domestic and international CPA certifications." Su Qiu was taken aback upon hearing this. Both certifications are indeed prestigious and globally recognized. However, Chai Tian hesitated, then resolutely continued, "She was in a car accident previously and is currently partially paralyzed, but I assure you, aside from her mobility issues, her skills remain formidable." "I see." Su Qiu responded, slightly surprised. "No worries, skills come first. Please make the arrangements. I would like to meet with them in person to discuss." What Su Qiu needed were capable financial professionals under his control. As for whether they were bedridden, finance relies on intellect, which seems unrelated to mobility. "I will arrange it as soon as possible." "Thank you, Qiu Gu." Chai Tian expressed her gratitude repeatedly, her voice tinged with emotion. Su Qiu found her reaction both amusing and endearing. After hanging up, he finally got out of bed and freshened up. Following a modest breakfast, he began to plan his itinerary for the day. Discovering hidden treasures was undoubtedly essential. However, the second-hand market in Binhai City had already been thoroughly explored. While there might still be new finds, the chances were slim. It might be better to venture into nearby cities instead. With this thought in mind, Su Qiu messaged Li Yunxian, who was well-versed in various matters and could guide him to other cities. "Qiu Gu, I'm currently at the Treasure Pavilion. A client is about to bring something for me to appraise," Li Yunxian replied. "I'll head over to meet you." After sending the message, Su Qiu pressed the accelerator and drove towards the counterfeit goods street. Upon arriving at the entrance of the counterfeit goods street, he noticed an increased flow of people today. It was only 8 in the morning, yet the crowd was almost comparable to peak hours. Why are there so many people at the antique street today? Su Qiu wondered aloud as he entered the treasure pavilion and spotted Li Yunxian. "It's all thanks to you, Qiu Gu. Your recent discoveries have spread, and everyone is eager to find their own treasures," Li Yunxian explained. Su Qiu observed that many individuals were holding items, eager for appraisal. However, a quick scan with the system revealed they were all counterfeits with a similarity index below 10. "Finding real treasures isn't that easy," Su Qiu remarked. "Indeed, unless one possesses your skills," Qiu Gu, Li Yunxian praised. "By the way, Qiu Gu, my client is about to arrive. Can you assist in evaluating?" The client whom Li Yunxian was personally attending was undoubtedly of significant standing. Soon, a man dressed inconspicuously, wearing sunglasses and a mask, entered the room. "Li Xiao, who is this?" the man inquired, glancing at Su Qiu. "This is my Qiu Gu." Li Yunxian introduced briefly before getting straight to the point. May I ask what treasure Mr. Wang intends to appraise today? The man, referred to as Mr. Wang, wasted no time and opened a box he was carrying, revealing an exquisite brush washer. Oh, a brush washer? Quite rare, Li Yunxian remarked, examining the piece, which was slightly larger than a palm. After a thorough inspection, he concluded, this is undoubtedly genuine. How much did you acquire it for, Mr. Wang? 8, Mr. Wang gestured with his hands. 8,000. Li Yunxian asked. 80,000. Mr. Wang clarified. That's quite a good deal. There is profit to be made. Li Yunxian nodded, suddenly looking at Su Qiu. Qiu Gu, this is a Qianlong period lotus leaf style brush washer, correct? Su Qiu nodded in affirmation. Its market price is approximately 300 to 400,000. Purchasing it for 80,000 is quite a bargain. Mr. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Su Qiu. This young man's insight is exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Li Yunxian's, he thought. No wonder Li Yunxian calls him Qiu Gu. Hello, Qiu Gu. I am Wang Xianger, an amateur treasure hunter, Mr. Wang said, extending his hand in a courteous introduction. A treasure hunter is a profession in the antique industry, aptly named for their pursuit of hidden gems. You are too humble, Mr. Wang, Li Yunxian teased. If you consider yourself an amateur, who among other treasure hunters would dare to claim expertise? Li Yunxian then recounted Mr. Wang's impressive achievements, including discovering over 100 antiques within a year, with total earnings exceeding 10 million. Though this could not compare to Su Qiu, it nonetheless demonstrated Mr. Wang's capabilities. You flatter me, Li Xiao. I hardly compare to either of you, Mr. Wang replied, smiling modestly. Su Qiu inquired with curiosity. Did you find this brush washer at the antique street? Not quite. Mr. Wang shook his head and explained candidly. At the plaza beneath the West Erskian Bridge. A group of antique enthusiasts organized an event that attracted many participants, and I acquired this brush washer there. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu raised an eyebrow. Antique enthusiasts? It was indeed possible that they might possess valuable items. It seems I must pay a visit to explore my luck. Su Qiu thought eagerly about the treasures waiting to be discovered. Me. Qiu Gu, take me with you. Li Yunxian chimed in, eager to join. Thus, the three of them set out towards the plaza beneath the Erskian Bridge. Upon arriving, Su Qiu was taken aback by the scale of the gathering. He hadn't anticipated such a large turnout. I never expected there would be so many people, Su Qiu remarked. Mr. Wang explained, recently, a skilled individual discovered treasures worth millions at the antique street, and now news of this has spread, prompting buyers and sellers to emerge in droves. Su Qiu couldn't help but wonder if this so-called expert was referring to himself. Li Yunxian chuckled. Boss Wang, the expert you speak of is not far away, yet so close at hand. Wang Xianer raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Could it be you, young masterly? Nonsense, it's my brother Qiu, Li Yunxian replied. Wang Xianer stood there, utterly bemused. Wait a moment. The individual who recently struck it rich to the tune of several million. Could it be this young brother beside me? His disbelief was palpable. Is this for real? It sounds too fantastical. Wang Xianer found it hard to accept. Yet given that it was Li Yunxian himself who had stated it, he felt there was no reason for deception. Just a stroke of luck, Su Qiu remarked lightly. Before stepping towards the stalls, Li Yunxian hastily followed suit, while Wang Xianer lingered for a moment, still somewhat incredulous. After all, Su Qiu was rather youthful. Even if he had more experience than Li Yunxian, it seemed implausible that he could be so exceptional. However, an opportunity had presented itself for him to witness Su Qiu's prowess. Indeed, Su Qiu mused as he glanced around, unable to suppress his astonishment at the depths of the antique market, particularly the wares of these antique enthusiasts, which seemed to be exceedingly dubious. Not a single item bore a similarity exceeding 10%. They were undeniably brand new, lacking any authenticity. Brother, take a look at this. A family heirloom from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, completely above board. One vendor called out to Su Qiu. Su Qiu cast a discerning eye. Shang and Zhou. Indeed. It seems to be from last week, he noted dryly. What kind of blatant fakes are these? Li Yunxian sighed, feeling too apathetic to even critique the situation. At least the vendors on Antique Street had some discernment. Yet these antique enthusiasts were utterly clueless. Of course, one must not dismiss the possibility of unscrupulous merchants seeking to profit from the confusion. Most were indeed like that. But there was an advantage. They were easy to see through. As the two conversed, Su Qiu's gaze roamed until it settled on a stall dealing in coins. Approaching briskly, he focused on a rather tarnished yuan dado with a similarity rating of 60%. Li Yunxian and Wang Xianer trailed behind him. The stall owner, spotting a potential customer, greeted with enthusiasm. Dear customer, all these yuan dado coins are from my ancestral treasure chest, guaranteed to be genuine. Su Qiu arched an eyebrow, promptly stating, name your price. Words are meaningless. The price speaks volumes. 1 yuan dado, 100,000, the vendor declared. Su Qiu thought to himself, Goodness. 100,000 for a yuan dado? Does he take me for a fool? 50, Su Qiu countered, shattering the vendor's price. The stall owner's expression shifted dramatically. He had envisioned wealth from these coins. 50? No. No. If you're going to haggle like that, I want to sell to you. The vendor retorted, his smile fading. Su Qiu merely laughed and stood to leave. After all, they were all counterfeit. They would undoubtedly remain unsold. Brother Qiu, are we just leaving like this? Seeing Su Qiu's resolute stride, Li Yunxian hurriedly inquired. It was known that anything Su Qiu showed interest in was of quality. Although he couldn't discern the value at the moment, leaving seemed a loss. No worries. It's not worth much, Su Qiu replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping across other stalls. Young Masterly, did you catch on to anything from those yuan dado coins? Wang Xianer asked curiously, detaining Li Yunxian for his thoughts. After all, he had been in the business of uncovering treasures for over a decade. Yet he hadn't spotted anything peculiar about those coins at first glance. Even without handling them, the issues were apparent. They were simply too new. Clearly fakes produced in recent years, merely given a patina of age. I didn't notice anything, Li Yunxian shook his head. But I trust Brother Qiu's judgment. Let us see how he handles this. Wang Xianer fell silent, his doubt lingering. Yet he said nothing further and followed behind Su Qiu. At that moment, Su Qiu approached another stall. His gaze fell upon an antique wooden pillow, elegantly crafted in a light red and black hue. This wooden pillow had a similarity rating of 43%, valued at 10,000. It was evident that this piece had some age to it, and the quality of the wood was likely commendable. However, Su Qiu was not focused on the pillow itself, but rather on a hidden entry beneath it. Goodness. There's more to this wooden pillow than meets the eye, he thought, sensing something concealed within. With a 67% similarity rating, it was assuredly valuable. He could not let this slip by. With this in mind, Su Qiu crouched down, feigning interest as he scrutinized the stall. After a thorough examination, he pointed at the wooden pillow and asked, "How much for this?" 80,000, the stall owner proclaimed, astonishing Su Qiu. 80,000. Li Yunxian, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. Did these antique enthusiasts not have any sense of market value? Each of them was asking for an exorbitant price. "Boss, your price is hardly reasonable." "Reduce it a bit," Su Qiu remarked. "A fair price is what I seek." The stall owner sized up Su Qiu, seemingly gauging his worth based on his attire. After a moment, he replied, "Young man, this is the king of woods, the small leaf red sandalwood, and it is evidently a relic from the Ming or Qing dynasty. 80,000 is already a bargain." Su Qiu responded nonchalantly, "If what you say were applicable to porcelain, it would certainly be an advantage. But this is wood. Even if it is indeed small leaf red sandalwood from the Ming or Qing dynasties, what purpose does it serve? It lacks any practical added value. And if I'm not mistaken, this wooden pillow is hollow, I assent it?" As he spoke, Su Qiu turned it over and tapped it with a few fingers. Sure enough, the wooden pillow was indeed hollow. The area of practical use was minimal, even if one wished to repurpose it. Nothing of value could emerge from it, a definite loss. With that, Su Qiu stood up and declared, "If you believe it's worth that much, then by all means, keep it." Employing this negotiation tactic, he hoped to see if he could intimidate the vendor. "Wait," the stall owner interjected, "let us negotiate. You propose a price, and we can discuss it." Clearly reluctant to let this opportunity slip away, Su Qiu regarded the wooden pillow. It was indeed likely small leaf red sandalwood. Just the pillow itself could be worth 10,000. The stall owner, capable of articulating the details, surely possessed some knowledge. Thus the price could not be slashed too drastically. "How about 4,000? Su Qiu proposed. "No way. 80,000 slashed down to 4,000? That makes no sense." The stall owner shook his head, evidently dissatisfied. "Sense. Selling is what makes sense," Su Qiu smiled, "right, boss?" Upon hearing those words, the stall owner wiped his nose. "All right then, 8,000 it is. Let's consider it a gesture of friendship." "No, 5,000 is far too little," he replied. "How about this? Seeing as you seem like a reasonable person, let's meet halfway at 7,000. 5,500, that's my final offer. If you don't accept, I'm leaving," Su Qiu declared resolutely. The stall owner surveyed the wooden pillow and then glanced at Su Qiu, his expression one of reluctant concession. "Fine, 5,500 it is. Cash in hand for the item." Su Qiu scanned the payment code presented by the stall owner, swiftly transferring the 5,500. After cradling the wooden pillow and walking a dozen steps, Li Yunxian and Wang Xianer, who had remained silent until then, began to examine it. The material of the pillow appeared to indeed be small leaf red sandalwood. Wang Xianer, having seen his fair share, recognized it instantly. However, he deemed 5,500 a rather unwise expenditure for such an item, considering that small leaf red sandalwood was not particularly rare these days. Furthermore, the pricing of wood did not appreciate over time unless it were exceedingly rare or a limited edition, which this wooden pillow evidently was not. Li Yunxian inspected the wooden pillow from various angles and remarked, "Brother Qiu, it seems like there's no profit to be made from this purchase." Hearing their comments, Su Qiu chuckled dismissively. In the realm of antiques, it's all about the gamble, isn't it? It's a matter of trusting one's own judgment. Just look at the smoothness of this wooden pillow's surface. Can you spot any seams? As Su Qiu began to elaborate, Li Yunxian and Wang Xianer took a closer look and noticed the subtlety. Wang Xianer noted, the surface of this wooden pillow is indeed excessively smooth. However, if the craftsmanship were of high caliber, it could still be polished to such a finish, couldn't it? True enough, Su Qiu nodded. But there are no signs of any seams. He tapped on the wooden pillow. No seams, yet this wooden pillow is hollow inside. So, how did the craftsman hollow it out? At this revelation, both Li Yunxian and Wang Xianer were taken aback. They had not previously considered this angle. Focusing solely on the pillow's value, we could find something to smash this wooden pillow open and discover what's inside, Su Qiu suggested. Li Yunxian gasped in astonishment. Brother Qiu, could it be that there is a treasure hidden inside this wooden pillow? Su Qiu smiled knowingly. As I said, it's all about the gamble. The gamble is indeed correct, but I've already assessed it, so I'm certain I won't lose. I know where to find a hammer. Wang Xianer had been around these stalls enough times to be well informed. Under his guidance, Su Qiu quickly procured a small hammer. After activating his system, Su Qiu finally brought down the hammer. More than 5,000 just to smash this? Though Wang Xianer had money, having earned it through hard work, witnessing the destruction of such an amount did evoke a sense of regret. However, as the hammer struck and a dent emerged, some straw was revealed within. What on earth is this? Su Qiu found himself intrigued as he carefully circled around, eventually extracting the straw. Amongst the straw lay a rolled-up piece of paper. Could it be a painting? Indeed, there is something. Both Li Yunxian and Wang Xianer were struck with excitement. As Su Qiu unfurled the paper, it was not a painting, but rather a poetry scroll. The Huangzhou cold food poetry scroll, Wang Xianer exclaimed, astonished. This is Su Shi's Huangzhou cold food poetry scroll. Su Shi. The mere mention of the name sent ripples of excitement through Li Yunxian and the surrounding antique enthusiasts, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This Su Shi poetry scroll must be worth tens of millions. Tens of millions? More like over 100 million. My goodness, this was hidden inside the wooden pillow? Who on earth concealed it there? As a wave of exclamations erupted, Li Yunxian, clearly exhilarated, exclaimed, Brother Qiu, we've struck it rich. Su Shi's poetry scroll. We've struck it rich. Observing Li Yunxian's exuberance, Su Qiu chuckled wryly. Finding a Su Shi poetry scroll isn't that easy. Even if one exists, it wouldn't be hidden inside a wooden pillow. With that, Su Qiu glanced at the system's message, pointing to the Shaoxing linked seal, an imperial seal of the inner court. This is the Southern Song Dynasty's imitation of Su Shi's poetry scroll, he explained. The overly excited Li Yunxian and Wang Xianer finally regained their composure. There was also a calligraphic postscript from Emperor Qianlong. The calligraphy of Song Yu is grand and magnificent, resembling the traces of a true dragon. Wang Xianer, now composed, scrutinized further and noted, there's the Qianlong imperial seal, along with a small script title by the Ming dynasty's Dong Qichang. Song's imitation of Su Chonggong's cold food scroll, a true treasure from Xiang Molan. Indeed, it was confirmed to be the Southern Song dynasty's imitation of Su Shi's Huangzhou cold food poetry scroll. Wang Xianer, possessing more insight than Li Yunxian, quickly established. While it may not possess the terrifying value of an original, it should still fetch a market price between 800,000 and 1 million. At this point, Wang Xianer inhaled sharply. One must realize that his best year had only yielded a find worth around 10 million. Yet now, Su Qiu had effortlessly stumbled upon something worth as much as his best year's earnings. This is simply astonishing. Brother Qiu, you were right, Li Yunxian exclaimed with fervor. It truly pays to have you around. You're impressive. Su Qiu rolled up the poetry scroll, stating, it's merely luck. Luck? This is genuine skill. Wang Xianer couldn't help but praise. Luck? No amount of luck could lead to such a find, others chimed in. Young man, where did you acquire this? Indeed. Do share the details with us. A piece worth close to 1 million. This is a fortune. Surrounding antique enthusiasts began to inquire eagerly. For who wouldn't want to discover a hidden gem worth 1 million? Wang Xianer, noticing the growing crowd, pointed in a direction. That stall over there. You can find it yourself. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Qiu and his companions hastily made their exit. However, they did not leave entirely, instead blending into other areas to continue their search for more treasures. With the thrill of the hunt ignited, Su Qiu was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Unfortunately, the subsequent stalls yielded little of value, with the highest similarity resting at around 30%. The prevalence of fakes remained starkly high. Nevertheless, there were still genuine items to be found, such as a Qing dynasty blue and white plate valued at approximately 500,000. However, Su Qiu found it unworthy of his time, as he would have to haggle and expend considerable effort. Upon hearing Su Qiu's remarks, Wang Xian'er eagerly approached the stall. After a round of bargaining, he secured the Qing dynasty blue and white plate for 200,000. Holding the plate, Wang Xian'er beamed with excitement and exclaimed, "Brother Qiu, your eye is incredible. You truly have an eye for detail. To spot this Qing dynasty blue and white plate at a glance is remarkable. Indeed, my brother Qiu is exceptionally skilled. However, he typically only finds treasures worth hundreds of thousands or millions. So this Qing dynasty blue and white plate has brought you a handsome profit, Boss Wang," Li Yinxian chuckled. For him, a few 100,000 was hardly a concern. However, for Wang Xian'er, the sum of several 100,000 is a substantial figure. After all, a mere resale could yield a profit of 30,000. How many individuals accumulate that amount over several years of labor? "Thank you, Brother Qiu. Thank you, Brother Qiu," Wang Xian'er exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. If he were a decade younger, he might have knelt to honor Su Qiu as his godfather. The profits are indeed staggering. Even a morsel of Su Qiu's earnings could suffice to lavish him with plenty. "You are too kind, Boss Wang," Su Qiu replied, waving his hand. The incessant use of brother was somewhat overwhelming for him. "We've wandered around here enough. It seems there's little left to explore. Let us depart," Su Qiu suggested, steering the conversation elsewhere. Having perused the stalls, it was time to leave as there was no treasure left to uncover. Li Yinxian and Wang Xian'er nodded in agreement, obediently trailing behind Su Qiu. Yet, just before they departed, Su Qiu took a detour back to the stall where he had first encountered the seller of the Yuan de Dao. At that moment, the stall owner appeared restless, peering intently in one direction. "Boss, is that Yuan de Dao still for sale? If you offer a sincere price, I will purchase it." Su Qiu crouched down, smiling warmly. The stall owner turned to face him, instantly recognizing the young man who had previously offered 50. "At the very least, it must be 50,000, the stall owner insisted firmly. Hearing this, Wang Xian'er could no longer contain himself. "These items are all replicas, and you expect to sell them for 50,000? Are you truly hoping to amass wealth selling such goods?" Wang Xian'er retorted. The stall owner glanced at Wang Xian'er and scoffed. "These are heirlooms passed down through my family. They are worth this much." Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, asking, "By the way, you just came from that direction, correct?" He gestured towards a somewhat noisy area. "What transpired over there?" he inquired curiously. Su Qiu glanced in the direction the stall owner indicated, which was precisely where he had recently purchased a wooden pillow. "Oh, over there? Someone just snagged a deal. Purchasing it for 5,000, potentially reaping a profit of over 900,000, Su Qiu remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing such a figure, the stall owner's eyes gleamed with excitement. He sprang from his chair, clearly eager to join the commotion. "How about this? 100 each, with a minimum of 20. The stall owner, now uninterested in bargaining with Su Qiu, was solely focused on quickly gathering his goods to chase after the opportunity. "I will buy 30. Can you offer me a 10% discount?" Su Qiu responded leisurely. All right, just pay quickly," the stall owner urged. Su Qiu scanned the payment code and took a plastic bag to begin selecting items. Subsequently, that Yuan de Dao, which bore a 60% similarity, was placed into the bag. After completing the transaction, the stall owner hurriedly packed up his stall and rushed off to join the fray. Su Qiu felt a sense of satisfaction. Acquired. "Now let us return to the treasure pavilion and cleanse ourselves." Li Yinxian, understanding Su Qiu's penchant for uncovering treasures, expressed astonishment. "Brother Qiu, surely none of these Yuan de Dao could be genuine? Impossible. How did I fail to notice?" Wang Xian'er was skeptical. After all, he had considerable knowledge regarding Yuan de Dao. Yet, those items truly appeared to be blatant fakes. Su Qiu smiled. "While you cannot discern the genuine articles, I can." In truth, there were no authentic items. But Su Qiu possessed a genuine system. Realizing this, Li Yinxian promptly followed Wang Xian'er, and they swiftly returned to the treasure pavilion. Once in the lounge of the pavilion, Su Qiu finally unveiled the Yuan de Dao, which had been appraised as authentic. "It's a bit dirty. It needs cleaning," Su Qiu remarked. "Let me handle it." Wang Xian'er, an expert in Yuan de Dao, naturally possessed the skill to clean it. He fetched a basin of clean water and began to meticulously cleanse the item. Of course, this was not a simple wipe. He used a fine cotton swab to gently remove the grime without leaving a trace of moisture on the Yuan de Dao. It must be said that cleaning such antiques is both a skill and a time-consuming task. For a single Yuan de Dao, Wang Xian'er diligently toiled for over an hour. However, Li Yinxian could clearly observe that as Wang Xian'er worked, his expression grew increasingly elated. "It's done." After an hour and a half, Wang Xian'er finally completed the cleaning. His smile remained unwavering. "Boss Wang, how does this Yuan de Dao fare?" Li Yinxian inquired directly. This is a Yuan Shirkai gold standard silver coin from the 8th year of the Republic, an Italian version, Wang Xianer exclaimed with excitement. Li Yunxian was left bewildered, clearly lacking knowledge about Yuan de Dao. What is its value? He wisely asked, seeking a monetary assessment. During the warlord's chaos, fewer than 15 of these trial coins were minted. And this Yuan de Dao is well preserved, with minimal oxidation. Its quality is exceptional. Wang Xianer estimated, approximately 5 to 6 million. It's a pity it lacks the Fengtian mint mark. Otherwise, it could fetch even more. Chapter 48. Just so happens I have a sister, single, fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. The rarer the item, the higher the price. This Yuan Shirkai gold standard silver coin from the 8th year of the Republic was minted in fewer than 15 pieces. It can be said that regardless of the era, it is immensely valuable. Moreover, after so many years, its historical significance is also considerable. Wang Xianer found himself increasingly enamored and excited. Brother Qiu, I genuinely desire this Yuan de Dao. How about we settle on 6 million? 6 million is no small sum for Wang Xianer. Yet this Yuan de Dao is entirely worth that price. Properly preserved at home for decades. It could be passed down to future generations. 8 to 9 million would not be an issue. The value of such time-worn antiques cannot depreciate. They only appreciate with time. Furthermore, if the other 10 or so pieces do not emerge over the decades, this one could very well become a unique masterpiece, easily surpassing 10 million. This thought crossed Su Qiu's mind. 6,200,000. Observing Su Qiu's hesitation, Wang Xianer quickly added, Brother Qiu, I'm not trying to raise the price. I was merely contemplating your mention of the Fengtian mint. Unfortunately, this Yuan de Dao's similarity is only 60%. Had it been 70%, there might indeed have been a chance for the Fengtian mint mark. So, Brother Qiu, 6,200,000. Shall we finalize the deal? Wang Xianer eagerly inquired. Fearing Su Qiu would reconsider. Let us stick with 6 million. I want to press for more, Su Qiu replied with a smile. An additional 10 or 20,000 is trivial for Su Qiu. Mainly, he appreciated Wang Xianer's honesty, viewing it as an opportunity to forge a friendship. All right then, thank you. Brother Qiu, Wang Xianer exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Su Qiu chuckled, you needn't call me brother anymore. No way. Brother Qiu, we cannot disrupt the hierarchy. You shall always be my elder brother. Wang Xianer insisted fervently. With that, he promptly took out his phone to initiate a call. Being in the business of treasure hunting, Wang Xianer naturally had means to transfer funds. Before long, 6 million was transferred to Su Qiu's account. The exchange of money and goods was executed seamlessly. Having acquired the renowned Yuan Shirkai silver dollar from the 8th year of the Republic, Wang Xianer was so exhilarated that he was nearly jumping with joy. He had struck a substantial fortune. Indeed, this coin could very well serve as a treasured heirloom. Qiu, allow me to take these items home first. Let us keep in touch regularly, he exclaimed, excitedly handing Su Qiu a business card while cradling the yuan dollar and the recently unearthed Qing dynasty blue and white plate. Leaving with a cheerful demeanor. Qiu, incredible. In less than half a day, I've made 6 million. Li Yunxian thumbed up Su Qiu, his gaze drifting back to the poetry manuscript before him. Qiu, let us not take this manuscript to the auction house. I have several clients who would be quite interested. Shall I invite them over for a look? That sounds good. Su Qiu nodded in agreement. Li Yunxian, decisive as ever, stepped aside to dial a number. Before long, a flamboyantly dressed woman wearing sunglasses entered, followed closely by a rather gaunt elderly gentleman. The moment they stepped inside, their gazes were immediately drawn to the Southern Song Dynasty manuscript of Su Shi's Cold Food Festival poem displayed on the table. Bright and promising, quite the opening act. Li boss, please state your price directly, the elderly gentleman stated, getting straight to the point. The flamboyant woman, appearing as if she were an expert in the field, interjected. Li boss, I'll offer 9,700,000 for this manuscript. The elderly gentleman's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood he was up against a formidable opponent. Oh, it seems I, an old man, cannot compete with the vigor of the youth, he mused, glancing at the woman with a resigned shake of his head. Her prowess was indeed remarkable, as she had initiated the bidding with a top-tier offer. Continuing to negotiate would undoubtedly yield no benefit for him. You win, the elderly gentleman conceded. Thank you, old man. The woman smiled, promptly finalizing the transaction with Su Qiu. Meanwhile, Li Yunxian was not idle either. Selling the ink wash he had acquired from Wang Xianer, turning a quick profit of over 100,000. Qiu, my hard work has yielded only a mere 10,000, while you, with a casual sale, rake in over 10 million, an astounding 100 times more than my earnings. Li Yunxian couldn't help but feel envious. Truly, the comparative nature of humanity breeds envy. Su Qiu jested. Perhaps my recent divorce has attracted the favor of Lady Luck, who pities my plight. Huh. Li Yunxian paused, astonished. Wait, you've divorced? Which woman was so blind as to let you go? His tone was a mix of regret and excitement. Fear not, Gu. There are plenty of fish in the sea. I happen to have an older sister, single, fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful with long legs, truly a goddess. Just say the word, and I can have her here in no time. What? You are just going to send her my way without consulting her first? Su Qiu retorted incredulously. Enough of that. I've just crawled out of the grave of marriage. Could you let me enjoy some peace? He shook his head at Li Yunxian, shifting the topic. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Oh, goodbye then, Li Yunxian replied, not wishing to detain him as he watched Su Qiu depart. Once Su Qiu was gone, Li Yunxian couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that post-divorce brings the favor of Lady Luck? Perhaps I should try getting married just to experience a divorce myself? He felt a surge of adventurous curiosity. After leaving the treasure hall, Su Qiu drove to the bank. Following that, with the assistance of WeChat's location services, he made his way to a cafe. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Tian, who was accompanied by a woman seated in a wheelchair. Tian, Su Qiu called as he approached. Tian turned around. Gu, no wait. I should be calling you boss now. After a night of contemplation, she had decided to resign from her recently acquired position as sales manager, as she felt uncertain in that role and preferred the stability of a finance position instead. Su Qiu nodded gently. As long as you stick with me, I assure you will fare well. But please, let us keep it informal. Call me Gu. His gaze shifted to the woman in the wheelchair, who appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a delicate beauty akin to that of a campus belle. However, her complexion seemed somewhat pallid, likely due to her condition. Gu, this is my senior, Su Hui. She is remarkable, a top figure in our school's top 10 influential personalities list. Tian introduced her senior with evident pride. Su Qiu extended his hand politely. Hello, I'm Su Qiu. Hello, Su Hui replied softly, without a hint of hesitation. She continued, Boss Su, I am unable to walk due to my legs, with little hope of recovery. Even so, would you still be willing to accept and employ me? Chapter 49. Unless you kneel and apologize, you won't be leaving here today. Su Hui was well aware of her situation and felt it necessary to be upfront about her reality. Su Qiu merely glanced at her and replied calmly, Rest assured. I value capability above all else, and you need not worry about me severing ties once I've employed you. Having made his decision, Su Qiu was genuine in his intentions. He placed a black bag, retrieved from the bank, on the table. Opening the bag revealed stacks of cash. Tian, your monthly salary is 20,000. I will prepay you for a year, totaling 240,000. Su Hui, your monthly salary is 30,000. I will also prepay you for a year, amounting to 360,000. There will be a 2-month probation period, and after that, I will increase the salary. As for benefits, as previously discussed, they include 5 insurances and 2 funds, along with weekends off. This was Su Qiu's first time as a boss, and he had little experience, but he knew one thing: money talks. As long as he was generous with his payments, everything else would fall into place. Both Tian and Su Hui were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the cash. Goodness, is this what it means to throw money around? They thought. Astonished by his lavishness, Gu, this Tian, having never encountered such opulence, started to speak. Su Qiu interrupted. For now, let us use cash to pay your salaries. For the rest of the company, salaries will be processed through the company account, along with the necessary taxes and the 5 insurances and 2 funds. You both are familiar with these processes, I presume? I am, Su Hui nodded firmly. She was clearly still in disbelief over the situation, but her capacity for acceptance was strong. Boss Su, may I ask about the scale of our current company and the industry we will be involved in? Upon hearing this, Su Qiu scratched his head. Well, at the moment, there is no company. I'll find someone to register one later. Huh. Tian was taken aback. Su Hui looked equally surprised. I've registered companies before. I can handle that for you, she offered after a moment of contemplation. Su Qiu had anticipated Su Hui's versatility. For now, I need to register 3 companies, each with a capital of 10 million. He stated his requirements without reservation. The first will be an antique company, the second a law firm, and the third a real estate company. Su Hui pondered for a moment. So, we'll register them as shell companies for the time being? Su Qiu nodded. Yes, merely placeholders for now. But they will serve a purpose later. No problem, Su Hui agreed, affirming her commitment. The recent transaction turned out to be far simpler than anticipated. After concluding their discussions, Su Hui and Tian diligently prepared the necessary documents to register a company for Su Qiu. After finishing her coffee, Su Qiu picked up her bag and prepared to leave. However, as she stepped out of the cafe, she was confronted by a group of aggressive women entering with a fierce demeanor. At the forefront was Lu Yao, the close friend of Lu Ruyan. Finally, I found you, Su. Lu Yao glared at Su Qiu, her eyes brimming with animosity. Last time at the restaurant, You tricked me and left me being scolded. Let me make this clear. If you don't kneel and apologize today, or compensate me, you shall not leave here." As her words echoed, the women following Lu Yao cast menacing glances at Su Qiu. She glanced at them, chuckling, "Such bravado. And what if I refuse to compensate you?" "Humph." Lu Yao retorted coldly, "Ladies, what do you think? What should we do?" "Without a doubt, we should give her a good beating," one of the women exclaimed. "So you're Su, huh? Let me warn you, don't think you can escape this. I've trained in women's taekwondo, and trust me, you won't be able to withstand my kick. Don't cry later when you're beaten and have no one to turn to. For we have the law on our side." With hands on their hips, Lu Yao's companions threatened menacingly. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Is that so? Well then, let us drag Lu Yao away and give her a beating." "Ha! Are you out of your mind, Su? You think you can have them beat me? Who do you think you are?" Lu Yao mocked. However, Su Qiu was all too aware of Lu Yao and her so-called elite friends. They were the type who would scramble for a few hundred yuan tossed on the ground. "For beating Lu Yao, I'll pay each of you 20,000. Su Qiu declared. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Lu Yao's friends flickered with intrigue, seeming genuinely tempted. Yet, they were not foolish enough to take Su Qiu's word at face value. 20,000? You must be joking. Do you think we're that greedy?" One of them scoffed. "Lu Yao is our sister. My handbag alone is worth over 100,000. What is your measly 20,000 worth?" As soon as the topic of handbags arose, the friends began to compare their possessions. "Mine is worth over 200,000. One boasted. "Mine is a limited edition worth 600,000. Another chimed in, while yet another declared, "My handbag is worth 630,000. Su Qiu surveyed their bags, all of which bore less than 1% similarity, cheap fakes that were laughably obvious. "Is this really all you have? You can't even afford A-grade replicas? Where did you get this street vendor merchandise?" Su Qiu mused, finding Lu Yao's friends even more pathetic than she had imagined. Suddenly, her gaze caught on a bracelet that bore a resemblance to a genuine item. Quickly, she averted her eyes, concealing her intrigue. Nonchalantly, she opened her bag and pulled out a stack of cash. "For beating Lu Yao, I'll pay each of you 20,000. At the sight of such a substantial sum, Lu Yao's friends' eyes ignited with desire. After all, they struggled to pay for meals costing a few hundred yuan. And now, 20,000 for beating Lu Yao? That was an astronomical figure for them. They had initially joined Lu Yao out of camaraderie, but now, money swayed them. Two of them swiftly grabbed Lu Yao, dragging her toward a nearby alley. "What are you doing? Let me go? I'll call the police. Help! Help!" Lu Yao screamed in panic, her voice muffled as one of them covered her mouth. Before long, Lu Yao was pulled into the alley, where her friends unleashed a flurry of blows upon her. 20,000 each, Su Qiu remarked, tossing the cash without hesitation. Then, turning to one of the women, she said, "I fancy that bracelet you're wearing. I'll give you 1,000 for it," realizing it was merely a trinket from a street vendor. The woman wasted no time in removing it upon hearing she could sell it for 1,000. Cash exchange for goods. Su Qiu secured the bracelet before heading off to the furniture store. Chapter 50, a national treasure belonging to a foreigner. Although the apartment was furnished, the quality left much to be desired. Now that she had funds, it was essential to procure the finest. Spending nearly 2 million, Su Qiu replaced all the furniture in her home. After a busy day, night fell, and Su Qiu lay down on her bed, covering herself with a blanket before retrieving the bracelet. Upon activating the system, Su Qiu watched as the bracelet transformed before her eyes. Contrary to her expectations, the system's authentication was subtle. With a mere blink, the bracelet's appearance altered, retaining its form while the details and signs of age were meticulously refined. Imperial-grade agarwood embedded with gold silk Buddhist beads. Market value, 5,200,000. A bracelet worth over 5 million. Su Qiu couldn't help but smile, feeling grateful to Lu Yao and her elite friends. Today's expenditure had been recouped in full. With a light heart, she drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yao lay in a hospital bed, her arms and legs encased in plaster, her face swollen and bruised. Moaning in pain, she cursed. "Those wretched bitches. I want to let this go. Ouch, it hurts. Su, you ouch." At that moment, Lu Ruyin entered the room, having received the news. "Lu Yao? How could you be beaten like this? Who is responsible for this lawlessness?" Upon seeing Lu Yao's state, Lu Ruyin inquired with righteous indignation. "Those wretched bitches. No, it was Su. No, it was," Lu Yao stammered, her thoughts jumbled. "Calm down, take your time. Who is this Su?" Lu Ruyin asked. After composing herself, Lu Yao recounted the events. "You say you sought to teach Su Qiu a lesson, but she bribed the assailants and had you beaten?" Lu Ruyin appeared incredulous, as if hearing an absurd tale. "Impossible. I know Su Qiu is broke. How could she afford to pay 20,000 to each of them? Her previous wages were all turned in. With her sycophantic demeanor, she hardly saves anything. Even if she had a secret stash, it wouldn't amount to much. How could she possibly have 80,000? As this realization dawned on her, Lu Ruyin gently patted Lu Yao's head. Have you lost your mind? Are you sure it was Su Qiu? It was her. It had to be her. Lu Yao insisted, agitated. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyin spoke. I believe I understand what transpired. What do you mean? Lu Yao inquired. Su Qiu has been dismissed by Fan Chong's people. Unable to find work and with no funds. She must be resorting to loans, likely high-interest ones. With no assets, she is cornered and desperate. If you approach her, she will surely lash out. Lu Ruyin meticulously analyzed the situation, to which Lu Yao responded with skepticism. Really? It must be a loan, otherwise. How could that miser produce 80,000 to squander all at once? I tell you, he's nothing but a mad dog right now. And we normal folks should steer clear of him. When the time comes and he can't repay his debts, someone will surely break his legs. Lu Ruyin shook her head. I never imagined Su Qiu to be such a person. Thankfully, I divorced him. Lu Yao, somewhat begrudgingly, remarked, so, did I get beaten for nothing? Lu Ruyin replied calmly, what's the rush? Once he's crippled and desperate, you'll still have your chance for revenge. Hearing this, Lu Yao's mood lifted slightly. At that moment, she noticed the bracelet on Lu Ruyin's wrist. Ruyin, that bracelet is exquisite. Indeed. It was a gift from Fan Chong, Lu Ruyin boasted. Cost me 12,000. So expensive. Lu Yao exclaimed. Ruyin, you are truly fortunate. Leaving that Su fellow was undoubtedly the right choice. Absolutely. That waste of space, Su Qiu pales in comparison to Fan Chong. Soon, when I step into the Fan household, I'll leap into a higher social class. Lu Ruyin couldn't help but chuckle. I have become someone of high standing, someone Su Qiu could never aspire to. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Qiu finally called Li Yunxian. They arranged to meet at the treasure pavilion. Upon their initial encounter, Li Yunxian immediately noticed the bracelet adorning Su Qiu's wrist. Brother Qiu, where did you get that? It's quite extraordinary. Li Yunxian blinked, his eyes surveying the bracelet with keen interest. Although he wasn't well versed in jewelry, he could immediately tell that this piece was remarkable. I stumbled upon it yesterday afternoon. Su Qiu chuckled, briefly recounting the events of the previous day. What? How dare they block my path in Binhai City? Brother Qiu, just say the word, and I'll have them dealt with. Li Yunxian exclaimed indignantly. Su Qiu waved his hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. Had they not obstructed me, I wouldn't have found such a treasure. Li Yunxian nodded in agreement. True, but that woman is quite foolish. She couldn't even recognize such a fine piece and sold it for a mere 1,000. What a waste. If it were me, I would never expect a fake socialite to possess genuine goods. Su Qiu replied with a gentle smile. One must observe closely. Ahem, utilize the system to scrutinize. Indeed, treasures often lie hidden within the details. Li Yunxian couldn't help but express his admiration. Brother Qiu, it's no wonder you find so many treasures. You have a knack for it. It's merely good luck, Su Qiu stated, steering the conversation back to business. You mentioned a new antique market opening in Linhai City? We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Of course, Li Yunxian replied excitedly. This antique market just opened, and there will surely be plenty of valuable items. However, some treasure hunters will undoubtedly be present. It's a race to see who is quicker. Then why are we still standing here? Su Qiu urged, feeling eager. Let us go treasure hunting. The two quickly hopped into the car and headed towards Linhai City. During the drive, they engaged in light-hearted banter, but suddenly, Li Yunxian spoke mysteriously. Brother Qiu, my analysis was correct. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow. What analysis? The news about the national treasures returning home. My father received a call from the museum director, and last night, I pried a bit into my father's thoughts. Guess what? Su Qiu interjected. Stop with the riddles. Just tell me. My father said that these national treasures returning are not being purchased by our own people, but rather belong to a foreigner. Chapter 51. Linhai City Antique Street, a frenzy of treasure hunting. The national treasures belong to a foreigner. To be honest, Li Yunxian's revelation piqued Su Qiu's interest. Li Yunxian continued without delay. To be precise, this batch of national treasures is in the possession of a foreign private collector who recently approached the Chinese consulate. Su Qiu pondered. A foreigner would likely donate national treasures back to China, would they? Li Yunxian nodded. Certainly not. Foreigners aren't that benevolent. My father mentioned that this foreigner intends to sell the treasures back to us. After some deliberation, it was decided that the transaction would take place domestically. Although the foreigner agreed, he set a condition. Our people cannot approach the treasures within 50 meters to prevent any damage. Su Qiu furrowed his brow. That's rather absurd. How can we authenticate them from such a distance? What if they turn out to be fakes? Li Yunxian shrugged. Well, the museum plans to have my father intervene. Su Qiu's eyes widened. They actually accepted that condition? Li Yunxian confirmed. Yes, with national treasures being exposed over the years. Their return is of utmost importance to the authorities. Thus, some conditions are unavoidable, and we must comply. However, not only will my father attend, but officials will also bring several experts. Even from a distance, they should be able to discern authenticity. Su Qiu mused, if they truly wish to conduct a transaction, such conditions shouldn't be proposed. Something is amiss here. Indeed, there must be something off, Li Yunxian replied, winking at Su Qiu, brother Qiu. Let's go together and see what tricks this foreigner has up his sleeve. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, you've been waiting for me to join you. Am I allowed to go? Of course. It's just a matter of a word from my father. All right. Su Qiu agreed, eager to uncover the secrets behind these national treasures. 3 hours later, Su Qiu and Li Yunxian stood before the antique street in Linhai City. So many people, Li Yunxian remarked, gazing at the throngs of individuals. This antique street is at least twice the size of ours. Size doesn't matter. What is important is the authenticity of the items. Su Qiu replied as he stepped into the bustling market. Li Yunxian followed closely, keenly observing the various stalls. He was determined to find a treasure of his own today. Su Qiu's gaze swept across the stalls, and soon he discerned that most items were indeed fakes. However, he was quickly drawn to a particular stall surrounded by 7 or 8 people, all examining the antiques on display. Brother Qiu, is there something noteworthy? Li Yunxian inquired curiously. Su Qiu nodded slightly, his attention fixated on 3 pieces, a porcelain gourd, a blue and white bowl, and a snuff bottle. It was hard to believe that a single stall housed 3 genuine items. Look at that gourd and the blue and white bowl, Su Qiu whispered to Li Yunxian. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian felt a surge of excitement. However, he maintained his composure, squatting down to study the items like the others. After examining a few other pieces, he finally reached for the porcelain gourd. The moment he touched it, his pupils dilated. The weight and texture confirmed it. This was undoubtedly a genuine artifact. Li Yunxian gently set down the gourd and picked up the delicate blue and white porcelain bowl, weighing it thoughtfully in his hands. Goodness, Brother Qiu's discerning eye is truly remarkable, he mused silently. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he returned the bowl to its place. At that moment, however, he noticed a nearby snuff bottle. Previously, Su Qiu had sold a similar piece, leaving a vivid impression on Li Yunxian. He lifted the snuff bottle, scrutinizing it with great care. Brother Qiu, Li Yunxian stood up, showcasing the snuff bottle in his hand. Su Qiu nodded lightly, secretly acknowledging Li Yunxuan's keen insight. After all, he had not mentioned the snuff bottle. Yet Li Yunxian had spotted it with mere glances. Boss, how much for this? Li Yunxian inquired. The stall owner promptly extended 5 fingers, 500,000. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian mimicked Su Qiu's earlier approach to bargaining. 500, and I'll take it. The stall owner burst into laughter. Customer. This is a rare piece from the Qing dynasty's folk kiln. I'd be lucky to sell it for 500,000. Su Qiu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He had initially thought the stall owner was merely trying to bluff. However, the valuation proved accurate. This snuff bottle was indeed a unique artifact from the Qing dynasty. Although it lacked the worth of a court kiln piece, it still commanded a price in the hundreds of thousands. 5,000, and I'll take it. Li Yunxian thought to press further. Su Qiu crouched down, observing. This vendor is seasoned. Li Yunxian furrowed his brow and whispered, Brother Qiu, what is the market value of this snuff bottle? He was admittedly not well versed in this area. Around 600 to 700,000. Depending on your luck in finding a buyer, Su Qiu replied softly. Li Yunxian pondered for a moment. 300,000. Let us each take a step back. How about 480,000? The stall owner and Li Yunxian negotiated, ultimately settling on a price of 420,000 for the snuff bottle. Seizing the momentum, Li Yunxian inquired about the blue and white bowl once more. The stall owner, indeed a savvy vendor, quoted a price without hesitation. In the end, Li Yunxian successfully acquired the bowl for 360,000. As for the porcelain gourd, the owner's asking price was excessively high, and seeing no chance to negotiate down, he chose to forego it. Goodness, Brother Qiu, after half an hour of haggling, I only made a profit of around 300,000 on these 2 items. I can't shake the feeling that I've lost out, Li Yunxian complained slightly. Su Qiu chuckled, 300,000. Many people don't earn that in an entire year. Li Yunxian, unwilling to concede, retorted. I wish I could find a treasure worth millions like you do. And why is it that everything you buy costs only a few thousand, while mine is always in the hundreds of thousands? Su Qiu replied thoughtfully. This vendor clearly knows the value of his items. Even if I attempted to bargain, I would face the same situation. I've just been fortunate to encounter sellers who are less informed. Li Yunxian, cradling the box containing his antiquities, expressed his skepticism. I suspect these vendors are all just pretending to be clueless. They know the prices, they're just here to sell. Su Qiu nodded in agreement. There's no choice. Everyone's hunting for bargains, and luck plays a significant role. Brother Qiu, if you happen upon any treasures worth millions, Do let me in on the find, will you? Just to indulge a little, Li Yunxian requested. Su Qiu nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su Qiu was drawn toward another stall. Chapter 52. Gold Standard 1 Yuan Silver Sample Coin, Genuine Edition. The stall was modest in size, dwarfed by others around it, resembling a child among giants. Furthermore, the items for sale were rather monotonous, all featuring the Yuan Dedeo design. This resulted in a lack of foot traffic, with only a middle-aged man crouching there. Su Qiu and Li Yunxian approached and crouched down to inspect the offerings. Li Yunxian scanned eagerly. He knew that if Su Qiu had focused on this stall, it must contain something of value. As he suspected, Su Qiu's gaze landed on a Yuan Dedeo coin. Republic of China Year 8, Yuan Shikai Image Gold Standard 1 Yuan Silver Sample Coin. Market price, 4,200,000. My goodness, a familiar genuine piece. Su Qiu felt a flicker of astonishment. Just yesterday, he had appraised a counterfeit as authentic and sold it for 6 million to Wang Xiener. Now, he had stumbled upon another genuine article. However, the quality of this Yuan Dedeo coin was inferior to the one he had authenticated the previous day. Its worth was around 4 million, which was still quite commendable. Brother Qiu. At that moment, after observing for a while, Li Yunxian gently poked Su Qiu. He extended his hand and picked up the Yuan Dedeo coin. Li Yunxian, hailing from a family of antiquities, indeed had a remarkable eye. After just a few glances yesterday, he could recognize it today. Wang Xiener? Li Yunxian met Su Qiu's gaze, seemingly seeking confirmation. Upon receiving Su Qiu's affirmative look, he turned to the stall owner and inquired, "How much for this Yuan Dedeo coin?" 5,000, the stall owner replied. Had this been before, Li Yunxian would have certainly exclaimed at the outrageous price. You want to sell me a single Yuan Dedeo for that much? Do you take me for a fool? Yet now, Li Yunxian could not help but feel a surge of delight. After all, the stall owner's asking price of 5,000 indicated his lack of knowledge about its true worth. Very well. Just as Li Yunxian was about to finalize the purchase, the middle-aged man crouched beside the stall interjected, "I'll offer 1,000 for that Yuan Dedeo coin." The man raised his head, his eyes fixed intently on the coin in Li Yunxuan's grasp. Both Su Qiu and Li Yunxian frowned in unison. What is the meaning of this? Is this some kind of trick? Boss, that's not fair. You've even arranged for a plant? Is this how you play? Li Yunxian retorted sharply. The stall owner, looking bewildered, shook his head. What plant? I don't know this person at all. I'm just eager to sell this item. I have no time to arrange anything. 1,000. I'll take that Yuan Dedeo coin. The middle-aged man pressed again. Li Yunxian, irritated, replied, I'm the one who saw it first, boss. You should decide who it goes to. The stall owner, still somewhat dazed, quickly thought it over and said, since you saw it first, it should go to you. However, why not? Customer, you add 3,008 to make it an even 8,000. Such a lucky number. Damn it. Li Yunxian couldn't help but curse. This was clearly an attempt to raise the price. Fine, if it's 8,008, then so be it. Li Yunxian grumbled but ultimately paid the sum. After all, this item was worth millions, and even if he paid 80,000, it was still a pure bargain. After securing the Yuan Dedeo coin, Li Yunxian felt significantly more at ease. He stood up, preparing to leave with Su Qiu. Yet, just a few steps away, the middle-aged man caught up and blocked their path. I didn't expect you two to be in the same line of work, the man said with a friendly smile. Li Yunxian retorted, irritated. Who said we're in the same line of work? The middle-aged man continued to smile. You two young brothers. We're all here for the same purpose, right? Isn't it better to be friendly than to be at odds? Su Qiu glanced at the middle-aged man, pondering, was he truly not a plant? In the same trade? And yet, he didn't seem to abide by the rules? Li Yunxian said with irritation. You've made me waste an extra 3,000, and you still have the audacity to speak. The middle-aged man replied, I was merely testing the waters. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Li Yunxian dismissed him, saying, Qiu go, let us go. Su Qiu had little interaction with these bargain hunters and prepared to leave. However, the middle-aged man blocked their path once more and said, since we are all connoisseurs, let us speak candidly. I have a client who has a penchant for vintage Yuan Dedeo coins. I can facilitate a connection for you, guaranteeing that he will offer this amount. The middle-aged man gestured an 8 million? Su Qiu inquired. If it were indeed 8 million, then this deal might be worth pursuing. How could a single Yuan Dedeo possibly fetch such a high price? The middle-aged man smirked. I meant 800,000. 800,000 is quite a generous offer. After the deal, I would only require a 5% commission. Ha ha. Before the middle-aged man could finish, Li Yunxian burst out laughing. 800,000? Do you take us for fools? Li Yunxian retorted. You need at least 5 million to make this worthwhile. What a joke. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? 5 million? For this? Just this coin? After all this time hunting for bargains, I've never encountered such a farcical claim. He laughed derisively. Your 8,000 yuan Dadeo can sell for 800,000, and that's already a princely sum. Let me tell you, coins like this can hardly exceed 1,000,000. If you refuse to sell now, you'll never see 800,000 in your lifetime. Li Yunxian chuckled. Who says a yuan Dadeo can't exceed 1,000,000? You clearly lack insight. If you don't believe me, check the 1 yuan silver sample coin from the 8th year of the Republic. No more than 15 were minted. Impossible. The middle-aged man seemed knowledgeable about sample coins and replied, those coins were produced thousands of kilometers away from our Linhai city. How could they possibly have made their way here? It's utterly inconceivable. Moreover, during the extensive warfare back then, those few coins would have been obliterated by artillery. It's impossible for any to have survived. Su Qiu cast a glance at the middle-aged man. Believe what you will. The system has confirmed its authenticity. Can you compare your authority to that of the system? Indeed, the item belongs to us, and its authenticity is none of your concern, Li Yunxian added. Wait a moment. Although the middle-aged man was skeptical, he couldn't help but begin to doubt upon observing Su Qiu and Li Yunxuan's demeanor. All right, brothers, allow me to authenticate it properly. If this truly is a sample coin from the 8th year of the Republic, I will purchase it. Li Yunxian glanced at Su Qiu. After all, he had only obtained it with Su Qiu's consent, and the yuan Dadeo fundamentally belonged to Su Qiu. Su Qiu shrugged. Do as you wish. Li Yunxian wasn't afraid of any tricks the middle-aged man might employ. After all, the Li family was poised to extend their reach into Linhai City. Consider this an enlightening experience, Li Yunxian said as he handed over the yuan Dadeo. The middle-aged man produced a monocle from his pocket, carefully examining the coin for about 10 minutes. Su Qiu couldn't help but think how distinct the equipment of these professional bargain hunters was. This monocle was likely no ordinary tool. Perhaps it functioned similarly to a magnifying glass. The middle-aged man stammered, This. Li Yunxian grew impatient. What is this? Are you capable or not? Finally, the middle-aged man removed the monocle and took a deep breath. I misjudged. I never thought I would overlook it after dealing with yuan Dadeo for so long. I can't believe I nearly missed this sample coin. It's genuine, right? Li Yunxian interrupted, ignoring the middle-aged man's musings. How much? Give us a price. It is indeed authentic. The middle-aged man gazed longingly at the yuan Dadeo in his hand. However, this sample coin has suffered considerable oxidation. Otherwise, I would never have misjudged it. How about 400,000? Li Yunxian furrowed his brow. Do you know how much we sold the last one for? Another one? The middle-aged man looked astonished. Who are you two? To think that after years of war, surviving even half of the yuan Dadeo sample coins would be remarkable, and yet you've acquired two? Add another 100,000. 410,000 is my final offer, the middle-aged man insisted. Brother, this coin is indeed quite oxidized, and I must earn something too, right? This way, we both benefit, and there will be future opportunities for collaboration. Li Yunxian examined the coin. It was indeed inferior to the one Su Qiu had acquired the previous day. Had he not seen it just yesterday, he wouldn't have recognized it. Gu, what do you think of this price? Li Yunxian asked. Su Qiu nodded. 410,000 is acceptable. The price is only slightly below the market value provided by the system. There's nothing significantly amiss. Excellent. The middle-aged man exclaimed with excitement. Let us head to the bank to transfer the funds. The vicinity of the antique street was equipped with several self-service banking machines. After performing a few operations, the middle-aged man transferred the money to Su Qiu's account and cheerfully said, My name is Chen Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I didn't expect you to be so young with such discerning taste. Su Qiu replied coolly, just lucky. Li Yunxian added, If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao quickly said, Coincidentally, I also want to stroll around this antique street. Shall we go together? Li Yunxian frowned. Sorry, it's not on our route. We've only just met, and you want to wander together? What a joke. Chen Hao realized his presumption and, after a brief apology, turned to leave. Gu, let us go. We have more to explore. Li Yunxian, having enjoyed his bargain hunting, eagerly pulled Su Qiu along to continue their search. Soon, they arrived at another stall. Upon seeing a teacup that bore a striking resemblance to a genuine article, Su Qiu couldn't help but be astonished. Isn't Linhai City, is antique market truly a hidden treasure? The likelihood of encountering authentic goods is remarkably high. However, this teacup was priced around 300,000, which didn't pique Su Qiu's interest, so he passed it on to Li Yunxian. After some haggling, Li Yunxian ultimately secured it for 210,000. Clearly, the stall owner was also knowledgeable and eager to sell. Wow, in less than 2 hours, we've unearthed so many treasures, Li Yunxian marveled. Hanging out with Gu is like having 8 meals a day. However, most of these stall owners were seasoned veterans, making it genuinely challenging to find substantial bargains. If only I could uncover something worth several million, something worth tens of millions would be even better, just to indulge in the thrill. Su Qiu raised an eyebrow. Finding items worth tens of millions is not so easily done. With that, the two continued their exploration. After wandering for over half an hour, they hadn't encountered any notable items, not to mention genuine artifacts. Even antiques with a similarity rating above 60 were nowhere to be found. I'm hungry. Let us go eat, Su Qiu suggested as mealtime approached. Li Yunxian nodded, stowing away his recent finds in the car before heading towards a restaurant. After finishing their meal, Li Yunxian spoke up. Qiu Gu. There's just one last section left to explore in the antique street of Linhai City. Shall we complete our visit and then head back? Su Qiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us take a moment to digest our meal. The two returned to the antique street. Even though it was mealtime, the foot traffic in this area showed no signs of diminishing. Moreover, numerous informal stalls had emerged around the antique street. The so-called informal stalls were those where vendors hawked their wares from small carts at the corners. However, it was evident that these roadside stalls were even less trustworthy, filled with counterfeit goods that were utterly fake. Qiu Gu, there's an additional stall selling vases over there. Li Yunxian nudged Su Qiu, pointing towards a specific spot. He recalled that Su Qiu had previously stumbled upon a flower pot at his home. Could there be more treasures among those vases? Su Qiu directed his gaze and noticed that it was a recently occupied stall. The vendor seemed to have just set up. Yet, the items on display were predominantly counterfeit, with a resemblance rate of less than 20%. Suddenly, Su Qiu's gaze landed on a vase marked with an 80 similarity. Well, what a fortunate discovery. Approaching the stall, Su Qiu inquired, how much for these items? 50,000 each. No negotiations, the stall owner replied without lifting his head. All right. Su Qiu pointed at the vase. Wrap this one up for me. At this, the stall owner finally raised his head in disbelief. It was the first time he encountered such a straightforward customer. No negotiations indeed. What a windfall this was. The stall owner hurriedly retrieved a special box to place the vase inside. Su Qiu paid and took the item without delay. This swift transaction nearly left Li Yunxian in shock. Wow, Qiu Gu, is that a good find? Let me haggle a bit. I want to relish the thrill of bargaining. Li Yunxian exclaimed. Su Qiu shook his head. Delays may lead to missed opportunities. This is indeed a valuable item. Li Yunxian, astonished, asked, how much is it worth? Several millions, I believe, Su Qiu replied. Li Yunxian inhaled sharply, looking at Su Qiu with a mix of envy and admiration. But didn't you just say that finding something worth millions is rare? Just fortunate, I suppose, Su Qiu smiled. Li Yunxian lamented, I missed the chance to experience the thrill of uncovering millions. Su Qiu chuckled, once we return, you can examine it to your heart's content. All right. Li Yunxuan's spirits lifted considerably. It seems there is not much left to explore. Shall we head back? Let us go, Su Qiu agreed. And the two made their way briskly towards the parking lot. As they arrived, they happened upon two familiar faces. Chapter 54. Never mind the microwave-specific use. Just look at this glaze. In the parking lot, beside a red sedan, Wang Xianer was intently examining a sample coin, his expression somewhat complex. Next to him stood a middle-aged man, Chun Hao, the very individual who had just made a fortunate find. It seemed that Chun Hao had noticed their gaze and turned to look at Su Qiu and Li Yunxian. In the next moment, he patted Wang Xianer on the shoulder. Old air, weren't you just asking who made a lucky find? It's those two. Hearing this, Wang Xianer immediately looked up, curious about who could have uncovered a treasure from under Chun Hao's nose. Yet upon seeing them, he was momentarily taken aback. Wow, it's you two. Li Xiao. Qiu Gu. Wang Xianer waved his hand and quickly approached them, with Chun Hao following in astonishment. Boss Wang, I didn't expect to see you here. Li Yunxian expressed his disbelief. Wang Xianer explained, my friend just acquired a sample coin, so I came to take a look. The number of individuals in the treasure hunting profession was not vast. Most people in the circle were familiar with one another. Old air, do you know them? Chun Hao asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Wang Xianer nodded. Yes, I mentioned I just acquired a sample coin yesterday, which is in better condition than yours. This coin was found by Qiu Gu. The one I have was also uncovered by him. Chun Hao took a deep breath. 2 sample coins found in 2 consecutive days? That is astonishing. Wow, Wang Xianer exclaimed. Qiu Gu, you found this too? Su Qiu chuckled lightly. Just luck, merely luck. Good heavens. How rare are these Yuan Dadeo sample coins? Yet you've managed to find 2 in just 2 days. Is this mere luck? The goddess of fortune must be residing in your house. Wang Xianer could not help but give a thumbs up to Su Qiu. Chun Hao, meanwhile, was inhaling deeply to calm his astonishment. He had seen many talented individuals, but someone like Su Qiu was truly a first for him. 2 sample coins found in 2 days, amounting to over 10 million. How terrifying. Qiu Gu, you're quite the achiever at a young age. Chun Hao finally grasped the significance of Wang Xianer's term of endearment. Such a remarkable person must be befriended. Qiu Gu, we're just about to head out for a meal. My treat. Would you like to join us? Chun Hao eagerly invited, casting a glance at Wang Xianer. Seeing this, Wang Xianer quickly chimed in. Xiao Gu, Li Xiao, there's a restaurant with excellent dishes nearby. How about? Before he could finish, Su Qiu interrupted. No need. We've already eaten. You two go ahead. We need to return to appraise our treasures. Li Yunxian waved his hand in agreement. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianer immediately caught an important clue as he glanced at the box Su Qiu was holding. Xiao Gu, did you make a significant find? Anything that warranted Su Qiu using a box was undoubtedly a considerable discovery. Su Qiu nodded slightly. I found something. But I haven't confirmed if it's truly a treasure. Hearing this, Wang Xianer's eyes sparkled. He then proposed, Xiao Gu, coincidentally. The Antique Association in Linhai City is hosting an event. Many masters have come. Why don't we go there and have them appraise it? Curious, Su Qiu asked. What kind of event? Wang Xianer explained. It's a gathering for collectors and treasure hunters. Many treasure hunters attend, and after appraisal, they can directly trade with interested collectors. In simple terms, it's a makeshift antique market. However, this time the vendors are treasure hunters, so there will likely be more genuine items. Su Qiu pondered for a moment and looked at Li Yunxian. Shall we take a look? He wanted to see if he could uncover a treasure from the hands of fellow treasure hunters, as they were ordinary people and could also make mistakes. Let us go take a look, Li Yunxian nodded. Seeing that Su Qiu and Li Yunxian agreed, Wang Xianer and Chun Hao quickly got into their car. They drove ahead while Su Qiu and Li Yunxian followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the venue of the Antique Association's event. Wang Xianer glanced around and checked his watch. The event starts at 3. It seems the master's haven't arrived yet. Su Qiu chuckled lightly. No worries. Let us take a look around first. He took a step forward and began to stroll through the event space. Although it was not yet 3 o'clock, a considerable number of people had already gathered at the venue. Su Qiu cast her gaze over the boxes held by the individuals around her. Similarity, 100. Market price, 50. 000. Similarity, 100. Market price, 130. 000. Similarity, 100. Market price, 80. 000. Similarity, 100. Market price, 190. 000. After surveying several individuals, it was evident that they were all genuine articles. Indeed, this gathering of bargain hunters was far more reliable than the wares found at street stalls. However, there was a downside. It was quite challenging to extract any benefits from these seasoned collectors. After all, they were all well acquainted with the authenticity of their treasures. Moreover, the prices of these genuine items rarely exceeded 200,000. Even if one were to acquire them, substantial profits were unlikely. I must tell you, this is rue ware, worth at least 2 billion. I usually keep it at home, but today, you're fortunate to have seen it. At that moment, a resounding and self-assured voice broke through. Su Qiu turned her curious gaze to see a gentleman in his 60s proudly cradling a large box. Although this was not earth, and rue ware was not officially catalogued, it remained a rare commodity, regardless of location. Su Qiu mumbled to herself. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the rue ware touted by the elderly man. Similarity, 50. Ah, indeed a counterfeit. Yet, the similarity was remarkably high, reaching 50%. Perhaps it excelled in craftsmanship or some other aspect. Otherwise, it would not have left the old man so bewildered. Once again, it appeared to be the handiwork of the National Treasure Gang. Li Yunxian leaned closer to Su Qiu. Chuckling softly, these gentlemen, apart from their age, possessed nothing but new items. Su Qiu was familiar with the notorious reputation of the National Treasure Gang. In simple terms, they would present trinkets worth merely a few dozen dollars, claiming them to be national treasures valued in the billions. Although Su Qiu had once stumbled upon a Tang Bohu painting worth 13 million, she had done so with the aid of a system that authenticated fakes as genuine. These gentlemen from the National Treasure Gang, however, lacked such a system and could never accomplish that feat. Each event attracted a fair number of individuals from the National Treasure Gang. Wang Xianer shook his head and remarked, last time, there was a gentleman who brought a microwave-safe porcelain plate, and when the master declared it a fake, he insisted we ignore the microwave-safe label and insisted on examining the glaze, claiming it was a national treasure. Chapter 55. Fake. Aged, worthless. Really, a microwave-safe national treasure? Su Qiu could not help but applaud. Such audacity. While they all dreamed of sudden wealth, true treasures were not so easily found. At this moment, Chun Hao chimed in, somewhat sycophantically, it's a matter of chance. Like Brother Qiu finding 2 sample coins in 2 days. The odds are akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Xianer nodded in agreement, indeed. Even among us professional bargain hunters, it might take a month to stumble upon a single treasure. Li Yunxian, hearing their words, merely smiled without interjecting. Finding 2 sample coins? A jest indeed. Su Qiu had uncovered an abundance of items in recent days. To reveal the details would surely astonish them. Just good fortune. Su Qiu waved her hand dismissively, her gaze resuming its search. This event attracted not only bargain hunters, but also ordinary individuals seeking to have their items appraised by the masters. Similarity, 30. Similarity, 10. Similarity, 60. Soon, Suchio's attention was drawn to a mother-daughter duo. Their attire was quite simple, with just a bag in hand. The three items they possessed were evidently emerging from that very bag. Such humble packaging clearly indicated that they were not bargain hunters, but rather came to seek appraisal. Suchio took note of the duo's appearance. After observing the mother and daughter, Suchio wandered a few more circles, but found no treasures. Meanwhile, the time had already reached 3 o'clock. Amidst the gathering crowd, several appraisal experts in their 60s entered the venue. That S teacher Lu, that S teacher Lin, and that S teacher Fan. Wang Xiang'er began to introduce them. At this moment, the line for appraisals began to form, primarily consisting of bargain hunters eager for the experts' evaluations. Many collectors stood on either side, clearly intent on making offers should the appraisals yield favorable results. Brother Chio, let us go, let us go. We need to get your vase appraised, Li Yunxian urged, pulling Suchio towards the queue with palpable excitement. Chen Hao, intrigued, inquired, is there a vase in that box? Wang Xiang'er whispered, Li Xiao, where did this vase come from? Li Yunxian shrugged, I didn't get a good look. Brother Chio had the seller pack it up directly. What was the price? Chen Hao asked. Li Yunxian extended 5 fingers, 50,000. Upon hearing the modest sum of 50,000, Chen Hao's interest visibly waned. After all, vases were not like the yuan to 2 coins, which were less studied and thus easier to uncover. Antique porcelain vases were seldom misjudged. Therefore, the vase Suchio had acquired for 50,000 was unlikely to be of significant value. Wang Xiang'er watched Suchio with curiosity. He had witnessed Suchio's prowess in the past. Each acquisition had been a remarkable find. This vase was surely another gem, likely to fetch hundreds of thousands. As the three engaged in hushed discussions, Suchio's focus remained on the appraisal process ahead. The expertise of the three teachers was indeed extraordinary. They could determine the authenticity and age of an item in mere seconds. Within 10 seconds, they could discern its origin and market value. After all, they were seasoned veterans in the antique circle, possessing undeniable skills. It was undoubtedly a genuine item. Suchio was in Teacher Fan's line, who was currently scrutinizing a porcelain plate with great care. Teacher Fan, how much do you think my item is worth? Inquired the man bringing his item for appraisal. Curiosity evident in his tone. After a brief silence, Teacher Fan replied, approximately 50,000. In reality, the market price of the item was closer to 100,000. The lower estimate was likely a precaution. If it didn't sell at that price, complications could arise. After all, antiques often required the right buyer to achieve a higher price. By quoting a lower figure, if the item sold for a higher price, the individual bringing it for appraisal would be pleased. My turn, my turn. Teacher Fan, please take a look at my item, exclaimed the elderly gentleman ahead of Suchio, eagerly approaching as he carefully opened his box. To Suchio's surprise, the man was none other than the one boasting of his ru-ware. With great confidence, the elderly gentleman presented his ru-ware flower pot before Teacher Fan. Teacher Fan glanced at the flower pot and then at the elderly man. How much did you pay for this? He inquired, setting the flower pot down, curiosity piqued. With a proud tilt of his head, the elderly gentleman replied, 800. In a serendipitous stroke of luck, an elderly gentleman stumbled upon a ru-kiln artifact, which imbued him with an overwhelming sense of confidence. However, Professor Fan, upon elucidating the provenance of the flower pot, unceremoniously punctured his illusion, declaring, it is a forgery, artificially aged, and devoid of value. At the utterance of these words, the previously self-assured demeanor of the elderly man shifted dramatically. Indignant and embarrassed, he retorted, how can you possibly ascertain that? Do you possess any expertise in authentication? I sought your evaluation merely to gauge your discerning eye. Clearly, your skills are lacking. This piece is undeniably genuine, an authentic ru-kiln treasure. Professor Fan, with a serious countenance, prompted, please, elaborate on your reasoning. The elderly gentleman began his exposition. Observe this rust spot. It is characteristic of Su materials. The green hue is derived from a mineral dye, and when examined under magnification, you can discern the irregularities, the natural pockmarks. There are no signs of artificial aging whatsoever. Suchio, listening intently from the sidelines, almost succumbed to laughter. The old man's arguments were delivered with such conviction. Regrettably, the truth remained that this item was indeed a counterfeit, entirely unrelated to the esteemed ru-kiln. At this juncture, Professor Fan commenced his own examination. Yet, the elderly man, upon hearing the professor's assessment, was consumed with rage. I refuse to accept your evaluation. Your expertise is inadequate. He huffed as he aggressively gathered his ru-kiln piece, muttering profanities about the so-called expertise he had encountered. What kind of authentication is this? You possess no real skill. With that, He stormed off, clutching his cherished artifact. Professor Fan and his team exchanged bemused glances, bemused by the encounter, yet having encountered many such individuals from the so-called National Treasure Gang. They shrugged it off with little concern. Next, Professor Fan announced. Suchio stepped forward and placed the box he was carrying onto the table. Professor Fan glanced at Suchio and inquired, "How much did you pay for this item?" 50,000, Suchio replied candidly. 50,000. Quite a sum, Professor Fan remarked, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He took a sip of water and continued, "What do you believe this item to be?" "A Northern Song Dynasty Mei vase," Suchio answered. Professor Fan nearly choked on his drink. "A Northern Song Mei vase? Good heavens. You are quite audacious to claim that." Initially, he had presumed that a young individual spending 50,000 would indeed possess a genuine artifact. However, the declaration of it being a Northern Song vase left him utterly flabbergasted, akin to the audacity of the members of the National Treasure Gang. As Suchio's words echoed, the other experts and bystanders engaged in the appraisal turned their gazes toward him, their eyes glinting with mockery. Li Yunxian, Wang Xian'er, and Shun Hao were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing the term Northern Song Mei vase. They had anticipated Suchio might uncover something valuable, but a Northern Song vase seemed utterly ludicrous. If such an artifact truly existed, it would have long been claimed by someone else. How could there possibly be an opportunity for a bargain? "Brother Chio, you must be mistaken," Li Yunxian implored. Incredulity etched across his face. While he had faith in Suchio, the notion of a Northern Song vase was hard to fathom. After all, such artifacts were exceedingly rare, verging on national treasure status. They simply could not remain available in the market for someone to stumble upon. "Surely, you must have misjudged." Wang Xian'er and Shun Hao chimed in, unable to contain their laughter as they felt the weight of the surrounding gazes. Suchio's assertion of a Northern Song vase was simply too outrageous. They had been in the game of treasure hunting for over a decade and had rarely seen anything from the Northern Song dynasty, let alone someone as young as Suchio claiming to have unearthed such a gem. Laughter erupted around them as the bystanders relished the spectacle. The audacity of this young man claiming to have found a Northern Song vase for 50,000 was indeed a comedic marvel. Even seasoned members of the National Treasure Gang would speak of spending over 100,000 for a find, yet here was a country bumpkin, boldly declaring a mere 50,000 for a Northern Song vase. The jeers grew louder. Where did this naive fellow come from? Does he truly believe himself to be chosen by destiny? Perhaps he should return home for a nap. He might just dream of a vase. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Suchio maintained his composure and addressed Professor Fan. "Professor, can you authenticate it?" Professor Fan, shaking his head in resignation, internally lamented that yet another member of the National Treasure Gang had been misled. "I can authenticate it," he replied with a slight smile. "But I have a few questions first." "Please, ask away," Suchio responded. Professor Fan scrutinized Suchio and inquired, "How long have you been involved in the antiquities trade? Do you frequently engage in collecting, or is it merely an occasional endeavor?" Suchio pondered for a moment before responding. "I have been in the field for less than a week." The laughter that ensued was uncontrollable. Many of the onlookers who had initially come to authenticate their own items ceased their evaluations, drawn to the unfolding spectacle of Suchio's predicament. Li Yunxian, Wang Xian'er, and Shun Hao exchanged complex glances, particularly Shun Hao, whose disbelief was palpable. "Less than a week? Surely, this must be a joke." Professor Fan, taken aback, chuckled heartily. "Ah, that explains it. Having been in the field for less than a week, it is all too easy to be misled. This young man likely does not even grasp the history of the Northern Song dynasty." Professor Fan shook his head. "This Mei vase you possess is a forgery." "But I haven't even opened the box yet," Suchio protested. Professor Fan chuckled. "You've been in the field for less than a week, and you spent 50,000 on a Mei vase? Frankly, in my 50-plus years in this antiquities realm, I have never encountered such a preposterous situation. Let me ask you, do you know the history of the Northern Song dynasty? Are you familiar with its craftsmanship? Do you comprehend what the Northern Song Mei vase signifies?" With each question posed by Professor Fan, the surrounding spectators erupted into fresh fits of laughter. What a farce. This young man clearly knows nothing, yet dares to claim he has found a Northern Song vase. Truly absurd. To profess knowledge of a Northern Song vase while lacking even the basics of its history and craftsmanship. He is more ignorant than a simpleton, yet his bravado is remarkable. If what is in that box is truly a Northern Song vase, I would offer 100 billion for it. 100 billion? I would bid 1,000 billion. If that Northern Song vase is genuine, I would buy it for 1,000 billion. The relentless mockery continued, and even Li Yunxian found himself struggling to maintain his composure. He glared at the crowd and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Could it not be a genuine Northern Song dynasty Mei vase?" Though he said this, deep down, Li Yunxian felt a twinge of uncertainty. Wang Xian'er, and Chunhao could not help but interject, Su Qiu, why don't we take it back first and examine it thoroughly? Listening to their words, Su Qiu replied nonchalantly, since we have brought it to Teacher Fan, let him take a look. Teacher Fan, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of reluctance. His words had been sufficiently tactful. The contents of the box were clearly counterfeit. And what purpose would it serve to view them? Did they expect that just by looking, they might transform into a genuine Northern Song vase? However, seeing Su Qiu's unwavering determination, Teacher Fan could only shake his head and say, let me make it clear. If it turns out to be a fake after inspection, there will be nothing I can do. A bystander chimed in, don't waste Teacher Fan's time. Just take it away. There is no need to cling to something that is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Stop embarrassing yourselves. This is sheer folly. The surrounding spectators continued to voice their opinions. Su Qiu, however, nodded at Teacher Fan and raised her hand to open the box. Li Yunxian, Wang Xianer, and Chunhao attempted to intervene. After all, as long as the item remained inside, there was still a chance it could be a Northern Song vase. But if it were to be revealed, it would certainly not be. Yet, Su Qiu moved swiftly, having already opened the box and retrieved the vase within. Teacher Fan sighed. He had not anticipated that this young person would remain so tenacious. Well, the dream of striking it rich was about to be shattered. Teacher Fan lifted his head, ready to exclaim fake, but as his gaze fell upon the vase, his pupils widened in shock, and he abruptly stood up from his chair. Holy cow! Teacher Fan could not help but let slip an expletive. Chapter 57. My goodness, a prophet of over 1,600 times. Teacher Fan was no novice in the world of antiquities. His experience was extensive. He had seen it all during his decades in the field. No, what lay before him was something he had never witnessed. Teacher Fan stood up abruptly, as nervous as a child caught in mischief. After taking a deep breath, he finally picked up the May vase that Su Qiu had placed on the table, though he already suspected the outcome. The scene before him was so outrageous that he needed to examine it meticulously. What is happening? Why has Teacher Fan's expression changed? Wait a minute. Why is he starting to take this seriously? Could the vase actually be genuine? What a joke, a 5,000 yuan find of a Northern Song vase. Do you truly believe that? Teacher Fan wouldn't be playing tricks on this person, would he? Haha. This was the first time I have seen Teacher Fan so grave. His first words were not a jest, but an expletive, truly unprecedented. Typically, when an item is a fake, Teacher Fan's focus is on the person, but when it is genuine, his gaze is fixed on the authentic artifact. This means that perhaps the vase is indeed real. As the onlookers witnessed Teacher Fan's transformation, they began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, several teachers who had come with Teacher Fan also turned their attention to the scene. Their pupils trembled momentarily, and their bodies instinctively leaned closer. It's genuine. The vase is authentic. One teacher could not contain himself. The others echoed, indeed, it is genuine. It is certainly a May vase. Teacher Fan took a deep breath and declared, this is indeed a Northern Song vase. Open wide. As those words left his lips, the entire venue erupted in chaos. What? It's truly a Northern Song vase? My goodness, are you joking? You mean this young person actually found a Northern Song vase for 50,000 at a street stall? Heavens, this is too far-fetched. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a scripted act. Where are the cameras? Where are the cameras? Finding a Northern Song vase at a street stall is more absurd than the antics of the action movie star, Xiao Chenu, from Sakura Country. Every onlooker, without exception, was wide-eyed. After all, having been in the antiquities circle for so long, they had never heard of such an outrageous occurrence. Even those who were previously uninterested were drawn in by the commotion. Meanwhile, Li Yunxian, Wang Xianer, and Chunhao, who were closest to the scene, stood frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, they were contemplating how to persuade Su Qiu. After all, finding a Northern Song vase at a street stall was something they had assumed was a mere stroke of luck for her. But now, it was they who had misjudged. This was indeed a Northern Song vase. Teacher Fan, you can't be joking, right? Chunhao asked incredulously, swallowing hard. Teacher Fan's gaze remained fixed on the vase, his head not lifting as he replied, would I joke about something like this? Another teacher remarked, this is indeed the vase, and it is quite well preserved. Most people wouldn't recognize it. Yes, it looks too new. Most would certainly think it is a replica, but this glaze, this craftsmanship, a professional would recognize it instantly. Another teacher elaborated. At that moment, Teacher Fan suddenly remembered something. He sharply lifted his head and looked at Su Qiu with utmost seriousness. This is indeed a Northern Song vase, but did you really purchase it from outside? As soon as he spoke, the crowd's attention shifted from the vase to Su Qiu. How could such a vase possibly be bought? But if it is real, that implies it belongs to this young person. Could this young individual be from a wealthy family? Testing Teacher Fan with the vase? Indeed, it is hard to believe that one could buy a Northern Song vase outside. If it were possible, I would eat my words. Voices of skepticism arose among the onlookers. In their view, the Northern Song vase was undoubtedly authentic, but it certainly could not have been purchased for 50,000. Surely, this was a scheme orchestrated by some affluent heir with too much time on their hands. However, to produce a Northern Song vase for such a ruse indicates a remarkable background. Yet, Li Yunxian, who had been closely following Su Qiu, could attest to the truth. Teacher Fan, this vase was indeed bought by my brother Qiu at a stall, right in that antique market. Li Yunxian took a deep breath, bearing witness. Chen Hao also regained his composure and added, I can confirm that brother Qiu was indeed holding this item when he came out. He initially intended to go home. But it was Wang and I who suggested he show it to Teacher Fan. It is absolutely impossible that it was a setup. Wang Xianer was so astounded he could not find words, merely nodding vigorously. After hearing this, Teacher Fan and the other teachers wore expressions of disbelief and astonishment. A Northern Song vase found at an antique market? This joke was far too ludicrous. Just then, Su Qiu produced the payment record. Teacher Fan glanced at it, his breath quickening. At that moment, a bystander shouted, Teacher Fan, how much is this genuine Northern Song vase worth? As soon as those words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present began to glimmer with fervent interest. After all, the Northern Song dynasty's Mei vase is something that most individuals have only encountered online or in museums. The true value of such artifacts remains a mystery to many. Professor Fan pondered for a moment before candidly stating, the value of antiques is typically assessed based on their historical significance, craftsmanship, and cultural context. However, there's an even more straightforward method to ascertain their worth, by referencing the prices set by other auction houses. 12 years ago, an auction house in the United States auctioned a Mei vase for a staggering $80 million. The piece I possess now is in pristine condition and surpasses that vase in quality, hence its price will undoubtedly exceed $80 million. Upon hearing Professor Fan's words, every onlooker involuntarily gasped. 80 million. These mere 3 words sent hearts racing. Many toil for a lifetime, barely earning $1 million in total. Even those who trade antiques typically make only 20 to 30,000 a month. To amass 80 million would take 3 to 4 centuries. More astonishingly, this young man acquired a Mei vase worth at least 80 million for a mere 50,000. 50,000 to 80 million. What an astronomical profit of over 1,600 times. With such a find, he would never have to worry for the rest of his life. 80 million. I can't take it anymore. My legs are weak. Someone help me. This is too outrageous. Pinch me. I suspect I'm dreaming. I've spent 12 years in the antique world for nothing. If there are such enormous deals in the antique market, don't hold me back. I want to seize the opportunity too. Chapter 58. If you fancy something, seize it without hesitation. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many quickly realized the implications and surged out of the venue. Why linger over appraisals? The priority was to seize opportunities. Some rushed towards the antique market, while others remained fixated on the Northern Song Mei vase on the table. An item valued at over 80 million was bound to stir ambitions. Young man, this is not the place for conversation. Let us find a more suitable location. Professor Fan remarked, aware of the surrounding gazes. I have a matter to discuss with you. Su Qiu glanced around and nodded slightly. Yunxian, please take the items over there. I'll join you shortly. Li Yunxian, recovering from his astonishment, nodded earnestly and carefully placed the vase into its box before following Professor Fan. Su Qiu, meanwhile, cast a glance towards the main entrance and jogged outside. Upon exiting, her eyes fell upon a mother and daughter duo waiting for a ride by the roadside. They were the very pair Su Qiu had been monitoring earlier at the venue, standing just beside her in line. Fortunately, they had only begun their appraisal moments before and had not yet departed. Relieved, Su Qiu approached them. Hello, she greeted politely. The mother and daughter turned, somewhat surprised by her sudden appearance. Hello, may I help you? The daughter, appearing around 15 or 16, replied without hesitation. Su Qiu got straight to the point. I was just at the venue appraising antiques as well, right behind you. Did you bring 3 plates? She continued. I find those plates quite appealing. Would you consider selling them to me? The 2 women exchanged incredulous glances. After all, they had just established that the plates were all replicas. While they did possess over 20 years of history, items lacking value remain worthless, regardless of age. You want to buy these? The middle-aged woman asked. Su Qiu nodded, fabricating a reason. Although their value is not high, I genuinely like the design of these plates. How about 500 each? At her offer, the eyes of the mother and daughter lit up. Given that the plates had been appraised as worthless, selling them for a few hundred each was an excellent deal. After all, if they did not sell, they would have to discard them. This was akin to free money. That works. Cash for goods, they agreed. Su Qiu pulled out her phone to initiate a transfer when suddenly, a man approached, interjecting, wait. I'll give you 2,000 for the items. I'll offer 3,000. I want those. 5,000. I'm offering 5,000. Voices clamoring to outbid one another erupted from behind. Suchio turned to discover that several individuals had inexplicably gathered behind her. As soon as they realized she was aware of them, they boldly pressed forward. 6,000, sell them to us. A rotund man with a receding hairline called out. The unexpected scene left the mother and daughter baffled. Hadn't they just been told that the plates were fakes? Why were they suddenly being bid upon? Suchio quickly pieced together the situation. These people had noticed her fortunate acquisition of the Northern Song May vase and intended to follow her lead to snatch up her find. Such underhanded tactics. However, the bidders were undeterred by her presence, continuing to raise their offers. The plates had already reached a staggering 6,000. At this point, the middle-aged woman could hardly contain herself. Wait. Are you truly willing to pay 6,000 each for these 3 plates? 3 plates? The bidders paused, exchanging glances. Some of them shot furtive looks at Suchio. Then, the bald man declared, "All right, I'll offer 150,000 for all 3 plates. What do you say?" His words hung in the air, and the other bidders hesitated. A price of 150,000 was undeniably steep. "Bro, aren't you going to bid?" Someone asked Suchio. Suchio shrugged. "No need for me to bid. If you fancy them, go ahead and buy." The rotund man smirked. "Well then, I won't hold back." After all, these plates had caught Suchio's attention, and she was the one who had unearthed the May vase. Hence, the plates must be valuable. In the man's mind, Suchio's silence was merely a tactic to manipulate the bidding. "I'm not afraid of your mind games," he thought to himself. "Let us settle this. Provide your bank account details," he instructed eagerly. The middle-aged woman was taken aback. "Aren't you going to inspect the plates?" "No need," he insisted. "Just give me the account information quickly." After she provided her details, the man hastily completed the transaction, exchanging cash for goods. "Sorry for interrupting your deal," he smirked at Suchio. The balding chubby man smiled at Suchio, who returned the grin. "You didn't even examine the items and just went ahead to spend 150,000. Was there any need to check?" The chubby man, brimming with pride, replied, "If it's something you fancy, just bring it over. Let's see what it is." There were voices urging him on. With a smirk, the chubby man, calculating his potential profit, opened the bag. Inside, there were 3 plates of varying sizes, all exquisitely crafted. However, upon the first glance at these plates, the bidder's brows furrowed. The once proud chubby man now stared in disbelief, his expression shifting dramatically. How could this be? Panic was evident on his face as he inspected the 3 plates. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Damn it, they're all fakes," he cursed. It was clear that the others were seasoned bidders, instantly discerning the authenticity. "Thank goodness I didn't continue to bid. Spending 150,000 on 3 counterfeit items? Even 50,000 would have been a loss. 50,000. I'd rather leap into a river for this trash," someone interjected. The 2 plates were blatantly fake, while the third, although better crafted, was also evidently a counterfeit. The crowd buzzed with whispers, some even chuckling. The chubby man's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's behind. Chapter 59, Even Without a System. You still wish to show off? The individuals who moments ago were vying with Suchio now felt a wave of relief upon discovering that all 3 plates were forgeries. They were grateful they had stepped back. Had they spent money on these pieces, they might have been left bleeding. Some felt fortunate, while others were like ants on a hot pan. The chubby man, having spent 150,000 on 3 fake plates, was now fuming, his face a deep shade of red. He glared at the fake plates in his hands, listening to the surrounding chatter, teetering on the brink of overturning the table. "What are you laughing at? Is it amusing? What is so funny?" He shot a glare at the crowd, his composure faltering. He then turned his attention to Suchio, accusingly stating, "You scoundrel. You set me up to buy counterfeit goods." Suchio, taken aback by the accusation, couldn't help but laugh. "Set you up? You dare to say that? I spent a few hundred on something I like, and you jumped in to bid. What has that got to do with me?" Suchio scoffed, annoyance evident in his tone. The chubby man was infuriated. After all, this entire situation was indeed of his own making. Blinded by the allure of Suchio's Northern Song Dynasty vase, he had recklessly attempted to outbid him, hoping to make a profit. Little did he know, he was the one who fell into a trap, but with his thick skin, he was not one to easily concede. "Those plates are fakes. If you spend a few hundred, that would be a colossal loss." He stretched his non-existent neck defiantly. Suchio chuckled. "How much I spend on the plates is none of your concern. Even if I paid 10 or even hundreds of thousands for these 3 plates, I would still come out ahead." The chubby man, keen to flaunt his expertise, retorted, "You have a system? No system. Then why are you trying to show off?" The chubby man was seething, but one who had navigated the antique world for years was adept at masking his emotions. In less than a second, he managed to switch to a congenial smile. "Brother, I apologize for my presumption. Everyone has their preferences. How about this? If you truly like the plate, I can let it go for you. I bought it for 150,000. so I'll sell it to you for 100,000, he asserted confidently. This item could be worth hundreds of thousands after a decade or two of careful preservation. His words bore a semblance of authority, and had a novice heard them, they might have been swayed. Yet, despite being new to the scene, Suchio was no fool. The worth of antiques lies in their intrinsic value from the moment they were crafted. The passage of time merely enhances their allure. However, worthless items will remain so, even after a millennium. What nonsense about selling for tens of thousands? Do I look like a complete fool to you? If it's so wonderful, you should keep it and sell it yourself in a decade or two. Suchio dismissed him, preparing to leave. The chubby man panicked. Wait, brother, just quote a price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. He was not ready to give up. Suchio coolly replied, I'll buy one for 500. Brother, come on. That is way too low. I bought it for over 150,000. The chubby man attempted to persuade him further, but Suchio had already turned to leave. Wait, brother. 500 is fine. Suchio paused, somewhat taken aback. He had expected the chubby man to explode in rage, declaring he would smash the plates rather than sell them for a mere 500, but to his surprise, the man agreed. Really selling? Suchio inquired. Cash on delivery. The chubby man replied decisively. All right, I'll take the one with better craftsmanship. Suchio pointed to the plate that resembled the original to a 60% degree. The chubby man nodded, handing the plate over. Suchio pulled out his phone and transferred 500, completing the transaction. To his delight, he realized he had saved 1,000 in the process. Originally, he had intended to spend 1,500 on all 3 plates, but now he had managed to save. After securing the plate, Suchio strode confidently towards the venue, leaving the chubby man and his companions in a state of bewilderment. Too chubby, you sold it for 500? That is a massive loss, someone remarked. The chubby man's expression soured. If I hadn't sold it, I would have lost 500. These worthless plates? I'd sell them to you for 100 if you want. Naturally, they were not interested. No way. The others swiftly declined. The chubby man grumbled. Damn it. I thought he was onto something valuable, only to end up with a few fake plates. It infuriates me. He resolved to return the other 2 plates, seeking the pair of women who had sold them to him. But alas, they had vanished with their profits long ago. Damn it. The chubby man fumed, stomping around like an irate potato. After walking a distance, Suchio confirmed that the chubby man and his companions had not followed him. He then took out the black cloth he had prepared earlier and carefully wrapped the plate. The more one benefits from a situation, the more attention one attracts. Suchio murmured to herself, realizing that the current situation would undoubtedly not be a singular occurrence. After all, having unearthed so many treasures, it was only natural that a multitude of individuals would set their sights upon her. The mere acquisition of a Northern Song Dynasty plum vase had already attracted such considerable attention. If her previous finds were to be unveiled, she would surely find herself followed by a throng of admirers and competitors alike. Although it appeared that she had allied herself with the Lee family, one must acknowledge that true allies are as elusive as they are rare. Relying on others? That is an unreliable path. She needed to depend on herself, to bolster her own strength and establish her own influence, so as to quell the nefarious individuals who sought to target her. Only with power could she comfortably forage for treasures and reap profits. Holding the plate close to her chest, Suchio exhaled deeply. Today, that little chubby boy had indeed imparted a valuable lesson. She must cultivate a sense of urgency. Upon returning, she would prioritize solidifying her company's affairs and subsequently establish a security firm. Suchio meticulously refined her plans in her mind. Chapter 60, 101 million. The Fan family. Upon entering the lounge of the conference hall, Suchio immediately sensed that she was under scrutiny. Looking up, she met the ardent gaze of Mr. Fan, who was observing her with palpable intensity. A shiver ran down her spine. It was unsettling for a man in his 60s to regard her in such a manner. Just then, Fan Tianxiang hastened towards her, exclaiming, Su, my friend, I had no idea you were also from Binhai City. We are indeed fellow townsfolk. Without further ado, he grasped Suchio's hand with warmth and enthusiasm. This eagerness stemmed from his recent conversation with Li Yunxian. To Fan Tianxiang, the notion of acquiring a plum vase for a mere 50,000 was astounding. Though there was ample evidence, it remained difficult to fathom. However, after conversing with Li Yunxian and learning of his background, Fan Tianxiang's belief was solidified. After all, the Li family of Binhai had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, upon hearing about Suchio's recent accomplishments from Li Yunxian, he was left utterly astonished. In the antiquities circle, such extraordinary achievements were unheard of, unearthing over 100 million in treasures in less than a week. This was nothing short of miraculous. Mr. Fan, you are far too kind, Suchio said, shaking his hand politely. Please, feel free to speak your mind. Such sudden courtesy surely concealed ulterior motives. No elderly gentleman was without cunning. Recognizing that his intentions had been laid bare, Fan Tianxiang chuckled sheepishly. After seating Su Qiu, he got straight to the point. Su, let's be forthright. I have a genuine interest in that Northern Song vase. Would you consider selling it to me? Collectors of his ilk had an affinity for items worthy of museum display. To possess even one such piece in a lifetime would be considered a crowning achievement. Mr. Fan, Su Qiu replied, raising an eyebrow. You have acknowledged that the auction house's minimum estimate is 80 million. I do not wish to disparage you, but such a price is beyond the reach of most. Rest assured, since I have approached you, I have no intention of taking advantage of you. How about this? 101 million for the Northern Song vase. Having navigated the world of antiquities for many years, Fan Tianxiang's eye for value was astute, and he had positioned himself at a prime price point. How does that price sit with you, Su? Li Yunxian leaned in and whispered in her ear, as this was his first encounter with such a substantial transaction. Su Qiu glanced at the system's indicated price and responded, Mr. Fan, you truly live up to your reputation. Your pricing is remarkably precise. After all, you have appeared on national treasure appraisal programs. Li Yunxian added quietly, you needn't worry about funds. Understanding Li Yunxuan's implication, Su Qiu turned back to Fan Tianxiang. Since you have made such an offer, I find it difficult to decline. Shall we agree on a cash-for-goods exchange? Not a problem. Provide me with your bank account details, and I will arrange for an immediate transfer. Fan Tianxiang replied decisively, with no hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, in a spacious office within Binhai City, Fan Chong stood before his desk, speaking with resolve to Fan Yuntao. Dad, we have received the identification results from the hospital. Ru Yin is carrying a boy, our grandson. With this in mind, why are we still being denied the chance to marry? However, his bravado faltered as Fan Yuntao raised his gaze. In an instant, Fan Chong felt as if the wind had been knocked out of him. Your eagerness to wed, does it stem from your own desires, or are they merely those of that Lu Ru Yin? Fan Yuntao's penetrating stare bore down on him. Laden with pressure, Fan Chong shrank back, meekly responding, Ru Yin merely seeks recognition. Recognition? Fan Yuntao scoffed. I suspect it is more about money. Dad, you reduced the 200,000 to 50,000 last time. That is hardly sufficient, Fan Chong protested. Fan Yuntao slammed his hand on the table in anger. Do you realize how many people toil for decades just to save 50,000? And you dare claim that 50,000 a month is insufficient? Do you truly believe that money is so easily acquired? Furthermore, if it weren't for you and your Lu Ru Yin, who squandered so much of my hard-earned money, would I have cut back? Dad, you mustn't speak ill of Ru Yin. She means well. Fan Chong mustered his courage to defend her. At this, Fan Yuntao's temper flared, nearly prompting him to deliver a swift reprimand. He had little faith in Fan Chong. Had it not been for the impending arrival of his grandson, he would have already cast him aside. You may have an additional 50,000 per month. The remainder will be considered once the child is born. After contemplating his grandson's future, he ultimately relented with a dismissive snort. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Fan Chong exclaimed with excitement. Just then, the office door burst open with urgency. Fan Yuntao's secretary hurried in, breathlessly announcing, Mr. Fan, we've received news from the bank. Chairman Fan's account has a substantial withdrawal. What? Fan Yuntao's expression sharpened. How much? 101 million. The secretary reported. Upon hearing such an astronomical sum, Fan Yuntao rose to his feet in astonishment. Over 100 million? What on earth has the old man spent it on? Panic surged through him, as if the money had been his own. Fan Chong was equally alarmed. After all, his grandfather's wealth would eventually flow to his father, and subsequently to him. But now, over 100 million, just like that. It was gone. The thought was agonizing. Dad, quickly, call Grandpa, and ask him what he spent the money on. I hope he hasn't been deceived. Fan Yuntao snapped in irritation, as if I needed you to tell me. As he spoke, he fished out his phone and dialed. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Dad. What on earth have you done to spend over 100 million? No, I'm not spying on you. I know you're still alive, and I understand that it's your money. I know. Fan Yuntao's momentum instantly waned as he was clearly chastised by the person on the other end of the line. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Fan Yuntao's face ashen with rage, resembling an eggplant. He cast a glance at Fan Chong, as if seeking an outlet for his frustration. What are you staring at? The money's been given, now get out. The reprimand sent Fan Chong scrambling out of the office in a fluster. Once outside the company, Fan Chong finally patted his chest to calm himself. Over 100 million. How wonderful it would be if it were all mine. He muttered to himself as he slid into his car. Like smoke, 1 million a month, haha. Of course, I am surely more capable than that useless Su Qiu. Chapter 61. A fortuitous find. When did this line of work become so effortlessly lucrative? Unfilial son, always thinking about my meager inheritance. Fan Tianxiang angrily hung up the phone, clearly agitated. However, he soon composed himself and turned towards Su Qiu and the others with an awkward smile. I apologize for the spectacle. Su Qiu chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage. After all, it was a family matter, and he was merely a profit seeker, unwilling to meddle. Li Yunxian, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, swiftly changed the subject. Brother Qiu, why did you suddenly dash out earlier? What was wrapped in that black cloth? Upon hearing this, Fan Tianxiang, Wang Xianer, and Shun Hao finally noticed the item Su Qiu had placed on the table. As Li Yunxian pointed it out, Su Qiu casually unveiled the black cloth, revealing a plate beneath. Fan Tianxiang squinted, moving quickly to inspect the plate. A genuine Qing dynasty Yongzheng imperial kiln piece, used in the palace. He immediately recognized its significance and stared incredulously at Su Qiu. Earlier, Li Yunxian mentioned that Su Qiu had rushed out, and upon his return, he possessed this exquisite plate. Could it be that Su Qiu had just acquired it? Fan Tianxiang was taken aback and inquired, Su, did you just purchase this? Su Qiu nodded affirmatively, yes. I thought it looked splendid and chased after it to buy. How much did it cost? Fan Tianxiang pressed. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qiu replied, 250,000. There was no need for excessive detail. Such revelations could invite scrutiny. Upon hearing the price, Fan Tianxiang nodded appreciatively. Your eye for quality is quite commendable, and your pricing is astute. The market value is approximately 3 million. At most, an additional 200,000 would be justifiable. You've made quite a profit. Wang Xianer and Shun Hao were left speechless, astounded by the revelation. Damn, Su Qiu is absolutely terrifying. To earn tens of thousands in such a brief moment, that rivals our earnings over a year or two. After years in the business, they had never encountered such a fortunate find. Why hadn't they stumbled upon such an opportunity? Regrettably, I have little interest in Qing dynasty artifacts. Otherwise, I would have kept it. Fan Tianxiang sighed. Collectors each have their own preferences. Not everything is for collecting. No worries. I have my connections, Brother Qiu. Leave this to me. Li Yunxian interjected eagerly. The Northern Song dynasty Mei vase was too grand for him, but the plate posed no significant challenge. A quick resale could yield a modest profit while maintaining client relations. Pure bliss. Indeed, with the resources of your Li family, acquiring this plate would be a breeze. Fan Tianxiang chuckled, shifting the conversation towards mundane matters. As the discussion flowed, Fan Tianxiang invited Su Qiu and the others to dinner. Glancing at the time, Su Qiu politely declined. Fan Tianxiang, not wanting to press the issue, bid them farewell. Brother Qiu, you snagged a find for 50,000 and sold it for over 110 million. On their way to the parking lot, Wang Xianer gulped. Over 2,000 times the investment. Brother Qiu, you are incredible, earning what an ordinary person would in a lifetime in a single swoop. At that moment, Wang Xianer had fully become an ardent admirer of Su Qiu, whose performance was undeniably impressive. 50,000 to over 110 million. Such a tale would be met with disbelief if not witnessed firsthand. Shun Hao's heart raced with excitement. Earlier that morning, Su Qiu had snagged a yuan data coin for 8,000 and sold it for 400,000, leaving him astounded. Little did he expect Su Qiu would manage another find of 50,000 sold for over 110 million, alongside a Qing dynasty plate. Good heavens! In a single morning, a profit of over 116 million. Not just 100 million, but even 10 million or 6 million were sums that most ordinary families could not hope to earn in a lifetime. Many middle-class individuals never even touched the threshold of 10 million. Yet, Su Qiu achieved this in the span of a morning. Divine. A deity in the realm of antiquities. Brother Qiu, you are truly remarkable. Shun Hao could not restrain himself. After years of treasure hunting, you are the most exceptional of them all. Su Qiu, unfazed by the praise, chuckled. Just a stroke of good fortune. What do you mean by luck? Li Yunxian extolled. Brother Qiu, your discerning eye rivals that of the legendary Sun Wukong. Wang Xianer and Shun Hao had only witnessed part of Su Qiu's prowess, but Li Yunxian had truly grasped his achievements. Consider the ink painting 3 pure ones by Tang Bohu, acquired for not a single cent, yet valued at over 13 million. Such a profit would surely send shockwaves through the entire antiquities community. Brother Qiu, are you going treasure hunting this afternoon? Take me along. Wang Xianer grinned, eager to tag along. If Su Qiu could uncover even a fraction of such treasures, he would certainly reap substantial rewards. Shun Hao, hearing this, wasted no time raising his hand. Brother Qiu, count me in. I'll be obedient. Su Qiu shook his head. I have other commitments this afternoon and need to head back now. Hearing this, Wang Xianer and Shun Hao felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon regained their spirits. Having made the acquaintance of Su Qiu was a significant boon. They were now connected, and surely there would be future opportunities to collaborate. Brother Qiu, please don't forget us next time you go treasure hunting. As Su Qiu entered his car, Wang Xianer called out, watching the vehicle grow distant. Shun Hao pinched his own cheek. Dude, I feel like I've just woken from a dream. 50,000 for a Northern Song vase? I wouldn't dare even dream of such a thing. Wang Xian'er playfully stomped on Chunhao's foot. Ouch! Chunhao exclaimed, what was that for? Just confirming whether you're dreaming or not. Does it hurt? If so, it's definitely not a dream. Wang Xian'er remarked, to be honest. I still find this somewhat enigmatic. Yet, in our line of work, who hasn't encountered a few bizarre occurrences? Some people are simply fortunate. If it were us, we might pass right by that Northern Song Dynasty Mei vase even if it were placed directly before us, while others can identify it at a glance. Such is fate. What extraordinary fortune they possess. Yet, this is almost too fortunate. Chunhao swallowed hard. 110 million. Even if I were to receive just 10 million, I would wake up laughing in my dreams tonight. Then dream away, be bold, envision hundreds of billions. Wang Xian'er said as he strode towards the car. Why hurry? Let us continue our conversation, Chunhao urged. There's no time for that. We must see if we can sample the broth, Wang Xian'er replied. Broth? You mean the place where Qiu Gu found that Northern Song vase? Oh right. Let us hurry and check it out. I can walk on my own, don't pull me. Don't grip my hand so tightly. I have a preference for women. Good grief, what a predicament. Chapter 62, 500,000. You've never seen so much money, have you? Upon returning to Binhai City, Li Yinxian took hold of Su Qiu's Qing Dynasty small plate and contacted the client. Su Qiu, meanwhile, pressed the accelerator and soon arrived at a skyscraper in the heart of Binhai City. Chai Tian stood outside the building, eagerly approaching as she spotted Su Qiu. Qiu Gu. Su Qiu nodded and glanced up at the towering edifice before him. Have you gathered all the information? He inquired. Chai Tian affirmed, yes. It has been confirmed that this building indeed has intentions of being sold. Although, as an employee, she was expected to unconditionally execute her superior's directives. Chai Tian couldn't suppress her curiosity. Qiu Gu, are we really going to purchase the building? After all, in these times, most businesses are content to lease their premises, which can save a considerable amount of money. She had never witnessed someone like Su Qiu who would outright buy an entire office building. I asked you to inquire. That certainly means we are buying, Su Qiu replied lightly. To the average person, renting an office building is indeed more cost-effective than purchasing one. However, for Su Qiu, his interest lay not merely in the building itself, but, more importantly, in the land beneath it. A parcel of land in the city center is beyond valuation. Having witnessed the frenzied real estate boom on Earth, Su Qiu recognized that this place had yet to enter that market frenzy, making land and properties relatively affordable. It was imperative to secure it decisively. Moreover, both the office building and the land are fixed assets, comparable in value to antiques. Purchasing them is a prudent investment. I've learned that as long as the funds are in place, we can acquire this office building for 12 million. Su Hui suggested that if we were indeed to buy, it would be prudent to wait until the company is registered and utilize the corporate account. Once taxes are paid, there would be governmental guarantees, minimizing future complications regarding the building and allowing our company to benefit from being a significant taxpayer. Chai Tian shared the well-prepared plan. Su Qiu internally acknowledged Su Hui's impressive capabilities, noting her thorough considerations. What is the status of the company registration? If there are any obstacles, I can seek assistance. Su Qiu inquired. Chai Tian responded, no need. The registration process is proceeding smoothly. However, there is one requirement. Companies with registered capital exceeding 10 million must have a public account, which also requires sufficient collateral. As she spoke, she produced a document. The public account involves financial matters, so I'll need you to make a trip to the bank, Qiu Gu. All the materials are here. Not a problem. I'll handle it, Su Qiu replied, then inquired about hiring. After all, if the company were registered, it would be quite taxing for just Chai Tian and Su Hui to be running around. I have a few senior sisters lined up, and once they finish their transitions from their previous company, they can join us. All right, by the way, inform Su Hui to register for the security company. You can run some errands to see if you can connect with any veterans to finalize the security company's arrangements. Understood. After concluding their discussion, Su Qiu made his way to the bank. The office building demands 12 million, and with several other company matters, it's all a significant financial outlay. As Su Qiu drove, he calculated in his mind. Despite having over 200 million in his account, expenses were indeed accumulating swiftly. It seemed he needed to be more diligent in seeking opportunities. A visit to the countryside would be in order to see if he could unearth some treasures. Lost in thought, Su Qiu arrived at the bank. After parking, he entered the hall with the documents in hand. The bank was not crowded, and Su Qiu headed straight for the counter. However, as he approached, his brow furrowed in irritation. What misfortune is this? He muttered inwardly. He had spotted none other than Lu Ruyao's brother, Lu Ruyao. At that moment, Lu Ruyao was accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman. Lu Ruyao was chatting animatedly with her. Once we have that 500,000 in cash, we can present it to your parents, and our engagement will be secured. The woman giggled, 500,000 in betrothal gifts. My parents will be thrilled to bits. Your sister is quite generous, truly gifting you 500,000 in betrothal gifts. Of course, Lu Ruyao boasted, my sister is now the daughter-in-law of the Fan family. She wouldn't bat an eyelid at 500,000. Marry me, and you'll enjoy a prosperous life. Does your brother-in-law have no objections? The woman asked. Lu Ruyao laughed. Such a trivial sum. What could he possibly say? He is part of the Fan family. Your brother-in-law is wonderful, far better than your previous one. Absolutely. That poor wretch Suchio, who barely scrapes together 10,000 in a year. Who can't earn that much nowadays? He is utterly worthless. If not for my sister's pity, he wouldn't have a chance at marriage with such a character. Lu Ruyao boasted, eliciting a laugh from Suchio, who overheard the conversation. Indeed, one's social circle reflects one's character. Lu Ruyao's friends claimed no family was without hundreds of thousands in savings, while Lu Ruyao himself belittled anyone who couldn't earn at least 10,000 a year. Very well. A pretentious socialite, and someone who lives off their sister. Truly a perfect embodiment of why not eat meat? My money may not be abundant, but it is hard-earned. After all, I have no sister to leech off, Suchio interjected, interrupting Lu Ruyao's self-aggrandizing. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Ruyao turned, and his expression soured upon recognizing Suchio. You, what are you doing here? Lu Ruyao snapped, his face darkening. Suchio retorted with a cold smile. Is this bank your family's? Why would you concern yourself with my presence? Lu Ruyao's temper flared at Suchio's tone. You pathetic pauper, unable to scrape together even 10,000. What could you possibly be doing at a bank? Are you following me? Bah, what do you think you are, that I would follow you? Suchio shot back, showing no signs of yielding. When you have nothing to do, take a look at your own reflection. Don't be so self-important. You. Lu Ruyao's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves. Observing this, the woman beside him quickly intervened, exclaiming, this is a bank, do not resort to violence. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ruyao regained his composure. In the next moment, a thought struck him, and he burst into laughter. Haha, so you've been following me to provoke me. Haven't you? Lu Ruyao chuckled. With such trivial schemes, did you think I was oblivious? You aim to infuriate me, to stir up trouble. But your calculations have come to naught. I shall inform you that I am not angry in the slightest. On the contrary, I am exceedingly pleased. He gestured towards the stack of red bills being processed by the counting machine. Do you see that? That is all my money. You, a penniless wretch, must have never laid eyes on such wealth before. It must frustrate you, mustn't it? Chapter 63. Has he won the lottery? Ever since Suchio married Lu Ruoyan, his salary had been entirely surrendered to her, leaving him without a single cent. Lu Ruyao was acutely aware of this fact. He knew that Suchio had not seen any money for quite some time. Thus, he thought to use wealth to unsettle Suchio, to show him just how substantial 500,000 truly is. I expected a far larger sum. It's merely 500,000, Suchio replied with a sardonic smile, dismissing Lu Ruyao's taunts. After all, Lu Ruyao's words were self-important and devoid of logic. He was nothing more than a pampered child raised by Lu Ruoyan's family. Number 32. Please proceed to counter 2, called the staff at the adjacent counter, unfazed by the commotion. Suchio glanced at the number in his hand, uninterested in Lu Ruyao any longer, and walked directly over. He produced his documents and bank card, presenting them to the teller. Open 3 accounts, each to transfer 10 million. Suchio instructed the staff. The worker initially harbored doubts. Suchio appeared to be just a young man, and requesting 3 accounts with 10 million each, a total of 30 million, seemed preposterous, especially given his earlier altercation with Lu Ruyao. Surely, he was not attempting to flaunt his wealth in a bank of all places. The teller's expression shifted as he prepared to speak, but upon catching sight of the card number on Suchio's card, he sprang to attention. Please hold on, he exclaimed, hastily rushing towards the back office. Witnessing this turn of events, Lu Ruyao finally grasped the situation and erupted in laughter. 3 accounts, 10 million each, haha. Su, you truly dare to speak such audacious words. Lu Ruyao doubled over in mirth. After all, Suchio's salary went to his sister, and following their divorce, he had not received a single penny in compensation. Moreover, his sister mentioned that Suchio had been dismissed from his job, leaving him entirely without employment. How could he possibly claim 10 million? Suchio regarded Lu Ruyao with the eyes of a jester. 3 accounts amount to 30 million, not 10 million. If you are foolish, it is one thing. But do you truly lack the ability to perform basic arithmetic? It's only due to the advancements in prenatal care that you have grown to this size. Lu Ruyao's temper flared once more at this mockery. He clenched his fists, poised to lunge at Suchio. However, the woman accompanying Lu Ruyao restrained him, saying, Do not act rashly. This is a bank, a bank. I am aware that it is a bank. Lu Ruyao released his tight grip. Damn it, Su. I did not expect you to be so malicious, plotting to provoke me. Yet I must inform you, I am no longer the same as before. I possess wealth now. As the brother-in-law of the Fan family, a person of stature, refined and dignified. Whenever Lu Ruyao mentioned the Fan family, an unearned confidence surged within him. He crossed his arms defiantly. The teller you just encountered has already summoned security. Should you dare to cause a scene in the bank, prepare to face the consequences. Just as Lu Ruyao finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed through the room. A sharply dressed, middle-aged man swiftly emerged from the office, followed closely by the teller who had attended to Su Qiu. Manager, it is him, the teller quickly pointed out. The manager approached Su Qiu and politely extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the bank manager, Li Xiaojia. Su Qiu blinked, momentarily taken aback. I merely sought to conduct some business. Why has the manager been summoned? Lu Ruyao, who had been waiting to watch the spectacle unfold, was also momentarily stunned. He had assumed that the staff were merely calling security, not that they would bring out the manager. Recovering from his surprise, Lu Ruyao quickly regained his composure. You are the manager, correct? This Su is nothing but a penniless fool. He comes here demanding 30 million as if to cause a scene. Why have you not called the police? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaojia's expression darkened. How dare this man issue commands to him? Who does he think he is? The staff member responsible for Lu Ruyao's affairs interjected promptly. Manager, this gentleman is a customer, withdrawing 500,000. His funds have already been processed. Li Xiaojia raised an eyebrow, surveying both Lu Ruyao and Su Qiu. A capable bank manager is no fool. He quickly understood the situation. Mr. Su's business is none of your concern. Since your transactions have been completed, you should take your leave. Lu Ruyao bristled at Li Xiaojia's demeanor. What does this mean? Am I mistaken in reporting him? Do you know who I am? I am the brother-in-law of the Fan family. Li Xiaojia frowned, but said nothing further. He simply exchanged a glance with the bank security. Two security personnel approached Lu Ruyao. Sir, please vacate the premises, or we shall have no choice but to contact the authorities. Surrounded by security, Lu Ruyao, who typically preyed on the weak, dared not resist. Nevertheless, he remained defiant, declaring, customers are treated like gods. Have you not heard? Is this how you treat your deities? Just wait. I will file a complaint against you. You will regret this. Lu Ruyao stormed out of the bank, grumbling as he clutched the money. Li Xiaojia paid no heed to Lu Ruyao's threats and turned to Su Qiu with a smile. Mr. Su, let us retire to the lounge for some tea. I shall ensure your business is expedited. Su Qiu hesitated for a moment, but nodded and proceeded toward the lounge. Meanwhile, outside the bank, Lu Ruyao was seething with rage. Damn it, kicked out again. Lu Ruyao clenched his fists, realizing, wait a minute, why did I say again? Suddenly, he recollected that he had encountered Su Qiu during his last attempt to purchase a house, and he too had been expelled from that establishment. This time, not only had he been thrown out, but he had also lost face in front of his fiancée. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. I was withdrawing 500,000. I am a major client. How dare he treat me this way? I am the brother-in-law of the Fan family. Not only did he disregard me, but he even referred to that penniless wretch as Mr. This is intolerable. I must lodge a complaint against him. The woman beside Lu Ruyao interjected. He is the manager. How do you intend to report him? I, Lu Ruyao, found myself momentarily frozen. He truly had no idea how to report a bank president. The individual with the surname Su, could he possibly be your former brother-in-law? The woman continued. I noticed that the bank president's demeanor towards him was somewhat different, and he even mentioned the sum of 30 million. Could it be that he genuinely possesses 30 million? Unthinkable. Given that Su Qiu is a notorious miser, managing to produce even 1,000 would be an arduous task. My sister is his wife, surely. She knows him well enough. Thus, there remains only one possibility. Could he have won the lottery? Chapter 64. This is joint property. We must ensure that Su Qiu relinquishes it. Inside the bank's lounge, observing the beaming Li Xiaojia, Su Qiu felt no inclination to reciprocate his cheerfulness. He inquired, have you been monitoring my bank account? Handing over a bank card, Li Xiaojia promptly exited, signaling a significant issue at hand. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaojia hastily clarified, Mr. Su, your bank card has recently been flagged due to multiple substantial transactions, which is why it has been placed on our bank's control list. Rest assured, aside from your card number, we are unaware of any other sensitive information regarding your account. It is worth noting that just a week prior, the funds in Su Qiu's bank card had not exceeded 10,000. After all, during his marriage, his salary was transferred to Lu Ruyan's card, rendering his card largely unused. However, in recent days, his account had suddenly seen a series of significant transactions. Regardless of the bank in question, it would inevitably warrant control measures. Nevertheless, these funds had all been funneled through various corporate accounts, thus posing no risk. Hearing Li Xiaojia's words, Su Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, having feared he was under scrutiny once more. So, presently, what brings you to seek me? Su Qiu queried. Li Xiaojia wasted no time and directly revealed his purpose. In simple terms, the bank needs to demonstrate performance. If we can persuade you to deposit other funds with us, or perhaps set up fixed-term deposits or collateral loans, this would greatly enhance our performance metrics. After absorbing Li Xiaojia's words, Su Qiu remained silent for a moment before responding. I will consider it. The banking world is fraught with complexities, and Su Qiu was certainly not inclined to plunge in recklessly. As their conversation unfolded, the staff had already prepared the necessary paperwork for Su Qiu's transactions. After confirming everything was in order, he signed the documents and completed the procedures. Departing the bank without a backward glance, he handed the materials to Su Hui. Su Hui had her own procedures to discuss with Su Qiu. With the day's busyness behind them, night had fallen. Su Qiu lay in bed, rubbing his eyes. Conducting business can be quite exhausting, he mused. However, he felt gratified. Everything had yielded fruitful results. According to Su Hui's progress, the company's matters would soon be resolved. Refocusing on his company, Su Qiu retrieved his phone and began to search. His primary focus remained on uncovering hidden treasures. Many of the stalls contained items sourced from rural areas, and some treasure hunters specifically ventured into the countryside. As he murmured to himself, he continued his search, simply looking for locations known for valuable antiques. As long as a place had yielded notable items, there was a high likelihood of similar treasures with over 60% similarity. With the system activated, the funds began to flow in seamlessly. Sister, you finally returned. Upon seeing Lu Rian return home, Lu Ruyao sprang to his feet. Lu Rian retorted, I was out shopping with your brother-in-law in the neighboring city. You called me in a panic, but you didn't articulate the matter at hand. What on earth is going on? Sister, that man named Su is suspicious, Lu Ruyao asserted. Upon hearing that it was regarding Su Qiu, Lu Rian immediately furrowed her brow. Why are you bringing up that unfortunate character? What issues could a penniless wretch like him possibly have? Sister, I went to the bank to withdraw money today. Do you know what transpired? Lu Ruyao recounted his experience at the bank, detailing his encounter with Su Qiu and the bank president. Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback. Impossible. What are you joking about? I hold all of Su Qiu's money. He can barely afford a meal, let alone 30 million. You must be out of your mind. Lu Rian believed she knew Su Qiu well enough to dismiss her brother's claims. Sister, I assure you it's true. Lu Ruyao insisted excitedly. Sister, when I was looking to buy a house, I also encountered Su Qiu. He indeed has money. Then where did his wealth come from? Lu Rian asked dismissively. I suspect he won the lottery, Lu Ruyao declared. Lu Rian frowned slightly. The lottery? At that moment, Lu Ruoxue, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Sister, it's true. Su Qiu has genuinely become wealthy. I inquired at the place you previously lived, and he is driving a car now and has changed residences. He really is well off. Hearing her brother and sister's words, Lu Rian began to harbor doubts. After all, her siblings had no reason to deceive her. Moreover, her close friend Lu Yao had previously suggested that Su Qiu's circumstances might be more favorable than she believed. Sister, have you not considered why Su Qiu so readily agreed to divorce you? As Lu Ruyao saw his sister's skepticism wavering, he pressed on. Lu Rian's gaze faltered. Indeed, Su Qiu once begged me not to divorce him. How could he have been so compliant? He must have won the lottery, a substantial amount, and then divorced you. Lu Ruoxue interjected. That scoundrel Su Qiu has tricked you, sister. Lu Ruoxue exclaimed in anger. Exactly, sister. You married that good-for-nothing Su Qiu and endured his shortcomings. Yet after the divorce, you received nothing. You've been severely cheated. Lu Ruyao continued. He won the lottery and isn't sharing a single cent with you. It's downright disgusting. Indeed, sister, he was in such a hurry to divorce you surely because he won the lottery while you were still married. This is joint property, and he must be made to relinquish that sum. Lu Ruoxue exclaimed indignantly. Lu Rian fell silent for a moment. That sum of money is inconsequential to me. I wish to sever all ties with that worthless Su Qiu. Sister, what are you saying? Lu Ruyao exclaimed anxiously. Su Qiu must have won tens of millions. Even half of that is a fortune. Lu Ruoxue added urgently. Sister, we cannot forfeit that money. Tens of millions would transform our family's fortunes and give us a solid foundation. As Lu Ruyao and Lu Ruoxue contemplated the vast sum, their mouths watered at the thought of it, making it impossible for them to let it slip away. Listening to their fervent discussion, Lu Rian could not help but entertain the thought. After all, if it were indeed true, it represented an immense sum. Who would ever disdain an excess of wealth? Moreover, if Su Qiu had won the lottery during their marriage, she was entitled to half. That's right. Su Qiu, that good-for-nothing, only allocated me such a meager amount each month. I sacrificed so much of my youth. I might as well not hold a grudge. Yet, he must share half of our joint property. Lu Ruyan was resolute. She must reclaim the money. Chapter 65. He must pay, whether he wants to or not. The following morning, As Su Qiu awoke, he received a text notification indicating a deposit of 3,800,000 yuan into his bank account. This amount represented the price of the Qing dynasty plate he had entrusted to Li Yunxian the previous day. He was now enjoying a life with passive income. In a cheerful mood, Su Qiu murmured to himself. However, he soon noticed several friend requests on WeChat, which caused his expression to shift dramatically. The friend request from Hua Jian Hua Kai read, "Su, where are you right now? Come see me immediately." The request from Guzue Shui stated, "Su, you absolute scoundrel. How dare you deceive my sister? Return her money." The request from Yin Huasan Yu exclaimed, "Su Qiu, no wonder you were so decisive during the divorce. It turns out you won the lottery. Let me tell you, that money is our marital property. Return what belongs to me immediately. Don't think hiding will do you any good. If you dare ignore my messages, I'll have someone send you a lawyer's letter." Upon reading these friend requests, Su Qiu instantly deduced the culprits behind them. It was none other than Lu Ruyin and her unfortunate family. After being blocked by him, they had apparently borrowed several WeChat accounts from somewhere. Winning the lottery? He had seen Lu Ru Yao just the day before at the bank and knew full well that the news of his newfound wealth would not remain concealed. Yet, he had no intention of hiding it. He simply hadn't expected that the Lu siblings would jump to the conclusion that he had struck it rich. As for the claim of marital property and the threat of a lawyer's letter, that was merely an attempt at intimidation. Unfortunately for them, such threats held no weight with Su Qiu. After all, he had been focused on earning money through the system post-divorce. In this situation, even if Lu Ruyin escalated the matter to the heavens, it would be of no consequence. "How did you know I won 100 million before our divorce? So what if it's marital property? I won't give you a single penny. What can you do about it?" Su Qiu promptly accepted the friend requests and sent this message to all 3 accounts. Subsequently, with remarkable speed, he blocked the 3 accounts and disabled the friend search function on WeChat. That ought to infuriate them. With a cheerful tune, Su Qiu headed off to wash up. Meanwhile, on the other end, the Lu siblings had not slept a wink, engrossed in discussion. After all, this was tens of millions at stake. If they could secure even half, it would be a windfall. Yet, they understood that extracting money from Su Qiu would not be a simple task, which is why they had conferred all night. Ding dong. The notification chimes from the 3 siblings' phones sounded simultaneously. Lu Ruyao picked up his phone and read the message from Su Qiu. "Damn it. What can you do about it? This scoundrel." Lu Ruyao's temper flared. His fists clenched as if he could strike Su Qiu through the screen. Lu Rushui, however, wore a face of excitement. He admitted it. He won the lottery, 100 million. If we split that, we each get 50 million. 50 million. The mere thought sent Lu Ruyan's heart racing. If she could obtain that sum, she would be a petite, wealthy woman. Once married into the Fan family, she'd have the confidence to speak her mind. The thought of ascending the social ladder filled Lu Ruyan with glee. "Sister, don't laugh just yet," Lu Ruyao interjected. "He's too arrogant, flaunting his wealth and making it clear he doesn't want to part with the money." Lu Ruyan scoffed dismissively. "Do I not know Su Qiu? He's just a coward. He got lucky with the lottery and thinks he's something special. But at his core, he's still a useless fool, merely capable of flapping his gums on WeChat. He will pay, whether he wants to or not. This is 50 million we're talking about. There's no way Lu Ruyan will let this slip by." She composed a message, brimming with indignation, intending to leverage the law against Su Qiu. However, after painstakingly crafting her message, she was met with a red exclamation mark. "He actually dared to delete me." Lu Ruyan seethed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyao and Lu Rushui quickly sent their own messages. "Crap, he blocked me too." Lu Ruyao swore as he searched for Su Qiu's WeChat ID to retaliate, only to find he couldn't locate Su Qiu at all. "Damn it, sister. Do you think he might have deactivated his WeChat? What will we do if we can't find him?" Lu Ruyao panicked, feeling as if 50 million was slipping through his fingers. Lu Ruyan cursed, and then spoke up. "What's there to fear? Do you think he can escape? Just look at who Fan Chong is." "I initially felt a pang of sympathy for Su Qiu, hoping to retrieve my 50 million. But I never anticipated he would be so despicable as to try and swallow my money whole. I won't feel sorry for him any longer. I will reclaim every penny and ensure he leaves with nothing. Indeed, we must recover all of it. 100 million, none of it shall remain with Su Qiu." Lu Rushui chimed in. "Sister, I'm backing you. Hurry and find Fan Chong. We must get the money from Su Qiu." At this point, Lu Ruyao suddenly shifted his tone and smiled. "Sister, I recently set my sights on a Porsche. You will buy it for me, right? Sister, I want a sports car too. I want a luxury apartment." Lu Rushui chimed in, eager not to be left out. Lu Ruyin smiled confidently. "Rest assured. Once I'm worth over 100 million, I'll buy you anything you desire." Little did Su Qiu know of the Lu siblings' daydreams. In his car, he took out his phone and chatted with Li Yunxian. "Li Yunxian, I want to go treasure hunting too. But with my father and uncle busy with the old man's birthday in 2 days, I have to help them. Su Qiu, no worries, you focus on your tasks. I can manage on my own. Li Yunxian, brother Qiu, just don't go too far. You must come the day after tomorrow. Su Qiu, understood. After replying to the message, Su Qiu tossed his phone into the passenger seat. He had been researching some information the previous night and had set his sights on the nearby Fengning city. Unlike the coastal cities of Binhai and Linhai, Fengning city, while not by the sea, had experienced considerable development due to its proximity to those two cities. Many people from all over the country came to work in Fengning city. It could be said that the situation there was a mixed bag, with all sorts of people mingling. This very reason was why Su Qiu had decided to target the second-hand market in Fengning city. The influx of diverse individuals was advantageous for treasure hunting. One might stumble upon unexpected surprises. Unfamiliar with the area, Su Qiu had hoped to enlist Li Yunxian to scout it with him. Unfortunately, Li Yunxian was unable to make it. Yet, that was fine. Going solo would make treasure hunting more convenient. With that thought, Su Qiu pressed the accelerator, heading straight for Fengning city. Chapter 66, Under Surveillance. In Fengning city. At a parking lot, Su Qiu exited the car and opened his navigation to locate the second-hand market. However, before he could follow the directions for more than a few steps, a Rolls-Royce suddenly zoomed past him, creating a gust of wind. Su Qiu furrowed his brow, watching the luxury car speed through the parking lot. What kind of idiot drives recklessly in a parking lot? After muttering a curse, Su Qiu finally withdrew his gaze and followed the navigation. Upon reaching an exit near the parking lot, he happened to catch sight of the Rolls-Royce that had sped past him moments earlier. At that moment, the Rolls-Royce had parked neatly in a space. The door swung open, and a young man in his 20s, sporting a trendy undercut, emerged from the vehicle, holding a handheld live streaming device. Hey everyone! Today, we find ourselves at the most renowned flea market in Fengning city, where treasures abound. I heard that just a couple of days ago. Someone snagged a teapot here and flipped it for a profit of 100,000. Today, your host will lead you on a treasure hunt. The young man greeted his audience, glancing at the barrage of comments flooding in. What? I heard someone scored a Northern Song Dynasty May vase for 50,000 yesterday? He exclaimed incredulously. Are you kidding? That's a Northern Song May vase. Do you even know what that is? It's the kind of item that belongs in a museum. Forget 50,000. You wouldn't find such a gem for 500,000 or even 5 million. Of course, it's a setup. The story about finding a Northern Song vase is just bait for you amateurs. True expertise lies with us insiders. Come on, let us follow the host and witness some genuine treasure hunting. His voice was loud and exaggerated, easily audible to Su Qiu, even from a distance. Wow, so news about the Northern Song vase has already spread? Su Qiu mused, surprised by the swiftness of the gossip. Fortunately, yesterday's appraisal event prohibited live streaming and recording. Otherwise, his achievement of scoring a Northern Song vase for 50,000 would likely have catapulted him into internet fame. Su Qiu had little interest in becoming a viral sensation. After all, even the most popular influencers couldn't amass 200 million in just a few days. Conversely, an overwhelming amount of attention could complicate his treasure hunting endeavors. It seemed prudent to avoid making too much noise next time. He certainly didn't want a throng trailing behind him. As Su Qiu contemplated this, he quickened his pace to pass by the streamer and exited the parking lot. However, unbeknownst to him, as he walked out, someone was covertly hiding nearby, capturing his photograph with a smartphone. In front of the flea market, inside a somewhat dilapidated shop, a group of scruffy young men pulled out their phones. The chat group displayed Su Qiu's picture prominently, accompanied by a message. This guy drives a Range Rover, worth several million. He's heading toward the flea market. Keep an eye on him. Damn, a Range Rover. What a wealthy individual. One young man with bleached hair exclaimed. If you're so envious, why don't you just buy one? Another retorted with a laugh. If I could afford it, do you think I'd be here? The bleached-haired youth grumbled. No way. Why should he get to drive a Range Rover? We need to squeeze him dry. Ding dong. At that moment, another photo appeared in the chat. This person drives a Rolls-Royce. Seems to be heading to the flea market too. However, he is a streamer, so he might be a tough nut to crack. The young men, upon seeing the photo and the accompanying message, became serious. What a day. 2 rich folks have shown up. One exclaimed. That's a Rolls-Royce. Must be worth over 10 million. Even pricier than the Range Rover. Absolutely. You can get a Range Rover with a bit of cash. But a Rolls-Royce is for those of high status. This is a big catch we cannot let slip away. But the kid seems to be a streamer. He is broadcasting live. Is it even feasible to approach him? Perhaps we should just go for the guy with the Range Rover instead. He looks easier to handle. Just as the young men were deliberating, the doors suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a woman who appeared to be in her 50s. Boss. The young men sprang to their feet upon seeing the newcomer. The middle-aged man nodded and spoke. Did you see the messages in the group just now? We did, boss. 2 big catches. Which one should we target? The bleached-haired youth asked eagerly. The middle-aged man replied calmly. Both newcomers are young and thus easier to deal with. However, the one driving the Rolls-Royce is live streaming, making him more challenging to approach. So, we'll start with the one in the Range Rover. Someone should keep an eye on the streamer. His plan was articulated swiftly, revealing his familiarity with such operations. Got it. The young men nodded, excitement etched across their faces. After all, if they succeeded in this endeavor, each of them could easily pocket several thousand, enough for drinks, gambling, and indulgences. Stay focused, the middle-aged man admonished, observing the eager expressions of the young men. If anyone drags their feet, don't expect mercy. Don't worry, boss. We're no novices. We one team mess up. The bleached-haired youth asserted, walking toward a corner. He lifted a white cloth to reveal an array of porcelain items. Any professional present would immediately recognize these as genuine antiques, at least at first glance. Boss, which one should we use? The youth inquired, casting a questioning glance at the middle-aged man. The latter approached, surveyed the porcelain, and selected one. The Range Rover driver is quite young. His discerning eye probably isn't sharp. This one will suffice. And this piece, he added, picking up another porcelain item, is more substantial. We'll use it for the Rolls-Royce since he has streaming. We must avoid encountering a seasoned expert who might recognize the ruse. Remember this well. Understood. The bleached-haired youth replied. The others echoed, got it, boss. We'll proceed as planned. I'll notify the others, the middle-aged man instructed before exiting the shop. The young men hurriedly wrapped the porcelain in black cloth, their chatter filled with excitement over their anticipated haul. Damn, if we pull this off. I'm definitely choosing number 88. She still has to support her brother's education, and I must add 3 more hours to my shift. Number 23 has lost her parents. She deserves the most help. This evening, all expenses at the bar are on me, young Master Zhao, with the porcelain in hand. The group ambled toward the flea market, chatting animatedly. Chapter 67. Brother, my apologies, but this treasure was picked up by me. Brother, take a look at this. Genuine article. Wide open for you. Friend, it's authentic. We won't deceive you. A robe worn by Xuanzang from the Tang dynasty, guaranteed to be real, for only 200,000. As Suqiu stepped into the flea market, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. A myriad of accents filled the air, and the vendors here were even more enthusiastic than those at the flea markets in Binhai City. Those in the know were here to trade old goods, while the uninitiated might think they were witnessing a sales pitch. Suqiu's gaze swept across the various stalls. The counterfeit goods remain as abundant as ever. Suqiu, unfazed, leisurely perused the stalls one by one. Soon, his gaze settled upon a snuff bottle at one of the booths. Undoubtedly authentic, it was valued at 200,000. Yet if he could acquire it at a discount, pocketing a few tens of thousands as pocket money would certainly be within reach. With this thought in mind, Suqiu approached the stall. Instead of immediately inspecting the snuff bottle, he began to sift through the items on display. How much for this? Suqiu inquired, picking up a counterfeit inkstone with a similarity rating of 13%. The stall owner, a man in his 30s with a somewhat weathered visage, yet with a glint of cunning in his eyes, smiled at Suqiu and replied, Brother, your eye is sharp. You've spotted my court tribute at first glance. This was used during the Yongjing era, and it's quite reasonably priced. It's all about fate. Listening to the stall owner's incessant chatter, Suqiu couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, the tongue of a merchant is a deceiver. All right then, what is the price for this fate? Suqiu asked. 80,000, the stall owner replied without hesitation. 80. Suqiu countered, delivering a decisive blow to the stall owner's expectations. The stall owner's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't anticipated such a sharp retort from Suqiu. However, before Suqiu could speak further, a mocking voice rang out from behind. Goodness. From 80,000 to 80, you've struck straight at the jugular. Upon hearing this, Suqiu frowned and turned to find that the voice belonged to a live streamer arriving in a Rolls-Royce from the parking lot. While I negotiate with the owner, no one else should interject. Don't you understand this basic etiquette in the second-hand goods market? Suqiu shot a disdainful glance at the streamer. Yet, the streamer merely chuckled in response. Brother, don't you know who I am? I'm Su Xingbang, descended from a lineage steeped in this trade. In the realm of antiques and second-hand goods, there's nothing I don't comprehend. Su Xingbang boasted. I mention this purely because your offer is excessively harsh. In all my years, I've never encountered someone as brazen as you, even a novice wouldn't dare. As he spoke, Su Xingbang adjusted his camera towards Suqiu, revealing that his live stream had over 1,000 viewers, indicating a substantial following. The audience began to voice their opinions about Suqiu's audacious offer. Wow. Cutting from 80,000 to 80 is indeed brutal. Does he think this is a street market? If someone offers 80,000, it surely holds that value. Not necessarily. It said that the antique trade is fraught with deep waters. That inkstone didn't seem impressive either. I believe that inkstone might be a gem, after all. The streamer wouldn't mislead us about its quality. Indeed, the streamer can discern the real from the fake at a glance. Streamer, lead us to a treasure. That inkstone must be a fine piece. Secure it. Here comes the streamer, ready to enlighten us about the inkstone's provenance. Hurry and put this bargain hunter in his place. As the comments flooded in, Su Xingbang became increasingly animated. No longer focused on Su Qiu, he crouched down to examine the inkstone that Su Qiu had just set aside. Boss, may I take a closer look at this inkstone? The stall owner glanced at Su Xingbang's camera, his expression darkening, but he merely nodded in acquiescence. Su Xingbang took the inkstone in hand, declaring, "Gentlemen, inkstones differ from other antiques. The first thing we do is assess their weight." He lifted and weighed the inkstone. Nodding knowingly, turning to the stall owner, he said, "Boss, I am genuinely interested in this inkstone. What would be your price?" Hesitant, the stall owner glanced at Su Qiu, wary that Su Xingbang might propose the same 80 yuan price. "If you like it, just name your price and take it," he replied. Feigning mystery, Su Xingbang remarked, "Boss, this inkstone is not from the Qing dynasty, as you claimed, is it?" "Impossible. This is indeed a Qing dynasty treasure. If I weren't in urgent need of funds, I wouldn't be selling it," the stall owner insisted. "That line might fool others, but not me," Su Xingbang retorted confidently. "Here is my offer, 10,000. Deal or no deal. I'll walk away if you refuse." 10,000. The stall owner paused, momentarily taken aback. "All right, how about cash on delivery?" "Absolutely." Su Xingbang promptly scanned the stall owner's QR code and transferred the 10,000, even showing the transaction record to his viewers for verification. "Streamer, is this inkstone really worth that much?" "That is a hefty sum." "Wow, buying an inkstone for 10,000. Has the streamer truly struck gold?" "Streamer, tell us. What is the provenance of this inkstone?" As the comments poured in, Su Xingbang's excitement grew. His viewer count surged past 1,500, with the potential to exceed 2,000 soon. "Gentlemen, don't rush. Allow me to properly introduce this piece." Su Qiu stood by, observing as Su Xingbang began to elaborate on the inkstone. He first corrected the era from the Yongzheng period to the late Qing and Republican periods, followed by a series of exaggerated claims about its origins. Su Qiu listened in disbelief, internally exclaiming how absurd it was. The inkstone's similarity rating was a mere 3%. It was clearly a recent production. Yet, Su Xingbang audaciously attributed it to a warlord from a century ago, ultimately valuing it at 130,000. "Brothers, haven't you all urged me to discover treasures? Here's a small find. 10,000 for a piece worth 130,000, a 12-fold profit. What do you think?" Su Xingbang beamed with pride, even casting a glance at Su Qiu. "Brother, my apologies, but I've claimed this bargain. However, it's no great loss. After all, 130,000 is just a small sum." Chapter 68. Is this a snuff bottle for fishing? Su Qiu had no intention of engaging with Su Xingbang. Yet he was taken aback by how the latter managed to twist the narrative back to himself. His intentions were clearly ulterior, aiming to leverage Su Qiu's reputation for his own gain, attempting to ride the wave of popularity by belittling a passerby. "What you just claimed about its origins, doesn't that sound rather dubious? You mentioned the turmoil of war. How could you possibly discern its history? Were you present when it was lost?" In the antique trade, the emphasis lies primarily on provenance. The value of an item hinges upon its history. For instance, the worth of an object touched by an emperor vastly differs from one handled by an ordinary citizen. To substantiate claims of imperial ownership, one must present a historical record. If that fails, certain markings or inscriptions may suffice as proof. For instance, the exquisite Ming Dynasty inkstone, inscribed with the imperial calligraphy of Emperor Yongzheng, bearing the characters Jin Xing Yu Da, Mo Hai Ting Hui, was previously authenticated by Su Qiu. This artifact is well documented in history and possesses a legitimate provenance. In stark contrast, the inkstone purchased by Su Xingbang is devoid of any engravings or inscriptions that could attest to its authenticity. Consequently, he concocted an elaborate backstory and price, attempting to deceive the unsuspecting viewers in his livestream. "What do you know, you layman?" Su Xingbang scoffed. "My ancestors were experts in this field, and my second cousin is a master in the art of appraisal, having appeared on numerous treasure appraisal programs. I've inherited his true teachings, and I can discern the value of an inkstone in an instant." Upon hearing this, the audience in Su Xingbang's livestream echoed their agreement. Su Qiu chuckled softly. "You assert it is genuine, so it must be, since you are the one purchasing it. If you can locate the seller, feel free to sell it for 200,000. With that, Su Qiu lost interest in further conversation with Su Xingbang. He crouched down and picked up a snuff bottle. Addressing the stall owner, "Sir, I genuinely admire this piece. Offer me a reasonable price, or I might have to wield my knife again." The stall owner glanced at the snuff bottle in Su Qiu's hand, seemingly realizing something, and smiled. "Well, Young man, you have quite the discerning eye. You're after my snuff bottle, aren't you? Suchio's swift and decisive action in selecting the snuff bottle from a heap of fakes made the stall owner realize that Suchio was not to be underestimated. What price do you think it's worth? The stall owner refrained from immediately quoting a price. Naturally, Suchio offered a low bid, 1,000. How does that sound? 100,000, the stall owner replied with a chuckle. Good heavens, you've turned the tables on me. The stall owner was quite astute, allowing the young man to make the first offer before countering. What is this snuff bottle? 1,000 is far too steep. Snuff bottles aren't particularly valuable, are they? The stall owner is asking for 100,000. Quite a hefty appetite, the viewers commented. Su Xingbang's live stream had surpassed 2,000 viewers, with a flurry of comments. He occasionally glanced at the snuff bottle while monitoring the barrage of messages. At this point, he interjected, Boss, your snuff bottle is quite impressive. But that price of 100,000 is indeed excessive. Let's do this. He offers 1,000, and I'll offer 2,000. How about that? The stall owner looked up at Su Xingbang, then shifted his gaze back to Suchio, his eyes flickering with evident interest. Brother, to be honest, if you can provide a price, how about I sell it to you for 1,000? Upon hearing this, Suchio paused for a moment. Sir, are you attempting to bait me with this snuff bottle? He recalled some tricks he had seen in videos. Some stall owners would deliberately display a genuine item at their stalls. If someone showed interest in snagging a bargain, they would hesitate to purchase it immediately for fear of the owner raising the price. Thus, those seeking a deal would typically focus on other items first. The purpose of this tactic was to sell off the other counterfeit goods on the stall, just like Su Xingbang, who had just spent 10,000 on a counterfeit item. How can this be considered baiting? The stall owner chuckled. I set up this stall to make friends. If you can quote a price for this item, I will sell it to you for 1,000. Suchio nodded slightly and stated, if I am not mistaken, this is from the Qing dynasty, with a market value of around 200,000. As soon as he uttered these words, the stall owner's eyes lit up. Su Xingbang, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, this snuff bottle is worth 200,000? How audacious! How can this person make such a claim? The viewers in Su Xingbang's live stream were likewise skeptical. After all, he had rarely mentioned snuff bottles, and if this item were truly valuable, how could Su Xingbang have overlooked it? It must be fake. This snuff bottle is certainly a counterfeit. You clever boy, the stall owner remarked, casting a look of admiration towards Suchio. Though young, you possess considerable knowledge. However, could you elaborate on that 200,000 valuation? What is there to elaborate? Suchio exhaled onto the snuff bottle and wiped it clean. The craftsmanship is clearly from the Qing dynasty, yet the techniques exhibit some flaws, indicating it is not of imperial origin. However, its quality surpasses that of folk kills, suggesting it was likely used by an official, without documented provenance. It would not be appraised as belonging to a first or second rank official, hence 200,000 would be the utmost price. Over the past few days, Suchio had perused numerous books on antiques, and with the system's hints, he had acquired considerable knowledge. The snuff bottle he had previously authenticated as genuine was a court item, most likely used by a prince, which was why it could fetch several million. However, the snuff bottle before him exhibited average craftsmanship, slightly better than that of a folk kiln, suggesting it was used by a minister. In the absence of precise records, it would typically not be valued according to the status of a first or second rank official. Thus, the quoted price of 200,000 was indeed the highest possible. Good lad, I commend you. The stall owner applauded. Initially skeptical, he was astonished by Suchio's articulate reasoning. So, is that 1,000 mine now? Suchio asked with a slight uncertainty. He sensed something was amiss with the stall owner. Was he genuinely just looking to make friends by setting up a stall? Wait a minute, are you all joking? A snuff bottle for 200,000? Su Xingbang interjected. Are you trying to pull a fast one? This ruse is far too transparent. The stall owner frowned, clearly displeased with Su Xingbang's insinuation. What ruse? I'm selling it to him for 1,000, not to you. What kind of game is this? Besides, this snuff bottle is indeed a genuine Qing dynasty piece, and the price of 200,000 is entirely reasonable. Su Xingbang countered. Reasonable? I see that snuff bottle as a fake. The stall owner chuckled. Your eyes are quite discerning. Let me put it this way. Among all the items on my stall, this snuff bottle is the only genuine one. By the way, that inkstone you have? I had someone acquire it for $10. This revelation caused an uproar in Su Xingbang's live stream. At the very least, one must comment on the texture of the inkstone. Right? Suchio stood quietly to the side, observing the verbal sparring between the two. After hearing the stall owner's words, Suchio couldn't help but think that the proprietor had quite the sharp tongue. Su Xingbang looked so enraged that he seemed on the verge of leaping up. My inkstone is genuine. That snuff bottle is the counterfeit. Su Xingbang insisted vehemently. You must be in cahoots with him, right? Did your rival send you to undermine me? Suchio mused to himself. In his desperation, he resorts to casting aspersions. Yet I find no inclination to engage with such individuals. The stall owner claimed the snuff bottle was fake, yet he had purchased it for only 1,000 yuan, and when resold, it could fetch around 200,000. Your accusations do not impede my profits. What a fool. The stall owner muttered a curse, dismissing Su Xingbang with a glance. Instead, directing his attention towards the departing Su Qiu. Brother, I must say, though you appear young, you possess quite the discerning eye. I have some intriguing items. Would you care to take a look? The stall owner suddenly inquired of Su Qiu. Curious, Su Qiu halted and asked, what kind of items? The stall owner turned and approached a tricycle behind him, lifting the rain cover to reveal 3 square boxes. Inside these boxes are a few trinkets. I wonder if you can discern their worth. As he spoke, the stall owner placed the 3 square boxes on the ground. Upon opening the boxes, 3 similarly shaped chicken heart bowls adorned with crimson patterns came into view. Su Qiu's curiosity piqued. His gaze swept over the 3 bowls. Similarity, 40. Similarity, 75. Similarity, 100. Market price, 60,000,000. Su Qiu's eyes were inevitably drawn to the bowl on the left. Good heavens, it's authentic, valued at 60 million. The stall owner, noticing the change in Su Qiu's expression, inquired with interest, have you recognized its value? After a moment's hesitation, Su Qiu nodded. This is rather alarming. A humble stall suddenly producing a bowl worth 60 million. How could one not be startled? Which one is genuine? The stall owner asked with a smile. Just as Su Qiu was about to respond, Su Xingbang interjected, what nonsense. Clearly, all 3 of these are fakes. Upon hearing Su Xingbang's words, the stall owner's brow furrowed. Did I ask for your opinion? He retorted. With a sneer, Su Xingbang replied, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Go ahead. Entertain me with your little charade. Su Qiu shot a glance at Su Xingbang, choosing to ignore him. He quickly returned his focus to the stall owner. If I provide an explanation, would there be a benefit for me? Su Qiu queried. What kind of benefit do you seek? The stall owner asked, intrigued. Pointing directly at the chicken heart bowl with a 75% similarity, Su Qiu declared, that one should be given to me at no cost. The stall owner's eyes sparkled with disbelief. After a moment, he replied, all right, but which of the remaining 2 is authentic? This one, Su Qiu asserted, indicating the genuine piece, the vermilion chicken heart bowl, crafted during the Yongle period, from the imperial kiln. As his words resonated, the stall owner's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man had not even touched the item, yet was so certain. Most remarkably, his assertion was undeniably accurate. What is the market price? The stall owner inquired. Approximately 60 million, Su Qiu stated. The stall owner slapped his thigh in delight. Impressive, young man. Not a simple feat. 60 million? Are you jesting? For this bowl? Is this some kind of counterfeit currency? This person has audacity, claiming 60 million. Might as well say 6 billion. These 2 must be the streamer's detractors, attempting to sabotage him. This performance is quite the spectacle. 60 million? I can hardly believe it. I suspect they might soon be asking for a link. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream chat of Su Xingbang. Sensing the audience's heightened interest, Su Xingbang seemed to grasp the key to engagement. He exclaimed, 60 million? You truly dare to assert such a figure? Next, are you going to claim you'll sell it to me for a bargain? Both Su Qiu and the stall owner frowned, silently thinking, does this fool not realize when to keep quiet? The stall owner shot Su Xingbang a disdainful glance, casually retrieving the chicken heart bowl that Su Qiu had requested. Although it was a replica, its craftsmanship was commendable. The stall owner secured the box and handed it to Su Qiu, along with a simple business card bearing only a logo and the name Shangwan Haobua. The surname Shangwan is indeed quite rare. Su Qiu mused to himself, but did not dwell on it. He casually tucked the card away and cradled the box containing the chicken heart bowl. This outing had not been in vain. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Su Qiu acknowledged, nodding slightly to Shangwan Haobua before turning to depart. However, to Su Xingbang, this act felt like a tremendous affront. He shot a glare at Shangwan Haobua, who, with a cold demeanor, met his gaze, startling Su Xingbang. This individual was not to be trifled with. Having been a streamer for some time, Su Xingbang had learned to discern certain truths. Consequently, he shifted his focus and pursued Su Qiu. Indeed, after setting up a stall, one encounters all manner of fools, Shangwan Haobua remarked, watching Su Xingbang's retreating figure with disdain. In the next moment, he scratched his head, realizing, wait a minute. I only gave him my card. I forgot to ask for his phone number. What if he doesn't call me? I need to obtain his number. Shangwan Haobua lifted his gaze, watching Su Qiu's departing form. His eyes flickered briefly before settling on 2 young men. These 2 appeared to be following the young man from earlier. Let us approach and see what they're up to, Shangwan Haobua instructed. Behind him, a burly man, whose presence was almost negligible, stood up with a stoic expression. Chapter 70. Return my belongings. I shall not sell them. What were they discussing at the stall? How did these 2 come together? I have no idea. They can't possibly know each other, can they? Doesn't T seem likely? They arrived in separate cars, and didn't T park together? That's strange. However, with these two joining forces, the one streaming is still present. This shouldn't affect our plans, right? Why worry? The boss has assured us that the plan remains unchanged. There's no cause for concern. Amidst the bustling crowd, the two young men conversed in hushed tones, their footsteps steady, eyes fixated on Su Qiu and Su Xingbang ahead. As the two drew nearer to their target, they quickly pulled out their phones to send a message. Su Qiu, walking ahead, overheard their conversation and frowned slightly. Turning to assess the situation, he noticed Su Xingbang trailing behind him, merrily chatting with his livestream audience. Su Qiu cast a glance at Su Xingbang, then paused at a nearby stall. As expected, Su Xingbang, like a persistent adhesive plaster, halted as well upon seeing Su Qiu stop. Bending down, Su Qiu picked up a jade pendant. The moment he touched it, Su Xingbang's voice rang out. What a blatant fake. You have quite the eye for selection. As soon as those words escaped his lips, not only did Su Qiu furrow her brow, but even the vendor couldn't help but cast a scornful glance at Su Xingbang. What nonsense is this? This is clearly genuine jade, authentic and of high quality. What do you mean by fake? Are your eyes defective? The vendor grumbled, evidently displeased with Su Xingbang's behavior. However, Su Xingbang's composure remained unshaken. He retorted, my judgment is impeccable. What you have is indeed fake jade. Some people just can't see the truth. Don't start claiming it's worth 200,000 again. Su Qiu discerned the sting in Su Xingbang's words. It seemed he was still brooding over the incident with the snuff bottle, perhaps feeling humiliated in front of the audience in the live stream and eager to reclaim his dignity. How petty. Boss, this person accuses you of selling counterfeit goods. How can you tolerate this? If it were me, I would have given him a good thrashing. Su Qiu chuckled, addressing the stall owner. Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. You're here to disrupt my business, are you? He glared at Su Xingbang. In the realm of antiques and second-hand goods, honest people are a rarity. As the vendor spoke, Su Xingbang instinctively took a step back. After clearing his throat to bolster his courage, he finally replied, I merely expressed my opinion. Nobody asked for your opinion. The vendor snapped. Su Qiu rose from her seat. What a pity. I was just about to make a purchase, but after hearing his words, never mind, boss, I shall not buy it. With that, she turned to leave. Damn it. The vendor, witnessing this scene, immediately lunged at Su Xingbang. You're trying to ruin my business, aren't you? Startled, Su Xingbang quickly turned and fled. What the hell? This guy is using a knife to kill me. This is hilarious. The streamer intended to be sarcastic, but ended up encountering a tough opponent. This young man is impressive. He led the streamer into a trap. The vendor had to tend to his stall and did not pursue them vigorously. After running a considerable distance, Su Xingbang paused to glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream. He grumbled, it's obviously a counterfeit. Why else would he be so anxious? As he spoke, he continued to follow Su Qiu. Su Qiu continued to browse the stalls, but upon turning around, she noticed Su Xingbang, like an unwelcome leech, trailing behind her. Ugh, do all streamers possess such thick skin? She muttered under her breath, attempting to quicken her pace. Just then, an excited shout rang out, haha, a Ming Dynasty official kiln vase. I'm rich. Haha. A young man stood before a stall, clutching a vase and radiating exuberance. The vendor shouted, give it back. I'm not selling it anymore. How can you suddenly refuse to sell? I've already paid for it. This vase is mine now. The young man clutched the vase protectively, fearing it would be snatched away. Come here, everyone. Let us settle this. His cry drew the attention of several passers-by. Su Qiu glanced at the vase in the young man's hands and lost interest. Just a mere counterfeit, nothing remarkable. Yet, before she could leave, a crowd of unknown individuals began to converge around her, pushing her toward the stall. Su Xingbang's gaze fixated on Su Qiu, and he followed her to the stall. At that moment, the young man who had acquired the treasure was engaged in a heated exchange with the vendor. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xingbang squeezed in beside Su Qiu. However, his attention was not on her, but rather on the stall before him. A Ming Dynasty official kiln vase. If it were authentic, it would be worth at least $1 million. With an air of seasoned knowledge, Su Xingbang began to elaborate to the livestream audience. Meanwhile, Su Qiu frowned, her focus shifting away from the vase to the individuals pressing against her. Someone on her left seemed intent on squeezing her further towards Su Xingbang, while another on her right was doing the same, effectively hurting her forward. Had her attention remained on the vase, she might not have noticed the peculiarities. But now that her focus had shifted, she quickly sensed something amiss. The people on either side were clearly ushering her closer to the vase. This tactic felt eerily familiar. Su Qiu recalled some short videos she had seen that explained various scams in antique markets. The current situation resembled one of those schemes. As Su Qiu pondered, the young man grappling with the vendor began to move closer, the vase now in Su Qiu's vicinity. Realizing the impending danger, she swiftly crouched down. At that moment, the yellow-haired boy who had been lurking behind Su Qiu stretched out his hand, pushing forward with all his might. However, Su Qiu's sudden crouch caused the yellow-haired boy to miss entirely. Moreover, he was jostled by the curious onlookers behind him, causing him to stumble forward and collide with Su Qiu's back, propelling him ahead. Losing his balance, the yellow-haired boy flailed like a drowning person, and in his frantic grasp, he inadvertently latched onto Su Xingbang, pulling him down as well. Meanwhile, the young man had brought the vase close. In the next instant, a loud crash echoed as the vase shattered upon hitting the ground. "My vase!" The young man cried out in despair at the sight of the shattered porcelain. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the yellow-haired boy turned around and pointed at Su Qiu, exclaiming, "Why did you crouch down?" To the yellow-haired boy's accusation, Su Qiu thought to herself, "Good heavens. It was clear now that these people had indeed been targeting her. I had a stomach ache. What is wrong with crouching?" She retorted, clutching her abdomen. "You." The yellow-haired boy was exasperated, gesturing towards Su Qiu as if to say something further. At that moment, the vendor, witnessing the chaos, stepped forward. "You just shattered a vase worth millions. This is an antique." Upon hearing this, the vendor shot a meaningful glance at the yellow-haired boy and the young man. The yellow-haired boy quickly caught on and, following the plan, declared, "I didn't break it." The young man, visibly furious, retorted, "Everyone saw it. You broke it." He then grabbed both the yellow-haired boy and Su Xingbang, demanding, "You will pay for my vase. 5 million. Suddenly shouted at. Su Xingbang was left in a state of bewilderment. "This has nothing to do with me. He pulled me into it," he exclaimed, desperate to deflect the blame. However, voices from the crowd began to rise. "What do you mean he pulled you? You were the one who lost your balance." "Exactly. You must take responsibility. You can't just push the blame away." The exquisite vase lay shattered, a lamentable sight indeed, evoking a chorus of jeers from the surrounding crowd. The young man, seething with indignation, clutched Su Xingbang's shirt. "You must compensate me. Compensate me. What are you doing? I'm currently live streaming. If you lay a hand on me, I shall call the police and have you arrested." Su Xingbang shouted in desperation. Upon hearing the mention of live streaming, the young man appeared unperturbed, retorting, "Live streaming? You still dare to stream? Very well, let your audience adjudicate this matter. You have damaged my property. What grounds do you have to refuse compensation? Go ahead. Call the police, and let us see who gets arrested." His shouts left Su Xingbang in a daze, his mind blank. Su Qiu did not depart, but rather watched the unfolding spectacle with amusement. Wasn't Su Xingbang just seeking to garner attention? This was indeed a splendid opportunity for publicity. "I have no obligation to pay, and besides, how could this item possibly be worth millions?" Su Xingbang paused, then shouted defensively, "Why? Because this is a Ming Dynasty official kiln," the young man exclaimed, as he quickly picked up a shard from the ground and presented it before Su Xingbang, as well as the camera broadcasting his live stream. Su Qiu glanced at the fragment. It was indeed a piece of a vase from the Ming Dynasty's official kiln. To be fair, if this were an authentic piece, it could indeed be valued in the millions. However, it was evident that only this shard was genuine. The vase that had just broken was a mere counterfeit. So, this was their ploy, to use a shard to fabricate a story, then smash it to extort money. Su Qiu silently assessed the situation, quickly grasping their scheme. Yet, Su Xingbang remained oblivious, perhaps even unaware of the authenticity of the shard. He simply kept insisting, "This is fake. How could one find a Ming Dynasty official kiln piece at a street market? Let me take a look." Amidst the crowd, a bespectacled middle-aged man stepped forward, wielding a magnifying glass, exuding an air of professionalism. He approached the young man, examined the shard meticulously, and declared, "This is indeed from the Ming Dynasty's official kiln. If anyone doubts, feel free to take a look." A passerby leaned in for a closer inspection and nodded in agreement. "No doubt about it. This is a Ming Dynasty official kiln piece. Such a fine vase could indeed be worth millions. Did you hear that?" The young man shouted at Su Xingbang, "Compensate me." At the revelation of the potential million-dollar loss, Su Xingbang's mind buzzed with confusion, leaving him momentarily stunned. "It's none of my business. I don't believe you. You're trying to deceive me," he exclaimed in a panic. The young man then pulled out his phone, revealing a transfer record with a flourish. "I purchased this vase for 4,500,000. I could sell it for 5 million. I don't care. You must pay me, or I will call the police and have you all imprisoned. For millions, you'll be locked away for at least 3 years, and upon release, you'll still owe me money." The young man's tone dripped with menace. Yet, apart from Su Qiu, no one else in the crowd seemed to notice the inconsistency. After all, the threat was completely legitimate. "Wait, don't call the police. We can settle this," the young man with the yellow hair exclaimed. Suddenly alarmed at the thought of imprisonment, he pulled Su Xingbang aside, saying, "Brother, Don't be stubborn. If the police are called, we'll not only sit in jail, but we'll also end up owing money. How about this? Let us pool our resources and repay him. Pool? How much are we talking about? Su Xingbang asked, his mind racing. 5 million. If we each contribute 250,000, we can resolve this without facing jail time, the young man suggested. Upon hearing the sum of 250,000, Su Xingbang erupted in outrage. Have you lost your mind? I don't have that kind of money. You drive a Rolls-Royce. How can you possibly be broke? The yellow-haired youth blurted out. That's a rental. It's not mine. Su Xingbang retorted, flailing his arms in exasperation. The young man, the yellow-haired youth, and the stall owner all exchanged incredulous glances. Yet, their shock quickly morphed into determination. You're broke? Fine. Then I'll call the police and have you sent to the sewing machine, the young man declared excitedly. Wait. The yellow-haired youth implored Su Xingbang. You must pay, or else you'll owe even more after serving time. The exchange spiraled into chaos, with voices overlapping as the crowd egged them on. Su Xingbang felt as though his mind would explode. Meanwhile, Su Qiu capitalized on the tumult to slip away unnoticed. How did they know Su Xingbang drove a Rolls-Royce? Had they seen his live stream or witnessed him driving? It seemed implausible. If they had seen him drive, surely they would have recognized him, not me. As Su Qiu quickened his pace, he pondered the possibilities. It was likely he had been marked since his arrival, perhaps even in the parking lot. After all, driving a Land Rover did attract attention. The duo had clearly set their sights on him. Resolving to distance himself from Su Xingbang before he became embroiled in the mess, Su Qiu began to jog. He kept a watchful eye ahead, ensuring no one approached with porcelain to ensnare him in their scheme. He dashed out of the flea market and into the parking lot, swiftly climbing into his vehicle. Locking the doors, he finally exhaled in relief. However, the moment was short-lived. Bang! A large hand slapped against his car window. Chapter 72, 120 million, secured the office building. Just as Su Qiu felt a moment of respite, the sudden sound startled him. He initially assumed it was the individuals from the flea market pursuing him, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the man beside Shangwan Haobua. What is it? Su Qiu inquired, lowering the window halfway. My young master requests your name and phone number, the man replied in a cold, robotic tone. Young master. Su Qiu mused inwardly. However, anyone capable of casually wielding 60 million in antiques must possess a remarkable background. Yet, one could not help but wonder why such affluent individuals would frequent a flea market. After providing his name and phone number, Su Qiu pressed the accelerator and departed the parking lot. Before leaving, he cast a glance around the vicinity, confirming the presence of several shady youths lurking at various exits, occasionally fiddling with their phones. It appeared he had been targeted the moment he entered the parking lot. Su Qiu contemplated the situation, realizing that driving a Land Rover to the flea market had indeed been a bit ostentatious. The mix of people in this place was diverse, and it was only natural that some would harbor ill intentions. Fortunately, Su Xingbang's antics had inadvertently provided him with a cover. Otherwise, he could have easily found himself in a precarious predicament. I need to buy a more modest vehicle. Next time I hunt for treasures, I must maintain a lower profile. Su Qiu muttered to himself, glancing at the box on the passenger seat. At least this time had not been entirely fruitless. Leaving Fengning City behind, Su Qiu headed straight for the counterfeit goods street in Binhai City, quickly making his way into the treasure pavilion. Li Yinxian was absent, seemingly preoccupied with some matters, as he had not even had the time to respond to WeChat messages. However, his second uncle, Li Jinjia, approached with a welcoming demeanor. Second uncle, Su Qiu greeted politely. Li Jinjia smiled and said, Yinxian isn't here today. He should have mentioned something to you. Su Qiu nodded. He did mention he was busy with something, but he didn't elaborate. What could possibly be so important that he wouldn't share? Li Jinjia remarked. This lad has been dragged by his father to attend blind dates these past few days, supposedly to surprise his grandfather. I dare say he won't have much free time in the coming days. Su Qiu was slightly taken aback. Ah, so it's the marriage pressure phase. Xiao Su, do you have something valuable to part with? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Jinjia's gaze fell upon the box Su Qiu held. Upon activating his system, Su Qiu promptly opened the box. A scarlet chicken heart bowl. Li Jinjia's eyes widened in astonishment, evidently taken aback. It seemed that every time he met Su Qiu, the latter managed to produce such exquisite treasures. This scarlet chicken heart bowl was exceedingly rare. Even the museum in Binhai City did not possess one. Did you stumble upon this? Li Jinjia asked incredulously. Su Qiu merely nodded in response. Seeing Su Qiu's affirmation, Li Jinjia inhaled sharply. Incredible. You truly possess an eye for treasures. He praised, then continued. Yunchuan's connections are rather unreliable. Let me show you the strength of your second uncle's network. With that, he swiftly dialed a number. An hour passed, and a mysterious figure clad in a mask, sunglasses, and a hat entered the room. Upon catching sight of the scarlet chicken heart bowl, The individual removed their sunglasses and began examining it with professional tools. "Hey, boss, it's authentic," the mysterious person confirmed. After validation, they took out their phone and made another call. "These people prefer to remain in the shadows," Li Jinjia commented casually. Suqiu nodded, not probing further. Before long, the mysterious figure returned, extending 5 fingers. "While this scarlet chicken heart bowl is indeed remarkable, it does possess some flaws. Therefore, my boss can only offer a flat price of 50 million. What say you?" Suqiu had no objections to the proposed sum, considering the bowl's similarity was merely 75%. Had it been around 80%, it could have fetched 60 million. Nevertheless, it was still a worthy deal. "No problem. Please transfer it to this account." Suqiu handed over his newly opened business account details to the mysterious individual. Shortly thereafter, a call came in from Chai Tiantian. "Brother Qiu, we just received a transfer of 50 million to our account, with your name noted. I arranged for it, no worries. I'll visit you shortly, and we can discuss further." After ending the call, the mysterious figure departed. Suqiu exchanged a few pleasantries with Li Jinjia and presented him with a snuff bottle. Li Jinjia, who held an appreciation for such items, graciously accepted it, understanding it was Suqiu's token of goodwill. After a casual chat, Suqiu took his leave and headed towards Su Hui and Chai Tiantian. They needed to finalize the earlier discussion regarding the purchase of an office building. The 50 million from the sale of the Scarlet Chicken Heart Bowl, combined with an additional 70 million from Suqiu, enabled him to acquire the largest office building in the heart of Binhai City for a total of 120 million. Upon reviewing the contract, Chai Tiantian was left speechless. "Brother Qiu, I never imagined I would sign such a colossal contract in my lifetime." As a university student, she had never encountered such grandiose affairs. Suqiu felt a rush of excitement, but remained grounded, recognizing this was merely the initial step, just a minor hurdle. "Tomorrow, please find a renovation company. I'll allocate the funds, and you all can prepare the office space. This will be our new workplace. Also, arrange for a security company, prioritizing veterans." After discussing a few minor details with Chai Tiantian, Suqiu returned home. Upon arriving home, his first action was to pull out his phone and open Douyin to investigate the situation at the Fengning Old Goods Market. Indeed, the flow of information in this era was remarkably swift, and with Su Xingbang being somewhat of a streamer, there were numerous videos available. After perusing, Suqiu gleaned some essential information from the comments section. Firstly, Su Xingbang was in debt, and secondly, the group that set the trap was not operating for the first time. However, their methods were indeed covert, making it difficult to take action against them. Suqiu also came across reports from some of Su Xingbang's fellow townsfolk, revealing that the Rolls-Royce he flaunted was indeed rented and that his appraisal skills were not hereditary but rather learned while working at an antique shop, from which he was subsequently dismissed due to misconduct. Remarkable. Anyone can become a streamer these days, Suqiu mused, as long as one cultivates a compelling persona. Traffic follows, such is the nature of the internet. Nonetheless, Suqiu was unconcerned. He intended to focus on his own treasure-hunting endeavors. His interest in the old goods market stemmed from a desire to revisit it, as the recent incident had erupted unexpectedly, and he had barely explored 1/10 of it. He was particularly keen on the group of fraudsters. Their skills appeared quite adept, and they likely possessed numerous valuable items. It would be prudent to devise a way to approach them when he returned. Just as Suqiu was preparing to search online for the old goods market to uncover any leads, Chai Tiantian called him. Assuming she had something to clarify, he answered the call. "Hello, Brother Qiu." As soon as the call connected, Chai Tiantian's anxious voice reached him. "Brother Qiu, I just returned home and saw your wife." "No, your ex-wife." "I saw Lu Ruyan." Suqiu frowned at this revelation. "What is she doing there?" "When I returned, I saw her trying to unlock the door to the rental house, but she couldn't get it open and was cursing. It seems she thinks you were living there." Chai Tiantian explained. Suqiu couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of disbelief regarding Lu Ruyan's audacity. Even after the divorce, she stubbornly clung on. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this and had arranged for the locks to be changed. The reason for not terminating the lease was precisely to guard against such scenarios. With this thought in mind, Suqiu chuckled lightly to Chai Tiantian, messaged the landlord, and informed them that someone is attempting to forcibly break down the door. On the other end, Chai Tiantian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Qiu, that's brilliant. Using magic to counter magic. True to form." As soon as Chai Tiantian sent the message to the landlord, a furious landlady soon stormed over. One could only imagine the fortitude required to become a landlord. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan smashing the door to her property, she rushed up, unleashing a barrage of insults. Lu Ruyan, undeterred, retaliated with her own curses. The landlady, incensed, lunged at Lu Ruyan, grabbing her hair and delivering a thorough beating. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyao, who had intended to confront Suqiu, had yet to even catch a glimpse of him before being kicked aside by the landlady. The two siblings faced off against the landlord, only to be outmatched and forced to flee. Suchiyo, just you wait. Don't think you can hide in there and remain silent. Lu Ruyin declared defiantly before making her escape. I will send you a lawyer's letter. Shaking with amusement, Chai Tian opened a crack in the door and live-streamed the scene to Suchiyo via WeChat video call. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Suchiyo couldn't help but marvel at the landlord's formidable prowess. Indeed, battling two opponents and holding her ground was quite impressive. A lawyer's letter? Go ahead and send it. Suchiyo scoffed, undeterred by Lu Ruyan's threats. They could send her whatever they wished. A mere lawyer's letter held no weight. Moreover, Suchiyo had established her own law firm and could easily recruit some lawyers when the time came. Even if the matter escalated to court, she'd have legal representation. It would be a battle of endurance. Dismissing Lu Ruyin and her peculiar family, Suchiyo ended the call with Chai Tian and resumed her search for the second-hand market in Fengning City. To her surprise, she uncovered numerous videos of scams, predominantly showcasing individuals inadvertently colliding with objects and subsequently being compelled to compensate. Among the fragmented footage, Suchiyo recognized a few familiar faces, including a young man with dyed hair and a stall owner. However, their identities were obscured in each clip, having been disguised. It appeared that this group wielded considerable influence. Beyond their power, what struck Suchiyo most was their cunning. Every penny they earned was legitimate, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. Even if reported to the authorities, the victims still ended up paying. This line of thought led Suchiyo to recall Su Xingbang. She wondered how much he had been swindled for. Curiously, she checked his video account, which boasted over 80,000 followers. However, upon exploring the videos, she discovered they had all been erased. With the latest post featuring a suggestive female streamer, it was evident that the account had been sold. Goodness, selling accounts overnight. He must have been seriously duped, Suchiyo mused, shaking her head without a hint of sympathy. After all, this was the same young man who had nearly collided with her while racing in a parking lot and had even considered using her to elevate his status. His misfortune was nothing short of deserved. Time to sleep. She would venture out again tomorrow. The night passed. The following day, Suchiyo languidly rose around noon. After getting ready, she set out to explore the mall once more. This time, she purchased a mask and a hat to ensure she wouldn't attract attention upon entering. She even acquired a second-hand car. With a swift press of the accelerator, she found herself back in Fengning City. After parking, she donned her mask and lowered her hat before making her way to the second-hand market. As she exited the parking lot, Suchiyo caught sight of a man in his 50s peeking out from the security booth, discreetly snapping a picture of a parked BMW. Goodness, she thought. It seemed that even the security personnel were in cahoots with the younger crowd. Clearly, maintaining a low profile was wise in such places. Lowering her hat further, Suchiyo continued her journey into the bustling market, where vendors shouted their wares from every corner, each claiming to possess ancestral treasures. However, a quick glance revealed the vendors to be nothing more than tricksters. Unfazed by the charlatans, Suchiyo understood that the antique trade often relied on the art of persuasion. If one could breathe life into the inanimate, fortunes could be made. Otherwise, why would so many be drawn to this line of work? As she continued to browse, her attention was soon captured by a particular stall, one belonging to Shangguan Haobo. This young man was still peddling his goods, and among his offerings lay a genuine item valued at around 200,000. At this point, Suchiyo was certain he was merely fishing for unsuspecting buyers. Dismissing the wealthy young man's intentions, she resumed her inspection of other stalls. Before long, her gaze landed on another booth. A vase, appraised at 500,000, caught her eye. With a raised eyebrow, she approached just as another customer began inquiring about the price. The vendor, unreserved, quoted 55,000. Suchiyo could tell from the vendor's demeanor that he was a connoisseur, perhaps yet another pretender attempting to deceive. Instantly, her interest waned. Even if she successfully negotiated a lower price, the profit margin would be minimal, merely 1 or 2,000. While that amount might be substantial to others, it meant little to her. Redirecting her focus, she surveyed the other stalls. Yet, just a few steps away, her eyes widened in astonishment. To her utter disbelief, she encountered an array of authentic antiques, approximately 30 pieces, displayed atop a humble tricycle. The vendors, an elderly couple appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, dressed in farmer attire, exuded an air of simplicity. Unlike the other stalls, which often attracted inquiries, this couple's setup remained untouched, likely due to the thick layer of dirt coating their antiques, rendering them unappealing. The items, carelessly arranged at the back of the tricycle, lacked any semblance of presentation, explaining the absence of curious onlookers. "Excuse me, how much for these items?" Suchiyo inquired as she approached. The couple, visibly thrilled by her interest, responded eagerly. "Young man, these are all fine treasures, and not expensive at all." Su Qiu raised an eyebrow at the proclamation of fine treasures. Was this a prelude to their pricing strategy? What do you mean by not expensive? She asked. 2,000. The elderly man held up 2 fingers. For 1, take it away. Su Qiu arched her brow. How about 1,005 for each? If you agree, I'll buy them all. The couple's faces lit up with excitement. All right, 1,005 for each. We'll sell them all to you. The elderly woman gestured around the tricycle. There are 35 pieces in total. At 1,005 each, that makes 52,500 in total. Su Qiu, unperturbed, promptly transferred 530,000 to the couple and simultaneously retrieved the tricycle. After all, with such a substantial load, he couldn't possibly carry it by hand. Good sir, may I inquire as to the origin of these items? After the exchange of money and goods, Su Qiu finally posed the question. From the couple's accent, he discerned they were not from the nearby city, which piqued his curiosity. The elderly couple exchanged glances, seemingly harboring a secret. However, seeing the transaction successfully completed, the old man hesitated momentarily before responding. The place where we reside was once the abode of a wealthy landlord. Recently, while digging in our yard, we unearthed these items and decided to sell them. The old man provided a brief explanation, but offered little more. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu nodded in understanding. It was no wonder they appeared somewhat apprehensive and refrained from drawing attention. They likely feared being discovered. Yet, Su Qiu paid no mind to this. They were his possessions now. Watching the elderly couple depart, elated, he found himself at a loss regarding the trove of antiquities before him. He hadn't yet finished exploring the antique market. However, in the next moment, inspiration struck. Soon, Shangguan Haobo, who had been idly tending his stall, lifted his gaze. Who are you? He inquired, somewhat puzzled. Su Qiu lifted his hat and removed his mask. It's me. Shangguan Haobo recognized him. Ah, it's you. He glanced at the tricycle Su Qiu was pushing. Have you come to sell goods as well? Not quite. I've stumbled upon a few treasures. Shangguan Haobo stood up, finally taking note of the items on the tricycle. Yet, upon observing the grimy, tarnished artifacts, he frowned. You refer to these as treasures? Su Qiu chuckled. Whether they are treasures or not is of little consequence. Isn't there some space at your stall? Would it be too much trouble to let me place the tricycle here? Shangguan Haobo hesitated but eventually nodded. Su Qiu, not one to stand on ceremony, placed the tricycle down and continued his exploration of the stalls. What on earth is going on? Shangguan Haobo pondered, watching Su Qiu casually saunter away, his brow furrowed. He then shifted his attention back to the tricycle. Bored, he decided to investigate what this so-called treasure truly was. Clean this up, he commanded. The unassuming middle-aged man beside him took a cloth and began wiping off an artifact from the tricycle. Shangguan Haobo took the antique, glancing at it nonchalantly. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. By heavens, this is a Qing dynasty piece. Although it originated from a folk kiln, it could still fetch a price between 4 to 500,000. Could it be that all the items in this tricycle are of such quality? He glanced at the artifact in his hand, and then at the others in the tricycle, a thought emerging. However, he quickly dismissed it. What a ridiculous notion. Could an entire tricycle be filled with genuine antiques? Even with the utmost luck, such a fortune seems improbable. Nonetheless, a flicker of hope remained within him. This time, he took matters into his own hands and picked up another artifact to examine. Goodness, a Qing dynasty imperial kiln piece, at least 800,000. Shangguan Haobo gasped, seizing another for inspection. Qing dynasty imperial kiln, over 800,000. Qing dynasty folk kiln, around 300,000. Qing dynasty imperial kiln, over 1 million. Good grief. Another Qing dynasty imperial kiln, over 800,000. Ming dynasty imperial kiln. Oh my, this one must be 1,500,000. Astonishingly, every piece in this tricycle was genuine. Even the seasoned Shangguan Haobo couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. He had seen many people uncover treasures, but this was the first time he had witnessed someone unearthing a whole tricycle full of them. This seemingly ordinary tricycle contained 35 genuine artifacts, collectively worth over 20 million. Shangguan Haobo swallowed hard, unable to contain his astonishment. Really now, this fellow is something else. Not only did he see through that chicken heart bowl in mere seconds, but the sheer volume of his finds is nothing short of extraordinary. Oblivious to Shangguan Haobo's amazement, Su Qiu remained unconcerned about the possibility of him claiming the contents of the tricycle. After all, someone capable of casually placing a $6 million chicken heart bowl would hardly be fazed by such trivial sums. Regaining his focus, Su Qiu's gaze swept over the various stalls. Soon, he spotted a blue and white bowl. Similarity, 100. Market price, 1,600,000. The stall owner was quite knowledgeable, although he had miscalculated. Ultimately, the blue and white bowl was acquired for 300,000. Purchasing it for 300,000 and selling it for 1,600,000 resulted in a profit of 1,300,000. While the earnings were slightly lower than he had hoped, it was still quite satisfactory. After securing the blue and white bowl, Su Qiu continued his search. Not long after, his attention was drawn to another stall. Similarity, 65. Chapter 75. You haven't stumbled upon another treasure, have you? Su Qiu's gaze fell upon a neighboring stall. Most of the stalls dealt in porcelain antiques, but this particular one stood out, offering a variety of calligraphy and paintings. Perhaps due to the rarity of such stalls, a crowd had gathered around, evaluating the artworks displayed by the stall owner. This piece is genuine. It could sell for 30,000. If we could snag it for 20,000, we'd make a profit. That painting is preferable. It should fetch at least 70,000. I suggest we pool our resources and purchase that landscape painting. It's a guaranteed profit. The individuals gathered at the stall continued their discussions on the calligraphy and paintings, their comments sparking the curiosity of passers-by. Su Qiu approached, glancing over the artworks they were discussing. All were high-quality replicas, nothing exceptional, likely imitations by some modern artists. Acquiring one for a few thousand should pose no problem. However, if he intended to buy and resell them, he would undoubtedly incur a significant loss. Shaking off his thoughts, Su Qiu disregarded the chatter of the crowd. He crouched down at the stall to examine the rolled-up paintings. Young man, I have some calligraphy and paintings on display. Feel free to take a look if anything catches your eye. The stall owner noticed Su Qiu crouching and grew curious. Unlike porcelain, which can be assessed visually, the value of calligraphy and paintings lies in their content. However, the pieces he had on display were still rolled up, leaving the owner puzzled about what Su Qiu was examining. No worries, I'm just browsing, Su Qiu casually replied, his gaze landing on a scroll of calligraphy with a similarity, 65, rating. How much for this piece? He gestured toward the scroll near his feet, disregarding the one with the similarity, 65, rating. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Qiu to show interest. Goodness, have I encountered an inexperienced buyer today? As the thought crossed his mind, the stall owner, with a beaming smile, spoke. My dear sir, your discerning eye is indeed remarkable. Despite my efforts to conceal such exquisite treasures, you have recognized their worth at first glance. Since you appreciate them, let us consider this a fortuitous encounter. I shall not prolong our discussion. For the sum of 100,000, you may take them with you. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu felt a mixture of amusement and incredulity. 100,000? How audaciously you set your price, he thought. And what a bold claim that these treasures were well hidden and yet instantly recognized. Such flattery. With a chuckle, Su Qiu retorted, if you insist on such a price, I shall take my leave. The stall owner, remaining composed, replied, my good sir, I assure you, the items on my stall are of the highest quality. Inquire throughout the market. Who has ever claimed I peddle forgeries? You would not suffer any loss or deceit. For 100,000, you could resell them for $1 million in a decade. It's only due to my urgent need for funds that I am willing to part with these treasures. Su Qiu regarded the stall owner with a smile. A decade later, you say? The only surprise would be discovering them to be fakes and dying of anger. 200. Su Qiu declared, having entered the antique trade with the fierce determination akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword. The stall owner furrowed his brow at Su Qiu's audacity. Sir, are you jesting? You cannot expect to slash the price of 100,000 down to 200. Surely, you must know how to negotiate better than that. The stall owner was prepared to boast about the artwork's value, but Su Qiu had already risen to his feet. I came to buy with the spirit of serendipity. If I cannot purchase what I desire, I shall simply depart. Upon hearing this, the stall owner remained unmoved. Su Qiu, undeterred, turned to leave. The stall owner hesitated, then quickly picked up the painting that Su Qiu had pointed out, confirming it was indeed a forgery. He waved his hand, calling after Su Qiu, hey, we can still negotiate. Why leave so hastily? Turning back, Su Qiu asked, oh, we can negotiate. Well, then, let's talk. The stall owner grinned. But you must allow me to earn a little something as well. 1,000, and you can take it. 500, Su Qiu replied nonchalantly, holding up 5 fingers. Before the stall owner could protest, Su Qiu added, if necessary, I can purchase several pieces. Having been in the second-hand market for many years, the stall owner's mind raced with calculations. After considering his potential profit, he conceded, 500 is acceptable, but you must buy at least 7 pieces. Su Qiu hesitated for a moment. Very well. He then squatted down again, selecting several more paintings. 3,500, he stated, completing the transaction hand in hand. After acquiring the 7 scrolls of calligraphy and paintings, Su Qiu cradled them and swiftly made his way to Shangguan Haobuo's stall. Meanwhile, Shangguan Haobuo was momentarily bewildered. He was aware of the opportunities for treasure hunting and understood that many gems could be found in the world. However, he had never witnessed such an overwhelming bounty as Su Qiu had just claimed. As Su Qiu approached, he called out, what are you doing circling my cart? He playfully tapped the dazed Shangwan Haobua. Snapping back to reality, Shangwan Haobua's gaze was fixed on Su Qiu. Did you purchase those items? He asked eagerly. Yes. What of it? You aren't planning to abscond with them, are you? Su Qiu assessed Shangwan Haobua, who did not seem to be that sort of person. How much did you pay? Shangwan Haobua pressed further. Su Qiu had no intention of hiding the truth. He knew that Shangwan Haobua's influence was considerable and that the truth would be easily uncovered. Including the tricycle, 530,000, he replied coolly. Wow. The moment he heard the figure, Shangwan Haobua's voice erupted like thunder, attracting the attention of those around them. Realizing his outburst, he quickly covered his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he managed to contain his excitement. Did you really buy all these for 530,000? Su Qiu nodded. Do you know how much they are worth? Shangwan Haobua's tone was tinged with urgency. Su Qiu furrowed his brow. Isn't it worth a couple of million? Why the dramatic reaction? More than 10 million, Su Qiu replied nonchalantly. Shangwan Haobua's eyes widened. You truly understand their value. Su Qiu chuckled. If I didn't, why would I bother purchasing them? Shangwan Haobua was beside himself with excitement. You spent 50-some thousand and could potentially uncover 2 million. That's an astonishing profit margin. Others may find a few tens of thousands in profit, yet you stand to gain millions. This is unprecedented in the antique world. Wait, what are you holding? Shangwan Haobua asked, suddenly curious. Are you telling me you found more treasures? Chapter 76. Is this still a flea market? Is this your home? At this moment, Shangwan Haobua could hardly contain his thrill. After all, Su Qiu's remarkable achievement of discovering millions from a mere 50,000 was exceedingly rare. Even Shangwan Haobua had only heard tales of such feats from the older generation. Now, this astonishing reality lay before him. How could he not be exhilarated? As Shangwan Haobua's gaze fell upon the scrolls and paintings cradled in Su Qiu's arms, he exclaimed, Did you find more treasures? Su Qiu, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Why are you so excited about my good fortune? Hurry up and let me show you what I found. Shangwan Haobua urged him eagerly, though Su Qiu found it amusing. He recognized that Shangwan Haobua had no ill intentions. After a flurry of thoughts, Su Qiu decided to display the scrolls. I just spotted these at the painting stall, but I can't be certain they're genuine finds. As he spoke, he began to unfold the forgeries. 1, 2, 3. As each forgery emerged, Shangwan Haobua's initial excitement began to wane. It was indeed too far-fetched to expect flawless luck every time. Surely, he thought, Su Qiu had exhausted a lifetime of fortune in finding such a bounty. However, just as Shangwan Haobua contemplated this, Su Qiu unveiled the fifth painting. This piece had been authenticated as genuine by Su Qiu. At that moment, he aimed to test Shangwan Haobua's discerning eye. As the painting unfolded, Shangwan Haobua's expression remained largely unchanged. Upon beholding the meticulously crafted small calligraphy by the esteemed Li Song, the breath of Shangwan Haobua quickened instantly. The inscription read Qishi Hall Treasure, accompanied by a grand red seal. This was indeed a painting from the Southern Song dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Ning. A look of disbelief adorned Shangwan Haobua's face as he gazed at the artwork, his eyes then shifting to Su Qiu. This painting is from the Southern Song. Su Qiu felt a flicker of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that Shangwan Haobua possessed such discernment. Wait. Before Su Qiu could utter a word, Shangwan Haobua, lost in his own thoughts, retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Yes, Southern Song, Li Song, the grand red seal, indeed, an ink and color landscape hand scroll, absolutely authentic. Shangwan Haobua was repeatedly affirming details to the person on the other end of the line. Before long, he hung up, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Su Qiu. Do you have any idea how much this painting is worth? Su Qiu, curious to hear Shangwan Haobua's estimation, shook his head, not sure. An authentic piece from the Southern Song. At least 6 million. Shangwan Haobua exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. I truly admire this painting. How about selling it to me? At this proposition, Su Qiu arched an eyebrow. The truth was, he had revealed the painting's value to Shangwan Haobua in hopes of gauging interest in offloading it. After all, his antique business had yet to commence, and transporting so many items back would be a hassle. If he could find a buyer willing to acquire everything in one fell swoop, it would be most convenient. I can sell you this painting, Su Qiu replied decisively, but there's a small condition. I cannot manage this entire load. How about purchasing everything? Su Qiu wished to ascertain Shangwan Haobua's interest in the multitude of trinkets he had. To Su Qiu's surprise, without a moment's hesitation, Shangwan Haobua nodded. Give me your account details. Such audacity. Su Qiu was taken aback, and without further ado, he provided his account information. In less than 10 minutes, a notification arrived stating that 2,710,000 had been deposited into his account. How astonishing. For these individuals, 2 million was as trivial as 200. Feeling elated after receiving the funds, Su Qiu remarked, these items are now yours, and departed. Shangwan Haobua gazed at the painting he had just acquired, his eyes gleaming with joy. For individuals like him, spending a fortune on a cherished piece was merely a delightful indulgence. Had Su Qiu quoted a price of 1 million, he would have acted without hesitation. With this acquisition, Shangguan Haobo had now gathered 25 Southern Song paintings. His next objective was to amass 50. In high spirits, he cherished the artwork, completely absorbed in its beauty. Unbeknownst to Su Qiu, Shangguan Haobo's wealth was substantial. He continued to wander through the antique market, his eyes scanning the various stalls. After all, who would ever complain about having too much money? Suddenly, he came across an intriguing stall. Oh, what is this? Authentic treasures? And 3 of them. Following the trail of the words, Su Qiu discovered not a stall but a person clad in heavy attire, making it impossible to discern their gender. The stall was modest, barely accommodating one individual. The few plates displayed were newly placed and appeared rather meager. How much? Su Qiu inquired as he approached. 200,000 each, firm price. No negotiations, I need to sell quickly. The voice belonged to a woman, her tone tinged with urgency. Su Qiu observed the plates and the woman. He recognized that she had just set up her stall, and these plates were indeed authentic. Had he arrived just 3 or 4 minutes later, they might have been snatched away. All right, give me your account details, Su Qiu said, promptly initiating the transfer. Meanwhile, several individuals began to gather around, inquiring about the price. They were evidently on the lookout for a bargain, having also spotted the plates. Unfortunately for them, Su Qiu had already completed the transaction. The woman, having received the money, departed without a moment's hesitation, clearly in a hurry. Brother, how much did you pay for those plates? Seeing the woman flee, someone started questioning Su Qiu. Unhurried, Su Qiu carefully gathered the plates and casually replied, 200,000 each. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding individual's eyes widened in astonishment. 200,000 each? Brother, I'll offer 400,000. Just sell them to me, and you'll double your money. I'll give you 500,000. 60,000. Just agree. And I'll transfer the money immediately. The bidding war erupted, with everyone clamoring to secure the plates, fearing they might slip away. However, Su Qiu remained unfazed. It was laughable. Did they truly think he was a novice? These 3 plates were exquisite Qing Dynasty Doucai Chanchazillion with 8 auspicious patterns, all produced in the Yongjing period. Each one was worth well over 1 million. Selling them for 60,000? What a joke. Ignoring the crowd, Su Qiu swiftly made his way back to Shangguan Haobo's stall. Shangguan Haobo, lost in the joy of his recent acquisition, looked up just in time to see Su Qiu, who was carefully cradling the 3 plates. You didn't happen to find more treasures, did you? Shangguan Haobo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this still the antique market? Or is it your family's garden? How is it that every outing results in an extraordinary haul? In less than half an hour, you've managed to procure yet another treasure. If not for the sharp pinch he gave himself to confirm he was awake, Shangguan Haobo might have doubted the reality of the situation. What have you stumbled upon this time? Shangguan Haobo approached Su Qiu eagerly, his expression brimming with anticipation. Su Qiu shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, just a few small items. I can't believe that. Shangguan Haobo shook his head in disbelief. Though their acquaintance was brief, Su Qiu's remarkable luck was evident. To casually stroll through the market and unearth millions in treasures was no small feat. Shangguan Haobo, unable to contain his curiosity, immediately began examining the plates in Su Qiu's possession. While he might have struggled with artifacts from other dynasties, he was well versed in items from the Qing dynasty. Upon recognizing the Doucai Chanchazillion plates, he inhaled sharply. Although the value was not exorbitant, hovering around the range of 90 to 100,000, it was still significant. As Shangguan Haobo spoke, he lifted his gaze to meet Su Qiu's eyes and remarked, however, isn't it the case that such items are typically acquired individually? Where did you manage to procure 3 of them? If all 3 originated from the same kiln, they can indeed be considered a set, and the price could easily be doubled. I've encountered many instances of fortunate finds, but aside from Su Qiu's extraordinary knack for unearthing treasures and the staggering profits therein, it's generally uncommon in this line of work to find multiple individual pieces at once. Yet here is Su Qiu, having fortuitously stumbled upon 3 Doucai plates. Shangguan Haobo felt increasingly as though he were ensnared in a dream. Did you truly discover these at the antique market? Or were they taken from your home? Noticing the skepticism etched across Shangguan Haobo's face, Su Qiu recounted the incident involving the woman from earlier. To be candid, it was merely a stroke of luck for Su Qiu, a serendipitous encounter. Upon hearing Su Qiu's account, Shangguan Haobo's expression grew intricate. You rascal! Have you truly been favored by the goddess of fortune? How could you have encountered such a thing? Shangguan Haobo scrutinized Su Qiu with a peculiar gaze. This hardly seemed a mere favor from Lady Luck. It was fortune incarnate. After all, acquiring items worth 600,000 for just a fraction of that sum is indeed a terrifying achievement, though this assertion holds only in light of Su Qiu's own staggering profit margins in the millions. One could say that Su Qiu's record eclipses all others in sheer audacity. By your reasoning, it seems that the woman selling these items is not entirely reputable. Shangguan Haobo resumed his analysis after shaking off his astonishment. Su Qiu, intrigued, inquired, "What makes you say that?" Typically, collectors of antiques seldom possess items from the same kiln. Yet these 3 plates hail from a singular source and are remarkably well preserved. This suggests that the previous owner must have taken great care in their preservation, perhaps acquiring them shortly after their creation. To have maintained them from the Qing dynasty to the present only to hastily sell them for 60,000? A fall from grace seems improbable. If that were the case, one would expect them to be auctioned or sold to private collectors for a far greater sum. At this juncture, Shangguan Haobo asserted gravely, aside from a decline in fortune, there remains but one possibility. These items were stolen, and the seller is desperate to offload them for quick cash before fleeing. Upon hearing this analysis, Su Qiu found it to hold merit. After all, the woman's behavior had indeed been somewhat peculiar, and her attire suggested she was no ordinary seller. It certainly aligned with the signs of someone looking to cash out and vanish. Thus, while I may have procured these items legitimately, the individual behind this transaction could very well be a significant player in the underworld, potentially inviting trouble. Haha, Shangguan Haobo quipped, his demeanor less serious now. I was merely engaging in idle speculation. What, are you afraid? Su Qiu shrugged, fearful? Not particularly. I can simply part with these items at my convenience. My antique business has yet to commence, and even when it does, I have no intention of storing these items there. I merely aim to navigate the auction process. He held no fervor for collecting. Should trouble arise, he could easily retreat to Binhai City and entrust the items to Li Yunxian for resolution. If the individual behind this sought the items, they would need to confront the Li family of Binhai City, which would be an interesting challenge. Rest assured, if you follow proper procedures, money exchanged for goods, even if the rightful owner comes knocking, they would not dare to act against you. Should they attempt anything, simply invoke my name. I assure you it will suffice, Shangguan Haobo promised with a pat on his chest. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu could only smile wryly. He couldn't help but notice how Shangguan Haobo and Li Yunxian seemed to share a penchant for name-dropping. What if the other party happened to be an enemy of Shangguan Haobo? Invoking his name might lead to dire consequences. Or perhaps you could purchase these items from me. Noticing a flicker of concern on Su Qiu's face, Shangguan Haobo suggested, "Do you have an affinity for Qing dynasty artifacts?" Su Qiu queried, observing Shangguan Haobo's demeanor, which hinted at a greater fondness for Song dynasty pieces. Not particularly, Shangguan Haobo replied with a shake of his head, but I have the means. If I wish to buy, I shall. Su Qiu thought to himself, why does it seem like Shangguan Haobo is putting on airs? His expression reminded Su Qiu of a certain individual surnamed Ma, who would boast of not desiring wealth while living on a meager budget. Oh, the same brand of ostentatious humility. However, since Shangguan Haobo was willing to take the items off his hands, Su Qiu was reluctant to concern himself with any pretentiousness. A simple transaction, money exchanged for goods. 3,200,000 was now firmly in his grasp. Su Qiu calculated that his ventures today had netted him a profit of 33 million. Indeed, this trip had proven worthwhile. Just the 30,000 alone was enough for an ordinary person to sustain themselves for an entire year. As Su Qiu accepted the money and made his way deeper into the market, Shangguan Haobo hesitated. You aren't planning to hunt for more bargains, are you? In a market like this, how could there possibly be more deals to uncover? Su Qiu turned back, smiling faintly. Well, since I'm here and have nothing better to do, I might as well finish exploring. Hearing this, Shangguan Haobo shook his head. With the 30 million Su Qiu had just acquired, he could sustain himself for a lifetime. In his eyes, such luck must surely have reached its peak. Moreover, the antique market was rather lackluster. It was hard to believe there could be many more treasures to unearth. He simply could not fathom how Su Qiu could have discovered 3 exceptional finds, only to continue striking gold. If he were to do so, he would kneel and call Su Qiu father. Chapter 78. The Impulse to Call Father. Su Qiu was oblivious to Shangguan Haobo's thoughts. He himself did not expect to find anything else of value, as he had already traversed much of the antique market. There remained only the final street, which he deemed too deep to yield anything worthwhile. His intention was simply to conclude his visit, a ritual of sorts. By the way, he wondered why he had not encountered that group of scammers today. Curiously, he scanned his surroundings, feeling puzzled. The antique market was exceptionally tranquil, devoid of any commotion. He distinctly recalled that upon his arrival, those individuals seemed to be photographing a BMW. Had the owner not entered? Or had these scammers become more discreet? Su Qiu had initially hoped to follow these con artists for clues, perhaps uncovering the mastermind behind their schemes. However, with their silence now, his curiosity remained unfulfilled. Regaining his focus, Su Qiu approached the last street of the market. Due to its position at the very end, foot traffic was sparse. The stallholders naturally avoided such a location, resulting in a pitiful number of vendors here. Most were elderly gentlemen and ladies, likely in their 60s, 70s, or 80s. They offered a selection of pottery, hand-carved wooden sculptures, and various handicrafts. As Suchio glanced around, he noted that everything was remarkably similar, with a similarity rating below 10%. All were counterfeit, lacking authenticity. He shook his head but still made his way toward an elderly gentleman. This man, with a half-crippled leg, appeared quite unfortunate. He was selling small clay figurines, well-crafted, indicative of a skilled artisan. Suchio was not a bleeding heart. Yet he felt a twinge of compassion. With a bit of money at hand, purchasing a few figurines to display at home posed no problem. Good sir, how much are these figurines? Suchio inquired, leaning closer. Huh. The disabled elder lifted his head, appearing somewhat dazed, as though it were the first time someone had asked for a price. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and extended 5 fingers, stating, each one costs 5 yuan. Very well, I shall take them all, Suchio declared, gesturing towards the dozens of clay figurines on the stall. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. You wish to buy them all, young man? Suchio nodded affirmatively. The elder hesitated, glancing at his own legs. Young man, are you feeling pity for this old man? I am perfectly fine. I possess skills and earn my own living. I know that buying so many figurines serves no purpose for you, and there is no need to spend so much money. Suchio couldn't help but chuckle at the elder's earnestness. He had encountered numerous vendors who relentlessly attempted to sell their wares, but never before had he met someone like this elder, who, despite having everything ready, chose to refuse a sale. Ah, good sir, you are overthinking this. I genuinely appreciate your figurines. Your craftsmanship is commendable. To call them lifelike would not be an exaggeration. Suchio held a deep respect for the elder's artistry. However, he added, but, dear sir, the likeness of these figurines is rather antiquated. In this day and age, even craftsmanship must evolve. Take a look at the recent popular animated films. Carving figures of Neza or Sun Wukong would surely sell like hotcakes near a primary school. Suchio spoke with sincerity. With the elder's skill, he might not earn a fortune, but it would certainly be more profitable than peddling in this obscure corner. Upon hearing Suchio's words, the elder understood his intentions. Young man, you are a good soul. If you truly appreciate these, I shall give them to you as a gift, no payment required. The elder's excitement was palpable, as if a great revelation had dawned upon him. Suchio smiled. No need for that. I prefer to pay for them. He glanced at a basket behind the elder. Are there more clay figurines in that basket? I would like to purchase everything. After estimating the price, Suchio promptly transferred 1,000 yuan. This, 1,000? That seems excessive, the elder stammered, shaking his head in disbelief. Suchio chuckled. Come now, good sir, place these items into the basket. I shall take it all. The elder initially hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement, and Suchio hoisted the basket before making his way towards Shangguan stall. This venture was a fruitful one, and he intended to inform Shangguan and take his leave. After all, he was a valued customer. As Suchio pondered a gift for his client, he set the basket on the ground, planning to select a few clay figurines for Shangguan. However, as he glanced at the basket, his eyes were drawn past the figurines to a cup nestled within. The cup was quite dirty, seemingly having held a considerable amount of clay, likely a tool used in crafting the figurines. Upon reading the inscription on the cup, Suchio couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. He had never anticipated that such a treasure lay hidden within the basket. Quickly covering it, he concentrated and transformed the fake into the genuine. What a windfall! In high spirits, Suchio soon arrived at Shangguan stall. From a distance, Shangguan spotted Suchio, his gaze fixated on him. As Suchio approached, Shangguan immediately stood up, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You have nothing in hand. I presume you didn't find any treasures this time? He smiled, clearly in good spirits. He had suspected that such extraordinary luck could not possibly persist. Well, Suchio said, smirking at Shangguan. Why do you seem so pleased as if I haven't profited? Shangguan chuckled. Indeed, I am quite happy. However, before he could finish his thought, Suchio interrupted. You might be celebrating too soon, Suchio said, as he removed the basket from his back. Only then did Shangguan notice that Suchio had acquired a basket from somewhere. What is going on? He exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, Suchio retrieved a tall, slender cup from the basket, featuring a small foot and an opening approximately 53 centimeters in diameter, standing about 78 centimeters high. The cup was entirely glazed, thick and lustrous, exhibiting a typical Changhua pig oil white texture, warm and smooth like jade, with a subtle duck egg blue hue under the light. With just a glance, Shangguan recognized that this cup was anything but ordinary. In fact, it was far more valuable than the plates and paintings Suchio had previously acquired. Damn it! Shangguan was utterly astounded. Just moments ago, He had confidently claimed that Su Qiu would find no treasures, and yet here Su Qiu was, presenting him with an astonishing piece. Shangguan Haobo felt his legs weaken, an overwhelming urge to kneel and call out to his father rising within him.